Chapter 72. I shall claim the golden boot. Although Ye Luo donned an eye mask, he was not inclined to succumb to slumber just yet. Instead, he habitually activated the system. According to the system's assertions, the rewards from matches carried varying weights. Contests against formidable teams, such as Barcelona, undoubtedly held significant value. Upon observing the integration progress within the system, Ye Luo drifted into a contented sleep, as the progress had surged to a remarkable 44. The sensation of receiving strength enhancements via progress bar was utterly exhilarating. The geographical expanse of Spain is relatively modest, and soon, the entire Malaga team returned to their home ground. Before disembarking the plane, Pellegrini announced a day of leave for the squad. For Malaga, having only the La Liga as their competitive frontier this season was, in a certain sense, a fortuitous circumstance. Given their limited bench depth, engaging in simultaneous competitions, especially against titans like Real Madrid and Barcelona, would undoubtedly be unsustainable. Even amidst the presence of multiple fronts, Pellegrini could not indulge in the fantasy of claiming them all. Thus, while Real Madrid prepared for midweek Champions League fixtures, Malaga enjoyed the luxury of a full week of rest. This undoubtedly afforded Malaga a competitive edge in terms of recuperation. Upon returning to his residence, Ye Luo first opened his mobile device to respond to congratulatory messages from friends and family. Subsequently, he felt the urge to seek a more spacious dwelling. Currently, he resided in an apartment, a flat with neighbors above and below. He yearned to relocate to a standalone villa, ideally with front and back gardens, providing him a space to practice football during his leisure. After all, with newfound wealth, he no longer needed to confine himself to the limitations of an apartment building. However, Ye Luo had no intentions of purchasing property in Malaga. On one hand, he was aware that his tenure with the team would not be prolonged. The reliability of the club's ownership was questionable, and he had heard rumors of impending bankruptcy, coupled with a lack of rich tradition. The financial fair play regulations had been breached. Just look at Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain. Whenever these clubs faced scrutiny, it was the Milan duo that bore the brunt of the fallout. While Malaga possessed financial prowess, it paled in comparison to the likes of Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain, akin to a meandering stream compared to the mighty Yangtze and Pearl Rivers. Thus, for Ye Luo, should Malaga face sanctions preventing participation in prestigious tournaments like the Champions League, contemplating a transfer would be entirely reasonable. After all, he was neither a native of Malaga nor a product of their youth academy. Loyalty is a rare virtue in this world, yet it cannot be applied to Ye Luo's situation. On another note, the matter of finances weighed heavily on his mind. Ye Luo had secured a signing bonus of 10 million euros alongside his weekly salary, thus elevating him to the status of a wealthy individual. Wealthy individuals often engage in investments to preserve and enhance their assets, and Ye Luo was no exception. However, he neither possessed the acumen for stock trading nor the inclination to run a business. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to become a landlord. He sent all the money back home, allowing his parents to purchase a house in Shenzhen. The property prices in Shenzhen are quite reasonable now. In areas like Bowen and Luo, houses can be found for as low as 10,000, with the more expensive ones not exceeding 20,000. When Ye Luo beheld 20 property deeds, having acquired 20 houses for less than 20 million RMB, he burst into laughter, completely oblivious to the weary and anxious expressions of his parents. It was truly a hard bargain. Such a considerable sum only yielded a small amount of concrete and steel. What a loss! Nevertheless, Ye Luo reassured them, claiming that this 20 million would surely escalate to 2 billion within the next 5 years, at least a tenfold increase. A tenfold increase? Sighed his father. With property prices already soaring, how can it possibly rise further? In Bowen, it's already 17 to 18,000 per square meter. As long as we don't incur losses, we'll be fortunate. His mother consoled. Having property is beneficial once you retire. You can rely on rental income to sustain yourself. As their only child, Ye Luo, being a post-90s individual, was born during a time when a certain policy was strictly enforced. His mother was a high school teacher, and by the time Ye Luo was born, his father was already considered a mid-level cadre locally. Such families are typically single-child households. However, his father later ventured into business in Shenzhen, starting a small factory. Ye Luo grew up in relatively comfortable circumstances. Without it, he wouldn't have been able to play football. Indeed, playing football is only feasible for a decade or so. Once retired, having these houses will provide a sense of security, his father remarked. Ye Luo, somewhat amused, responded over the phone, "It's merely 10 million euros. With my current contract, I earn 10 million euros annually, and my salary will surely increase with future transfers. As long as I avoid the pitfalls of gambling, drugs, and reckless investments, this amount will suffice for several lifetimes." His father and mother exchanged glances on the other end of the line. Nearly half a year had passed, and they were still struggling to comprehend that their son could earn 100 million in a single year. After all, their annual income barely reached several 100,000 RMB. While this isn't a fortune, it certainly surpasses that of the majority of families in this era. 100 million, a figure almost unimaginable. After ending the call, his mother inquired, "Your factory nets 300,000 a year. How many years would it take to accumulate 100 million? 10 years for 3 million. 100 years for 30 million. Over 300 years, I suppose?" The thought of laboring for 3 centuries to match what her son earns in a year weighed heavily on her. That night, Ye Luo's father couldn't sleep a wink. On this day off, Ye Luo also had an agenda. He was set to be interviewed by the esteemed Spanish media outlet, YEFI. The Spanish news agency YEFI is the largest Spanish-language television network in the world and is also regarded as an official media outlet of the Spanish government. This interview, however, would not focus on football, but rather form part of a cultural exchange between China and Spain, arranged by the embassy in Spain. After all, Ye Luo has become the most renowned individual from the Dragon Kingdom in Spain. When the embassy staff approached him, he was somewhat taken aback. However, they were quite courteous. And Ms. Vera believed that securing an interview with YEFI would be significantly beneficial for Ye Luo. Thus, he did not decline the opportunity. The interview primarily focused on cultural differences between China and Spain, with both parties engaging in lively conversation. "It's astonishing that you command so many languages," exclaimed the journalist. "Indeed, I imagine if I were not a footballer, I might have pursued a career as a translator. I am even learning Romanian lately," Ye Luo replied with a smile. He indeed possesses a remarkable linguistic talent. Although he is of Hakka descent, he did not grow up in his hometown. Nevertheless, he speaks fluent Hakka, having learned it from listening to his father's phone calls back home. In addition, he is proficient in Cantonese dialects such as Bai Hua and Teochew, thanks to the linguistic environment surrounding him. After embarking on his football career, he self-studied numerous languages, as if learning them posed no challenge to him, but rather served as a passion akin to playing football. Speaking of football, Malaga currently ranks 4th in the league, yet their next opponent is formidable, Real Madrid. "We will strive with all our might to defeat them. Securing a spot in the top 4 is our objective. We aspire to participate in the Champions League next season," Ye Luo stated. When asked about his personal goals, considering he has scored 26 league goals, trailing behind Messi by 5 and Cristiano Ronaldo by 4, the journalist inquired if he hoped to surpass them in the scoring chart. "Yes, the Golden Boot is my goal," Ye Luo responded without hesitation. At this stage, he felt no need for modesty, openly declaring his ambition to contend for the Golden Boot. After all, the Golden Boot is not a popularity contest. It is solely determined by the number of goals scored. With 9 matches remaining in the league, chasing 5 goals, even against opponents like Messi and Ronaldo, is not an insurmountable task for Ye Luo. "Good luck, Ye." "Thank you," he replied as the interview concluded successfully. That evening, the interview with Ye Luo aired on television. It was rather novel for Spain's official news agency, typically focused on political matters, to interview a football player. However, with the country's fervent football culture, few were unaware of who Ye Luo was. When he candidly expressed his ambition to surpass Messi and Ronaldo and secure this season's Golden Boot, a flurry of reactions erupted online among fans, some in support, others in opposition, and many mocking. The fire of debate quickly ignited, especially with the upcoming crucial match between Malaga and Real Madrid. The race for the top 4, the championship, and now the pursuit of the Golden Boot adds an exhilarating layer to the current season. In the realm of media, the Catalan press has recently intensified its praise for Malaga, encouraging them fervently. Despite Barcelona's recent defeat to Malaga, the media finds itself compelled to extol Malaga's virtues, as they hope for Malaga to thwart Real Madrid's ambitions. Moreover, this commendation of Malaga and their player, Ye Luo, serves as a strategic maneuver by the Catalan media to alleviate pressure from Barcelona. They suggest that it is entirely reasonable for Barcelona to lose to such formidable opponents. Can Malaga, playing on their home turf, triumph over Real Madrid? This does not seem to pose a significant challenge. Given their recent victories against both Real Madrid and Barcelona away from home, coupled with their excellent form, Ye Luo's performance has been remarkable, positioning him as a strong contender for the Golden Boot. Even if he ultimately finishes the season in second place behind Cristiano Ronaldo, it would not be surprising. On the Madrid front, narratives are crafted from various angles to assert that Malaga's good fortune is bound to wane, and that Real Madrid's home defeat was merely an anomaly. They confidently predict an easy victory for Real Madrid when they face Malaga away. In essence, the rivalry between Real Madrid and Barcelona transcends the football pitch. As the match day for the 30th round approaches, the anticipation surrounding Malaga's home clash with Real Madrid grows, with media outlets fervently publishing predictions, previews, and player interviews. The atmosphere surrounding this highly anticipated match intensifies as the kickoff nears. During the pre-match press conference, Mourinho can hardly evade inquiries regarding Ye Luo's ambitions for the Golden Boot. He is still quite young, isn't he? It is natural for someone so inexperienced to harbor naive aspirations. I can understand that. However, I must inform him that the world of football is fraught with challenges. Not every player can maintain peak performance year after year like Ronaldo. It is easy to speak confidently from a position of success, yet I believe he must endure some lows. This is an experience every player must face. Mourinho stated with a calm demeanor, revealing little emotional fluctuation. However, a slight smirk crept onto his lips, showcasing his characteristic defiance. The Golden Boot. Let us discuss that in a few years. Beside him, Cristiano Ronaldo smiled, taking pleasure in the praise from his coach, who is known for his brash demeanor. The fact that even the self-proclaimed special one feels the need to flatter him was gratifying for Ronaldo. Responding to reporters, he dismissed the previous encounter at the Bernabeu as a mere fluke. In this match, we will demonstrate to everyone the true strength of Real Madrid. The Golden Boot. That belongs to me. Ronaldo's retort was nothing short of commanding. However, I believe he must endure some lows, as this is an experience that everyone must face. On the television screen, Ye Luo observed the pre-match press conference featuring Mourinho. The sardonic tone and expressions exhibited by Mourinho indeed made Ye Luo feel somewhat uneasy. Mourinho has established himself as a master of psychological warfare. During his tenure in the Premier League, even the adept Ferguson fell victim to his verbal sparring. The venerable Wenger was nearly pushed to the brink of frustration by Mourinho's antics. Provoking a war of words before significant matches has become a standard tactic for Mourinho, aimed at unsettling his opponents and gaining a psychological advantage on the pitch. This is an integral aspect of the game. In Mourinho's interview, he appeared to refrain from overtly malicious remarks. Yet, any young player hearing such statements would likely feel an urge to prove themselves, which could lead to their downfall. Ye Luo, however, did not respond with anger upon watching the press conference. Instead, a slight smile graced his lips. The verbal sparring was indeed intriguing. The fact that Mourinho resorted to such tactics indicated a significant apprehension towards both himself and Malaga. The following day, as Ye Luo approached the Malaga training facility on his bicycle, he found himself surrounded by reporters. Mourinho had only spoken half the truth. Facing the microphones, Ye Luo remarked with a smirk, "I am indeed young, but I do not possess any limitations or barriers. This verbal sparring tactic holds little weight with me. If Mr. Mourinho wishes to secure victory in this match, he would do better to contemplate his strategies. Our team will not show any mercy." The Spanish journalists were momentarily taken aback, allowing Ye Luo the opportunity to slip into the training facility. Conversely, the reporters from Longwa burst into laughter at his words. This is Ye Luo who, when he was still an unknown, dared to celebrate on the field by slapping the Dragon Country Football Association in the face. Now, confronted with Mourinho's so-called verbal warfare, how could he possibly retreat? Chapter 73. The most familiar opponent Mourinho is utterly insufferable. What right does he have to speak of Ye? He speaks of naivety and the quest for the Golden Boot, as if hierarchy matters. Within the Malaga locker room, the players rallied in support of Ye Luo. Hey, mates, how about a unique celebration when Ye scores? Isco proposed loudly. What kind of celebration? The others inquired with keen interest. Verbal sparring may be Mourinho's forte. But the players of Malaga resolved to respond to the master of psychological warfare on the field. What could be more captivating than a celebration following a goal? They gathered to strategize their response. It is worth noting that while Ye Luo aimed to counter Mourinho, he was also diligently studying his own system. It had been ages since he last completed a side quest, leaving him feeling rather unfulfilled. To his surprise, he discovered that engaging in verbal sparring with Mourinho had triggered two side quests. Golden Boot Contest, Task Objective, secure the league's Golden Boot this season. Task Reward, determined by task rating. Decisive match at the stadium, Task Objective, respond to Mourinho's provocations with a stellar performance against Real Madrid in the 30th round of the league. Task Reward, determined by task rating. In a single match, two side quests emerge. Ye Luo has developed quite an affinity for Mourinho. The more verbal sparring, the better. The Rose Garden Stadium is filled to capacity, with tickets in high demand. Malaga, the yo-yo club of La Liga, is experiencing a resurgence. As a modest team from the Andalusia region, their pinnacle moment came in 2002 when they triumphed over the formidable Deportivo La Coruña, Willem II, and Villarreal to claim the UEFA Intertoto Cup. However, the prestige of the Intertoto Cup is rather limited, as it was a summer tournament held for teams that failed to qualify for the Champions League or UEFA Cup, ultimately being discontinued in 2009. Unlike traditional cup competitions, the Intertoto Cup did not culminate in a single final match to determine the champion. Rather, it resembled a qualification round. The final round often featured 6 or more teams competing, rendering the title of champion somewhat representative of mere qualification rather than a true championship. Thus, Malaga's victory in the Intertoto Cup provided them with their first opportunity to participate in a prominent European tournament, the UEFA Cup, where they were eliminated in the quarterfinals by the then mighty Boavista. Such an achievement would hardly be a point of pride for any major club, and might even be regarded as humiliating if one were to congratulate Manchester United for reaching the UEFA Cup quarterfinals. Yet for Malaga, reaching the UEFA Cup's last 8 was indeed a remarkable accomplishment. Now, as the team stands poised to enter the top 4 of La Liga, they are likely to qualify for next season's Champions League. What more could the Malaga fans desire? Therefore, the Rose Garden Stadium has been consistently filled to the brim, with many fans without season tickets waking up as early as 7 or 8 in the morning to queue for match tickets, a testament to their fervor. Today's match is particularly anticipated, as the opponent is none other than Real Madrid. In an earlier match, Villarreal drew 0-0 with Zaragoza at home. With Malaga having one less match played, they lead Villarreal by a single point. A victory against Real Madrid would extend their lead over Villarreal to 4 points, a gap that would require at least 2 matches for Villarreal to bridge. For the frontrunners, this margin of victory provided a semblance of security. Thus, this match presented the ideal opportunity for Malaga to solidify their position in 4th place. As soon as the game between Villarreal concluded, numerous Malaga supporters ventured out, flocking to the Rose Garden Stadium. Ye Luo and his teammates received the news of Villarreal's match ending while aboard the bus heading to the stadium. The outcome evidently brought considerable joy to the Malaga players, many of whom cheered for Zaragoza. This score and result significantly alleviated the pressure on Malaga. Even if they were to lose this match, they would not fall out of the top 4. Brothers, we cannot afford to relax. We must triumph over Real Madrid. We aim for the Champions League. Ye Luo stood up, raising his fist in a rallying cry. More players joined in the chant, Champions League, Champions League. We shall reach the Champions League. Everyone rose from their seats, waving their arms and singing with exuberance. The bus was alive with excitement. The string of victories had instilled confidence in the Malaga players, even in the face of formidable opponents like Real Madrid. There was no sign of solemnity or fear upon their faces. This scene elicited a smile from Pellegrini. The team was vibrant and passionate, brimming with hope. With such fervor from the players, Pellegrini refrained from uttering any superfluous words before the match, simply opting to observe their performance on the field. As the match commenced, Malaga seized the advantage of playing at home and launched an offensive. In the opening minutes, they executed a predetermined strategy of aggressive attacks. The intensity of Malaga's offensive play was indeed surprising, yet it was precisely the spirit expected when playing on home turf. The commentator from Malaga TV remarked, "The spectators in the stands were equally exhilarated. Few wished to witness their team retreating into a timid defensive posture at home, lacking in passion." The fans continuously sang, especially celebrating their beloved Ye Luo, who had become the darling of Malaga. Oh, look at our Ye Luo, hailing from the Dragon Kingdom. He seems an invincible martial artist, moving left and right, unstoppable. This song was the first dedicated to Ye Luo by the Malaga supporters. The fans, lacking in compositional finesse, drew from melodies frequently heard at the stadium. As for the lyrics, they were straightforward and direct, ensuring that the catchy tune could be easily memorized and sung in unison. Under Malaga's relentless offensive, the Rose Garden Stadium transformed into a grand stage for a chorus, with chants in praise of Ye Luo resonating frequently. For he was the linchpin of Malaga, with the ball invariably finding its way to his feet. Amidst the fervent chants of tens of thousands of fans, Ye Luo's performance was notably vibrant. So close, Ye Luo. Another shot on goal. In a mere 2 minutes, he had already attempted 3 shots, the last of which was the most threatening, yet alas, the ball veered just wide of the target. The commentator from Malaga TV lamented, burying his head in his hands. If only they could have secured a goal in the early stages, it would have been a splendid start for Malaga, allowing them to comfortably retreat and focus on a defensive counterattack. Luck, we were just a hair's breadth away from it, the commentator expressed regretfully. However, the recent attempt was made with Ye Luo's left foot, while his dominant foot is his right. Although his left foot is not entirely unreliable, it lacks the potency of his stronger foot, resulting in the shot going slightly astray. This was undoubtedly a tactic employed by the Real Madrid defenders, as Ye Luo's attributes have been meticulously analyzed by countless coaches and tactical experts. It is no secret that Ye Luo's left foot is not as dependable as his right. One only needs to watch a few matches to ascertain this. With a sense of disappointment, Ye Luo covered his face with his hands. Yet, with less than 10 minutes gone in the match, he still had ample opportunities ahead of him. On the sidelines, Mourinho bellowed at the Real Madrid players, expressing his frustration. He cast a glance at Ye Luo, perplexed by how the players seemed to elevate his game significantly when facing Real Madrid. Little did he know that Real Madrid was the team Ye Luo knew best. He was acutely aware of their tactical nuances, player strengths and weaknesses, and vulnerabilities. After all, who could compete against this Real Madrid squad in the virtual arena 100 times without gaining intimate knowledge of the opponent? The Real Madrid players felt uneasy, sensing that Ye Luo seemed capable of accurately predicting their every defensive positioning, pass, and decision, whether offensive or defensive. This was an unsettling feeling, leading to a lack of confidence. Thus, 10 minutes into the match, Real Madrid had yet to deliver any noteworthy performance. Under Ye Luo's leadership, Malaga launched an impassioned offensive. Their midfielders exhibited exceptional stamina and precision in passing, aiming to deliver the ball to the feet of Malaga's dynamic duo. Isco orchestrated the plays, Ye Luo executed the breakthroughs, while Baptista pressured the opposing defenders, creating space for Ye Luo to maneuver. Each of the 3 players possessed distinct traits, yet their combination proved formidable, placing immense pressure on Real Madrid's defensive line. Mourinho was acutely aware that Malaga's defense paled in comparison to their attacking trident, leaving numerous exploitable vulnerabilities. However, recognizing these gaps from the sidelines was one thing. For the players on the pitch to capitalize on them was another matter entirely. Currently, Real Madrid is under immense pressure. Malaga's offensive onslaught comes in relentless waves, each more formidable than the last. In the forward line, both Cristiano Ronaldo and striker Gonzalo Higuain have neglected their defensive duties, while the efforts of Angel Di Maria and the other forwards at defense are merely symbolic, ultimately reducing the team to 2 defensive midfielders and 4 defenders, with 6 players striving to protect their goal. This scene leaves the Madrid fans in a state of bewilderment as they are reminded of the team's form prior to Mourinho's tenure, where a constellation of stars in the attack barely contributed to defense, leaving the backline to fend for itself. It evokes memories of a time when Ronaldo was at the forefront and Iker Casillas was left to scramble in the back, a situation reminiscent of the present. Cristiano Ronaldo stands near the center circle, frustrated as a long pass intended for him is deftly intercepted by Demichelis. With a wave of his hand, he indicates to the defender that the space behind him is vast and unguarded. Yet, the ball simply does not reach him. In front of the media, Ronaldo exudes confidence regarding the Golden Boot race, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he asserts his superiority. However, he is acutely aware of the threat posed by his competitors. With 17 rounds of the league completed, he has netted 26 goals, a scoring efficiency that even surprises him. The gap between him and his pursuers is narrowing, and he can hear the footsteps of those closing in. This match presents him with the perfect opportunity to deliver a lesson to his challenger. Do you wish to contest me? You have yet to prove your worth. Ronaldo has already envisioned how he will celebrate and what he will say in post-match interviews. Yet, paradoxically, the ball refuses to find his feet, while Malaga, buoyed by their home crowd, revels in an atmosphere charged with excitement. Amidst the resounding cheers, Pellegrini stands on the sidelines, appearing calm, yet internally anxious. He understands that given Real Madrid's prowess, once they regain their composure, Malaga will find themselves in peril. After all, Mourinho's Madrid is renowned for their swift counterattacks. Once the ball reaches Ronaldo or Di Maria, and they launch their counter, Malaga's goal will be in jeopardy. Recent long passes from Madrid indicate that they have begun attempting counterattacks. Had it not been for Demichelis's timely intervention, they might have executed a successful break. Thus, Malaga must score. They need to press forward, catching their opponents off guard. Real Madrid is unlikely to anticipate Malaga's boldness. If the opposition adjusts, it could spell disaster for them. This is indeed a double-edged sword. If Malaga fails to convert their chances, they will find themselves in a precarious situation. Pellegrini feels a growing urgency within, though he maintains a calm exterior, for he understands that displaying any anxiety could undermine the team's resolve and morale, inadvertently providing Real Madrid with an advantage. Meanwhile, Mourinho has returned to his seat on the bench. The match has reached the 18th minute. He doubts that Malaga can continue their offensive. If that were the case, Real Madrid's counterattacks would not be to be underestimated. Malaga's attempts to seize the initiative are proving fruitless. They have already conceded first. When it comes time for Real Madrid to retaliate, they may find it intolerable. Chapter completed. Chapter 74. The acts like slam dunk. Pellegrini is aware that the situation is somewhat precarious, yet he does not instruct his team to retreat. He glances at Ye Luo. There are still plenty of weapons in Ye Luo's arsenal yet to be deployed, Pellegrini thinks. Even without shouting from the sidelines, Ye Luo understands he must score quickly. Drawing from his experiences in virtual confrontations with Real Madrid, he realizes that Malaga is now in a perilous position. Real Madrid's counterattacking prowess is formidable. Bolstered by the long-pass maestro Xabi Alonso, and their three frontline forwards are all adept at counterattacking and scoring, especially Cristiano Ronaldo. The current Cristiano Ronaldo is not merely a goal scorer who has undergone a complete transformation. His ability to advance with the ball along the flanks is not only unparalleled, but also among the finest in the world. His speed and impact remain intact. Furthermore, for Ye Luo, this match represents a direct confrontation with Ronaldo. Currently, Ronaldo ranks second in the scoring charts while Ye Luo is in third. The gap of 4 goals is not insurmountable. However, as the match progresses, Real Madrid gradually adapts to Malaga's offensive strategies, diminishing their threat significantly. Moreover, Mourinho has evidently devised tactics specifically to counter Ye Luo. Firstly, there is a tightly packed frontal defense, with at least 3 players assigned to challenge and assist in defending whenever Ye Luo has the ball. This strategy was originally employed by Mourinho in this season's second Clásico to contend with Messi, and it is now being applied to Ye Luo. Additionally, Real Madrid's defensive focus is on severing the connection between Isco and Ye Luo, as Isco is the orchestrator of Malaga's front line. Upon receiving the ball, Isco's primary objective is to deliver it to Ye Luo's feet. This presents Real Madrid with an opportunity for targeted defense to disrupt the passing lanes from Isco to Ye Luo. As long as Ye Luo is not in possession, the threat is significantly reduced. No matter how skilled Ye Luo is, what can he accomplish without receiving a pass? Ye Luo also observes that as the match time progresses, the difficulty of receiving the ball increases. Many Real Madrid players are not marking him directly, but are instead positioning themselves to obstruct Isco's forward passing lines. Particularly after Mourinho's fervent exhortations, players like Di Maria, the beggar, and even Higuain join in the collective defense, making the situation even more pronounced. Real Madrid's defensive emphasis is on severing the connections between Ye Luo and other Malaga players. While Malaga players can pass among themselves to Ye Luo, that path is blocked. This is the foundation of Mourinho's confidence in his position. Malaga's unexpected adoption of an aggressive strategy indeed caught Mourinho off guard. He was momentarily concerned that Malaga's offensive might secure a goal, putting Real Madrid in a passive stance. However, as Real Madrid steadied themselves, the disparity in strength between the two teams began to manifest. The most significant threat from the opposition was Ye Luo. By isolating him and preventing him from receiving passes for an extended period, his abilities were rendered ineffective. Ye Luo excels in breakthroughs and long-range shots, skills that require possession of the ball. Without access to the ball, these talents could not be utilized. Mourinho comfortably crossed his legs, satisfied that his pre-match strategy was yielding excellent results, with his team successfully countering Malaga's initial assaults. It seemed that Malaga had exhausted their options. What else could they do but retreat and hope for counterattacks. If Malaga continued their relentless assault, it would only further benefit Mourinho. Did Pellegrini not realize that his team was best suited for defensive counterattacks? There was little for him to worry about. Malaga's unexpected aggression bore no fruit. Ye Luo was isolated, indicating the defensive setup had been quite effective. Given this, what was there to fret about? Now, it was simply a matter of waiting for Real Madrid to secure victory in this match. For Real Madrid, with a 1-point lead over Barcelona, maintaining this advantage was crucial. When the decisive clash at the Bernabeu arrived, a draw would suffice to secure the top position in the standings. Mourinho was exceedingly confident that if his team aimed for a draw, losing would be nearly impossible. Thus, the prospect of Real Madrid clinching the league title this season seemed promising. From the humiliation of a 5-1 defeat at Camp Nou at the season's outset to now overtaking Barcelona for the championship, this could be considered a successful act of vengeance. The only question remained. Mourinho glanced towards Pellegrini, convinced that his own strategy was flawless. Had he been in Pellegrini's position, he would have instructed his team to adopt a deep defensive stance. Yet Pellegrini did nothing. Why was that? Was he bewildered? Certainly not. Pellegrini was no fool. So, what was the source of Pellegrini's confidence? Mourinho felt a twinge of frustration, his leg bouncing restlessly as he pondered the opponent's hidden tactics. Ye Luo appeared to have been starved of the ball for some time. Malaga needed to exercise caution, for Real Madrid's counterattacks posed a significant threat. As noted by commentator Zhang Jun, the other commentators in the booth also recognized the developing issue. Ye Luo was gradually becoming isolated. The commentator Andres from Cobain Radio took a deep breath, acknowledging the brilliance of Mourinho. He had devised a strategy, a method to counter Ye Luo. Should this approach prove effective, other La Liga teams would undoubtedly follow suit. Ye Luo was in trouble, a significant predicament indeed. Was this what Mourinho referred to as a bottleneck? It posed a genuine challenge for Ye Luo. However, it was not solely his shortcoming, but rather the inadequacy of his Malaga teammates. Ye Luo's prowess with the ball was undeniable, yet his fellow players struggled to deliver the ball to his feet. This explains why the core players of smaller teams often fall short in statistics compared to those from elite clubs. It is not a matter of their own abilities, but rather the limitations of their teammates. In that moment, the commentators shook their heads in unison, declaring that Ye Luo was formidable, but his companions lacked the necessary strength. Thus, Real Madrid's strategy was replicable. They merely needed to focus their defensive efforts on Ye Luo, thereby diminishing the threat posed by the other players, who could not match his caliber. This vulnerability rendered Malaga susceptible to such tactics. They relied too heavily on Ye Luo as their linchpin. Should he falter, Malaga's offensive capabilities would falter alongside him. Conversely, Real Madrid faced no such dilemma, boasting an abundance of attacking options. Each forward and midfielder they fielded could easily assume a pivotal role in any mid-tier team or be a mainstay in a top club. In the media section, several journalists from the Dragon Kingdom expressed their concerns. How fortunate it would be for Ye Luo to be part of a prestigious club where other teammates could share the burden. Indeed, the weight of expectation rested solely upon his shoulders. Mourinho's strategy was effectively exploiting Malaga's lack of depth. Zhong Daong, also present in the media area, upon hearing the discussions among the Dragon Kingdom reporters, turned his gaze towards Ye Luo. He then declared loudly, "This is, in fact, a form of experience, is it not? Ye Luo will inevitably encounter such situations." Observing Ye Luo conversing with Isco on the field, his anticipation grew. In the face of such adversity, how would this greatest talent in the history of Dragon Kingdom football respond? Should they implement this tactic now? Isco hesitated momentarily. "It's fine, let us employ it now. We will need to use it eventually," Ye Luo asserted. Isco nodded in agreement. Realizing he was not receiving the ball, Ye Luo began to contemplate a shift in their offensive approach. Soon, the Malaga players on the field adjusted their coordination accordingly. The first noticeable change involved the two fullbacks positioning themselves slightly further forward. This scene elicited a cold smile from Mourinho. Indeed, one does not weep until they see the coffin. With both fullbacks advancing, could Malaga's defense withstand the onslaught of Cristiano Ronaldo? As Mourinho pondered this, he observed Isco, who, upon gaining possession, no longer fixated on seeking out Ye Luo. In truth, he was not far from Ye Luo. If he had dared to make a direct pass, connection was indeed possible. However, he refrained from doing so and instead opted for a diagonal transfer. The ball landed on the right side. The right back, Fernando, had surged forward at high speed. Would he attempt a cross? Mourinho glanced towards the penalty area. Indeed, their center forward, Baptista, possessed a certain capability for heading the ball towards goal. Yet, this skill paled in comparison to Ye Luo's threat with the ball at his feet. Such a play essentially meant that Malaga was relinquishing their most formidable attacking weapon, a self-inflicted wound. A faint smirk of derision appeared at the corners of Mourinho's mouth. It seemed he had overestimated Pellegrini. Under his cold laughter, Fernando delivered the cross. It was a sweeping arc of a pass, targeting the central weakness. Did he overhit it? Both Mourinho and the Real Madrid players were momentarily stunned, for at that moment, Baptista was ready to receive it at the near post. Such a pass. And he dared to attempt a cross from the flank? Unable to find the target, what was the point of crossing? A chorus of regret arose from the stands, as many Madrid supporters prepared to unleash their scorn. Just then, a figure surged forward at high speed. The mocking expressions of the Real Madrid players on the sidelines transformed into sheer terror. Fernando's cross. The ball had indeed been overhit. Ye Luo. The commentators, with a vantage point far superior to that of the players on the field, immediately spotted Ye Luo charging into the penalty area. Ye Luo, in the center. The commentators gasped in astonishment, many of them agape. Some murmured, "Oh God, keep an eye on him, don't let him get the first touch, control the second drop." Inside the box, Casillas was orchestrating the defense. The central defensive duo of Pepe and Ramos was remarkably reliable. Ramos was tightly marking Baptista, while the other players were poised to control the drop zone. Across, it is exceedingly difficult to breach Real Madrid's defense with such a rudimentary tactic. Moreover, as soon as the ball was played, Casillas let out a sigh of relief. The accuracy of that pass was indeed not something to be overly concerned about. He turned to follow the ball's trajectory through the air, catching a glimpse of a figure charging forward at high speed. Oh no! Before Casillas could issue a warning, he witnessed that figure leap high into the air, even before the ball reached him. Too early, Casillas thought, just as he began to relax. He saw Ye Luo's body continue to ascend, higher and higher. He was soaring. Casillas' pupils constricted sharply. In his eyes, that figure appeared to be suspended in midair, awaiting the descent of the ball. He was astonished. Such hang time, such elevation. Was it really necessary to be so exaggerated? As that figure suddenly folded, bam, the forehead struck the ball forcefully towards the goal. All Casillas could do was raise his hands, striving to expand his defensive reach. Whether he could thwart the impending strike depended solely on fortune. Prior to this moment, Ye Luo had indeed been experiencing discomfort on the pitch, struggling to secure possession of the ball unless he dropped back to retrieve it, a strategy that proved futile. It was improbable for him to bypass all defenders and score. While such goals were not unheard of, they were not easily achievable. After several attempts, Ye Luo resolved to adopt a different attacking strategy, one that frequently emerged on the training ground but was seldom employed in matches. Unexpectedly, this led Mourinho to misinterpret his lack of off-the-ball capability. It is essential to recognize that Ye Luo possessed height and explosive power, attributes that typically endowed a player with remarkable jumping ability and proficiency in heading. Moreover, he embodied a scoring prowess reminiscent of Cristiano Ronaldo at his zenith, a talent that inherently included off-the-ball movement. After all, peak Ronaldo was akin to a formidable scoring machine, excelling in positioning, shooting, with both feet, headers, penalties, and free kicks. In comparison to the frenzied wing play of others, he was distinctly different. As Fernando delivered a cross, Ye Luo was still positioned outside the penalty area. Upon the ball's ascent, he surged forward with remarkable speed. Utilizing his momentum, he leaped high, his feet nearly reaching the shoulders of the defending player, as if suspended in midair. Subsequently, the muscles in his core contracted sharply, folding his body in a manner reminiscent of a basketball dunk, an axe-like slam. The distinction lay in the fact that while a dunk employs the hands, Ye Luo executed his with his head. His head, akin to a colossal hammer, propelled the ball towards the goal with tremendous force, driven by both his forward momentum and core strength. At such a close range, Casillas had no time to react. He could only gesture ineffectually as the ball sailed past him, striking the net with a resounding thud. This chapter concludes with Chapter 75, the confidence to launch an offense. Goal. In the commentary booth, the local Malaga television commentator leapt from his seat, raising his arms in exuberance, exclaiming to the heavens, "Ye Luo! Ye Luo! Ye Luo! The ball has scored. Oh, what an incredibly powerful header." Commentators from other stations joined in the fervent celebration. In the 23rd minute of the first half, Malaga had taken the lead. They were ahead 1-0 against Real Madrid on their home turf. Mourinho's team found themselves trailing, having conceded the first goal at Malaga's stadium. Yellow. A header. A splendid header. What a beautiful goal. Oh God, how high he jumped. Ramos's shoulders barely reached Yellow's soaring feet. The explosion of power. The leap. The anticipation of the trajectory. The precision of the header. Everything was simply, remarkably perfect. After landing, Ye Luo stumbled momentarily before ultimately losing his balance and falling to the ground. He had leapt too high, aided by a running start, and consequently rolled several times within the penalty area. Upon seeing the football bouncing in the net, a surge of fervor ignited within him. Attempting to restrict my celebration? Not a chance. He sprang up, just as Isco grabbed him, exclaiming, "The celebration move. We had agreed upon our celebration." Ye Luo smacked his thigh, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly forgetting that detail. Thus, he beckoned his teammates while sprinting towards the sidelines. At that moment, players from Malaga's bench were already holding something, waiting. Was Ye Luo heading to celebrate with the players on the bench? The commentators expressed their confusion until Isco dashed over to receive something from the substitute players. Meanwhile, the other Malaga players raced towards the coaching staff and bench of Real Madrid. At this juncture, individuals on Real Madrid's coaching staff and bench had already risen, waving their hands and vociferously admonishing the Malaga players to refrain from any unruly behavior. Mourinho's brow furrowed, uncertain of the intentions behind Malaga's antics. It was only when Ye Luo donned a fake beard, slipped on reading glasses, and adorned himself with a gray wig that the scene became clear. Isco and Camacho hunched over, while Ye Luo placed his hands on their backs. The remaining players lay in a row, their blue and white striped jerseys resembling a zebra crossing on the ground. Mimicking the elderly, Ye Luo leaned on Isco and Camacho, strolling leisurely past Real Madrid's coaching staff. A ripple of laughter erupted among the fans after a brief moment of astonishment. The substitute players of Real Madrid stood frozen, observing the Malaga players' performance. Some turning to gauge Mourinho's reaction, while others struggled to suppress their laughter. The creativity of Malaga's celebration was undeniable. Prior to the match, Mourinho had remarked that Ye Luo's aspirations for the Golden Boot were naive, branding him as an inexperienced youth. Now, the commentators from Malaga erupted in laughter. The broadcasting team was astute, immediately honing in on Mourinho, eager to capture any subtle shifts in his expression. However, regrettably, Mourinho seemed oblivious to the spectacle. His gaze remained fixed on the pitch, appearing unfazed by his team's predicament in an away match. The Real Madrid players found themselves somewhat at a loss, unsure whether to support their coach or not, especially given the humorous nature of Malaga's response, which was not confrontational but rather a playful skit, eliciting a desire to applaud from several Real Madrid players. The air at the Rose Garden Stadium was filled with joyous exuberance, and Pellegrini, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but smile. Truly, a spirited bunch of young individuals. Even when faced with formidable opponents like Real Madrid, they exhibited no fear, even managing to display moments of levity during the match. He cast a glance at Mourinho on the sidelines, and a weight lifted from his heart. Malaga was now in the lead. The situation mirrored that of their encounter at the Bernabeu, with Malaga ahead, allowing them to retreat and exploit their counterattacking strengths, while Real Madrid was compelled to push forward. This scenario was far more comfortable for Malaga. The players celebrated in a rather humorous manner, a response to the verbal sparring initiated by Mourinho in the pre-match press conference. Zhang Jun felt a chuckle rising within him, yet he stifled it. It must be said that the performances of Ye Luo, Isco, and Camacho were quite commendable, their portrayals remarkably vivid. However, this was merely a fleeting interlude in the match. With Malaga having taken the lead, the advantage was now theirs, and it was Mourinho's turn to devise a strategy. As Zhang Jun spoke, Ye Luo and the others had concluded their celebration, and journalists in the press box were already scheming how to portray Mourinho in the aftermath. This provided the perfect headline and material for writing, did it not? Mourinho's rapport with the media had never been particularly warm, whether in England, Italy, or Spain. Journalists from the Dragon Kingdom were equally delighted. Mourinho enjoyed considerable popularity there, but it paled in comparison to that of Ye Luo. Supporting Ye Luo was a source of national pride for many fans, something Mourinho could never hope to match. Furthermore, his earlier display of disdain towards Ye Luo in the pre-match press conference had irked both the Dragon Kingdom's media and its fans. Now, Ye Luo responded in a manner that was both humorous and memorable. "Did you not say I was naive? That I was an inexperienced youth in need of a lesson? Who was imparting lessons now? Once the match resumed, Mourinho returned to his seat. He had a habit of carrying a small notebook to jot down observations during the game. Now, seated on the bench, he surveyed the field, scribbling notes. I imagine Mr. Mourinho is already preparing his rebuttal for the post-match press conference, a commentator chuckled. Meanwhile, Ye Luo exhibited remarkable dynamism after scoring. Malaga opted to consolidate their position, yet not retreating entirely to their defensive perimeter. Instead, they engaged in a tactical retreat, seizing any opportunity to surge forward and push back against Real Madrid's momentum. The tug-of-war in midfield became the focal point of the first half. Both teams had their chances. Yet the score remained at 1-0, a tally that persisted until halftime. Malaga led 1-0 as they entered the break in their dressing room. The players of Malaga appeared to be in high spirits, wholeheartedly congratulating Ye Luo on achieving his 27th league goal. The gap to Cristiano Ronaldo is now reduced to merely 3 goals. Furthermore, the distance to the top of the leaderboard is just 4 goals. For many players, 4 goals may seem insurmountable, yet for Ye Luo, it could represent just a match or two. It is truly astonishing that a player who only began to gain opportunities in La Liga during the 14th round could reach such remarkable heights. Within the Malaga camp, the players harbor an immense admiration for Ye Luo's prowess. His passing, shooting, and overall ball skills are of the highest caliber, complemented by his sharp movement off the ball. He appears to possess virtually no weaknesses. For many players at Malaga, the opportunity to be teammates with Ye Luo is regarded as an honor, for they are well aware that retaining Ye Luo for even a season or two would be an extraordinary feat, given the interest from prestigious clubs that have long been eyeing him. Meanwhile, in another locker room, Cristiano Ronaldo was expressing his frustration over the lack of shooting opportunities in the first half. He lamented to his teammates about the insufficient support and their failure to pass the ball to him more often. We need to attack. We need goals. Pass the ball to me, right at my feet, he exclaimed. They are just a small team. Controlling possession and pushing them back should pose no challenge, Ronaldo declared with indignation. Within the locker room, many players from the Spanish contingent frowned. Their relations with the Portuguese players were relatively amicable, and although the current Real Madrid locker room still harbors various factions, it is notably improved compared to a few years ago. The dominant factions are led by Iker Casillas and Sergio Ramos, representing the Spanish contingent, while Cristiano Ronaldo leads the Portuguese faction, which includes players from Portugal and Brazil. Notably, these two factions do not engage in fierce rivalry, resulting in a period of relative peace within the Real Madrid locker room. However, Ronaldo's remarks did not sit well with many Spaniards, as they perceived him as arrogant and self-important, carrying an air of superiority. Nevertheless, his undeniable talent and goal-scoring ability somewhat mitigated their grievances. Just as the Spanish players were furrowing their brows, José Mourinho entered the room. He refrained from mentioning the opponent's celebration from the first half. As for him, the outcome of the match was paramount. Such minor incidents could only serve as post-match conversation fodder. His arrival quelled the complaints within the locker room, as Mourinho still held significant respect among the players at Real Madrid, having arrived at the Bernabeu with the glory of having secured a treble with Inter Milan. Furthermore, the previous veterans of Real Madrid, whose ages have advanced, were largely purged in the last season, thus paving the way for Mourinho to establish authority within the locker room. Their aggressive strategy during the first half was executed with remarkable success. Why did they press forward? It was fueled by their desire to score, aiming to counterattack after taking the lead against us. Mourinho highlighted 3 pivotal players on his tactical board: Ye Luo, Isco, and Baptista, the trio capable of orchestrating effective counterattacks. Ye Luo possesses speed, adept dribbling skills, and a strong goal-scoring ability, while Baptista serves as a physical presence, acting as a formidable tactical center forward. Isco, with his exceptional passing capabilities, often facilitates Malaga's attacks, relying heavily on the synergy of this trident. Their complementary characteristics enhance the potency of their counterattacks. Thus, while we press forward offensively in the second half, we must remain vigilant against their counterattacks. Defensively, we must adhere to the strategies employed in the first half, severing the connections between Ye Luo and his Malaga teammates, particularly with Isco. We cannot afford to grant him time on the ball. Although he demonstrated his movement off the ball and aerial prowess in the first half, Mourinho surveyed his players, knowing that defending against his off-the-ball runs is significantly simpler than countering his dribbling breakthroughs. The defenders of Real Madrid nodded in agreement. haunted by the prospect of Yellow ruthlessly advancing with the ball. Ironically, when the ball is not at Yellow's feet, despite the threat posed by his off-the-ball movements, it is preferable to deny him possession altogether. Moreover, our second-half focus should not solely be on defense, but rather on offense. They will undoubtedly adopt a defensive posture, affording us ample opportunities for positional attacks. As the players of Real Madrid concluded their halftime break and made their way onto the pitch, the tactical board in the locker room resembled a chaotic scribble. At first glance, one might struggle to decipher what Mourinho intended to convey through this tangled mess. However, after careful observation during halftime, Mourinho communicated his strategies to his players. The coach's role is limited. The execution of these strategies ultimately hinges on the players' performances on the field. On the Malaga side, Pellegrini was also contemplating Mourinho's counter-strategies. Drawing confidence from the attacking display of Malaga's trident in the first half, Pellegrini resolved to surprise Mourinho. I believe everyone would expect us to rely on our lead for counterattacks in the second half, but in fact, we would continue to press forward at the start of the second half. Pellegrini's words illuminated Yellow's eyes. As an attacking player, he naturally yearned for more opportunities to contribute offensively. Indeed, Pellegrini's gaze was already fixed upon Yellow. In the second half, we shall continue our offensive strategy, fully capitalizing on the potential that Ye Luo presents. The ball must find its way to his feet. During the second half, do not confine yourself strictly to the left-winger position. Feel free to position yourself anywhere in the attacking front as the situation demands. The rest of us must adjust our positioning according to Ye's movements. If an opportunity arises, seize it and shoot directly. Conversely, if the opportunity is less than favorable, maintain control of the ball and await support from your teammates, striving not to relinquish possession in the meantime. Ye Luo nodded in acknowledgement. I understand what to do. As an attacker, he must possess the ability to read the game. Knowing when to take the initiative, when to provide support, when to collaborate, and when to take a shot are essential skills. Technical prowess and skill are fundamental prerequisites. However, the acumen to choose the right moment to attack and the accumulation of match experience are equally vital qualities that an attacker must cultivate comprehensively. Even the pinnacle of talent, like Ronaldo in his prime, could not resolve challenges single-handedly in a league as competitive as La Liga. Football, at its core, remains a team sport. Folks, our attacking strategy is not overly complex. I believe our opponents can easily predict our attacking routes, but that is not a concern for us, Pellegrini stated, surveying the surroundings and raising a finger. What we must focus on is the execution of simple tactics to their fullest potential. We genuinely hold an advantage. As long as we can deliver the ball to Ye's feet, their defense will falter because he alone can draw the attention of at least 3 defenders. Pellegrini declared emphatically. On the pitch, each side fielded 11 players. If Ye Luo can single-handedly engage 3 of Real Madrid's defenders, it will invariably impact both their defensive and offensive strategies. This is the confidence that emboldens us to press forward with our attacks at home. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 76. What does it mean to play like a king? As both teams returned to the field, commentators, legends, and experts were engaged in tactical analyses of the first half during the intermission. There was a consensus that Malaga would utilize their lead to fortify their defense and await counterattack opportunities. It was anticipated that the second half would see Real Madrid launching a vigorous offensive while Malaga would adopt a defensive stance. However, as the second half commenced, all those who had made predictions during the first half found themselves somewhat bewildered, for events unfolded contrary to their expectations. Right from the outset of the second half, Malaga launched a fervent assault. Mourinho was initially taken aback, but he quickly began to anticipate that Real Madrid would exploit their opponents pressing for counterattacks. Yet, he soon realized he had miscalculated, as Malaga's offensive display was even more ferocious than he had imagined. Firstly, the number of players from Malaga engaging in the offense is rather limited. Although the 2 fullbacks have surged forward, they do not press to the byline, but instead provide support in midfield. Among the 3 defensive midfielders, only one occasionally ventures to the edge of the penalty area to assist Isco, serving as a point of connection. The ferocity of Malaga's attack can largely be attributed to the movement of Ye Luo. As previously mentioned, Mourinho aimed to sever the connections between Ye Luo and his fellow Malaga players. However, while this is easier said than done, when Ye Luo hugs one flank, he is relatively easier to contain. Yet, at the onset of the second half, Ye Luo's positioning becomes increasingly unpredictable. He alternates between being a right winger, a left winger, penetrating the penalty area and occasionally retreating to the number 10 position. In the attacking third, he is omnipresent. This style of play epitomizes the role of a free-roaming forward, capable of excelling in any forward position. His fundamental skills in passing, dribbling, and shooting are exceptionally refined, and his off-the-ball movements are laden with threat. He can wreak havoc as a forward or, when retreating, orchestrate the play from a more advanced midfield position. This manner of play is reminiscent of legendary footballers. In lower-tier leagues, it is common to encounter players whose abilities far exceed those of their peers, allowing one to experience the exhilaration of witnessing a maestro at work. Those who frequently partake in city amateur leagues might occasionally face opponents bolstered by a recently retired professional, thus experiencing the hardship of confronting a true virtuoso. Yet, few have been able to maintain such a style in a league as prestigious as La Liga. Historically, only a handful of players have achieved this, such as Maradona and Messi. Ye Luo now appears to be progressing in that direction, emerging as a player of significant influence in the game. Under Ye Luo's impact, Malaga's attack is relentless. Isco's splendid shot, Ye Luo's deft pass into the box, Baptista's header. Keylor Navas delivers a crucial save. Ye Luo breaks down the right flank. A low cross. Juanito. Alas, the arriving defensive midfielder Juanito misses a golden opportunity. The commentary box reverberates with gasps of astonishment, akin to a symphony conductor orchestrating the crescendo of the match. On the sidelines, Pellegrini mirrors this sentiment. With each failed Malaga attack, he expresses deep regret but continues to fervently encourage his team to press on. At this moment, he even momentarily eclipses Mourinho's presence. Given Pellegrini's past experiences with Real Madrid, how could he not relish this opportunity? The mere thought of triumphing over Real Madrid twice is enough to invigorate him. Meanwhile, Mourinho's demeanor is grave, as his halftime strategies remain unutilized against such a fierce onslaught from the opposition. This was something Mourinho had not anticipated. Nor could he have foreseen the remarkable performance of Ye Luo, an 18-year-old player whose every pass, stop, and shot on the field appeared remarkably astute. It seemed as though he possessed an intimate understanding of every Real Madrid player, prompting a thought to surge through Mourinho's mind. He furrowed his brow, contemplating strategies to counteract the situation. The Malaga fans in the stands were ignited by the fervor of their team, rising to their feet and unleashing a tremendous cheer. Amidst the overwhelming roars and encouragement echoing throughout the Rose Garden Stadium, the Malaga players surged with vigor and momentum. Although Real Madrid had their own opportunities for attack, their offensive spirit today was evidently lacking compared to their adversaries. A football match resembles a battle, while the comparison of hard strength is crucial. Morale and momentum equally sway the outcome. Ye Luo predominantly operated along the right flank, having discerned that Real Madrid's left back, Marcelo, relished advancing to assist in attacks alongside Cristiano Ronaldo. Just 2 minutes prior, Real Madrid had threatened with an attack down that wing, where Marcelo assisted Ronaldo in a perilous shot. By positioning himself on that flank, Ye Luo aimed to suppress Real Madrid's left-side offensives. However, upon Ye Luo entering his defensive zone, Marcelo did not immediately retreat. On one hand, he had confidence in his teammate Cristiano Ronaldo. On the other, he seemed somewhat enamored with the thrill of participating in the offensive play. One might wonder how a competent defender could possess such an insatiable desire to attack. If that were the case, why not simply play as a winger? In any event, as Ye Luo seized the opportunity presented by Marcelo's tardy retreat and received the ball on the wing, he swiftly cut into the penalty area. Faced with Pepe's defense, he deftly maneuvered the ball to his right foot and unleashed a sharp-angle shot. The ball struck the post and ricocheted out of play, sending a chill of anxiety through the hearts of Real Madrid supporters. It also prompted Mourinho on the sidelines to erupt, Marcelo, get back, Marcelo." Upon witnessing the furious reaction of his coach, realized he could no longer indulge in offensive pursuits. That previous attack had been far too perilous. Had fortune not favored Real Madrid, they might well have conceded another goal. Marcelo dared not defy Mourinho's command. He was not among the team's elite, lacking the stature of figures like Cristiano Ronaldo, Casillas, Ramos, or Xabi Alonso. Offending the head coach could jeopardize his chances of playing for the remainder of the season, with Cointreau and other players readily available to fill his position on the bench. Thus, he could only lower his head and retreat, careful not to overstep his bounds. This left Cristiano Ronaldo rather displeased. What was going on? With Ye Luo on that flank, he felt deprived of support from the fullback, who was now hesitant to push forward and assist in the attack. I also find myself on this edge, wondering how the Malaga players have retreated. With Yellow moving to the right, which is the left side of Real Madrid's attacking direction, Fernando, the right back for Malaga, boldly advanced his position. In an instant, Malaga's attacks down the right flank flourished. In the 61st minute of the match, Fernando delivered a sweeping pass along the flank, the ball skimming the ground in search of Yellow in the half space. However, it was intercepted by Marcelo, who blocked it with his body. Yet, Marcelo failed to clear the ball out of bounds. Instead, it struck his ankle and deflected to the edge of the penalty area, landing at Isco's feet. Isco feigned a shot, only to perform a clever pass instead, gently nudging the ball with the arch of his left foot into the path of Yellow within the box. Yellow controlled the ball, pivoting in the limited space to face the goal directly. This maneuver caused the Real Madrid defenders to hesitate. Nevertheless, within the penalty area, the presence of numerous Real Madrid defenders formed two lines of defense before Yellow. Given the constricted space, the likelihood of Yellow breaking through seemed slim. However, Yellow is not a solitary player. Behind him, Xabi Alonso and Khedira had already closed in. If he were entangled, no amount of skill would protect the ball. Thus, he deftly flicked the ball with the tip of his right foot back towards the right flank. Fernando had already surged into this area, showcasing the extent of Malaga's offensive momentum. No one anticipated that Yellow would choose to pass rather than shoot when facing the goal. The attention of Real Madrid players was wholly focused on him, allowing Fernando to receive the ball with virtually no one marking him. Upon receiving the pass, he did not squander Yellow's immediate delivery, deftly bringing the ball to his right foot, unleashing a powerful strike from the half space. At that moment, all of Casillas' focus was on Yellow. In the pre-match briefing, the coach had incessantly emphasized Yellow's threat, and the training sessions had centered on how to defend against him. Consequently, when Yellow flicked the ball away, the Real Madrid players were caught off guard. As Fernando took his shot, Casillas was still adjusting his position to cover the near post. However, as the ball glided along the grass, Casillas, in motion, was unable to respond in time. Wow. The commentator from Malaga TV leaped from his commentary seat. The cheers from the Rose Garden grandstand surged from an already fervent peak to an entirely new zenith. The immense roar, the shouts, and the songs coalesced like molten lava within the stadium, swirling and intertwining, ultimately erupting from the circular aperture above the pitch. As Ye Luo witnessed Fernando fulfilling his swift assist by sending the ball into the net, he raised his arms in jubilation and rushed towards Fernando, who was laughing heartily and pointing at him in gratitude for his assistance. The players of Real Madrid, seasoned as they were, found themselves momentarily stunned. At that instant, their expressions were vacant, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the stadium. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 77, the intense Golden Boot race. The entire stadium trembled. Amidst the pulsating excitement of tens of thousands of fans, it felt as if a minor earthquake had occurred around the Rose Garden Stadium. The ball has entered the net. 2-0. 2-0. Oh, who could have anticipated this? Malaga leads by 2 goals. Real Madrid finds themselves trailing by 2 goals away from home. Are they truly on the verge of being vanquished by Malaga? In the commentary booth, the announcers were beside themselves with excitement, their hands clasped atop their heads. What a spectacle! Magnificent! This pass was exquisite. It bore a striking resemblance to the artistry of Ronaldinho. Truly magical. In an instant, fans across the Dragon Kingdom's internet were electrified. While everyone yearned for breathtaking goals, sometimes an exquisite assist could equally uplift the spirit. Such was Ye Luo's pass. He pulled the ball, turned with grace, and with an air of nonchalance faced the tightly packed defense of Real Madrid within the penalty area. With a deft touch of his right foot, he flicked the ball into the air, threading it through the narrow gaps, landing perfectly at the feet of the unmarked Fernando, who, despite being a defender, could not hesitate when presented with such a scoring opportunity. His right-footed strike unleashed an impressive velocity, sending the ball soaring into the net from the near corner. Upon witnessing this goal, numerous journalists from Catalonia in the media area erupted in exultation. Goal. 2-0. 2-0. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Malaga. The commentator from Catalonia television exclaimed. Thank you, Malaga. This sentiment echoed among all Barcelona fans at that moment. Should Malaga triumph over Real Madrid in this match, it would signify that Barcelona's lead remained intact, allowing them to maintain their control in the championship race by merely drawing at the Bernabeu. In the previous round, Barcelona fans harbored deep resentment towards Malaga. Yet in this match, their affection for Malaga surged. At this moment, they even yearned to chant "Long live Malaga." On the sidelines, the usually composed Pellegrini could no longer contain himself. He surged towards the edge of the pitch, raising his arms in celebration, only to be embraced by his assistant, Malaga. This goal was pivotal, 2-0. After scoring in the second half, Malaga's lead had widened to 2 goals. What did this signify? It meant Malaga finally had ample leverage to secure a victory through staunch defense. It meant Malaga was mere steps away from securing 3 points after 2 consecutive grueling battles against Barcelona and Real Madrid. Initially, it was presumed that at least one of the 2 matches would result in a loss of points. However, it now appears that both matches hold the potential for a full 3 points. This signifies that Malaga has firmly seized control of the quest for a top 4 finish. Neither Pellegrini nor the players and fans of Malaga seem preoccupied with the title race between Barcelona and Real Madrid. Their focus is solely on their own team. Their victory over Real Madrid was not a gesture towards Barcelona, but rather a crucial step for their own league standing. Meanwhile, Mourinho's expression darkened considerably. Even with a 1-goal deficit, he maintained a calm demeanor, hoping for a counterattack from Real Madrid as Malaga pressed forward. Yet, now, with a 2-goal deficit, conceding another goal at this juncture would spell disaster for Real Madrid. They must score 3 goals within the remaining time to overturn the score. Even a draw holds no significance for them. A victory is imperative to surpass Barcelona. If they only secure 1 point in this round of matches, and if Barcelona triumphs at home against Mallorca, then Barcelona will still lead Real Madrid by 1 point. Although the match between Barcelona and Mallorca has yet to commence, can Mourinho genuinely hope that the 16th-placed Mallorca might achieve an upset at Camp Nou? At that moment, a stir arose on the field as Marcelo and Ramos engaged in a heated exchange. Several players rushed in to separate them, a sight that rendered Mourinho's face as dark as a cast-iron pot. With the team 2 goals down and conflict erupting among defenders, how could the match possibly continue? The crowd at the Rose Garden Stadium erupted in laughter at the sight of infighting among Real Madrid players. In the VIP box, Malaga's general manager, Sans, was accompanying Real Madrid's president, Florentino, to watch the match. After all, the official relationship between Malaga and Real Madrid is quite amicable. Florentino did not seem particularly concerned about the outcome of the match. Rather, he gazed with keen interest at the screen in the box. A close-up of Ye Luo appeared, who was watching the discord among the Real Madrid players with great curiosity. "I believe we can discuss his transfer issues," Florentino remarked to Fernando. Sans shrugged. "Sir, the initiative does not lie with us. You know he has a release clause of 60 million euros. Florentino nodded, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "I believe no player would turn down the call of Real Madrid, Fernando. If you can assist us in completing the transfer, there are indeed several players in the Real Madrid first team who require clearance." This statement came across as rather arrogant. However, such is the nature of Real Madrid. They are the foremost club in La Liga and perhaps the most alluring club for players worldwide. Upon hearing this, Sans fell into a momentary silence before shaking his head and stating, "At the very least, we must retain him for next season. It would be unwise to sell our core player just as we have qualified for the Champions League. I believe that Ye himself is not in a rush to leave Malaga next season. He is still quite young, is he not?" Florentino, however, refrained from expressing any opinion, gazing out onto the pitch, leaving everyone guessing what thoughts occupied the mind of the most powerful figure in La Liga. Sans felt a twinge of anxiety. To be honest, he was genuinely concerned that Real Madrid might make a move during this summer's transfer window. It seemed imperative for the team to negotiate with Ye, perhaps amending his contract to include a stipulation that he would not depart during this summer's transfer window. Of course, modern football is a commercial enterprise, intricately tied to financial considerations. If the club were to seek such a promise from Ye, it would undoubtedly come at a cost, likely monetary. Mourinho began making substitutions. With the team trailing, conflicts among the defensive players necessitated adjustments. Soon, Benzema and Cointreau stood ready on the sidelines, set to replace Higuaín and Marcelo. The decision to substitute Higuaín stemmed from offensive strategy, aiming to alter the team's attacking rhythm with a different style of forward, while Marcelo's substitution was undoubtedly influenced by the recent altercation. In no time, the visibly displeased Marcelo was taken off the field. Following the substitutions, Real Madrid immediately launched an offensive, as Malaga, having secured a 2-goal lead, opted to fortify their defense. With 2 substitutions made, Malaga began to tighten their formation, facing a significant test for their defense as Real Madrid was certain to unleash a fierce assault. Commentators speculated that barring any unforeseen circumstances, the upcoming phases of the match were easily predictable. Malaga, with a 2-goal advantage, would undoubtedly focus on defense, while Real Madrid would engage in a relentless offensive onslaught. The second half was likely to devolve into an exhibition of attacking and defending for Real Madrid, leaving both sets of fans yearning for a swift remedy to their anxieties. Yet, unexpectedly, the dynamics shifted in the second half. To the surprise of many, Ye retreated to the defensive midfield position to receive the ball. Upon receiving it, he adeptly maneuvered the ball into areas of space, not necessarily advancing forward, but rather exploiting available openings. As a result, Real Madrid players, eager to regain possession, were increasingly prone to fouls. It appeared as if Ye anticipated such fouls, as he leisurely took his time during free kicks, delaying the game further after gaining possession. In the 70th minute, Ye advanced past the halfway line and was fouled near the sideline. He slowly rose to his feet, inciting frustration among the Real Madrid substitutes, who pointed and accused him of time wasting. Unfazed, he took his time adjusting his shoelaces, socks, and shorts, brushing off the grass and dirt from his attire, before finally placing the ball on the ground and summoning Isco to take the free kick. For Ye, he has faced Real Madrid in the virtual arena over 100 times and naturally knows how to ensure the highest winning probability. Despite Malaga currently leading by 2 goals, if they were to completely withdraw and allow Madrid to continuously launch attacks, the likelihood of Malaga not conceding 2 goals would be quite low. The momentum of the opponent's offense would accumulate, and so would the pressure on their defense. Once they concede the first goal, the second would likely follow swiftly. Thus, Ye Luo employs this strategy to disrupt the opponent's rhythm and maintain possession of the ball as much as possible. Ye Luo is exceedingly astute. He utilizes his technical prowess to continually provoke fouls from the Real Madrid players. Each foul committed by Madrid translates to a delay of 1 or 2 minutes in the match, and for both sides, time is indeed of the essence. As noted by the commentator Zhang Jun from Sina Sports, the commentator from Malaga's television station fervently exclaimed, "That's how it's done. We need victory." In contrast, the Madrid television commentator expressed dissatisfaction, stating, "This is a deliberate delay. Such behavior lacks sportsmanship. Everyone is aware that Malaga is intentionally wasting time. Yet to claim a lack of sports ethics seems unjust. Ye Luo is merely protecting the ball. If you cannot take it from him, you are left with no choice but to foul." It is not as if he is feigning injury. For Ye Luo, his actions are driven solely by the pursuit of victory. He executes his tactics with remarkable ease, for in the absence of a forward push, he has ample room to maneuver. His experience is evident in his every action. Each time he deliberately draws a foul, it incites the ire of Mourinho on the sidelines. This boy is infuriating. His playing style is a psychological game, affecting not only the players on the pitch, but even those on the bench. As the match time dwindles, the Madrid players become increasingly agitated, leading to clumsier gameplay. Even when they manage to regain possession, their attacks lack potency. A prime example of this mindset was displayed in the 76th minute, when Cristiano Ronaldo's forced shot from outside the penalty area posed no threat to Malaga's goal. The ball struck Demichelis's foot and ricocheted outside the box, landing perfectly at Ye Luo's feet. Upon seeing Ye Luo with the ball, the Madrid fans felt a pang of apprehension. Here we go again. As Ye Luo received the ball, he lowered his shoulder to the right, deceiving the approaching defender into shifting his weight. Suddenly, Ye Luo flicked the ball to the left and broke through. The defender hurriedly pivoted, only for Ye Luo to deftly heel the ball and turn, leaving the defender's legs twisted in disarray. As the defender attempted to recover, he felt a sharp pain in his leg and, without any physical confrontation, sustained a muscle injury from Ye Luo's maneuver. He sat on the ground, pained, raising his hand in distress. However, Ye Luo remained indifferent to the injury of his opponent. He harbored no fondness for this adversary. If he was hurt, so be it. It was of no concern to him. Death would be a preferable fate, he mused. He continued to advance with the ball, which incited the ire of the Real Madrid players. They charged at him as if he were a tank in a video game, drawing their animosity. Ye Luo maneuvered along the flank, and the right back, Arbeloa, charged at him furiously, only to be deftly sidestepped by Ye Luo. The Real Madrid players were suddenly engulfed in despair, realizing their anger had clouded their judgment, leading them to overcommit and lose their positions. It was important to note that Ye Luo possessed formidable solo capabilities. In an instant, the players of Real Madrid retreated in disarray. Observing their swift return, Ye Luo remained unperturbed. He maintained control of the ball, waiting patiently for Arbeloa to approach once more. When Arbeloa surged forward again, Ye Luo suddenly accelerated, only to abruptly halt as Arbeloa followed suit, causing the latter to tumble to the ground once more. With poise, Ye Luo cut inward toward the center. And just as Khedira advanced to challenge him, Ye Luo deftly shielded the ball, then lunged forward, cradling it securely. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Khedira had committed a foul. The ball remained with Malaga. Another infraction. The commentators at Cadena Cope, including Andres, shook their heads, noting how many fouls Ye Luo had drawn. He was practically tormenting his opponents. At that moment, the television screen captured Khedira, head bowed, shouting furiously at Ye Luo, "Did you not see our player injured?" Khedira, incensed, was defending his fellow countryman, the beggar, as both were German internationals. Ye Luo shrugged dismissively, retorting, "How was I to know if he was feigning? I didn't touch him." Indeed, he had not. He had merely twisted the rhythm, leaving his opponent in a tangle. Furious, Khedira shoved Ye Luo, who stumbled but did not back down, glaring defiantly as he prepared to retaliate. However, his teammate Juanito restrained him. The Brazilian beast Baptista and Isco were quick to step in. "What do you intend to do? Fight, are you? Come on, German." The Malaga players, witnessing Ye Luo being bullied, rushed in from all directions. The Real Madrid players, unwilling to yield, surged forward as well, resulting in a chaotic melee, with unsavory words exchanged. The referee swiftly intervened, separating the players and issuing yellow cards to Khedira, Baptista, Arbeloa, and others, meting out punishment equally. Once the players dispersed, Ye Luo placed the ball at his feet, awaiting the referee's whistle. He stood approximately 30 meters from the goal. The distance was considerable, yet not insurmountable for a direct shot on goal. Following a brief altercation, Ye Luo stood ready to take the free kick from a spot somewhat distant from the goal, with the option to either shoot or pass. As the commentator spoke, Isco stood beside the Real Madrid wall, winking at Ye Luo. Understanding the cue, Ye Luo realized that his chances of breaching Casillas' defense from this range were slim. Thus, an unexpected collaboration seemed prudent. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Ye Luo positioned himself as if to unleash a powerful strike. He had previously scored from such a distance, instilling confidence in the Real Madrid players, who tensed up with their hands instinctively protecting their vital areas. With the final touch of his foot, Ye Luo took the shot, while the commentators erupted in excitement. The ball soared, not skyward in a thunderous strike, but rather, it was a perfectly executed through pass. The ball slipped through the legs of the leaping wall. Isco, quick to react, turned and found the ball at his feet, deftly leading it forward. Isco was one-on-one. Amidst the commentators' astonished exclamations, the substitute left-back Cointreau, driven by a sense of duty, launched himself into a reckless slide tackle, but he failed to make contact with the ball. Instead, he felled Isco within the penalty area. Instantly, panic spread among the Real Madrid players as Cointreau's face turned pale upon witnessing the ball evade him. In the moment Isco fell, Cointreau hastily stood, his fingers instinctively shaking in denial. A look of terror etched across his face, though it was unclear what his gestures were meant to signify. The referee, unfaltering, deemed it a foul within the penalty area, obstructing a clear goal-scoring opportunity. Penalty awarded, accompanied by a red card. The dreaded red dot package was set in motion. As the referee blew the whistle, pointing to the penalty spot, while producing a red card from his pocket, the Rose Garden Stadium erupted with thunderous cheers. Isco was one-on-one. Oh, what a predicament for Cointreau. He completely missed the ball. The red dot package sealed Real Madrid's fate. In the commentary booth, the Madrid television commentators shut their eyes in anguish. At this juncture, it was evident that Real Madrid had no prospect of victory. On the sidelines, Mourinho jumped and protested vehemently to the fourth official, roaring in his ear. Consequently, he too received a yellow card. The referee's decision not to brandish a red card towards Mourinho was a leniency. Had he received one, it would have cast a significant shadow over the next round of the Spanish Derby. The commentators on Cope Radio noted correctly that the officiating crew likely weighed the potential repercussions of issuing a direct red card to Mourinho. which could impact the viewership of this pivotal clash at the Bernabeu. In any case, regardless of Real Madrid's protests, the ruling was immutable. The penalty was awarded, and Cointreau was dismissed with a red card. The situation had deteriorated to an unbearable extent. In the VIP box, Florentino's expression reflected his discontent. However, it is not solely due to this particular penalty. Rather, it is Mourinho's tempestuous outbursts directed at the referee that have drawn the ire of Florentino. In his view, Mourinho's penchant for stirring controversy is somewhat incongruous with the stature expected of a Real Madrid coach. After all, Real Madrid epitomizes the upper echelons of Spanish society. They are a team of aristocrats, distinct from the worker-class clubs such as Atletico Madrid, Malaga, and several others in the Premier League. Nonetheless, despite the various implications attributed to football clubs by self-proclaimed aficionados or boastful supporters, at its core, football remains a competitive sport. The essence of competitive sport lies fundamentally in the pursuit of victory. Victory begets supporters. Victory begets championships. Real Madrid is a storied institution, having amassed numerous titles. Yet, should they fail to secure further triumphs in La Liga and the Champions League, languishing in the round of 16 year after year, their brand influence would inevitably wane. Liverpool was once the premier club in the Premier League, yet now their annual revenue aligns with that of Tottenham, a team that has not tasted victory in decades. Why is this the case? It all boils down to performance. Real Madrid is a team that champions offensive play. Why did they invite Mourinho to the Bernabeu? It was because they had been severely overshadowed by Barcelona in recent years. They needed to achieve breakthroughs on the competitive front, which led them to enlist the Portuguese tactician, renowned for his defensive counter-attacking strategies and pragmatic football. Thus, while Florentino may harbor dissatisfaction, he is not inclined to sever ties with Mourinho just yet. After all, this season, Real Madrid has advanced to the quarterfinals of the Champions League, reached the King's Cup final, and remains in close contention with Barcelona in the league, holding aspirations for the title. Therefore, patience is warranted. At this moment, Ye Luo stood at the penalty spot, cradling the ball. His only opponent was Casillas, who stood on the goal line with arms outstretched, his demeanor calm and exuding confidence. He had studied Ye Luo's penalty-taking style. The latter was a quintessential power shooter, one who invariably opts for a fierce strike. Thus, Casillas decided against elaborate movements, relying instead on a gamble, choosing to dive either to the left or right. He would launch himself in the direction he guessed before Ye Luo struck the ball, hoping for a chance to save. As Casillas contemplated his strategy, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Ye Luo began his approach, his pace quickening. Everything unfolded as expected, Casillas mused. But as Ye Luo took his final step, his planted foot beside the ball, he suddenly contracted his thigh muscles and propelled himself to the left. Yet, Ye Luo's right foot, which had been poised to strike, gently lowered, deftly lifting the ball into the air. The ball effortlessly arched into the net through the center. A delightful Panenka penalty. Magnificent. 3-0. Ye Luo executed a Panenka penalty with finesse against Casillas, scoring assuredly. 3-0. Malaga secured their victory. This marked the 28th goal of the season. He is merely 2 goals away from Cristiano Ronaldo and 3 from Messi. The race for the league's golden boot has officially welcomed Ye Luo. His audacity to attempt a Panenka penalty against Casillas showcases his relaxed demeanor. Indeed, Ye Luo's performance in this match was nothing short of exceptional, overshadowing the brilliance of Real Madrid stars. As the commentators erupted in excitement, the entire stadium was once again ignited by this goal. After the match resumed, Real Madrid struggled to mount any significant offensive threats, trailing by 3 goals and down to 10 men. Even the renowned stars on the pitch found it challenging to muster the spirit of a desperate comeback. Cristiano Ronaldo, however, put in tremendous effort, as he needed to score to extend his lead in the scoring charts and to catch up with or surpass Messi. Yet, lacking support, his shots often lacked conviction. Though he registered numerous attempts, few posed a real threat to Asenjo. In the 95th minute, Ronaldo unleashed a powerful strike from approximately 30 meters out, sending the ball soaring into the stands. With 3 sharp whistles, the referee signaled the end of the match. This chapter concludes with the score. Real Madrid succumbed to Malaga with a final tally of 0-3. Malaga triumphed once more, defeating none other than Real Madrid. This marks their 9th consecutive victory. Since the 14th round of the league, Malaga has achieved an incredible streak of 7 wins, followed by another 9. With only 1 draw and no losses, they have amassed a staggering 49 points from 17 matches, the highest of any team in the same period. Barcelona managed 44, while Real Madrid only garnered 45. The commentator Andres from Cadena Cope exclaimed from the commentary box. At that moment, the television camera focused on Ye Luo, who, unsurprisingly, was once again named the man of the match. Ye Luo. In this match, he scored 2 goals and provided an assist, showcasing an outstanding performance. Across the 2 encounters with Real Madrid, he has netted 5 goals and assisted 1, earning him the title of Real Madrid's nemesis. When did Malaga's winning streak commence? It began with Ye Luo's promotion to the first team, starting in his debut professional match. Unbeknownst to him, he has set a record. Although he is not the youngest player to appear in La Liga, he is the youngest to achieve 5, 10, 11, and now 17 starts in La Liga. Andres declared with enthusiasm. This hardly requires any research, as it is not uncommon for young players to start for the first team. However, for a player not yet 18 to consecutively start for the club in more than 5 or 10 matches is indeed a rarity. At least Andres did not anticipate such remarkable records in La Liga. 28 league goals. In just 17 matches, Ye Luo has netted an astounding 28 goals, narrowing the gap to Cristiano Ronaldo significantly, merely 2 goals shy. Even the distance to the leading Messi is just 3 goals. The race for the Golden Boot this season has become truly exhilarating. Could it be that after a lengthy rivalry between Messi and Ronaldo, the ultimate top scorer will belong to the emerging young talent from Dragon Country, Ye Luo? When Andres reached this point in his reflections, he himself found it somewhat unbelievable. However, purely from a statistical perspective, if one were to plot the goal-scoring trajectories of the 3 players on a timeline, it would be evident that Ye Luo's ascent is remarkably vigorous. If this momentum continues, it is conceivable that before the season concludes, Ye Luo might surpass both Messi and Ronaldo. This match undoubtedly became a hot topic throughout Spanish football. Malaga successfully defended their position in the top 4. In another concurrent match, Villarreal suffered a defeat against Atletico Madrid, allowing Atletico to overtake them in points and secure 5th place. Following a streak of 9 consecutive victories, Malaga's points soared to 55, leading Atletico Madrid by 4 points and Villarreal by 5, while only 3 points separate them from 3rd-placed Valencia. Moreover, they have triumphed against formidable opponents. For Malaga, among the remaining 8 matches in the league, their only challenging adversaries are Atletico Madrid and Athletic Bilbao. In the 33rd round, the team will face Athletic Bilbao away, and in the 38th round, they will take on Atletico Madrid in their own territory. Should they secure victories in these encounters, Malaga could firmly lock in a top 4 finish. Indeed, it is quite plausible that by the final match against Atletico, Malaga may have already secured their place in the top 4. In contrast to Malaga, their rivals, including Valencia and Atletico Madrid, have yet to face Real Madrid and Barcelona. Thus, Malaga even harbors aspirations of challenging for a top 3 position. Post-match, the media fervently debated the implications of Real Madrid's loss to Malaga for the title race and the contest for 4th place. Simultaneously, the animosity sparked by this match between Malaga and Real Madrid continued to fuel a war of words in the aftermath. Cristiano Ronaldo, who failed to score in this match, now finds his position on the scoring chart precariously threatened. Prior to the match, he was compared to Ye Luo, with Mourinho stating that players who maintain peak performance over several seasons deserve admiration, while Ye Luo, being too young, lacks the experience and prowess to challenge the former on the scoring list. Yet now, with the match concluded, Ye Luo has closed the gap from 4 goals to just 2. Naturally, reporters seized the opportunity to pose this question to Ronaldo after the game. Ronaldo, what is your perspective on Ye Luo's remarkable performance, scoring twice in the match? Before the reporters could finish their inquiries, Cristiano Ronaldo shook his head repeatedly and remarked, "It's merely 1 match. I acknowledge that our performance was not up to par, but that does not signify much. I suggest you pay more attention to the standings. They are a full 20 points behind us." After delivering his statement, Ronaldo disregarded the reporters' questions and departed in evident displeasure. He certainly had reasons to feel this way. Could it be that he is indifferent to the fluctuations in the goal-scoring chart? That is certainly implausible. He is deeply invested in it. However, what could he possibly articulate? I currently lead him by 2 goals. Could he express that openly? Certainly not. Who is he? He is none other than Cristiano Ronaldo, a recipient of the Ballon d'Or. He stands in the shadow of another Ronaldo, whose full name is Cristiano Ronaldo dos Santos Aveiro. According to the customary naming conventions of the Portuguese, It is most common to abbreviate to C. Aveiro, with few opting to utilize their middle name on the back of their jersey. However, when Cristiano Ronaldo emerged at Sporting Lisbon, his jersey bore the name Du, during the peak of the extraterrestrial Ronaldo's fame. It is difficult to ascertain whether this was an attempt to ride on the coattails of another's notoriety, although he vehemently denies such intentions. Nevertheless, as his own fame burgeoned, the prefix C became irrelevant, and he was simply referred to as Ronaldo. Regardless of the motivations, one thing is evident. This Portuguese Ronaldo is a figure of considerable pride. Had Ye Luo been an obscure individual, he might have offered some encouraging words to the young player. Yet now, in Ronaldo's mind, Ye Luo has evidently become a challenger and a rival. Thus, his brusque demeanor regarding questions about Ye Luo is entirely understandable. The reporters, well acquainted with his temperament, expressed their understanding. Meanwhile, other Real Madrid players vehemently criticized the referee's decision to issue a red card. It was blatantly excessive. The penalty coupled with the red card marred the match. This decision was the pivotal turning point. Ramos, in a post-match interview, expressed his indignation, refraining from further comments due to concerns about succumbing to the temptation of speaking ill of the referee. At that point, a mere yellow card would not suffice. During the post-match press conference, Mourinho found himself besieged by reporters, all inquiring solely about Ye Luo. Ye Luo scored 2 goals in this match, while Ronaldo went scoreless. What are your thoughts? They pointed out that Ronaldo has amassed 30 league goals, 9 in the Champions League, and 6 in the Copa del Rey, totaling an impressive 45. Mourinho gestured the numbers 4 and 5. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would discern that 45 surpasses 28. The reporters, taken aback by this rebuttal, wore expressions of discontent. Yet, this is the essence of Mourinho's style. Overcoming him in a post-match press conference is a challenge akin to scaling the highest peaks. The reporters, of course, were not about to relent so easily. What is your perspective on Ye Luo's celebratory gesture? I did not witness it, Mourinho remarked with a dismissive expression. You truly did not see it? The reporter pressed on relentlessly. Do I need to prove to you whether I saw it or not? Mourinho retorted, choosing not to engage further. The press conference was rather lively, with reporters brimming with excitement. Their relationship with Mourinho was one of both admiration and animosity. Without Mourinho, post-match press conferences would lack a wealth of material. What are your thoughts on Real Madrid's inability to retaliate in their 3-0 defeat? A Malaga journalist stood up and boldly inquired. The post-match conference had transformed into a verbal sparring match, a battle of wits. It is entirely normal. No team is invincible. Yet what of this loss? We remain at the top of the league, Mourinho asserted. That may change once Barcelona and Hercules have completed their match, a Catalan journalist interjected. Although Real Madrid suffered a defeat, Barcelona's match had yet to commence. Thus, with one additional game played, Real Madrid held a 1-point lead over Barcelona. Oh, do you believe Hercules is unworthy of defeating Barcelona? Mourinho inquired with keen interest, untroubled by the challenge of making things difficult for Barcelona, perhaps provoking Hercules to fiercely contest against them. While this does not guarantee Hercules' victory, it could certainly ignite their fighting spirit. The Catalan journalist fell silent, realizing that no one could best Mourinho in a war of words. Remaining quiet was the wisest course of action. Mourinho let out a cold chuckle, surveying the journalists with a victorious smile before departing. Although the match was lost, Mourinho never loses at a post-match press conference. Consequently, the media reported on the conference, sparking fervent discussions among fans. The commentary sections were ablaze with debates, drawing in mothers, relatives, and various entities to join the fray. It was indeed a lively spectacle. This encapsulates Mourinho, a figure whose reputation is sharply polarized. Those who adore him are unwavering, while others seethe with resentment. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 79. I do not habitually share my records. In fact, the journalist's predictions proved accurate. The following day, Barcelona, playing at home, decisively defeated Hercules with a score of 3-0, surpassing Real Madrid by 2 points to reclaim the top position in the league standings. In this match, Messi scored a goal, elevating his tally in La Liga to 32, leading Ye Luo by 4 goals and solidifying his position at the pinnacle of the scoring chart. After all matches of the round concluded, media discussions erupted fervently, with numerous outlets lauding Malaga's impressive achievement of 9 consecutive victories. This has undoubtedly exhilarated the players of Malaga. The following day during training, Pellegrini cautioned his players against premature celebration, reminding them that there remain 8 matches in the league, and any slip could alter their standings. The players are acutely aware that holding the 4th position is meaningless if they cannot maintain it until the season's conclusion. All efforts would be in vain. Naturally, Ye Luo is also brimming with determination, not solely because he is set to participate in the next season's UEFA Champions League, but more significantly because he has successfully completed his first side quest. In the match against Real Madrid, Ye Luo not only scored twice, but also provided an assist, earning an S-grade performance evaluation. The rewards for his achievements included 9 fusion points and an A-grade item, the Aerial Mastery Skill Book. With the 9 fusion points and the boost from facing Real Madrid, Ye Luo's fusion progress reached 48, marking a steady enhancement of his abilities. Subsequently, Ye Luo turned his attention to the Aerial Mastery Skill Book, an A-grade item that, when used, grants the skill Aerial Mastery. Without hesitation, he chose to utilize it. Beep. Congratulations. You have acquired the A-grade skill, Aerial Mastery, A-grade skill. Level, LV1, maximum LV5. Experience points can be obtained through headers in training and matches. Effects, Aerial Ball Prediction 5, Heading 5, Aerial Dueling 5, Jump Height 5. If the combined score exceeds 100, the surplus is reduced by 90. It is indeed remarkable to have acquired a skill that enhances aerial abilities, and the skill's effects are quite commendable. However, Ye Luo does not heavily rely on headers for scoring, so its utility remains somewhat limited. What intrigues Ye Luo more is the mechanism behind the triggering of this side quest, which remains utterly perplexing. Reports in the media concerning the match between Malaga and Real Madrid gradually subsided 2 days later, coinciding with the commencement of the UEFA Champions League quarter-final second leg. For Malaga, after completing their 30th league match, they must now prepare for the 31st round, an away game against Deportivo La Coruña. In the remaining 8 rounds of La Liga this season, Malaga will play 5 matches away and 3 at home. The upcoming fixtures include 3 consecutive away matches against La Coruña, Mallorca, and Athletic Bilbao, followed by 3 consecutive home matches against Racing Santander, Huesca, and Sporting Gijón. Finally, the last 2 rounds will consist of 2 away matches against Levante and Atletico Madrid. This schedule is relatively advantageous, as there are few strong opponents. And the absence of alternating home and away matches, consecutive away followed by consecutive home games, will likely suit the players better. In the midweek UEFA Champions League match, Real Madrid triumphed over Tottenham Hotspur with a score of 3-0 at home, advancing to the semi-finals with an aggregate score of 4-1. This result has greatly delighted the Real Madrid fans, who had been disheartened for half the week. However, another La Liga team that advanced to the quarterfinals, FC Barcelona, secured a 1-0 victory against Shakhtar Donetsk away, thus progressing to the UEFA Champions League semi-finals with an aggregate score of 7-1. In the draw for the semi-finals held on Friday, 2 Spanish teams were set to face each other in the Champions League. Meanwhile, the other matchup pitted Manchester United against Chelsea, also from the same league. Following the announcement of the draw, numerous Spanish and English media outlets speculated that UEFA was concerned about the possibility of an all-Spanish or all-English final and had orchestrated the matchups to ensure that the finalists hailed from different leagues. It is worth noting that both regions' media exuded confidence, as the current developments in the Champions League seemed to bear little relevance to Malaga, who were methodically preparing for their clash against Deportivo La Coruña. Undoubtedly, the highlight of the 31st round of the league was the Spanish El Clásico. Since José Mourinho took the helm at Real Madrid, the rivalry with Barcelona has intensified across all fronts, including La Liga, the Copa del Rey, and now the Champions League. This season, the 2 footballing giants are set to face each other 5 times, which has thrilled both their ardent supporters and neutral fans alike. Consequently, such a monumental encounter is typically reserved for the final match of the league round. In contrast, Malaga's away game against Deportivo La Coruña was the first to kick off in the 31st round, beginning at 8 o'clock local time on Friday evening. This timing proved somewhat unfriendly for fans in the Dragon Kingdom, as their local time is 6 hours ahead of Spain, making it 2 o'clock in the morning when the match commenced. Nevertheless, a considerable number of fans from the Dragon Kingdom were still eager to watch the game. As the match approached, Spanish media outlets, which had been preoccupied with the Champions League and El Clásico, suddenly realized that this game held special significance. More specifically, it was of particular importance to Ye Luo. Following his remarkable brace against Real Madrid, he had scored in 9 consecutive matches. This meant that if Ye Luo were to find the net against Deportivo La Coruña, he would equal the record for scoring in 10 consecutive league matches, previously held by Messi, Ronaldo, the Brazilian, and Maradona. This news, however, did not receive much hype within Spain. The local media in Malaga merely lauded Ye Luo's achievements. For the majority of Spanish fans, the focus remained on the intense competition in La Liga, particularly the upcoming match between Real Madrid and Barcelona. Yet, for fans in the Dragon Kingdom, the excitement was palpable. It is widely acknowledged that the standard of sports media in the Dragon Kingdom, especially in football, is significantly inferior to that of their national teams. They often serve as mere translators of Western media, akin to the character of the overweight translator in Little Soldier Gotzi. What one can do is merely mimic others, translating their news. If one were to speak of in-depth reporting, I regret to say, there is none. However, for the media in the Dragon Country, their tasks have become rather effortless. This is due to Ye Luo's commendable performance, which has garnered praise from the local Spanish media. It is exceedingly easy to find those who speak highly of Ye Luo. They only need to translate, without the need for embellishment. The buzz surrounding Ye Luo's record-equaling feat serves as a solid foundation. In the realm of online discussions in the Dragon Country, the fervor surrounding the match against Malaga far surpasses that of the current Spanish national derby. At the pre-match press conference, Ye Luo, alongside Pellegrini, was queried about the record. "Yes, I am aware of this record. Scoring in 10 consecutive matches is no small feat, but I will achieve it," Ye Luo stated. "And after equaling it?" a reporter inquired. "Of course, I aim to break the record," Ye Luo replied unapologetically, adding, "I am not in the habit of sharing records with others." Such a declaration may come across as rather audacious. Yet, given Ye Luo's current standing, while it may irk some media outlets in Catalonia, it is unlikely to cause significant uproar. For this is the demeanor one would expect from a true superstar. Unbeknownst to many, Ye Luo has allowed the media and fans to nearly forget that he is merely a burgeoning talent who has played only half a season. In the eyes of the public, he is rapidly ascending to the echelons of superstars like Messi and Ronaldo. "I am not in the habit of sharing records with others." This became the headline of Marca. Numerous Spaniards criticized Ye Luo for his arrogance and overconfidence, suggesting he had become somewhat inflated in his self-regard. "You haven't even equaled the record yet, and you're already thinking of breaking it?" Such a lack of respect for the record and the three players who set it. Nevertheless, Ye Luo was quite pleased with his response. Having uttered those words and caused a significant stir, two side quests were activated: equal the record and break the record. Though the rewards were merely 3 fusion points each, Ye Luo was pleasantly surprised, as he felt he had grasped a glimpse of the task system. It seemed that causing a widespread impact increased the likelihood of triggering quests. Latina, the coach of La Coruña, also took note of Marca's report. Upon seeing Ye Luo's confident demeanor in the newspaper, he felt a twinge of concern. A forward who has scored in 9 consecutive matches, this young lad is formidable, Latina lamented to his assistant. However, his remarks at the press conference could allow us to craft a narrative and ignite the players' fighting spirit, the assistant suggested. Latina nodded in agreement, acknowledging that La Coruña's morale indeed required a boost. Currently, they have accumulated only 32 points, placing them 16th in the league, just 3 points ahead of Hercules, who sit in the relegation zone. Their rivals, Malaga, were initially deemed the favorites for relegation at the onset of the season. However, they now find themselves comfortably positioned in the top 4, having achieved an impressive streak of 9 consecutive victories. This remarkable run ranks as the 6th longest in the history of La Liga. The record for the longest winning streak is held by Real Madrid, which set a standard of 15 consecutive wins during the 1960 to 1961 season, an era long past. Malaga's form is nothing short of exceptional. Given the current state and morale of Deportivo La Coruña, even playing at home against Malaga places them at a considerable disadvantage. Who could have predicted that the once mighty Deportivo would now be struggling for survival? Since their return to La Liga in 1991, Deportivo La Coruña has created a whirlwind, earning the moniker of Super Depayer. Each subsequent season, they have exerted significant pressure on La Liga giants such as Barcelona and Real Madrid. The arrival of the Brazilian star Bebeto ushered in a period of Brazilianization for the team, with over 20 Brazilian players joining its ranks. Notably, during the 1999 to 2000 season, the team clinched the La Liga title, breaking the long-standing dominance of Barcelona and Real Madrid in the championship race. The impact of Super Depailler was also felt in the Champions League, where they achieved one of the most astonishing comebacks in the tournament's history. In the 2003-2004 Champions League quarterfinals, after suffering a 1-4 defeat to the reigning champions AC Milan in the first leg, Super Depailler returned to their home ground, Rivalry, and triumphed with a stunning 4-0 victory, advancing to the semi-finals. Unfortunately, in that season's semi-finals, they were unable to overcome another miraculous team, Porto, led by Jose Mourinho, and thus did not progress to the final. This remains one of the greatest regrets in Deportivo's history, as that season was unprecedented. The four teams that reached the semi-finals were Deportivo, Porto, Monaco, and Chelsea, with the final contested between Monaco and Porto, neither of which were traditional powerhouses. On paper, Chelsea was the strongest, followed closely by Deportivo. Had Deportivo managed to surpass Porto and faced Monaco in the final, they might have emerged victorious, lifting the Champions League trophy. Alas, history is devoid of what-ifs. Afterward, many core players from the miraculous and peak-era Deportivo became targets for elite clubs, leading to the disbandment of the team and a rapid loss of competitiveness. They are now a shadow of their former selves, struggling in La Liga. Once the creators of miracles, Super Depailler now faces a Malaga side that is currently crafting its own legend. The roles have indeed reversed. How fickle life can be. What actions must we take? Pondered La Tina. However, La Coruña possesses limited tactical flexibility. When facing a team like Malaga, which ranks high in the league standings, La Coruña is compelled to adopt a defensive posture, essentially parking the bus. At this juncture, considerations of football philosophy, attacking play, or pleasing the fans take a back seat. For relegation-threatened teams, securing points is the paramount concern, even if it means grinding out a draw through staunch defense. That single point could prove to be a lifeline by the season's conclusion. As the match commenced, Malaga encountered a wall of defenders from La Coruña, with nearly all 11 players retreating into a low block, resembling a tortoise shell, betting on their opponent's inability to penetrate their dense defense. The players executing this strategy demonstrated commendable discipline, evidently spurred by a previous boast from their opponent, Ye Luo, which had evidently provoked them. Consequently, Ye Luo found himself under significant scrutiny from La Coruña's defenders, facing an unusually formidable resistance. The Rivalry stadium echoed with jeers, as La Coruña relinquished possession entirely, allowing Malaga to dominate ball control. Thus, the home crowd expressed their discontent vocally whenever the visitors held the ball. From the outset, the match tested Malaga's capacity for structured offensive play. Moreover, La Coruña was not devoid of counterattacking potential. Their forward, the number 10, Adrián, possessed remarkable speed. Whenever an opportunity arose, La Coruña was capable of striking decisively. Chapter 80, The Maelstrom of Goals. La Coruña set up a robust defensive formation, which, frankly, was not surprising given Malaga's superior league positioning. However, this approach rendered the match likely to be relatively tedious. In the commentary booth, Andres from Cadena Cope frowned as he expressed his thoughts. As a neutral commentator, he shared the sentiments of the impartial fans. He yearned for a thrilling encounter filled with goals, rapid pace, and palpable excitement. Yet, such spectacles are often rare on the pitch. As most teams prioritize victory over open exchanges, particularly in mismatch contests. In a bid to avoid relegation, La Coruña's defensive strategy is understandable. The challenge now lies in Malaga's ability to dismantle a compact defense. Pellegrini's squad, having enjoyed a streak of consecutive victories, is regarded as the finest in La Liga at present. However, their strength lies in counterattacks, and now they face the daunting task of overcoming their opponent's resolute defense. For Ye Luo, the situation may prove challenging, as the tight defensive setup leaves little room to operate, significantly complicating his efforts to extend his goal-scoring streak. Zhang Jun, the commentator from Xinglong Sports, also furrowed his brow, mirroring the concerns of Dragon Country fans, who are all too aware that breaching a dense defense is a formidable global challenge. Even though Deportivo La Coruña may be experiencing a lackluster performance, their players are undeniably of La Liga caliber, and the formidable defensive formation they present is not easily breached. For Malaga, confronting such a densely packed defensive setup indeed evokes a sense of helplessness. The ball was passed around the periphery for quite some time without uncovering a breakthrough. Ultimately, Ye Luo attempted a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, but it was thwarted by the tightly clustered bodies within the box, subsequently cleared by a defender's powerful kick. Of course, Deportivo La Coruña would not allow Malaga the luxury of attempting shots from the outside with ease. Long-range efforts often require a stroke of luck. Should Malaga strike a miraculous shot, the purpose of their dense defense would be rendered futile. Their defensive formation remains elastic. Any Malaga player receiving the ball from the periphery would find the angles to the goal effectively sealed. Beyond long-range shots, the methods to dismantle a dense defense are rather limited. Individual breakthroughs to disrupt the defense, or relying on a tall striker to deliver a cross for a powerful header. Nevertheless, against a tightly knit defense, these methods also present significant challenges to scoring. Ye Luo attempted an individual breakthrough, but in the narrow confines of the situation. Even the most adept dribbler struggles to weave through the crowd. In the 10th minute of the match, after receiving the ball on the flank, Ye Luo attempted to navigate past defenders, but failed to find a shooting angle, ultimately opting to shift the ball to the right, where it reached Isco. Isco then swept the ball towards the penalty area, only for it to be cleared away. Malaga found themselves once again confronted by the opponent's 11-man wall. On the sidelines, La Coruña's coach, Latina, observed this scene, and his previously anxious heart felt a slight reprieve. From the first 10 minutes of the match, two conclusions could be drawn. Firstly, Malaga's ability to break through dense defenses is lacking. They do not excel in positional play, and their current form is understandably diminished given they have won 9 consecutive matches. With such a streak, it is natural for the pressure of consecutive victories to weigh on the players, leading to a dip in performance. Secondly, the circumstances on La Coruña's side played a crucial role. The pre-match morale boost for the team proved effective. Ye Luo's remarks in the media had incited the La Coruña players, uniting them in a resolute spirit to defend at home. Their execution and discipline were remarkably strong. While offense may require inspiration and talent, defense demands discipline and willpower, qualities that La Coruña possesses in abundance. Thus, this match indeed held the promise of securing points. Lotina's expectations grew more substantial. After Ye Luo completed this offensive maneuver, the camera focused on him. However, his expression remained composed, seemingly unaffected. In truth, Ye Luo was not disheartened. He had anticipated such scenarios. As his performance continued to improve, the opposition would inevitably intensify their targeted defensive strategies against him. The presence of dense defenses and parked buses is, in fact, not particularly extraordinary for attacking players. After a single failure, one must persist and attempt again, and perhaps a third time. For forwards, it is crucial. A match may see their attacks thwarted and their shots neutralized, but a solitary success suffices. In contrast, defenders can achieve 10 successes. A single lapse results in conceding a goal. Thus, mindset is paramount, and Ye Luo remains unperturbed. He swiftly navigates to the periphery to receive the ball. As the offensive linchpin of the team, he often finds opportunities to possess the ball. Moreover, with the opponent's low-block defense, it is effortless for Ye Luo to retreat to the midfield and seize possession. However, this consequently places him further from the goal, diminishing the likelihood of posing a threat to the net. Upon receiving the ball near the center circle, Ye Luo pivots, pausing the ball at his feet to entice opposing players to advance, thus creating space. Yet he soon realizes this endeavor is futile. The players from Deportivo La Coruña are resolutely committed to their defensive strategy, determined to restrict Ye Luo's presence in the perilous zone near the penalty area. No one challenges him as he receives the ball in the midfield and defensive areas. With a sense of resignation, Ye Luo passes the ball forward and begins to position himself while examining the opponent's defensive line for any potential vulnerabilities. Time ticks away, and the pace of the game slows to a crawl, rendering it almost soporific for the spectators. Deportivo La Coruña has deployed an exceedingly dense defensive formation, collapsing all players back and virtually ceding the front and midfield areas, leaving Malaga struggling to devise effective strategies to penetrate this staunch defense. Commentator Andres shakes his head, noting the significant challenge this poses for Malaga, and specifically for Ye Luo. A truly formidable team would possess its own methods for engaging in such a positional battle. Yet it is apparent that Malaga lacks this capability. In light of this predicament, how will Ye Luo respond? He has scored in 9 consecutive league matches, and should he find the net again in this match, he would equal the record for consecutive goals in La Liga, standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Messi and Ronaldo. There is an unmistakable anticipation in Andres' tone. He eagerly awaits Ye Luo's performance. believing that a talent of such caliber cannot be stifled by mere circumstances. Observing Ye Luo's demeanor, one sees no signs of anxiety. Even after 30 minutes of unthreatening play, he continues to raise his hand, signaling for the ball, undeterred. At this moment, Ye Luo's hand is raised, and the ball is swiftly delivered to his feet. He receives it and turns with ease, as there are no defenders in proximity. Yet, once he pivots, he is met with the formidable wall of Deportivo La Coruña's defense, specifically for lines of defense. The first line consists of the forward Adrian and the French attacking midfielder Demermarates, engaged in disruptive defensive tactics. The second line comprises 4 defensive midfielders, Saul, Antonio Thomas, Ruben Perez, and Guardado. The third layer is formed by their defensive line. The left back, Manuel Pablo, the right back, Lor, and the central defensive duo of Lopo and Calado form the backbone of the team. Standing sentinel at the goal line is the starting goalkeeper, Alan Skirl. To be candid, this lineup lacks any superstar names. They are predominantly players of modest reputation. However, these athletes are all seasoned veterans aged between 25 and 30, having endured numerous trials in La Liga, endowed with extensive match experience. Ye Luo's previous attempts to penetrate their defense had been thwarted. Yet, he returned with renewed determination, having gleaned insights from his earlier failures. Once more, he endeavored to breach Deportivo La Coruña's defenses, facing the formidable task of overcoming 4 distinct barriers: a cross pass, advancing forward, and executing a 1-2. The first line of defense was breached. Now, Ye Luo confronted 4 midfielders who had collapsed into a tight formation. His first opponent was the Spanish midfielder, Saul. Upon receiving the ball, Ye Luo effortlessly brought it closer, momentarily decelerating his pace. Saul, initially tense, felt a slight easing of anxiety upon observing Ye Luo's reduced speed. The swiftness of Ye Luo had been daunting. The thought of matching his velocity sent shivers down Saul's spine. With the tempo now diminished, he found some solace, reasoning that should the situation shift, he could readily resort to a foul. As Saul pondered the opportune moment to commit a foul, Ye Luo advanced towards him, maintaining a steady pace, devoid of any sign of acceleration. Was he contemplating a feint? Saul mused, his urge to foul itching to be unleashed. After all, the goal was still some distance away, and it would be better to bring Ye Luo down now than to allow him to advance further. Despite Ye Luo's earlier attempts yielding no goals, the Deportivo players, particularly those stationed defensively, midfielders and fullbacks alike, had endured considerable torment at his hands. Now, the moment Ye Luo touched the ball, a wave of anxiety washed over the defenders. They were acutely aware that their ineptitude was being broadcast to the world. Just as Saul contemplated the timing of his foul, Ye Luo shifted his left shoulder. Would he dart to the left? No. Perhaps to the right? As this thought flickered through Saul's mind, he witnessed Ye Luo deftly maneuvering the ball to his right. Indeed, it was towards the right. Saul adjusted his weight, opting not to press forward, but rather to position himself strategically on the trajectory of Ye Luo's advance, hoping to slow him down. However, as Saul leaned into the direction of Ye Luo's anticipated move, a sudden shock gripped him. Ye Luo's change of weight was alarmingly swift. In the fleeting moment that Saul adjusted his balance, Ye Luo abruptly shifted his weight, pivoting to the left, and with a deft flick of his right foot, he executed a rapid maneuver, slipping seamlessly past Saul. The continuous and rapid shifts in Ye Luo's center of gravity left Saul's mind racing to follow suit. Yet his body remained frozen, as if ensnared by an unseen spell, watching helplessly as Ye Luo surged past him with breathtaking velocity. After deftly maneuvering past Saul, Ye Luo's speed surged. Oh, how splendid! The crowd erupted with excitement as he advanced with the ball. Yet, in reality, several defenders stood in his path. First, there was the retreating defensive midfielder, Guardado, followed by 4 opposing defenders. Before Ye Luo lay Guardado, who was intent on thwarting any potential shooting angles while the defenders swiftly organized their roles, pressing forward, providing support, and tracking back. A cohesive defensive unit rapidly took shape. Meanwhile, the other Deportivo La Coruña players quickly turned to reinforce the perimeter of this defensive structure. After all, they had not committed forward. Even if Ye Luo managed to elude 1 or 2 players, they could swiftly return to the penalty area to assist in defense. At this moment, Ye Luo held the ball as if oblivious to the encirclement set before him, advancing with determination. He had successfully broken through. Yet Zhang Jun advised him to pass the ball swiftly. The defense Ye Luo encountered in the center was the most congested. In such circumstances, sending the ball to the flanks to stretch the dense central defense appeared to be a judicious choice. However, disregarding the fact that Ye Luo could not possibly hear Zhang Jun's suggestion, even if he did, he would not heed it. All that occupied his mind was the opponent's goal. In truth, Ye Luo had heard countless admonitions during his youth training about the virtues of passing more and dribbling less, cautioning against excessive individualism. Many youth coaches in Longwa viewed a young player's penchant for dribbling as a grievous fault. You may excel now, but can you continue to do so in the professional arena? Such sentiments had become tiresome to Ye Luo. Nevertheless, he perceived himself as a star of Malaga. In a moment like this, if he did not rise to the occasion and confront the challenge, could he truly be considered a core player? Could he claim the mantle of a leader? Would fear of taking on the defense ever lead to superstardom? He needed to score. He needed victory. Confronted by Guardado, Ye Luo's actions were not overly intricate. In the confined space, he was not afforded the luxury of elaborate maneuvers. He deftly flicked the ball with the outside of his foot and then surged forward, using his speed to dart past Guardado's side. Guardado reached out, but upon realizing Ye Luo had entered the penalty area, his hand recoiled in astonishment like a spring. After all, two defenders had already closed in, Guardado thought. Ye Luo made a motion to shoot, but upon seeing the defenders closing in, he reconsidered. A forced shot would likely result in a collision with the opposition. Instead, he feigned a shot and deftly pulled the ball back with his right foot, subsequently maneuvering laterally within the penalty area to create space, compelling the defenders to shift. With a swift flick of his right foot, what a spectacular strike! The commentator exclaimed. Following that exquisite shot, Ye Luo broke through near the edge of the penalty area, his body slipping between the two defenders. In this process, he perceived a pathway leading to the goal. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged through the narrow gaps between players. He lifted his foot. A sweeping strike. The football darted along the ground towards the bottom left corner of the net. This was, theoretically, a dead angle. The goalkeeper was utterly powerless against it, as the number 10 of Malaga extended his arms and dashed off in celebration. The stunned players of La Coruña stood agape, watching the ball pulsating within the net. Shock, awe, disbelief, even resignation. A plethora of emotions rendered the expressions of La Coruña's players somewhat vacant. Yet, they all understood that under the impact of this goal by Malaga's number 10, all the strategies they had meticulously crafted prior to the match lay in ruins. Chapter 81. At any cost, Mallorca. As the football rolled into the goal, the entire Riazor stadium fell into a hushed silence. Even the commentators momentarily forgot to cheer. Andrés stared blankly at his commentary monitor. The image of yellow flickered onto the screen. It wasn't until the raucous cheers of the visiting Malaga fans roared through like a tempest that he abruptly snapped back to reality. Raising his arms in exultation, "It's a goal! Goal!" Simultaneously, the other commentators reacted in kind, with even the local commentator clasping his head in disbelief. On the sidelines, Pellegrini stumbled, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. He had contemplated numerous strategies to breach La Coruña's ironclad defense, direct free kicks, crosses from the flanks, long-range shots, but he had never envisioned a goal executed in such a manner. This goal felt surreal, as if plucked from a dream. Was this truly a feat achievable by human players? Upon witnessing Yellow charge into the penalty area and strike the ball into the net, La Coruña's coach, Latina, leapt from his seat as if propelled by a spring. Bang! His head collided with the overhead of the coaching bench. Clutching his head, Latina furiously stormed to the sidelines, only to realize that directing his ire toward his own players seemed utterly unwarranted. This was no fault of theirs. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at that prodigious player. Such a goal could contend for the season's best, if not the best goal of the past decade. The entire sequence unfolded through sheer technical prowess, mastery of the football, employing feints and shifts in weight, coupled with an exquisite sense of the ball. As he maneuvered past a series of defenders, it was not a matter of sheer speed, but rather a constant interplay of rhythm and direction, meticulously observing the defensive line, dismantling La Coruña's formidable bus formation as if peeling an onion. Latina furrowed his brow. Confronted with such a phenomenon, he could neither impede the opponent's goal nor point fingers at himself. He returned to his coaching seat. This match was essentially defined by this moment. All his tactical schemes were predicated on La Coruña's ability to defend effectively. As the opposing team grew anxious and their mindset became chaotic, the opportunity for La Coruña emerged. However, with Malaga swiftly securing a goal and taking the lead, the opposing side could comfortably retreat, leaving La Coruña vulnerable to counterattacks. Yellow's goal thoroughly disrupted La Coruña's defensive strategy. Following this strike, Malaga played with newfound composure, while La Coruña remained entrenched in their defensive posture. Yet, Malaga maintained a steady mindset, refraining from taking unnecessary risks with their passes. Under this rhythm, La Coruña's defeat seemed inevitable. Ironically, it was La Coruña, the home team, whose mentality faltered first. Some of their players began to push forward, only to have Malaga seize the opportunity. Just before halftime, Yellow advanced into the penalty area, delivering a deft pass to the back post, where the striker Baptista effortlessly headed the ball into the net. Before the first half concluded, Malaga had secured a 2-goal lead, nearly sealing their victory. However, their essay saying that a 2-goal advantage is the most perilous scoreline. Thus, Malaga continued their pursuit of more goals. In the 73rd minute, Yellow unleashed a powerful long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area, sending the ball crashing into the net. With a 3-goal lead, Malaga had definitively locked in their triumph. Yellow, having scored twice, accomplished the remarkable feat of scoring in 10 consecutive matches, equaling Messi's record. After the match, La Coruña's coach, Latina, expressed his frustration, stating, "We were entirely outplayed by Yellow. Had it not been for his first goal, we could have at least managed a draw." A reporter from the Dragon Kingdom stood up to pose a question. "Mr. Latina, what advice do you have for the 18-year-old Yellow?" "Advice?" Latina was taken aback. "What's the matter with you all from the Dragon Kingdom? Yellow is already exceptional. What more does he need? Your humility seems somewhat insincere." Thus, he shook his head and replied, "I cannot offer him any advice. He is already the best player in the world, and I am not worthy of giving him counsel." This was a sincere statement, yet it struck the ears of the Dragon Kingdom reporters as somewhat unusual. Latina is an experienced coach with many years in La Liga. His credentials speak for themselves. Regardless of Yellow's prowess, according to the customs of Dragon Kingdom football, even the most exceptional talents should show deference to seasoned figures like Latina, who could still impart a few words of wisdom. Yellow, too, participated in media interviews, expressing his elation at equaling the record. "Of course, I am thrilled, and I have stated that I will create a record of my own," Yellow asserted confidently. After dismissing the reporters and returning to the locker room, he eagerly opened the system panel. At that moment, the side quest, equaling the record, had been completed, achieving an S rating, and he received the task rewards. 1. 3 fusion points. 2. B-level skill, explosive shot. Yellow paused slightly upon seeing this reward. Unexpectedly, a skill was directly awarded. Power shot, B-level skill, passive, non-upgradable. Skill effect, increases shot power by 10 and ball speed by 5 for shots taken outside the penalty area. Ye Luo could not help but gasp in astonishment. There has always been a contradiction in long-range shooting, the tension between shot power and accuracy. Numerous instances exist where an exerted effort resulted in a miss. However, for professional players, as long as one does not deliberately pursue ball speed, the accuracy of the shot remains remarkably high while reducing shot power. Thus, this skill significantly enhances Ye Luo's threat from long-range strikes. Observing another side quest, break the record, Ye Luo felt a surge of anticipation. He then fused the 3 points, achieving a fusion progress of 49. Bernabeu, away team locker room. 10 minutes before the most anticipated match of this round, Guardiola delivered a rare and impassioned pre-match speech. This season, Real Madrid has closely pursued Barcelona throughout, causing discomfort for the latter. This match has undoubtedly become a pivotal contest in the Champions League race, truly a battle of titans. The importance of this match is not lost on anyone, especially in Messi's ears. Guardiola's words seemed somewhat ephemeral as he recalled yesterday's match. Malaga faced Deportivo La Coruña away, where Ye Luo scored twice, marking his 30th league goal of the season and achieving a streak of 10 consecutive matches with goals, equaling his record. Notably, Ye Luo's first goal came from a series of dribbles and breakthroughs, single-handedly dismantling La Coruña's tight defense. Such ability is indeed astonishing. It is hard to fathom that this young man is only 18 years old. Messi reminisced about his own 18, when he too was renowned, garnering attention as a promising young talent. However, he had yet to truly enter the public eye. It wasn't until the 18-year-old Messi led the Argentine youth team to victory in the World Youth Championship that he began to gain recognition. Back then, The translations of his name in Dragon Country were rather chaotic, with various interpretations. 5 years later, at 23, Messi has established himself as one of the finest players of his generation. Now, at 18, Ye Luo is nearly on par with the 23-year-old Messi. The rapid rise of this young talent leaves even Messi in awe. Currently, Ye Luo trails him by just 1 goal on the scoring chart. Although he has played 1 match less, Ye Luo began his pursuit only from the 14th round of the league. This implies that had Ye Luo been granted a starting opportunity at the onset of the season, he might very well be leading the scoring chart by a significant margin now. Messi's demeanor, usually reserved, turned serious. He is proud and unhesitatingly believes himself to be the most exceptional player in the world. However, the appearance of Ye Luo left him somewhat dazed, even leading him to experience a flicker of self-doubt. Messi clenched his fists slightly, as a fervent spirit boiled within him. Leo. Guardiola furrowed his brow. Immersed in his own thoughts, abruptly awakened from his reverie, Messi lifted his gaze towards the head coach. What's the matter? Guardiola frowned, pondering whether a restless night had plagued him. Yet, that couldn't be the case, for Antonella hadn't accompanied him to Madrid. Moreover, this was not the Argentine national team. Last night, he shared a room with Iniesta, not Agüero. It's nothing. Messi chose not to disclose that his thoughts were preoccupied with the scoring charts. Leo, rest assured, you will definitely score in this match, widening the gap with that fellow. Peak exclaimed. Just that fellow? Shouldn't there also be that young talent from the Dragon Country? Messi mused. We need to win. Only by scoring can we secure victory. In the home team's locker room, Cristiano Ronaldo was decidedly more flamboyant. He raised his fists and vocally rallied his teammates' spirits, unabashedly revealing his thirst for triumph and goals. Perhaps it was this very desire that propelled him to become the highest goalscorer in professional football history. The other players of Real Madrid in the locker room were acutely aware of the significance of this match, each encouraging one another. This game meant everything for Real Madrid. Championship. Revenge. For Cristiano Ronaldo, it also symbolized competition in the scoring charts. This fierce rivalry exhilarated him, as he eagerly anticipated scoring goal after goal on the pitch to prove to the world that he was the best player. In Malaga, Ye Luo had relocated to a standalone villa on the outskirts of the city. Following the match against La Coruña yesterday, Pellegrini granted the team a day off. Now, Ye Luo could comfortably watch the monumental clash between Barcelona and Real Madrid. To be honest, Ye Luo preferred to see Malaga contend for the championship, but regrettably, the team had dug themselves too deep a hole at the start of the season. Even if they won all their subsequent matches, it would be impossible to catch up with Real Madrid and Barcelona. Thus, this season, Malaga could only play the role of an observer. Ye Luo had already set his sights on the next season. La Liga champions? Who said it had to be Real Madrid or Barcelona? The competition for the La Liga title next season would be fierce, with Real Madrid, Barcelona, Simeone's Atletico Madrid, and now Malaga joining the fray. As he watched the players pour onto the pitch on the television screen, Ye Luo resolved that his goal for the next season was the La Liga championship. Additionally, he had another reason for watching this match: to keep an eye on his 2 rivals in the scoring charts. Currently, Messi led the charts with 31 goals, while both Ronaldo and Ye Luo followed closely behind with 30 goals each, though Messi and Ronaldo had played 1 match less. Therefore, whether these 2 could score in this match was crucial. To claim that Ye Luo harbored no expectations would be a falsehood. Thus, when Cristiano Ronaldo netted the equalizer in the 88th minute of the match, he promptly turned off the television. Whether it was a personal provocation or not remains uncertain. Both Ronaldo and Messi appeared invigorated, akin to being infused with adrenaline. Messi scored twice, while Ronaldo matched him with 2 goals of his own, resulting in a 2-2 draw at the Bernabeu Stadium. The distance Ye Luo had painstakingly narrowed was once again widened following this round of matches. The La Liga championship race between Real Madrid and Barcelona became the focal point of discourse among European football media, alongside the competition for the Golden Boot in the league. Ye Luo had achieved scoring in 10 consecutive matches. Should he find the net once more in the next fixture, he would break the record. Meanwhile, Malaga's upcoming match would see them face Mallorca away in the 32nd round of the league. Mallorca had secured 5th place in the previous season, but regrettably, they were banned by UEFA from participating in the Europa League. Ironically, this might be a blessing in disguise for Mallorca, as they had sold numerous players due to financial constraints at the beginning of the season, and their recruitment efforts had been modest. This season, they had appointed Danish playmaker Michael Laudrup as their head coach. By the conclusion of the 31st round, they had successfully achieved their goal of relegation survival, amassing 40 points and ensuring their safety. However, they were unlikely to contend for a European spot, and even if they did, participation in the Europa League was barred. Consequently, this season had become one of indifference for Mallorca. To some extent, this posed a challenge for Ye Luo. If Mallorca prioritized merely containing Ye Luo over winning, even if Malaga were to secure victory away, the difficulty for Ye Luo to score would be significantly heightened. This sentiment was evident in Laudrup's remarks during a media interview. I am aware that Ye Luo is just one match away from breaking the consecutive scoring record, but we will not allow him to fulfill that ambition. Scoring 30 league goals this season and achieving 10 consecutive matches is indeed remarkable, yet we refuse to be mere background to a new record, Laudrup declared before the cameras. His statements were not born of any grudge against Ye Luo. Rather, he was compelled to articulate them. No one wishes to be relegated to the status of a mere footnote in someone else's record. For those who create records, it is a moment of great significance worthy of remembrance. However, for those on the other side of such records, it can be quite mortifying. Whenever discussions arise regarding Ye Luo's achievements, it is inevitable that one will recall, he set this record against Mallorca, who desires to exist within such a narrative. The coach and players of Mallorca have all expressed their unwavering commitment to thwart Ye Luo's scoring endeavors, no matter the cost. I will not permit him to equal the record in our presence, the principal center-back of Mallorca, Núñez, stated with unwavering conviction. The journalist present could not help but gasp at his words. It seemed that Ye Luo would face considerable challenges in this match. Thus concluded Chapter 82, the most extreme defense. The media was abuzz with excitement, eager for conflict, for only through strife could they find sensational stories. They swiftly sought out Ye Luo for an interview. How did he respond? I am filled with determination and aspire to create history. Therefore, I shall give my all in this match, regardless of the obstacles I may encounter. If they believe they can thwart me, let them try. Ye Luo's confidence was palpable, unsettling some Spaniards in attendance. His distinctly Eastern visage further compounded their discomfort. Though Messi is also a foreigner, he at least shares a cultural affinity with the Spaniards. In contrast, Ye Luo hails from a distant Orient. While racial discrimination may have become a taboo subject in Europe, its roots are undeniably entrenched in their culture. Thus, when Ye Luo exhibited such confidence, an air of disdain permeated the media. Yet, they could not openly express their discontent, as admitting they wished to see a player from the Dragon Nation fail to shatter La Liga records would invite backlash. Instead, they resorted to sensationalized reporting, emphasizing Ye Luo's perceived arrogance in order to incite the ire of Mallorca's players and fans. The media, masters of manipulating public opinion, transformed this match into a battle for honor for Mallorca, as if conceding a goal to Ye Luo would etch their names in infamy forever. Particularly vocal was Mallorca's other key player, center-back Ramis, who publicly declared, in critical moments, I won't hesitate to foul him. This statement left many Spanish journalists taken aback. Ramis is notorious in La Liga for his aggressive tactics, a regular recipient of red and yellow cards. In fact, he had just returned from a suspension due to a red card, having accumulated 3 this season, 2 direct reds and 1 resulting from 2 yellows. He had missed 8 matches due to suspensions and possesses a fearsome countenance, the type that would require no makeup to portray a villain in a film. Did he truly mean what he said? Ye Luo furrowed his brow slightly. Observing Ye Luo's expression, several Spanish journalists relished the moment, believing that Ramis's notorious reputation would intimidate him. After all, he was merely 18 years old, still a child. How could he dare confront a towering, muscular bald giant like Ramis? Place Ye Luo and Ramos side by side. One embodies the image of a charming and obedient high school student, while the other exudes the aura of a prison bully. The contrast is simply incommensurable. Indeed, this is precisely what he asserted. Do you know? The last time Messi suffered an injury was due to Ramos. A reporter embellished the narrative. The prolonged peak performance of both Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo can be attributed, in part, to their relatively injury-resistant physiques. Otherwise, how could a fragile individual ascend to the throne of football royalty? Oh, I see, Ye Luo nodded. The Spanish journalists appeared somewhat disheartened, as they anticipated Ye Luo would concede. Prepare him well. I shall score in his defensive zone. Ye Luo grinned, causing the countenances of all Spanish reporters to stiffen. This lad, is he truly oblivious to fear? Fear? Ye Luo was, of course, unafraid. After all, what was Ramos but a dimwit who relied on a fearsome facade to intimidate his adversaries? What is there to be scared of? Moreover, Ye Luo discovered that this approach bore its own advantages. For instance, the system had just unveiled a side quest: teach Ramos a lesson. How to do so? The system remained silent on the matter. He could only navigate this challenge through his own ingenuity. The media from the Dragon Kingdom also caught wind of the verbal skirmish between Ye Luo and Mallorca. Many fans from the Dragon Kingdom expressed considerable concern upon hearing of Ramos's notorious reputation. I know that Ramos. It was he who injured Messi last season. This man is a brute, a specialist in red cards. I believe we should avoid breaking records at all costs. Preventing injuries is paramount. Indeed, there is no need to confront such a person head-on. Fans engaged in lively discussions. The prevailing sentiment urged Ye Luo to exercise caution and refrain from direct confrontation. Protecting oneself and avoiding injury is of utmost importance. This sentiment resonated among the domestic media and fans of the Dragon Kingdom. Numerous retired football legends from the Dragon Kingdom also emerged to offer Ye Luo advice on how to navigate the game. After all, Ye Luo's presence in the Dragon Kingdom signifies immense attention. Everyone wishes to bask in that glory. Many urged Ye Luo to maintain a low profile, reminding him that he was plying his trade on foreign soil, where pride can lead to downfall. Such principles of thick-skinned conduct have frequently surfaced in the domestic discourse of late. With the media's influence, the atmosphere surrounding the upcoming match between Mallorca and Malaga reached a fever pitch. All eyes were nearly fixated on this encounter. Fans from other teams, aside from the two competing factions, also joined the fray. Supporters of Real Madrid and Barcelona surprisingly found themselves in the same camp, rallying behind Malaga to thwart Ye Luo's scoring efforts. The Barcelona fans, of course, were unwilling to see Ye Luo eclipse Messi's record. Meanwhile, the Real Madrid fans cheered for Cristiano Ronaldo, reasoning that if Ye Luo failed to score, he could not threaten the standings in the goal-scoring chart. Thus, under the scrutiny of the masses, the entire Malaga team arrived in Mallorca. From their appearance at the airport to their lodging at the hotel, they could sense the city's palpable animosity toward them. A seemingly ordinary La Liga match became anything but ordinary due to a particular incident. Various slogans adorned the hotels surrounding Malaga, and it goes without saying that they were the kind that would warrant asterisks if written out. As the match time drew near, the external clamor gradually subsided. No amount of comfortable foot massages could rival the anticipation of heading upstairs. The verbal skirmishes paled in comparison to the fierce competition on the field. Many believed it would be an arduous task for Yellow to score in this match, or rather, exceedingly difficult. Mallorca, indifferent to victory or defeat, cared little for the outcomes, even less for the goals of other Malaga players. Their sole focus was on Yellow. This match was not merely Malaga against Mallorca, it was Yellow versus Mallorca. In such a scenario, who could possibly believe that Yellow would find the net? It seemed utterly implausible. The Estadio San Moix, with a capacity of over 26,000, was filled to the brim. The ticket office of Mallorca was overjoyed, relishing the rare occasion when tickets to their home matches became a prized possession. They yearned for such scenes to occur more frequently, hoping it would pave the way for stadium expansion. When Yellow and his teammates took to the field for warm-ups, a thunderous chorus of boos erupted from the already packed stadium. The deafening jeers etched worry upon the faces of the Malaga players, many of whom vented their frustrations at the media, believing it was the press that had transformed this match into such a spectacle. It was meant to be a routine game, yet it felt akin to stepping onto the territory of a bitter rival. Isco was taken aback. What is this? Are they really going to come down and challenge us? Yellow chuckled. Just then, a barrage of coins rained down from the stands. What the hell? Yellow swiftly sought refuge from the onslaught of coins, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Security personnel rushed in to quell the unruly behavior of the Mallorca fans. What an adrenaline rush! Yellow mused, astonished by this unprecedented display. Isco rolled his eyes, wondering if Yellow was oblivious to the heightened difficulty of scoring under such circumstances. Truly, he seemed carefree. Yellow appeared unfazed by the chaotic atmosphere, diligently preparing for warm-ups. Yet, deep down, he was impatiently yearning for the match to commence. The joy of life, he mused, lies in conquering those who once oppressed, bullied, scorned, and humiliated you, yet were vastly more formidable. Then, seizing their wives and daughters, claiming their possessions, and witnessing their tears, this is the ultimate delight of a hero. This thought suddenly flashed through Ye Luo's mind as he surveyed the stands of Estadio San Moix, shaking his head in regret. What a pity. Mallorca hardly qualified as a formidable enemy. Such an atmosphere was indeed a rarity in La Liga. Many journalists from the Dragon Kingdom expressed concern over Ye Luo's performance amidst this charged environment. However, once the match commenced, Ye Luo's performance was quite ordinary, and his movements did not seem to be influenced by the fervent crowd. His ball control, passing, dribbling, and shooting were all rather mundane. In such an atmosphere, Ye Luo remained unaffected. However, the crux of the match lay in whether he could score. As the commentator from Kobe Radio, Andres, remarked, this was what everyone anticipated. Examining the lineups, Malaga appeared typical, as they were solely focused on this single competition. Provided no injuries occurred, they maintained their core squad. In stark contrast, Mallorca underwent a significant transformation. They fielded hardly any attacking players, deploying an entirely defensive lineup, 5 defenders and 4 midfielders. When this formation was revealed, all cameras turned to the sidelines, fixating on Laudrup. No one expected Mallorca to adopt such an extreme setup. Throughout the match, Mallorca adopted an entirely defensive strategy. Wherever Ye Luo appeared, the density of their defense surged to unprecedented levels, while they paid little heed to other areas of the pitch. Under such circumstances, the match was naturally unappealing to watch. Yet, at that moment, no one cared. Everyone was eager to see if Ye Luo could score under these conditions. For Malaga, scoring was not particularly challenging. However, for Ye Luo himself, he faced the most formidable of defenses. It was an impenetrable fortress. Chapter completed. Chapter 83, Making History. Kid, you'd better behave. This was the warning from the notorious enforcer, Ramirez, after committing a foul. As he returned to his defensive zone, his partner Nunez whispered, "Don't scare the lad." Without a bit of intimidation, it might be truly impossible to stop his goal. Ramirez chuckled nonchalantly. Upon seeing Ye Luo glance in his direction, the bald brute cracked a faint smile. To be honest, Ye Luo was contemplating how to score. Breaking through a dense defense could involve creating set pieces, long-range shots, or crossing from the wings. Now, with Ramirez's demeanor in mind, Ye Luo recalled the lesson from Ramirez's side quest. If that were the case, the solution became straightforward. Ye Luo received the ball on the periphery, adjusted his stance, and then unleashed a powerful long-range shot. A dense defense, at its core, was merely a collection of players in front of the goal, using numerical superiority to compensate for gaps and weaknesses. In this scenario, Ye Luo possessed ample space to execute a long-range effort. Although many of his shots would likely hit the defenders, particularly Ramirez, he resolved to aim for the enforcer's defensive zone with his long-range shot. Aren't you the tough guy? Let's see how many of these you can block. With the explosive shooting skill, Ye Luo's shooting power increased by 10, and the ball's speed surged by 5. Coupled with his already formidable shooting strength, the magnitude of his strikes under deliberate exertion was indeed formidable. Upon receiving a pass from a teammate, Ye Luo glanced at Ramos's position and unleashed a powerful kick. Bang! The ball struck Ramos's chest with a resounding thud, ricocheting away. Ramos stumbled, nearly toppling to the ground. He felt a searing pain in his chest, and, upon lifting his shirt, discovered a reddened area. This kid has immense shooting power. Ramos began to feel an ominous sense of foreboding. He caught sight of the smile at the corner of Ye Luo's mouth, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. Could this kid be doing it on purpose? At the St. Mois Stadium, the home fans erupted in cheers. They celebrated Ramos for blocking Ye Luo's shot with his body, rallying support for Mallorca and Ramos. From their perspective, Ye Luo's shot hitting Ramos was a testament to the success of Mallorca's defense, forcing Malaga to resort to long-range attempts, which faced Mallorca's tight defense. The current situation favored Mallorca. If they maintained this approach, the Malaga team would undoubtedly grow increasingly anxious. Spectators in the stands began to envision the moment after Ye Luo failed to score, relishing the opportunity to mock him. However, they soon realized that events were unfolding in a manner far more complex than anticipated. Bang! Ye Luo took another shot from outside the box, his instep striking the ball forcefully. The ball collided with Ramos's abdomen as he rushed forward. This time, Ramos was knocked to his knees by the impact. The ball rebounded, landing perfectly at Ye Luo's feet once more. Without hesitation, he struck again, this time sending the ball crashing against Nunez's head, propelling it out of bounds. Ramos knelt on the ground, clutching his abdomen, while his partner Nunez lay on his back, hands on his head, grimacing in pain. clearly suffering from the blow. A sense of foreboding began to creep into Ramos's mind. While the other Mallorca players had no doubts about Ye Luo's intentions, he couldn't shake the feeling that this kid was indeed acting with malice. The pain in his abdomen led Ramos to ponder a troubling question. If that shot had been just a tad lower, would it have caused significant harm? Though notorious for his ferocity, Ramos was no madman. Why would he take the risk of Dan being harmed just to oppose Ye Luo? Thus, no one could fathom that the seemingly ferocious Ramos was beginning to feel a tinge of fear. Meanwhile, Nunez, who had boldly declared before the match that he would stop Ye Luo at all costs, was inwardly plagued by doubt. In truth, it was not just the two central defenders. Other Mallorca players shared similar sentiments. The sensation of having a shot strike one's body is far from pleasant. However, should one attempt to rush forward and seize the ball, the inevitable outcome would be being deftly outmaneuvered by Ye Luo. After losing his position, Ye Luo's strike began to pose a genuine threat to the Mallorca goalkeeper's territory. In light of this, the players from Mallorca hesitated to make rash movements. Thus, Ye Luo was granted a more composed opportunity to shoot. In the 11th minute of the match, Ye Luo received a back pass from the flank that was delivered with considerable pace. As he approached, he swung his right foot with force, and at that moment, his foot was entirely enveloped by the ball, which deformed significantly under the pressure. With a resounding thud, the ball sliced through the air, hurtling towards Ramos. To his credit, Ramos had intended to evade the shot, but as he witnessed Ye Luo's powerful strike, he sensed impending doom. Yet, it would have been wiser for him to confront the ball directly, as at least he would have been prepared. Just as he braced himself to dodge, the ball struck him squarely in the face. If given the choice, he would undoubtedly have preferred not to block the shot with his visage. Consequently, the ball that Ye Luo unleashed landed squarely on Ramos's face, producing a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the stands, prompting many spectators to instinctively touch their own noses, as if the ball had struck theirs. Ramos collapsed to the ground, blood spurting into the air, yet he neither screamed nor writhed. Instead, he lay motionless on the grass. It is worth noting that while most players typically roll and groan to attract the referee's attention after falling, lying still like this suggests a genuine injury. Many were taken aback by this situation. Ye Luo raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Accidents involving strikes to the body are commonplace in matches, and being hit in the face is entirely normal. Although the Mallorca players suspected Ye Luo of malice, they lacked any proof. Nunez was now 100% convinced of Ye Luo's intent. He approached Ramos, involuntarily inhaling sharply. The referee was calling for the medical team to enter the field. The notorious Ramos had lost some awareness due to the impact, resulting in a concussion. Nunez's hands felt icy. That kid was ruthless. He should be the villain of La Liga. It was undoubtedly intentional. After a thorough examination, the team doctor signaled for a substitution. Laudrup couldn't help but curse under his breath and instructed the substitute defender, Ruben, to warm up urgently. The St. Moise stadium erupted in applause, with fans cheering for the courageous Ramos. Having regained consciousness from his brief fainting spell, Ramos glanced towards Ye Luo, who responded with a wide grin. The bald giant shivered, instinctively averting his gaze. Nunez observed the scene unfold before him. Even the notorious Ramos seemed intimidated by this young man. Why should I exert myself? Even if that lad breaks the record, it scarcely concerns me. As the match resumed, Ye Luo once again prepared for a long-range shot. The ball arrived at his feet, and as he assumed the shooting posture, the Mallorca players hesitated, lacking the courage to charge forward and block as they had previously. The result was decisive. Ye Luo unleashed the shot. Nunez watched in disbelief as the ball sped toward him. In that fleeting moment, as the ball appeared to swell in size, he instinctively leaned back, and it narrowly grazed his nose before soaring past. Nunez exhaled in relief. Had he delayed, even slightly, he might have met the same fate as Ramos. Mallorca's goalkeeper, Lux, was entirely unprepared for the ball to whiz past Nunez. His positioning had completely obstructed Lux's view, and by the time he noticed the incoming ball, it was too late. He was unable to make a save, merely watching as the ball struck the crossbar and rebounded into the net. A goal. In that instant, St. Moise Stadium fell into a momentary hush. The Mallorca supporters were caught off guard, unable to fathom that such a sudden world-class strike could pierce their defense. And this was merely the 11th minute of the match. The objective of preventing Ye Luo from scoring for 90 minutes now seemed like a farcical endeavor. As the home fans were left in shock, the Malaga supporters seized the moment to voice their elation. Their cheers reverberated throughout the stadium. Ye Luo, Ye Luo, magnificent. A stunning world-class goal. His long-range strike has pierced through Mallorca's defense. Absolutely extraordinary, exclaimed the commentator Zhang Jun, his arm raised in fervor, a rare display of such excitement. The sharpness of his voice resonated through the air, yet the night owls among the Dragon Country fans watching the match were unconcerned with such trivialities. They leapt to their feet, raising their arms in celebration. He has broken the record. Well done. Incredible. I thought this match would be challenging. Yet it turned out like this? In the commentary booth, Andres from Cope Radio clasped his head in disbelief. The moment of a new record. Who could have anticipated that? Against a defense like Mallorca's, Ye Luo would score in the 11th minute? This marked his 31st league goal of the season and his 11th consecutive match with a goal. A world-class strike. Oh, what a breathtaking long-range shot. 11 consecutive matches with a goal. Ye Luo was crafting his own legacy. Unfortunately, I am feeling quite unwell, utterly drained. With a fever of 39 degrees last night, my body aching and limbs weak, unable to concentrate on anything. Today's chapter has been penned with great effort. I shall take my leave now. The update for tomorrow will be slightly delayed. Chapter 84. Are there such monsters in history? On the field, after executing a successful shot, Ye Luo stood still, arms outstretched, head held high as he surveyed the entire arena. The Mallorca fans gaped in disbelief, rendered momentarily speechless, uncertain of what to articulate. Just before the match, they had been brimming with confidence. I have deployed all defenders to thwart your solitary attempt at scoring, with a modicum of physical intensity. Can you surpass me? It seemed, from every angle, that Mallorca held the advantage. If the goal was merely to avoid defeat, that would indeed prove to be a daunting challenge. However, to prevent a single individual from scoring appeared to present no difficulty at all. But what of the present? The scoreboard now displayed the match's score, 1-0, with the home team leading. The game had barely commenced, yet the pre-match bravado had been shattered within a mere 12 minutes. Everyone stood transfixed, gazing at the celebrating players of Malaga, unsure of what to say. Perhaps we are not the end point of his record, some Mallorca fans pondered. There is a saying, a moment's understanding brings vast clarity. With this realization, the Mallorca supporters no longer felt conflicted. Yes, Ye Luo was currently breaking records at their expense. Yet, the true conclusion of the record would depend on whether Ye Luo could score again in the next match. If his consecutive scoring streak were to halt here, Mallorca would merely serve as the backdrop to his achievement. But what if it does not? Such uncertainty is truly vexing. Not only the Mallorca fans, but even their players seem to have lost their focal point. All strategies prior to the match had revolved around denying Ye Luo a goal. Yet now, with merely 11 or 12 minutes elapsed, that objective had already failed. What should they pursue next? Should they continue to thwart Ye Luo's scoring attempts or strive to level the score? The mentality of the Mallorca players was somewhat fractured. Fortunately, after Ye Luo's goal, Malaga did not maintain relentless pressure. Instead, they opted for ball control in their midfield and defense, attempting to draw their opponents out. The dynamics of the match became noticeably subdued. It was not that the Mallorca players lacked the desire to attack. The issue lay in their failure to field effective offensive players for this match. On the internet in Longwa, fans continued to fervently discuss Ye Luo's goal. At that moment, a GIF began circulating widely on Weibo, a slow-motion clip capturing the moment Ye Luo took his shot, revealing the expression of palpable fear on Mallorca's defender, Nunes, as he leaned backward in response to Ye Luo's strike. As he leaned back, the football suddenly soared through the air, narrowly missing the tip of his nose. This movement clearly indicated that Nunes was not attempting to block the shot, but rather evading it. Is this what they call at all costs? What on earth does that even mean? Goodness, Nunes is truly a master of evasion. This performance deserves a perfect score. Remarkable, indeed. In no time, a chorus of mockery erupted across the online platforms of the Dragon Kingdom. Is this truly what they refer to as at all costs? At that moment, someone shared a GIF of Ramos. To my astonishment, this gentleman exhibited an even more absurd reaction. He actively dodged the ball due to a misjudgment of its trajectory, resulting in an unforeseen strike to his face. Had he not evaded, bravely meeting the ball, it would have merely struck his chest, and he could have shielded himself with his hands, for without extending his defensive range, a handball could not be called. Instead, this evasion led to his demise, as the football struck him squarely in the face, causing him to leave the field injured. If an ordinary player had exhibited such a dodging motion, it might have been met with some understanding despite the ridicule. However, who is Ramos? He is the notorious villain of La Liga, with such a fearsome reputation. To dodge a ball, it is akin to someone embodying a tough guy image only to reveal themselves as ineffectual. The contrast is striking. Moreover, Ramos's pre-match bravado had already irked the fans of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, witnessing that beneath the tough exterior and brash words lay a fragile facade, they were left disillusioned. Ramos has now garnered notoriety as a mediocre center-back, serving in a mid-tier La Liga team, without any grand experiences in prestigious clubs. Achieving such fame in the Dragon Kingdom is no small feat. His defiant demeanor captured in pre-match interviews juxtaposed with the image of him dodging the ball and subsequently being struck in the face has been transformed into various memes and reaction images, circulating widely across the online sphere of the Dragon Kingdom, proving to be timeless. Not only did the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom notice the dodging antics of the two Mallorca center-backs, but under the watchful eye of the cameras, nothing could remain concealed. In the online communities across Europe, many amplified the clumsy performances of Núñez and Ramos, sharing them on various social media platforms, swiftly turning them into subjects of ridicule. To put it bluntly, they received the harshest criticism. On the sidelines, Danish legend Laudrup, with his arms crossed and brow furrowed, observed the field with keen intensity. His tactics had been completely disrupted. Who could have anticipated that in such a defensive stance, Ye Luo would score a goal in the 11th minute of the match? The entire Mallorca team's confusion was entirely understandable, even bordering on bewilderment. Many players were at a loss as to the significance of this match. The excessive emphasis placed on preventing Ye Luo from breaking records had instead shackled the entire Mallorca squad. At that moment, his assistant, visibly troubled, showed him a disturbing scene on his phone. As he beheld those two slow-motion scenes on his mobile device, Laudrup could hardly contain his fury. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, his anger surging, his face flushed with indignation. "These are nothing but two imposters." Particularly infuriating was Lami's. One could excuse his attempts to evade the ball, but to fail in doing so and sustain an injury was nothing short of absurd. It was easy to envision this moment becoming a global laughingstock. Suppressing his inner rage, Laudrup redirected his gaze to the pitch. He approached the sidelines, gesturing downward with both hands to signal his team to maintain their defensive stance. Truth be told, in such a predicament, the head coach's options were rather limited. Even with substitutions, significant alterations were difficult to implement. Moreover, the current formation of the team on the field did not lend itself to Mallorca mounting an offensive. The question loomed: how to defend? Should they continue focusing on Ye Luo, or shift their attention to preventing Malaga from scoring further? Positioning, support, and cooperative defense were not matters that could be rearranged with mere words. Consequently, despite Mallorca boasting a plethora of defenders and sufficient defensive strength within the penalty area, their defense appeared increasingly chaotic. After scoring, Ye Luo was no longer fixated solely on his own goal. Having drawn defenders, he began assisting his teammates. In the 27th minute of the match, Ye Luo, while carrying the ball along the flank, dashed past the byline to the edge of the small box and delivered a deft backward pass to Isco. Prior to receiving the ball, Isco feigned a shot, prompting the opposing defenders, including the goalkeeper, to commit to blocks. At that moment, he calmly brought the ball onto his right foot and effortlessly slotted it into the open net. Malaga struck again. Yet, this was not to be Malaga's final goal of the first half. In the 39th minute, Ye Luo assisted once more, this time executing a series of incisive cuts at the edge of the penalty area before feigning a shot, delivering a perfectly weighted pass to striker Baptista, who, in a one-on-one with the goalkeeper, coolly found the back of the net. Malaga led by 3 goals. The first half had yet to conclude, and Mallorca, playing at home, found themselves thoroughly outclassed by Malaga. Following this goal, the television broadcast captured numerous fans vacating the stands at the Sun Moix Stadium. For Mallorca supporters, this match proved to be quite the embarrassment. After all, who could forget the bold proclamations made prior to the match? Fortunately, the first half was nearing its end. After conceding the 3rd goal, Mallorca's players finally seemed to awaken to their predicament. Having already conceded 3, another goal would spell disaster. Thus, they all diligently tightened their defense within the box. In the final moments of the first half, Malaga failed to score again. With the referee's whistle signaling the end of the first half, Mallorca's players trudged off the pitch, heads bowed. In Malaga, the players gathered in small groups. engaged in cheerful conversation and laughter, basking in the comfort of their dominance on the field. They enjoyed a significant share of possession, executing 19 shots on goal. Relishing the thrill of the game, the camera focused intently on Ye Luo, who had just scored in his 11th consecutive La Liga match, etching his name into the annals of history. Who could believe that this was merely his debut season? La Liga had welcomed yet another superstar. Indeed, he is a superstar. His performance over this half-season alone is sufficient to earn him that title. The commentators sang his praises, and within the home team's locker room, teammates congratulated Ye Luo on his remarkable achievement. While he accepted their accolades with a smile, he felt little stirrings within. The notion of breaking records did not weigh heavily on him. If memory served correctly, Messi's record was 21 consecutive matches with goals. He had a long way to go, with just 11 rounds completed. In stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere in Malaga's locker room, the mood in Mallorca was somber. As the players entered, a heavy silence enveloped them, for they had all witnessed Laudrup's grim expression. Many felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, speculating whether Ramos's injury was severe. Being struck in the face by the ball could not be that serious, could it? Fortunately, they saw Ramos, still somewhat dazed, present in the locker room, and the absence of a hospital visit suggested that the situation was not dire. A collective sigh of relief echoed through the space until a loud bang resounded as Laudrup's powerful arm slammed against a locker door, reverberating throughout the room. The players hurriedly took their seats, heads bowed in silence, a clear reflection of their disappointment and frustration from the first half. Nunez, Laudrup's voice boomed, filled with rage. Are you not going to explain that blunder? Nunez, taken aback, raised his head to meet the gaze of the head coach, stuttering, I made a basic error during defense, and I feel disappointed in myself. I assure you, it won't happen again in the second half. Damn it. Do you think it was merely a mistake? Laudrup's temples throbbed in anger. What happened to the commitment to do whatever it takes? Even if it means fouling to stop the opposition? Look at your performance. You are nothing but clowns. Laudrup nearly pointed his finger at Nunez in indignation. Nunez, too, had a temper of his own. Just because you are the head coach doesn't mean we're not all here working for our livelihoods. If it comes to it, I can find another place. He suddenly stood up, glaring defiantly at Laudrup. At that moment, Ramos, seated beside him, quickly intervened, grabbing his arm. What are you doing? Why does he get to say that to me? Everyone makes mistakes on the field. Who among you can claim to be flawless? Nunez retorted angrily. The surrounding players were stunned, unable to comprehend that a match could lead to a confrontation between a player and the coach. Ramos, with a fierce visage, managed to display a hint of an awkward smile. Come on, brother, let us tone it down. Our performance has been thoroughly scrutinized. You might want to check your Twitter account. In truth, Ramos now dared not venture onto Twitter. He had become the target of an online uproar, and he felt too intimidated to retort. Contemplating this, Ramos absent-mindedly touched his bald head. Could he continue to uphold this villainous persona? Any future threats he might utter would surely lack any semblance of intimidation. Nunez, witnessing the unusual demeanor of his partner, sensed something was amiss. He struggled to turn his head towards the head coach. What gives him the right to speak to me? He pointed at Laudrup. Just because he is our head coach, he can say whatever he pleases. Nunez conceded defeat. Although he remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, he knew it was best not to further provoke the head coach at that moment. It would be disastrous. Laudrup, seething with anger, paced back and forth. What an embarrassment. Such humiliation. How would they approach the second half? Should they substitute in attacking players to bolster their offense? It seemed that was the only course of action left. Resolving to suppress his inner fury, Laudrup began to strategize for the second half of the match. As the second half commenced, spectators observed two Mallorca players poised to enter the field as substitutes. These were two forwards. It appeared that Mallorca recognized their futile attempt to thwart Ye Luo's record-breaking exploits and were prepared to transition the second half into a more conventional football match. From the commentary booth, Andres from Cope Radio remarked, "The second half has indeed settled into a more typical rhythm. At the very least, Mallorca has begun to mount some offensive pressure, and the remaining home fans have offered them a measure of support." The morale of Mallorca saw a slight resurgence. Yet, all of this came crashing down in the 63rd minute. Ye Luo cut in from the flank and unleashed a powerful shot into the net, scoring his second goal and marking his 32nd league goal. Upon witnessing this goal, Laudrup shook his head slightly. Having once been a celebrated professional player in the Premier League, He had encountered a myriad of talents, superstars, and icons. In that moment, he endeavored to align Ye Luo's image with those illustrious players from his memory, only to find himself unable to assign an appropriate template to this individual. Has there ever been a monster capable of achieving 32 league goals in their debut season, with a scoring average surpassing that of Messi and Ronaldo? Laudrup found it difficult to fathom. Pellegrini clapped on the sidelines, contemplating. Perhaps one day I shall take pride in having coached such a player. In front of the cameras, the handsome young talent from the Dragon Nation spread his arms wide as he approached the away section, smiling and gesturing enthusiastically towards the stands. The sweat glistening at the tips of his hair refracted the vibrant lights. Under the illumination, the youth radiated brilliance, his smile as bright as jade. In the stands and before screens, many were entranced. Thus concluded the first segment of the day. Experiencing the resurgence of illness. 1. A rapid onset of fever peaking at 39 degrees Celsius, swiftly dissipating. 2. A profound sense of lethargy, accompanied by aches in the limbs and shoulders, which later escalated to discomfort around the eyes. 3. Fortunately, the symptoms alleviated relatively quickly, after indulging in a restorative slumber until 11 a.m. Today, aside from a lingering cough, the physical pain has nearly vanished. It seems the affliction is not yet distant, and the burden cannot be shed. Chapter 85, the final round of the league. We suffered defeat at the hands of a prodigy. During the post-match press conference, Laudrup declined to address any inquiries regarding his two central defenders' evasion of responsibility. As a head coach, he may chastise players in the locker room, yet speaking ill of his players before the media is deemed unethical. Thus, even if Laudrup harbored discontent, he refrained from revealing it directly, dismissing any questions or discussions from the media on this matter. In stark contrast, Pellegrini generously lavished praise upon Ye Luo, declaring him the finest player in the world. This, of course, sparked fervent discourse among the media. Following this round of matches, both Real Madrid and Barcelona emerged victorious, yet the headlines were dominated by Malaga and Ye Luo, who eclipsed the Giants, becoming the focal point of the round. Ye Luo's remarkable feat of scoring in 11 consecutive league matches shattered the prior record, now solely belonging to him. However, perhaps in the realm of extremes, one must anticipate a decline. In the 33rd round of the league, Malaga faced a 1-0 defeat against Athletic Bilbao. This match concluded Malaga's unbeaten streak, which had persisted from the 14th round to the 33rd, encompassing 17 matches, as well as their 10-game winning streak. Ye Luo's record of consecutive goals also came to a halt at 11. This is merely a pause, a chance to begin anew. After the loss, Ye Luo's countenance reflected his displeasure as he spoke into the reporters' microphones while departing the pitch. Following this defeat, Malaga's lead over fifth-placed Atletico Madrid dwindled to a mere point. This shift in points ignited considerable anxiety among Malaga supporters and left Pellegrini incensed. With only a few rounds remaining in the league, every match is a final for us. We cannot afford the cost of losing this game. Our lead has been reduced to a single point. We once held a commendable position. We were even in pursuit of third place. Yet now, that position has slipped from our grasp, and we must brace ourselves for a fierce battle with our rivals for the top 4 until the final round. Who has created this pressure? It is you yourselves. Pellegrini's scolding left everyone unable to lift their heads. After more than half a season of adjustment, he has successfully established his authority within the team. Do not blame me for the pressure, for what we face now is trivial. If you cannot withstand this level of pressure, how can we aspire to compete in the Champions League? With only 5 rounds remaining in the league, for Malaga, the journey continues. Following the defeat, the sole silver lining is that the arduous sequence of 3 consecutive away matches has come to an end. Ahead lies a stretch of 3 successive home games, against opponents who are not particularly formidable. In the 34th round of the league, Malaga will host Racing Santander. Some media outlets have cast a shadow over Malaga's prospects, suggesting that they are on the brink of a downturn in form. As the season approaches its climax, Malaga seems to have lost their momentum, and the performance of their key player, Ye Luo, appears to be waning. Having shone brightly for half a season, this rising star may now be due for a period of respite. The emergence of Ye Luo as a competitor to Messi and Ronaldo has prompted similar sentiments from major Spanish media. Revealing their hopes, they wish for Malaga to cease their winning ways and for Ye Luo to halt his scoring. However, upon returning to their home ground, Malaga decisively triumphed over Racing Santander with a score of 3-0, with Ye Luo netting 2 goals, marking his 34th league goal. In the subsequent 35th round against Hercules and the 36th round against Sporting Gijón, Malaga secured victories in both matches, with Yellow continuing his scoring streak by contributing a goal in each encounter. In the 37th round, Malaga faced a challenging away match against Levante. The game proved to be arduous until the 87th minute when Yellow struck from a direct free kick, sealing a dramatic victory and elevating his league tally to 37 goals. Now, all eyes are set on the final round of the La Liga season. Following a sequence of 4 consecutive victories, Malaga has amassed 65 points, placing them fourth in the league, just 3 points behind third-placed Valencia and 3 points ahead of fifth-placed Atletico Madrid. In the final match day, Valencia will play away against Barcelona, while Malaga will visit Atletico Madrid. Should Malaga win and Valencia lose, they would leapfrog Valencia into third place. In the event of a tie in points, the ranking is determined by head-to-head records. Malaga and Valencia's head-to-head record shows that Malaga lost 0-1 at home, but triumphed 2-0 away, thus holding the advantage overall with a 2-1 aggregate. Therefore, a victory for Malaga would present them with the opportunity to ascend to third place. Additionally, Barcelona has ample motivation to secure a win, as they currently lead Real Madrid by a mere point. With such a slender margin, they cannot afford to settle for a draw, making it unlikely for Valencia to emerge unscathed at Camp Nou. Atletico Madrid, also in the hunt for a top 4 finish, recognizes that a victory over Malaga would level their points. However, it is worth noting that Atletico has previously suffered a 1-3 defeat to Malaga away from home. Thus, they must secure a victory by a margin of at least 2 goals, specifically a score of 2-0 or greater, to have any hope of surpassing Malaga's 4th position. Beyond the battle for the top 4, the media's attention is captivated by the fiercely contested race for the top scorer in La Liga this season, a competition that has drawn global interest. Yellow has achieved 37 league goals, yet he finds himself in third place, tied with Messi for second. Cristiano Ronaldo has overtaken Messi, leading the scoring chart with 38 league goals. While this achievement is indeed remarkable, let us consider the statistics of the strikers behind these three. 4th place, Villa, with 21 goals. 5th place, Agüero, with 20 goals. And 6th place, Pedro, with 17 goals. Following them are players with 15 and 14 goals. This is, in fact, the norm, not only in La Liga, but across the other top 5 leagues. The Golden Boot contenders exhibit similar standards. In the Bundesliga, a seasonal tally of around 20 goals typically secures the coveted title, while the historical single-season goal record in the Premier League stands at 34. Villa, currently in 4th place, could have competed for the Golden Boot in previous seasons with a stroke of fortune. Therefore, Yellow's 37 league goals are indeed astonishing. Even if he does not clinch this season's Golden Boot, no one can diminish the magnitude of his accomplishments. At the very least, this year's Golden Boy Award is undoubtedly his, as no one stands a chance against Yellow for this accolade. The European Golden Boy Award, established by Italy's Tuttosport in 2003, is determined through voting by prominent European media to recognize the best young player of the year, often seen as a rite of passage for emerging talents. The candidates must be under the age of 21 and playing for European clubs. However, it is worth noting that even among players over 21, few can be compared to Yellow. Nonetheless, Yellow is not content with merely these accolades. He harbors a fervent desire for the Golden Boot. The final league match against Atletico Madrid carries immense significance for Malaga, encompassing the top 3 positions and Yellow's Golden Boot aspirations, creating ample discussion fodder. Recently, numerous fans have driven to the team's training facility to witness practice and show their support, while the media has gathered to report on the team's preparations in detail. The training base has become bustling with activity, filled with both fans and journalists. This season, Malaga is no longer the unnoticed entity in La Liga. Previously, such a small base had rarely seen this influx of reporters. As the season draws to a close, transfer rumors abound. If one were to inquire who is the most talked-about figure in Europe at present, it can undoubtedly be declared as Yellow. This does not imply that he is universally acknowledged as the strongest player globally, but rather, among the elite superstars, Yellow stands out as the sole player who might be taken from his home team. What of others? Are you intending to take Messi from Barcelona? The current president of Barca is hardly losing his mind. And what of Cristiano Ronaldo from Real Madrid? He remains at the pinnacle of his career. Astute Florentino would never relinquish him. Let us not speak of players of such caliber. The core of elite clubs is not easily extracted. Yet, What is Malaga but a modest contender? Their stars are not beyond the reach of larger clubs eager to attract their talents. Consequently, numerous clubs with a modicum of wealth and renown have begun to covet Malaga, particularly with an eye on the sensational Ye Luo, a rising star in contemporary football. Thanks to the efforts of various media outlets, Ye Luo, despite the season not yet concluding, is expected to be courted by no fewer than a dozen clubs in the upcoming season. Around the training facilities, fans and reporters gather, a sight that fills many of Malaga's staff with optimism for the future. Though the club has changed ownership, the majority of the personnel remain unchanged. After all, many have dedicated decades of their lives to this establishment, some having worked here from the tender age of 18 to 60. They are both veteran employees and the club's most ardent supporters, harboring a deeper affection for Malaga than anyone else. Their allegiance is not born of star players or celebrated achievements. Rather, it is a lifelong devotion passed down through generations, with fathers, mothers, and grandparents all sharing the same passion. Their affection for Malaga is not predicated on its capacity to compete for championships. It is simply because it is their home team. Nothing more. Ye Luo harbors a fervent desire to secure the league's golden boot. However, his greater aspiration is to finish in the top four and partake in the UEFA Champions League. Technically speaking, the UEFA Champions League currently boasts a higher level of skill than the World Cup. The technical prowess displayed in the Champions League final often surpasses that of the World Cup final, when one excludes the nationalistic sentiments that accompany the latter. When analyzed purely from a technical standpoint, elite clubs have access to the finest players worldwide, and they benefit from longer periods of tactical cohesion, an advantage that national teams lack. For Ye Luo personally, he may never have the opportunity to participate in a World Cup. Thus, the Champions League represents the highest level of football competition available to him. It is his own personal World Cup. The media in the Dragon Kingdom are also generating excitement for this match. This is Ye Luo's final. Malaga, marching towards the Champions League. Who will claim the crown? The Golden Boot race. In a flash, various headlines have graced the media's front pages. The reason for such fervor is that, for the first time, a player from the Dragon Kingdom has the opportunity to contend for the Golden Boot in one of the top 5 leagues. And for the first time, a player from the Dragon Kingdom is leading his team into the Champions League as a key figure. Although there have been players from the Dragon Kingdom who have previously participated in the Champions League, this moment is indeed momentous. However, it is unlikely to garner attention akin to that of Ye Luo. Prior to this, 2 players from Longwa had made appearances in the Champions League. The first was Sun Xiang, who played for PSV Eindhoven. On February 21, 2007, during the first leg of the round of 16 in the 2006-2007 Champions League, PSV faced Arsenal. In the 66th minute, Sun Xiang came on as a substitute, marking the first breakthrough for Longwa players in the Champions League. The second was Dong Yuanjua, who played on December 12, 2007, during the group stage of the 2007-2008 Champions League, when Manchester United met Roma. In the 72nd minute, Dong Yuanjua replaced Rooney, becoming the second Longwa player to feature in the Champions League. However, both performances were rather lackluster. Thus, these 2 instances represent the only appearances of Longwa players in the Champions League, and both were marginal players at their respective clubs. Consequently, even when they did play, it was challenging for them to shine. In stark contrast, Ye Luo is the cornerstone of Malaga. If he remains with Malaga this summer, he is certain to participate in the Champions League as a key player. Given Ye Luo's remarkable performances in La Liga, it is only natural that the media in Longwa holds high expectations for him. Ye Luo is poised to achieve another milestone for Longwa players, scoring a goal in the Champions League. Originally, due to the unaccommodating match times in La Liga and the inferior broadcasting technology compared to the Premier League, the latter garnered more attention domestically. However, Ye Luo has ignited a fervor for La Liga, causing interest in the league to surpass that of the Premier League. A single stellar performance can transform numerous Longwa fans into NBA enthusiasts, let alone football fans. The frustrations Longwa supporters face in football are almost too numerous to recount. Amidst this anticipation, the final round of the league arrives as scheduled. At the Calderon Stadium, Malaga faces off against Atletico Madrid. Naturally, Atletico, playing at home, would not relinquish their hopes. They merely need a victory by a margin of 2 goals or more to overtake Malaga in the standings. For both teams, this match is akin to a final. Chapter 86, The Crucial Battle, a Show of Strength. The Calderon Stadium is teeming with people. An hour before the match, fans of the mattress makers have already filled the stadium to capacity. Atletico Madrid. Onward to the Champions League. We shall go to the Champions League. Numerous banners and slogans adorn the stands. The songs resonate even before the match has commenced, reaching a crescendo as the players emerge for warm-ups. In the commentary booth, several commentators express their concern for Malaga. Given the fervent atmosphere, whether Malaga can withstand the pressure truly remains in question. After the warm-ups conclude, the atmosphere at Calderon Stadium slightly subsides. Yet, all know this is merely the home fans conserving their energy, awaiting the moment of true eruption. This is our final. In the visiting team's locker room, Pellegrini addresses the players. This season has proven to be quite arduous for Malaga. Initially, they struggled to secure victories, but eventually managed to surpass their primary rivals for the coveted fourth position, Villarreal, the Yellow Submarine. However, as the season draws to a close, Atletico Madrid has emerged unexpectedly, embarking on a remarkable winning streak, now closely trailing Malaga. Consequently, Malaga's hold on the fourth place has become precarious. The current scenario is rather intricate. Atletico Madrid possesses 3 fewer goals than Malaga in goal difference. Thus, should Atletico Madrid triumph by 2 goals or more, they would undoubtedly surpass Malaga's goal difference. Nevertheless, La Liga prioritizes the head-to-head record between the two teams. In a situation where Atletico Madrid wins by 2 goals, various outcomes must be considered. If the scoreline is 2-0 or 3-1, Atletico Madrid would indeed eclipse Malaga. However, if the score were to be 4-2 or 5-3, it would be Malaga who, due to the away goals rule, would maintain the upper hand over Atletico Madrid. I am aware that the media are calculating countless scenarios, yet for us, if we find ourselves in a position where we must resort to tiebreakers and goal differences to secure fourth place, it would be tantamount to failure. Pellegrini's tone grew serious. We possess an advantage in this match, yet this advantage is insufficient to guarantee our qualification for the Champions League. We have toiled throughout the season to reach this final juncture. We cannot relinquish our advantage so easily. Focus, 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 Pellegrini emphasized, pointing to his temple. There is little to elaborate on tactically. Playing away with a 2-goal advantage, Malaga's strategy has always centered around defensive counterattacks. Hence, their approach in this match would be to defend and counterattack. Pellegrini dared not experiment in such a crucial game. Stability was paramount, especially considering that Atletico Madrid also primarily employs a defensive strategy. Even if they were to push forward at home, attempting to engage in positional play, it is likely that Atletico Madrid would find themselves out of their depth. The core of Malaga's game plan is defense followed by counterattacks. With talents like Ye Luo and Isco in the front line, Malaga has the foundation for incisive counterattacks. In the home team's locker room, Simeone was delivering his final pre-match rallying cry to his players. He reflected on the serendipitous connection he shared with Malaga. His inaugural match as Atletico Madrid's head coach was against them. In that encounter, Ye Luo provided a stern lesson to his team, allowing Simeone to experience the harsh realities of La Liga from the very outset. Since then, Simeone has adeptly refined and established Atletico Madrid's tactical framework with the players at his disposal, achieving commendable results in the latter half of the season. The midfield's suffocating style of quick counterattacks has rendered them a distinctive force in La Liga, propelling them to 5th place in the standings, with an opportunity to break into the top 4. Now, we stand at a crossroads, with 2 paths before us, one leading to the Champions League, the other to the Europa League. Simeone surveyed his players, who would not aspire to compete in the Champions League. The players sat upright, refraining from any response. Simeone nodded slightly. Excellent. It appears everyone comprehends the distinction between the Champions League and the Europa League. Thus, our objective is quite straightforward: to vanquish our opponents, secure a top 4 finish, and advance to the Champions League. We have been preparing for this match for nearly half a month, and we are fortunate to retain hope as we approach the season's final game. I eagerly anticipate that, after 90 minutes, this hope will blossom into fruition. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust that you have all become proficient in our tactical preparations. However, the outcome of the match does not rely solely on tactics. It hinges upon you, your resolve, your spirit, your execution, and, of course, the momentum. I urge you to seize control of the game from the very outset, overwhelming them with fierce determination. Simeone clenched his fist and swung it dramatically, as if this very blow could topple the adversary before him. Attack! Crush them with our offense. Eliminate them, one by one. The Atletico Madrid players rose, rallying their spirits. Both sides were thoroughly prepared, and as the players emerged from the locker rooms, they encountered one another in the tunnel. The countdown to the match was about to commence. In the players' tunnel, Ye Luo, adorned with the captain's armband, stood at the forefront, flanked by Atletico Madrid's vice-captain, Raul Garcia. Both sides appeared relatively relaxed, devoid of the tension typically associated with impending battles. Ye Luo stood quietly, awaiting the referee's lead onto the pitch. Suddenly, a young ball boy beside him, looking up with innocent enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Ye, you really score an incredible number of goals." Ye Luo lowered his gaze to find a cherubic little girl with golden hair and blue eyes, gazing at him with anticipation, mistakenly believing her to be a fan. He smiled gently and replied, "Thank you. So, may I request that you do not score in this match?" The smile on Ye Luo's face faltered. "Why?" "Because I hope Atletico Madrid can finish in the top 4. We want to play in the Champions League. However, if Atletico Madrid is to compete in the Champions League, it must be based on merit. If it requires others to throw matches for you, would that not be akin to cheating? Would you cheat in school?" Ye Luo chuckled. No. Arisa would never cheat." The little girl protested, shaking her head vigorously. "Exactly. On the football field, one must give their all," Ye Luo asserted. "Do we really need to give our all?" The young Arisa blinked innocently. "Absolutely. I can give you my jersey after the match. It's the jersey of the best player in the world." Ye Luo grinned. Arisa's eyes sparkled with excitement as she responded, "Really? Can you also get me David De Gea's jersey?" Ye Luo's expression stiffened. "You can only choose one, my jersey or De Gea's." "Then I'll take De Gea's." "Very well. Once I emerge victorious, I shall assist you in acquiring the jersey of David De Gea." "Hooray!" Young Oris burst into laughter, bouncing joyfully as she tugged at Ye Luo, leading him towards the field. The players from both teams have already stepped onto the pitch. The final round of this season's La Liga is about to commence, featuring a pivotal clash in the race for the top 4, as Atletico Madrid hosts Malaga. As the players lined up to enter the field, the Calderón Stadium erupted in a deafening roar. The sound of the crowd surged forth, compelling the commentators at the broadcasting booth to grasp their headsets, shouting hoarsely, "Ladies and gentlemen, the match is about to begin, and both teams have fielded their strongest lineups." Many fans from the Dragon Kingdom, eagerly awaiting before their televisions, computers, and mobile screens, felt a jolt of excitement, awakening from their early morning slumber. All matches in the final round of La Liga kick off simultaneously, which makes the wait particularly agonizing for the fans in the Dragon Kingdom, as it is already 1:30 in the morning. Nonetheless, this match continues to captivate the attention of numerous Dragon Kingdom supporters. This is a crucial encounter for the top 4. Malaga sits 4th in the standings, but should they win, they could ascend to 3rd place. Meanwhile, Atletico Madrid trails Malaga by 3 points, with a chance to overtake them for the 4th position. This match is a final for both sides. Let us first examine the starting lineups. Atletico Madrid has deployed a traditional 4-4-2 formation, goalkeeper De Gea, with a central defensive pairing of Godin and Dominguez, left-back Felipe Luis, and right-back Barella. The midfield consists of Thiago, Suarez, Raul Garcia, and Reyes, while the striking duo features Atletico's South American forwards, Agüero and Diego Forlan. On the other hand, Malaga has opted for a 4-3-1-2 formation, with goalkeeper Asenjo, a central defense pairing of Demichelis and Ivan Gonzalez, left-back Rosario, and right-back Gomez. In midfield, Malaga fields 3 holding midfielders, Camacho, Fernando, and Juanito. Their attacking trident comprises Ye Luo, Baptista, and Isco. This lineup represents the most consistent selections for both teams in recent rounds, with neither side holding back, promising a clash of titans. As the commentators wrapped up their introductions of the starting lineups, the pre-match ceremonies concluded. With the referee's whistle, the match officially commenced. Atletico Madrid, taking the initial kickoff, immediately displayed an aggressive offensive posture, swiftly passing the ball to the left flank. Left-back Felipe Luis received the ball, surged down the line, and delivered a cross. The ball struck the foot of Malaga's right-back Gomez, going out for a corner. Within mere seconds of the match's start, Atletico Madrid earned the first corner kick. The commentators in the booth were electrified, recognizing the ferocity of Atletico Madrid's attacking intent. Raul Garcia took the corner to the far post. Amidst the gasps of the commentators, Diego Forlan seized the opportunity at the penalty spot, directing a header toward the goal. With a resounding thud, The football struck the crossbar and ricocheted out of play. The crossbar. Oh, the crossbar denied Diego Forlan's attempt at glory. Atletico Madrid established their dominance over Malaga right from the outset of the match. This encounter promises to be thrilling. Atletico Madrid is anything but conservative, boasting 2 premier forwards. Malaga may struggle to withstand the relentless onslaught from Atletico. In the commentary booth, the announcers were swept away by excitement. Forlan, hands clasped atop his head, stood in the penalty area, lamenting the missed opportunity. On the sidelines, Simeone appeared almost ready to kneel in despair. The Atletico fans at the Vicente Calderón were equally distraught. Hands on their heads, eyes wide as they watched the ball dance on the advertising boards. A fervent urge to charge onto the field and drive that wretched ball into the net surged within them. Should that ball have found its way into the goal, the prospect of Atletico surpassing Malaga in the standings would have been considerably brighter. The scene came alive as the match resumed, as the chapter concluded. Chapter 87. The Malaga Twin Stars Connect. Malaga supporters felt a wave of anxiety wash over them upon witnessing Atletico's aggressive assault in the early stages of the match. The world of football has seen too many instances where a promising lead slips away. Although Malaga eventually gained possession, Atletico's players, like rabid dogs, unleashed a high-intensity press in the midfield, swiftly reclaiming the ball. The atmosphere in the Calderón stands ignited with fervor. Fans erupted in cheers for Atletico's players. Simeone on the sidelines radiated excitement. The players' enthusiasm was precisely what he desired. Who would choose to compete in the Europa League when the Champions League beckons? For Atletico, the sooner they found the back of the net, the greater their chances of overtaking Malaga. Such aggressive tactics at the start of the match are not uncommon. Players often lose focus at the beginning and the end of a match, making it an opportune time for goals to occur. Simeone understood that achieving a 2-goal swing would be a formidable challenge, especially against a team adept at defensive counterattacks. The earlier they scored, the more advantageous it would be for Atletico. Once they had a goal to their name, Malaga's mindset would inevitably shift. In football, a goal can come at any moment. And should Atletico score again, it would mean Malaga faced a daunting deficit, propelling Atletico into the 4th position. Presently, Atletico's offensive onslaught was fierce. The only thing missing was a goal. After enduring 11 minutes against Atletico's relentless barrage, Malaga's defense ultimately succumbed. In the 11th minute, Forlan's shot caused Asenjo to fumble. And Aguero, ever vigilant in the penalty area, pounced on the opportunity, sending the ball into the empty net. Aguero! Aguero! In the commentary booth, the announcers jubilantly exclaimed. The suspense has returned. Atletico Madrid has scored. Malaga is in peril. Should they concede another goal and fall behind Atletico by 2 goals, they will lose the match and slip from 4th to 5th place. Following the goal, Aguero exuberantly dashed to the corner flag, celebrating wildly with his Atletico Madrid teammates. The Calderón was utterly electrified. At that moment, the entire stadium quaked with excitement, the stands swaying in unison. Malaga had conceded the first goal. This did not bode well. Atletico Madrid's aggressive onslaught at the start of the match had yielded remarkable results, breaking the deadlock. Although Malaga could theoretically continue to defend and maintain their 4th place standing with the current score, just one more goal from Atletico would see them drop to 5th place. The commentator Zhang Jun's expression turned grave, reflecting the concerns of fans from Longwa. Goodness, Atletico Madrid is relentless. The combination of Forlan and Aguero is formidable. This is indeed alarming. But fear not, Yellow will score. We must remain calm, fans commented in the chatroom. After the goal was conceded, team captain Yellow promptly gathered his teammates for a meeting. It's all right. We are still the leading side on the scoreboard, and there is plenty of time left. As they push forward in attack, they leave vast spaces behind. This is our opportunity for a counterattack. If we can release the ball, they are finished. Yellow reassured his teammates. Hearing his words, the initial anxiety began to dissipate, as Yellow's confidence served as their anchor. Indeed, with Atletico pressing so high and attacking fiercely, there is ample space behind their defense. A penetrating pass is all we need, no precision required, just a long ball over the top, Demichelis declared, thumping his chest. Yellow, just wait for my pass. Excellent. After scoring, they will surely be riding high. We must reinforce our defense. Yellow shouted with fervor. Let us go. The team rallied, rising in unison before dispersing to their positions, ready for the match to resume. Upon the restart, the buoyant Atletico Madrid continued their relentless assault on Malaga's goal. The intensity mirrored that of before, perhaps even more ferocious. After all, this was their home ground, and following their recent goal, Atletico Madrid's morale and momentum were at their zenith, instilling confidence in every player. The reason goals sometimes come in quick succession lies in the psychological shifts between the scoring and conceding teams. In a state of exhilaration, anything is possible. Malaga found themselves under pressure once more, except for Ye Luo, who roamed in the attacking front. Thiago, in possession, passed laterally to Suarez, who then delivered the ball to Forlan, who had dropped back to receive it. The seasoned veteran from Uruguay possesses a wealth of experience. During the ball control process, he executed a feint to deliver a direct pass, successfully shifting the balance of Malaga's midfielder, Camacho. In that fleeting moment, Forlan opted to control the ball, which settled precisely 1 meter in front of him, just within reach for a swift strike. Forlan shoots. The commentators gasped in unison. A chorus of cheers erupted from the stands of the Calderon. The Malaga supporters felt their hearts leap into their throats. The ball arced through the air, heading straight for the bottom left corner of the goal. At this critical juncture, the young goalkeeper, Asenjo, came through with a remarkable save. Diving sideways, he managed to deflect the ball out of play with the tips of his fingers. A collective sigh resonated from the Atletico Madrid fans in the stands. Meanwhile, Malaga supporters, both present at the venue and watching from home, were left in shock. Conceding 2 goals in quick succession would spell disaster for Malaga, although that shot was parried. Nearly all Malaga fans wore expressions of deep concern, for Atletico's onslaught was relentless. Diego Forlan and Aguero were both particularly active, with the 2 forwards creating continuous threats, keeping Malaga pinned in their own half. If this continued, conceding a goal seemed inevitable. Amid the worries of the Malaga supporters, Atletico Madrid took a corner kick. Asenjo charged out, punching the ball clear of the penalty area. Outside the box, Luis Felipe met the ball with a powerful shot, which was of high quality, skimming along the grass toward the goal. However, the penalty area was congested, and the ball struck the foot of Atletico's midfielder, Suarez, rebounding to Demichelis. Demichelis instinctively glanced for Ye Luo's position. Upon spotting Ye Luo calling for the ball in the left flank near the center circle, he had no time to aim and simply kicked it in that general direction. "Demichelis clears," exclaimed the commentators. This kick indeed appeared to be a hasty clearance, as Demichelis had no opportunity for any adjustments. The ball flew diagonally towards the left sideline. Ye Luo appeared to be chasing it out of bounds, as noted by the radio commentator, Andres. Just then, he suddenly paused. "Oh, splendid." Ye Luo energetically retrieved the ball. In the television footage, Ye Luo, while retreating, monitored the incoming ball, then leaped high just before it could cross the sideline, heading it back into play, where it fell to Isco's feet. "It's out," cried the Calderon fans. Atletico Madrid players raised their hands in protest. However, the assistant referee remained unfazed, having seen clearly that the ball was still well within play. The broadcast revealed unmistakably that Ye Luo had leapt from inside the field, leaning forward to head the ball back. There was no doubt it had not gone out. Ignoring the Atletico players' claims, Ye Luo sprinted forward after landing. Isco quickly passed the ball back to him. The football rolled directly in front of Ye Luo. As he sprinted forward, he was already prepared. Faced with a defender, he slightly angled his body, deftly controlling the ball with his right foot, then nudging it with the outside of his boot, swiftly accelerating past his opponent. Luis Felipe understood that he could not match Ye Luo's speed, so he immediately retreated to the left side of the penalty area. Like his fellow Atletico Madrid players, he was keen to defend. According to Ye Luo's usual practice, he would typically cut inside and shoot after catching up with the ball. After all, he was vying for the golden boot and held absolute authority to shoot within the Malaga squad. Thus, he had every intention of carrying the ball into the penalty area. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Ye Luo advanced along the outer edge before cutting towards the penalty area, a longer route compared to directly returning inside. Consequently, although Luis Felipe and the other Atletico Madrid players were slower than Ye Luo, their distance to cover was shorter. Soon, 2 Atletico Madrid fullbacks and midfielder Reyes returned to the penalty area, positioning themselves on the left side. If Ye Luo advanced into the box, he would be met by 3 defenders. Ye Luo's speed had fully kicked in, yet he was not blindly charging forward. He was also observing the dynamics of the field, including the positions of both opponents and teammates. All Atletico Madrid players were retreating, with the fastest being the 2 fullbacks and Reyes. Meanwhile, Isco from Malaga made a direct run towards the back post of the penalty area, unmarked. In Yellow's mind, he meticulously mapped out the current positions and movements of the players on the field. In that fleeting moment, he made a decision. After a few strides to catch up with the ball, he did not stop or adjust. Instead, he struck the rolling ball with his left foot. The inside of his left foot lifted the ball into the air, creating a distinct arc. The arc bypassed the defensive line formed by Luis Felipe, Barella, and Reyes on the left side of the penalty area, veering towards the right side. David De Gea was taken aback by Yellow's decisive pass. As he turned, he saw Isco already poised to shoot. Yellow delivered a cross to the right flank of the penalty area, and Isco, goal! Amidst the commentators' exuberant exclamations, Isco raised his foot, and the ball deflected off his arch into the net. What a splendid goal! Yellow's unexpected, unhalted pass created an unmarked shooting opportunity for Isco. The connection between the Malaga twin stars was exquisite. This goal is a testament to Yellow's decisiveness. Had he paused to control the ball, such an opportunity might have slipped away. Atletico Madrid's defensive effort was indeed commendable. Isco has now scored his 9th league goal of the season. With 9 goals in half a season, this young player has demonstrated remarkable prowess, certainly deserving of comparison with his teammate Yellow. 1-1. With the connection between the twin stars of Malaga, the team has equalized the score. Atletico Madrid must now score at least 2 goals to surpass Malaga in the standings. In the commentary booth, the announcers erupted in cheers for this goal, while the atmosphere in the Calderon, once vibrant like a volcanic eruption, plummeted to a chilling silence. All the fans of Atletico Madrid clutched their heads in disbelief. For Atletico, the situation had taken a sudden and dire turn. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 88, securing the victory. As the last suspense unfolds, Isco, having scored, dashed toward Yellow. The two embraced and rushed toward the corner flag, raising their arms in triumph towards the away supporters. Other Malaga players joined in the jubilant celebration. This goal was absolutely crucial. Not only did it level the score, but it also restored Malaga's lead to 2 goals. 2 goals are certainly far more secure than 1. Everyone surged forward, overwhelmed with excitement. What a magnificent play. Goodness, I was nearly scared out of my wits. Oh. The Malaga players celebrated with abandon, while their fans leapt from their seats, waving scarves and flags in joyous acknowledgement of the goal. On the sidelines, Pellegrini raised his arms in celebration, fist clenched, and embraced his assistants. This goal was monumental. Had it come even a moment later, Pellegrini feared his team might concede a second goal. All of Atletico Madrid's fierce counterattacks were abruptly interrupted by this goal. Their enthusiasm and fervor extinguished as if doused with a bucket of cold water. The significance of this moment cannot be overstated. What reassured Pellegrini further was the knowledge that his core player, his captain, is an exemplary team player. Previously, Pellegrini had harbored some concerns that Yellow might prioritize the Golden Boot competition over the team's success. However, in this offensive play, Yellow demonstrated that he placed the victory of the team above his individual aspirations. His pass was decisive. A moment's hesitation would have resulted in a lost opportunity. It is truly remarkable to witness an 18-year-old maintain such composure and maturity on the field, embodying the poise of a seasoned veteran. The television replayed the goal repeatedly, showcasing Yellow as he maneuvered the ball along the sideline, overtaking Luis Felipe while other Atletico defenders opted to retreat into the penalty area to guard against danger. All these choices seemed quite rational. What was unexpected was Yellow's decision to deliver a pass with his weaker foot without stopping the ball, executed with such finesse. Ye Luo's timing and technique in passing are executed with remarkable precision. The difficulty of such a pass is immense. The ball is still moving forward, requiring him to accurately send it over the heads of the defenders at the near post while ensuring a harmonious understanding with Isco's movement. It is no small feat. Even with his dominant foot, yet Ye Luo accomplished it with exceptional flair. Certainly, no one anticipated his sudden decision to pass. At that position, most forwards might choose to halt the ball, either to charge into the penalty area or await support from teammates. However, had Ye Luo paused, he might have missed the opportunity altogether. While the goal was scored by Isco, commentators in Dragon Country lauded Ye Luo's contribution. What a splendid delivery. That cross was simply mesmerizing. The fans erupted in cheers for Ye Luo, though some expressed concern. Messi had already scored, giving Barcelona a 2-0 lead over Valencia. While Ye Luo had yet to find the net, he needed to step up and strive for the Golden Boot. The spectators at the Calderon Stadium reacted sharply, emitting a cacophony of boos. Yet, No amount of disapproval could alter the reality of the equalizer. David De Gea, in resignation, retrieved the ball from the back of the net, unleashing a powerful kick to vent his frustration. That goal was beyond reproach. Even if he had anticipated Ye Luo's cross, he might have been able to intercept it. But there are no what-ifs in football. Atletico Madrid had relinquished their lead, returning both teams to square one, needing at least 2 goals to triumph. Given the initial momentum of Atletico, scoring 2 seemed feasible. Yet, after witnessing Malaga's incisive counterattacks, De Gea's confidence waned. On the sidelines, Simeone wore a furrowed brow, feeling equally helpless. He was acutely aware of Malaga's counterattacking prowess. Yet, as the trailing side, Atletico was compelled to take risks, to gamble. But who can ensure that taking risks will yield success or that gambling will guarantee victory? In the early stages, Atletico had a considerable advantage. But now even Simeone found himself wavering. To score 2 goals while preventing any against a team adept at counterattacks presents a paradox. To score, one must invest resources in offense, pushing the formation forward, yet doing so exposes the defense to exploitation. This predicament is exceedingly distressing. Malaga can comfortably execute counterattacks, while Atletico must engage in an area attack, a style they are not particularly proficient in. But does Simeone have any alternative? He does not. Thus, he must continue to gamble, push forward, attack. There remains a glimmer of hope. If time elapses without action, the opportunity will vanish entirely. Thus, Simeone summoned Raul Garcia to the sidelines. Attack. We must continue our offensive. The initial phase of their assault was quite formidable, and their defense was not infallible. Raul Garcia nodded vigorously amidst a chorus of boos, conveying Simeone's latest directives to each Atletico Madrid player. The jeers were directed at the Malaga players, who were still reveling in their celebration. The Malaga players remained unhurried, knowing that if the referee did not intervene, they could celebrate until the end of the first half. The spectators at the Calderon also took notice, unleashing sharp boos, particularly directed at Ye Luo, as the Malaga players concluded their celebrations and returned to their half. The camera focused on Ye Luo, and when his close-up appeared on the large screen at Calderon, the volume of the boos surged, as if the entire stadium might be overturned by the cacophony. However, Ye Luo remained unfazed, engaging in light-hearted banter with Isco as they made their way back. For Ye Luo, the more piercing the jeers from the opposing fans, the better he felt. It indicated his performance was instilling fear and trepidation. It was a peculiar form of commendation. Furthermore, Malaga had no reason to rush. It was Atletico Madrid that needed to feel the urgency. The resumption of play confirmed this notion. Atletico Madrid continued to press forward. Yet their offensive threat significantly diminished as their mindset shifted to one of anxiety. This manifested in a loss of patience in their attacking organization, opting for hasty passes aimed at breaching Malaga's defense and delivering crosses from the flanks with little thought. Such impetuous attacks yielded no fruitful results, instead providing Malaga with ample opportunities for counterattacks. The frequency of possession changes began to escalate. In the 33rd minute of the match, Atletico Madrid's right back, Barella, received a pass on the right flank and forcefully crossed the ball. It struck a defender and ricocheted into Malaga's penalty area. The right back, Gomez, who had contracted his defense, was the first to seize the ball. He glanced at Ye Luo's position ahead and executed a near shot with his instep, propelling the ball forward at remarkable speed. The ball skated along the ground, perfectly aligning with the advancing Ye Luo. Ye Luo, amidst the commentator's astonished exclamations. Ye Luo did not need to touch the ball to elevate his pace, sprinting after it across the half, and as the ball's speed slightly diminished, he struck once more. Accelerating again, Ye Luo had gained possession on the right flank. The commentators immediately focused their attention on Ye Luo, who was charging forward with the ball. The Calderon erupted with boos, a sharp cacophony that silenced all else, yet it could not impede Ye Luo's pace. Simeone's body tensed as he observed that the 2 center-backs, Godin and Dominguez, along with left-back Felipe, had remained back, guarding the inner lines, which offered him a slight sense of relief. Felipe was stationed in the paint, hesitant to rush out and challenge. Meanwhile, Godin and Dominguez were keenly observing the positions of their Malaga teammates. Fortunately, this time, due to Ye Luo's rapid advance with the ball, even his pass could not be intercepted by any Malaga player. Isco and Baptista were both closely guarded, unable to match Ye Luo's speed. If Ye Luo were to wait for support from his teammates, it would be the Atletico Madrid defenders who would return first. Thus, The strategy was clear: contain him in the inner area, preventing Yellow from cutting inside for a shot, forcing him to continue along the outer line, where he would only have the option of a narrow-angle shot near the baseline. Godin and Felipe stepped forward, positioning themselves to block Yellow's path inward. Simultaneously, De Gea steadied himself at the near post, mirroring the situation just before Malaga's previous goal. The only difference was that this time, Yellow was on the right side, and none of his teammates could arrive in time. Yellow assessed the positions of Godin, Felipe, and De Gea, continuing to dribble diagonally forward, his mind racing with possibilities. He had to make a decision in the blink of an eye, for any hesitation would transform this counterattack into a positional offensive, and Atletico Madrid players were recovering swiftly. As he ran, Yellow began to formulate a plan. He adopted a determined posture, pushing Godin and Felipe back. In the midst of his movement, his right calf suddenly snapped like a whip. With a swift flick of his right foot's outside, he launched the ball into the air with a fierce spin. Godin was left to ponder Yellow's next move. While Yellow's dominant foot was his right, his left foot was also a considerable threat. However, both Godin and Felipe were focused on preventing Yellow's inward cut. If he were to cut in, they could easily intercept the ball. Therefore, it was likely that Yellow would carry the ball into the penalty area and attempt a narrow-angle shot toward the baseline. This was his most probable choice. Indeed, the optimal one. Yet, Godin had faith in De Gea's defensive capabilities. From such a tight angle, penetrating De Gea's guard at the near post would require a colossal error from him. Just as Godin was contemplating this, Yellow indeed veered toward the baseline. The danger was not yet averted. Godin continued to adjust his position, ready for any unforeseen developments. At that moment, he was suddenly startled. Yellow's right calf executed an unanticipated flick during his run, sending the ball soaring from the air, just in front of Godin's shoulder. Godin barely had time to comprehend how Yellow had executed the kick. In a hasty leap, he missed the ball entirely, and as he turned his head in midair, he witnessed a scene that sent chills down his spine. The ball traced an exaggerated arc through the air, ultimately directed toward the goal. Where was De Gea? De Gea was hurriedly retreating from the near post, preparing to leap. He had anticipated Yellow's narrow-angle shot, and was ready for it. Ye Luo found himself with a singular route for his shot. An inward cut was thwarted. A pass was futile, as his teammates failed to advance. Holding the ball was equally unfruitful. Atletico Madrid's defenders swiftly surrounded him. Thus, with a narrow angle, striking towards the near post emerged as the most advantageous choice for Malaga in this predicament. With a stroke of fortune, he might score, or it could ricochet off the goalkeeper, creating chaos in the penalty area. At the very least, he could earn a corner, for De Gea would undoubtedly hesitate to claim Ye Luo's powerful strike. However, when Ye Luo suddenly unleashed the ball, De Gea was caught off guard and instinctively sprinted towards the far post. During this split second, he witnessed the trajectory of the ball. Though the speed was not exceptionally high, the spin was remarkably intense. This imparted an exaggerated curve, deftly bypassing Godin, and it soared towards the far post at a sharp angle. De Gea had no choice but to gamble. He leaped, stretching his body as far as possible, arms fully extended. Yet, he could not even graze the ball. The football struck the far post with a resounding thud, then brushed against the inner side of the net, spinning its way into the goal. Simeone's expression froze. The jeers from the Calderon Stadium seemed to be paused in that instant. All eyes were fixated on the ball rotating within the net. The entire stadium felt as though it had been encased in ice. Breaking this silence were the commentators in the booth. Ye Luo. My God, what a shot this is. A curling strike with the outside of his foot. Oh, what an exquisitely beautiful arc he has created. 1-2. Malaga takes the lead in this away match. The goal was scored by their core player, Ye Luo. His 38th league goal. He has now equaled the tallies of Messi and Ronaldo, who currently sit atop the leaderboard. At the same time, in 2 other matches, Messi has scored, while Ronaldo has yet to find the net. Thus, the top scorer list now features 3 players tied for first place. Victory is secured. Malaga has locked in their triumph. The score stands at 1-2. Atletico Madrid must win by 3 clear goals to surpass Malaga, as the head-to-head record favors Malaga with 2 away goals. This means that for Atletico Madrid to overtake Malaga in the standings, they must defeat them by a score of 5-2, requiring 4 goals in the remaining time while ensuring that Malaga scores none. This is an almost insurmountable task. Malaga has secured their victory and their qualification for the Champions League. the commentators exclaimed. Simultaneously, the atmosphere at the Calderon Stadium shifted. The boos returned. But this time they felt somewhat feeble. Most Atletico Madrid supporters were enveloped in despair. They understood the implications of this conceded goal. To achieve a remarkable turnaround in the standings, they would need to score 4 goals in the remaining time, a feat that was utterly impossible. The match has lost all sense of suspense. Simeone has returned to the bench. Although miracles often occur on the football field, if Malaga were to mount a comeback against Atletico Madrid by scoring 4 goals, it would not be a miracle, but rather a horror film. Pellegrini can now rest easy. Ye Luo's goal has secured Malaga's qualification for the Champions League. The Malaga fans in the stands are fervently chanting, "Champions League, here we come." Andres, the commentator from Cope Radio, reflects on the arduous journey of Malaga this season. They managed to scrape together a mere 5 points in the first 13 matches, languishing in the relegation zone. At that time, who could have foreseen that they would secure a place in the Champions League by the season's end? From 5 points in 13 matches to currently locking in 4th place, it is indeed a miracle, an incredible miracle. The television replay endlessly showcases Ye Luo's goal. Amidst his run, his calf's sudden movement was remarkably subtle, catching everyone off guard with how he executed it. The curve produced by the outside of his foot was astonishing. The ball initially flew towards the far sideline, veering towards the goal only after passing by Felipe and Godin. What a splendid arc. Andres muses. The technique of curling the ball with the outside of the foot evokes memories of the Portuguese winger Quaresma, yet in my view, Ye Luo's shot was even more exquisite. His calf's movement was minimal, yet the curve was pronounced, leaving Atletico Madrid's defenders utterly unprepared. Zhang Jun, in the studio, applauds Ye Luo's strike. Malaga has sealed their victory. Now only one question remains. Who will claim the Golden Boot this season? Fans from Longwa continue to admire this goal. It is simply beautiful. Wow. I feel like writing a poem. Wow. Wow. Writing poetry? I can do that. This shot is truly remarkable, and the curve is equally impressive. No need to force it if you can't write. It feels so good amidst the fans' discussions. After executing his shot and losing his balance, Ye Luo has already dashed towards the sidelines, sliding on his knees. 3 stripes, accompanied by the cheers from the away fans. Ye Luo, hooray! Wow! I forgot to set my alarm last night. This chapter ends here. Chapter 89. Unprecedented fierce competition. The atmosphere at the Calderon Stadium has grown somewhat subdued. The voices of Malaga's jubilant fans have become the focal point of this venue. Atletico Madrid's efforts to secure a Champions League spot this season have faltered. While some Atletico fans in the stands continue to cheer for their players, everyone is acutely aware that the tide has turned. The players of Atletico Madrid have lost their previous resolve. Ye Luo's goal not only reversed the score, but also eclipsed Atletico Madrid's away goals, extinguishing the players' motivation to continue the battle. They appeared somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, at another venue, Real Madrid hosted Mallorca in a match that was decidedly one-sided, with the home team exerting complete control over the proceedings. However, the spirits of the Bernabeu crowd were not particularly high, even with their team leading Mallorca 1-0. News from the other match dampened their enthusiasm. Barcelona was ahead 2-0 against Valencia. This meant that regardless of how many goals Real Madrid scored in this match, the league title would still belong to Barcelona. At that moment, Cristiano Ronaldo held the ball, cutting in from the wing before unleashing a powerful shot. The football soared high, missing the goal and flying towards the second-tier stands. After his attempt, Ronaldo clapped his hands in frustration, muttering under his breath as he turned away. Just then, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. He walked towards the players' tunnel, his expression grim. Although the team was leading, the goal had not been scored by him or any Real Madrid player. It was an own goal, with a Mallorca player inadvertently sending Marcelo's cross into the net. Ronaldo had yet to find the back of the net, and the crowd had booed several times, making it evident to him that Barcelona had scored. The likelihood of Messi finding the net seemed high. What if Ye Luo also scored? Would he lose his position atop the scoring chart? This season, Real Madrid had only secured 1 Copa del Rey, and now it seemed they were no longer even dreaming of the cup, as winning the Champions League appeared easier. However, for the current Real Madrid, defeating Barcelona to claim the Copa del Rey was insufficient. They had been eliminated by Barcelona in the Champions League semi-finals, while Barcelona advanced to the final, facing Ronaldo's former club, Manchester United. Ronaldo's first-half performance had been vigorous, yet he had failed to score, his eagerness perhaps working against him. Currently, Ronaldo, Messi, and Yellow each had 38 goals, and the competition between the three strikers had intensified. However, there was no need for haste. The second half promised ample opportunity. The commentators in Madrid rallied for Ronaldo, and the Bernabeu fans applauded him until his figure disappeared down the players' tunnel. Upon entering, Ronaldo immediately sought out his teammates on the bench to inquire about the status of the other two. Upon learning that both Yellow and Messi had scored, equaling his tally, his expression darkened further. "You will definitely score in the second half. Once you break your duck, the golden boot is yours," Marcelo reassured him. Clenching his fist, Ronaldo declared, "I will score more goals." Meanwhile, in Malaga, the first half of their match had also concluded. As the players entered the locker room, they could hardly contain their exuberance, with many already beginning to celebrate their entry into the Champions League. "Champions League! Champions League! Oh! Isco sang loudly. Demichelis drummed on the table, providing the beat, while Camacho waved his underwear and brandished a sausage. For Malaga, they were not merely fourth on the live standings. They had ascended to third place. They had leveled with Valencia, displacing them from the third spot due to their superior head-to-head record. Pellegrini had intended to remind the players not to become overly confident or to rejoice too soon before entering the locker room. However, witnessing the exuberance of his players, he had a change of heart. With a 4-goal advantage in hand, it would indeed be unkind to dampen their spirits with caution. The outcome of the match was no longer in doubt. The team had exerted themselves throughout the season, the half-season, and achieving such results was no small feat. With only the final half of the league season remaining, allowing the players to express their emotions was warranted. A stern reprimand from him might even risk dampening their morale. Thus, Pellegrini congratulated everyone, praising the team's performance in the first half. "This is what you deserve, lads. Your performance in the first half was outstanding. In the second half, let's secure our victory completely." Pellegrini turned his gaze to Jello. As the head coach, he was acutely aware of Jello's desirability in the upcoming summer transfer window. He had planned to discuss tactics with Jello after the match, as his strategy was built around Jello being the focal point. If Jello were to leave at the end of the season, Malaga would face a challenging campaign in the Champions League next season. Moreover, there was another goal, the golden boot. Jello paused momentarily. Wasn't that the case? Pellegrini winked at him, stating, "The greatest contributor to our success this season has been you. Now, we have 45 more minutes to help you score goal after goal. Yes, the golden boot. We shall support Jello in his quest for it. Let's go. Golden boot. Golden boot. Golden boot." In an instant, the Malaga players erupted in cheers. Pellegrini nodded in satisfaction. While Malaga's squad may not rival that of Real Madrid or Barcelona, their unity in the locker room surpassed that of their illustrious counterparts. Just look at this spirit. The next season holds great promise. In the first half of the match, the scenarios for the championship and the top four were becoming clear. Thus, the only remaining suspense lay in which of the three leading scorers would ultimately claim the golden boot this season. Following the break, Messi intensified his attempts at striking directly at goal, clearly determined to secure the golden boot. Meanwhile, Cristiano Ronaldo was now within the penalty area, as Real Madrid's formidable strength completely overpowered Mallorca, continuously sending crosses in search of Ronaldo. From leading, they found themselves leveled. Cristiano Ronaldo is undeniably reluctant to concede. Currently, all three contenders stand on equal footing. Should he not exert himself, the coveted golden boot may slip from his grasp. Both Messi and Ronaldo are putting forth tremendous effort. Yet, it was Yellow who first struck in the second half. A Malaga midfielder intercepted the ball, and Isco delivered a precise through pass to Yellow. "Here he comes." Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Yellow seized the ball and advanced, finding himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. De Gea rushed out, but hesitated, maintaining his distance. However, Yellow, having assessed De Gea's position, deftly struck the ball with the instep of his foot, sending it gliding along the grass and past De Gea's left side. Bending into the net from a sharp angle, he confidently scored the one-on-one opportunity. The ball is in. Magnificent. It's now 3-1. Yellow has netted a brace. This marks his 39th goal in the league this season. For the first time this season, he has surpassed both Messi and Ronaldo in the scoring charts. Oh, could there be a reversal in the scoring race? The Malaga commentator exclaimed with fervor. The fans of Malaga, equally ecstatic, leapt from their seats, raising their arms in jubilation. Yellow. Yellow. After scoring, Yellow ran over to the away fans, waving in gratitude. This season has been nothing short of a dream for Yellow. He has played, scored, and triumphed in La Liga, emerging as one of the world's most celebrated rising stars. The genesis of it all began in Malaga. Meanwhile, on the pitch, Cristiano Ronaldo remained oblivious to Ye Luo's goal. However, the commentary team was well aware. Oh my God, Ye Luo has scored. And he has now overtaken Messi and Ronaldo to ascend to the top of the scoring charts. My goodness, 39 goals despite missing 13 matches. The 18-year-old Ye Luo is crafting an epic tale. Ye Luo is in the lead. This promises to be thrilling. After celebrating with the away fans, as Ye Luo passed the substitutes bench, the players congratulated him on his goal, revealing that neither Messi nor Ronaldo had scored yet. He now occupies the summit of the scoring leaderboard. Ye Luo beamed with joy. Yet, he understood that a single goal lead is precarious. He must continue to strive. However, not long after the match commenced in Malaga, developments unfolded on the other two pitches. Messi cut in from the right flank, executing a powerful 1-2 with Iniesta, and with a left-footed curl, he found the far corner of the net. Messi, Messi, Messi. Oh my goodness. That's his 39th goal. Messi has netted his 39th league goal. The golden boot belongs to Messi. It is Leo Messi's. No one can take it away. The commentator from Catalonia television shouted with unrestrained excitement. Almost simultaneously, his expression stiffened as he received word through his earpiece. Cristiano Ronaldo had also scored. At the Bernabeu Stadium, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, the fans jubilant. Just moments ago, Cristiano unleashed a long-range shot that breached the opponent's goal, delivering a spectacular response in the Golden Boot race. 39 goals. 3 sharpshooters have returned to the same starting line. Has the race for the Golden Boot in La Liga ever been this fiercely contested? All 3 strikers are now nearing the remarkable tally of 40 goals. An unprecedented level of competition. The chapter concludes here, chapter 90, where he executed the decisive strike. Ye Luo, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Lionel Messi have all reached the impressive milestone of 39 goals, with the ranking for the Golden Boot poised for constant change. Both contenders now stand on equal footing. Ye Luo. It appears highly probable that Ye Luo will claim this season's Golden Boot. Zhang Jun, seemingly in a dream, uttered these words. A player hailing from the Dragon Nation now occupies the pinnacle of the La Liga scoring chart. Should this goal tally remain unchanged, Ye Luo would achieve an unprecedented feat by securing the Golden Boot in La Liga. Even if he were to tie for first place, he would still be a Golden Boot winner. The title of top scorer. Ye Luo's emergence has left many fans from the Dragon Nation in a daze. As if living in a dream, he continues to score, surpassing records and breaking barriers. The records set by Dragon Nation players in the top 5 leagues are now trivial in comparison. He is on the verge of claiming the title of La Liga's best scorer, even if it is a shared accolade. This alone is enough to instill pride in the hearts of Dragon Nation fans. They believe that even a tie for the title of best scorer is monumental, especially as it places him alongside Messi and Ronaldo, a truly remarkable achievement, particularly as this is merely Ye Luo's first season as a professional. However, Ye Luo does not share this sentiment. During a stoppage in play, he inquired with his teammates on the bench and learned of Messi and Ronaldo's scoring in succession, which made Ye Luo clench his fists, brimming with determination as he returned to the field. He remains unsatisfied, as Marloska remarked. A player of his caliber cannot easily tolerate sharing glory with others, Pellegrini chuckled. The pressure of the match's outcome has dissipated. Thus, he has instructed the Malaga players to fully support Ye Luo's scoring endeavors in the upcoming matches. Hey Ye, you are now tied for first with the Portuguese and the Argentine. Just as Ye Luo took a long-range shot that veered wide of the goal, Isco beside him remarked. What does tying for first even mean? The title of top scorer can only belong to one, Ye Luo asserted. Messi, Messi, Messi. The Camp Nou reverberated with chants of Messi's name. Just moments ago, Messi had dribbled through defenders, only to be brought down at the edge of the penalty area by a Valencia player. Barcelona was awarded a free kick in a prime position. Naturally, the responsibility for this free kick fell to Messi himself. The fans in the stands were already chanting his name, ready to celebrate a goal. Messi's left foot is renowned for its exquisite curve, having scored from free kicks on numerous occasions, in such a favorable position. The crowd eagerly anticipated a spectacular direct free kick finding the back of the net. Messi took a couple of steps back, curling the ball towards the goal with his left foot. The football, with a fierce spin, arced toward the corner, and the commentator from Catalonia, fists clenched, repeatedly murmured Messi's name, his body slightly rising from his seat in anticipation of the moment to erupt in cheers. Bang! That was the sound of the ball striking the crossbar, and the commentator abruptly sank back into his seat, as if all his strength had been drained by the scene before him. The entire crowd at Camp Nou clasped their heads in despair, mirroring Messi's own demeanor on the field. He glanced at the goal, refusing to retreat, instead gesturing forward with his hands, urging his teammates to advance. Such an assertive gesture was a rarity for the usually reserved Messi. He was unwilling to share the golden boot. Oh, the crossbar. My God, that shot hit the crossbar. It was so close, just a fraction away. The commentator held his head in regret. At this very moment, Ye Luo also clasped his head in disbelief. His recent attempt to score from inside the box seemed almost certain to succeed. Yet, De Gea's lightning reflexes executed an extraordinary save, deflecting the ball with his fingertips, which then struck the post and went out of play. The ball was denied entry. What a pity. De Gea. He was like an impenetrable wall. Zhang Jun expressed his deep disappointment. Meanwhile, at the Calderon commentary booth, the announcers reflected on the intense competition of this final round. It had been years since La Liga had witnessed such a fierce battle for the top scorer. The rivalry between Messi and Ronaldo had already been fierce. And now with Ye Luo joining the fray, I must admit, I am filled with anticipation for the next season. What if Ye Luo leaves at the end of this season? Surely not. He just signed a contract with Malaga. The commentators deliberated. The more intense the league's competition, the more superstars emerge, leading to a wealth of discussion, which ultimately fosters a healthier league development. People enjoy watching it. Otherwise, it would be as dull as a stagnant pond. Who would want to see that? Amidst the fierce competition between Messi, Ronaldo, and Ye Luo, time ticked away in the match. Their opponents were equally determined, unwilling to become mere backdrop. Thus, the subsequent matches saw vigorous defensive efforts. Unbeknownst to them, the clock had passed 80 minutes. Only 10 minutes remained in regular time. If the trio did not score in these final moments, they would have to reluctantly accept the reality of sharing the title of top scorer. Messi and Ronaldo were already recognized as the two best players in the world, with no other player able to match them. They would never allow themselves to be overshadowed by Ye Luo, this emerging star. Yet, Ye Luo fought fiercely for his own aspirations, honor, dignity, and that relentless, burning ambition. All three were giving their all. Ronaldo stood with his hands on his hips, head held high, shaking it slightly in disbelief. In a remarkable turn of events, Real Madrid has just scored, but it was not Cristiano Ronaldo who found the net. Rather, it was his teammate, Gonzalo Higuain. Ronaldo's low shot from the edge of the penalty area seemed destined for the corner, yet Mallorca's goalkeeper made a breathtaking save, miraculously keeping the ball from crossing the line. The ball subsequently fell to Higuain, who, faced with such an open goal, effortlessly slotted it home. Undeterred by any thoughts of his own goal bonus, this goal elicited a wave of applause from the hitherto subdued Bernabeu crowd. Although Real Madrid now leads Mallorca 3-0, the fans remain somewhat disheartened, as the prospect of the league championship seems increasingly distant this season. Ronaldo, too, is left feeling despondent, for the goal was not his. His attempt had been thwarted, as if the Mallorca goalkeeper were playing a personal game against him. Cristiano Ronaldo's luck appears to have run dry, as yet another of his cleverly executed shots is parried away. The commentator from Madrid television expresses regret for Ronaldo's misfortune, exclaiming the intensity of the match as all three players, Ronaldo, Messi, and Ye Luo, came tantalizingly close to scoring simultaneously. With just 10 minutes remaining, anticipation builds that more goals will follow. The commentator excitedly mentions watching 3 matches simultaneously, fueling the exhilaration of this final round. In Dragon Country, the fans' emotions fluctuate with the on-field developments. Some have even opened 3 windows to watch 3 matches concurrently. The fervor surrounding La Liga discussions in Dragon Country has reached unprecedented heights. Ye Luo has transformed into a formidable force, taking it upon himself to resolve the majority of plays. Every pass to his feet seems to culminate in a shot on goal. Whether it be a low drive into the penalty area, a powerful strike from outside it, or a curling shot with either foot, each an exhibition of his shooting prowess. The entire Malaga team is rallying to support him, with no one questioning this singular focus. Their sole objective is to assist Ye Luo in claiming the Golden Boot. Initially, Ye Luo did not foresee himself in contention for the league's top scorer, especially after joining the competition in the 14th round, with formidable rivals like Messi and Ronaldo dominating the scoresheet. However, As his own tally of goals has risen, he finds himself closing the gap on the leaders. At last, he is convinced he can vie for this coveted position, a title that has always seemed exclusive to a select few. The top scorer, the player with the most league goals, is undeniably the best. There is no need for selection or ratings, no hidden agendas. It's all remarkably fair and straightforward. Indeed, he desires that golden boot. For those two competitors are not so far ahead of him. They are within reach. As the final round approaches, is he to settle for anything less? Absolutely not. With an insatiable thirst for goals, Ye Luo's gaze was fixated solely on the net. Bang! A powerful shot. It soared over the crossbar. The referee signaled for Atletico Madrid to take a goal kick. However, the players from Malaga were deeply aggrieved, asserting that the ball had deflected off them and should have resulted in a corner kick. The referee, unfazed, dismissed their protests. The players attempted to argue further, but Ye Luo swiftly urged them to refocus. Time was of the essence. It could not be squandered here. The Atletico Madrid players understood that their hopes of advancing to the Champions League had been dashed. Yet, they had now identified a new objective: to thwart Ye Luo's scoring efforts. This individual had shattered their dreams of reaching the Champions League. Thus, they resolved to dismantle his aspirations in return. Yes, this was an act of vengeance. In the dying moments of the match, the Atletico Madrid players reached a consensus. They would ensure that Ye Luo's dreams were obliterated. This was revenge from Atletico Madrid. Wherever Ye Luo appeared, he was invariably shadowed by at least two Atletico players. He certainly had the option to pass the ball, but the Atletico players were indifferent. Their sole aim was to prevent him from scoring. Ultimately, Ye Luo realized that he had to rely on his individual prowess to resolve the situation. Time was running out, and he had little left for himself. In the 88th minute of the match, Ye Luo received the ball on the edge of the penalty area with his back to the goal. He chose not to pass. Fully aware that it would be futile, Atletico was no longer concerned with other players, as the goals of his Malaga teammates would hold little significance. He had to take matters into his own hands. Suarez clung tightly to Ye Luo, while Raul Garcia lurked nearby, ready to intercept. The other Atletico players continued to compress, forming a wall at the edge of the penalty area. Ye Luo leaned back, creating a sliver of space with his body. Then, he swiftly pulled the ball back, pivoted, and feinted. At that moment, Suarez immediately closed in, blocking the shot's trajectory, yet refrained from lunging forward, wary of giving away a foul. If a foul were committed in this position, it would result in a threatening free kick. Ye Luo understood that forcing a shot through so many defenders was unlikely to succeed. His feint was merely to draw Suarez out of position. As soon as the latter shifted, Ye Luo deftly maneuvered the ball in the opposite direction and surged into the penalty area. Suarez, initially grasping Ye Luo's jersey, suddenly yanked it as Ye Luo entered the box, only to abruptly release it and raise his hands in surrender. Such a gesture was unlikely to elicit a penalty, but its impact was significant. Ye Luo stumbled slightly but maintained his balance, and before Thiago could intervene, he skillfully retrieved the ball. Realizing he was about to collide with Ye Luo, Thiago hastily withdrew his foot, allowing Ye Luo to exploit the moment and bend low to dart inside. Ye Luo. He has bypassed two defenders. The commentators exclaimed in astonishment. Ye Luo's speed was hampered, surrounded by adversaries. After evading both Suarez and Thiago, he now faced the looming presence of Godin and Dominguez ahead, who dared not underestimate him. Ye Luo lifted his left foot, executing a sweeping motion. Godin and Dominguez simultaneously attempted to block, but at that moment, Ye Luo supported himself with his right hand and deftly flicked the ball to the right with his left foot. A pathway unfolded before his eyes. I shall score. Ye Luo gritted his teeth, the veins on his neck bulging. With a vigorous push of his right hand, he leaned back, and with a sudden thrust of his right foot, he propelled the ball toward that fleeting opening. The football zipped past Dominguez's feet. By the time De Gea noticed the ball, it was already too late. No one anticipated that Ye Luo could execute such a multitude of actions while nearly losing his balance. The ball struck the inner edge of the post with a resounding thud, rebounding to collide with the net, swirling within the goal. Goal! The ball has entered. A hat trick! A hat trick! Zhang Jun erupted with excitement in the studio. His 40th league goal. His 40th league goal. Ye Luo now stands alone at the pinnacle of the scoring chart, surpassing Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. He has accomplished it. Andres, the commentator from Cope Radio, clasped his head in disbelief. My God, this is merely his first season. This is his debut season, and he only began appearing in the 14th round of the league. In total, he has played just 25 league matches. 25 matches, 40 goals. What more can be said? What more can be said? La Liga has welcomed another king. He is undoubtedly the best scorer. The commentator from Malaga television exclaimed. After scoring, Ye Luo suddenly leapt from the ground, arms outstretched, roaring as he sprinted toward the sidelines. The camera fixed firmly on his silhouette. This will be the most spectacular moment in the entirety of La Liga. One worthy of being recorded and replayed countless times in the future. Ye Luo, in the 89th minute of the match, completed the turnaround on the scoring chart. He achieved the decisive goal. End of chapter. Chapter 91, S-Class Badge, 2 choices. The Calderon Stadium has unequivocally become the stage for the Malaga players. Aside from goalkeeper Asenjo, the rest of the Malaga players rushed toward Ye Luo in a frenzy. Best scorer, best scorer, best scorer. Isco's eyes sparkled with excitement. The other players laughed heartily as they congratulated Ye Luo. You are now at the top of the scoring chart. Messi and Ronaldo failed to score. He has surpassed them, outshining Messi and Ronaldo. Incredible, incredible. Upon hearing that both Messi and Ronaldo had not scored, Ye Luo could not suppress a smile. At this moment, the Golden Boot feels somewhat secured. While the Malaga team celebrated at the Calderon Stadium, at the Bernabeu Stadium, Cristiano Ronaldo was still fervently pursuing a goal. He was unaware of Ye Luo's achievement. However, those on the sidelines were well informed. Thus, Ronaldo's urgency intensified. Now, he could not even share the honor of being the top scorer. He must score. One goal is merely insufficient. It only serves to equalize the score. To claim the title of top scorer outright, one must net 2 goals. However, achieving 2 goals within mere minutes is a daunting challenge, almost an insurmountable task. While it may be feasible to score 1, scoring 2 seems nearly impossible. Now, the pressing challenge rests squarely on the shoulders of Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. These 2 superstars have battled fiercely throughout the season, only to find themselves overshadowed by a rising star who has snatched away the prestigious Golden Boot. Emblematic of the finest forward. This is simply intolerable. Thus, in the dying moments of the match, both players intensified their shooting attempts, hoping to translate frequency into success. Yet, time was truly running short. Injury time. Real Madrid's match had 3 minutes of stoppage time. Barcelona's match also had 3 minutes. On the other hand, Malaga announced 4 minutes of injury time. The final moments were upon us. Let us rally. May divine forces bless us. As the match approached its conclusion, the tension among fans escalated. Injury time had commenced. Only 3 minutes remained. If neither Messi nor Ronaldo found the net within these final moments, then Ye Luo would claim the title of top scorer, all to himself. Zhang Jun, speaking with palpable anxiety, noted how scoring in these final moments can be both challenging and deceptively simple. It is possible that not a single goal could be scored in 90 minutes. Yet a solitary opportunity could easily result in a score. His thoughts, however, were no longer with Ye Luo. Rather than hoping for Ye Luo to score again in the waning moments, it seemed wiser to wish for Messi and Ronaldo to remain goalless. At least for now. The news was favorable. Neither Messi nor Ronaldo showed any intent to score. Time slipped away, second by second. Finally, comments began to flood the screen. Real Madrid's match has concluded. Real Madrid's match has concluded. Barcelona's match has also ended. Zhang Jun hurriedly glanced at the studio staff, receiving confirmation. Both Real Madrid and Barcelona had finished their matches first. Excellent. Although the whistle had yet to blow for the end of Malaga's game, we could already extend our congratulations to Ye Luo for securing the title of top scorer in this season's La Liga. Just as Zhang Jun's words fell, he witnessed the match referee placing the whistle to his lips. Then came 3 sharp blasts. The match was over. It was concluded. Malaga had surged ahead of Valencia, clinching 3rd place in the league and securing direct entry into the Champions League. Ye Luo also showcased a hat trick in this match, surpassing Messi and Ronaldo to become the top scorer in this season's La Liga. In the commentary booth, the announcers erupted in cheers. However, Ye Luo, who had been relentlessly pursuing goals on the pitch, remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the other 2 matches. Thus, upon the final whistle, his first instinct was to dash to the sidelines. Malaga's assistant coach, Marloska, was well aware of Ye Luo's inquiry. Therefore, before he could utter a word, Marloska preemptively provided the answer. Ye, you are now the top scorer. The Golden Boot belongs solely to you, Marloska declared. Upon hearing these words, Ye Luo could not help but clench his fists, exultantly cheering with a radiant smile adorning his face. The members of the coaching staff also broke into laughter. Congratulations, Ye. Remarkable. Well done. They all rushed forward to embrace Ye Luo, who graciously thanked each one for their heartfelt congratulations. The last to approach was Pellegrini, who opened his arms for a warm embrace and remarked, "To triumph over Messi and Ronaldo in your debut season and claim the golden boot, I must admit, I am genuinely astonished. Yet, considering it is you, it does not seem so surprising after all. Your performance has been nothing short of exceptional, Ye. Thank you, coach. I must also extend my gratitude to you. Had I not been positioned as a core player and primary scorer, I would not have accrued such an impressive tally of goals," Ye Luo replied. Pellegrini chuckled softly. "With a player of your caliber, to have you play a supporting role would indeed be madness." He patted Ye Luo on the shoulder. When Pellegrini first took charge of Malaga, he faced considerable struggles. The squad was severely lacking in quality. Poor lineup, low morale, chaotic tactics, and discontent in the locker room created a dire situation. Had it not been for Ye Luo's emergence, he would have had to wait for the winter transfer window to turn things around. It could be said that Ye Luo helped him navigate through the most challenging period. In a remarkably short span, he elevated the yet-to-be 18-year-old Ye Luo to the core and primary scoring position of Malaga. In truth, Ye Luo did not disappoint him. With goal after goal, he propelled the team from the relegation zone to third place in the league, securing a spot in the Champions League, while also claiming the title of league's top scorer. Looking ahead, Pellegrini's concern shifted to whether Ye Luo would depart this summer. It was foreseeable that this summer would bring a plethora of transfer rumors regarding Ye Luo, and the transfer news would be abuzz. Ye Luo had scored 40 goals. Upon learning of Ye Luo's goal tally, Messi was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed been surpassed by this young talent, leaving him feeling somewhat dejected and unwilling to accept it. "Leo, it's all right. You are still the best player of this season. You will surely win the Ballon d'Or this year." Iniesta consoled him. Although Barcelona suffered a defeat to Real Madrid in the Copa del Rey final, they still secured the La Liga title and reached the Champions League final. Should Barcelona clinch the Champions League, the Ballon d'Or would undoubtedly belong to Messi. Winning the prestigious award this year would grant Messi a remarkable third consecutive Ballon d'Or. In comparison to this accolade, the La Liga Golden Boot seemed trivial. However, Messi pondered whether this young upstart might snatch the Ballon d'Or from him next year after having claimed the Golden Boot this year. A chill ran down his spine, and a sense of urgency and crisis loomed large. The 18-year-old Ye Luo had placed immense pressure upon him, as if a fierce tiger were relentlessly pursuing him from behind. This sensation was one that even Ronaldo had never instigated. Ronaldo, meanwhile, wore an expression that conveyed a clear message: keep your distance. His demeanor was dark and foreboding. Even the consolation offered by Mourinho barely registered. Although this season finally yielded a trophy, the Copa del Rey, can it truly be compared to La Liga or the Champions League? Regardless of who claims this year's Champions League, Ronaldo undoubtedly harbors some envy. Should Barcelona secure the title, Messi would possess 2 Champions League trophies in his collection, leaving little suspense for this year's Ballon d'Or. If it were his former club, Manchester United, that triumphed, how would it reflect on Ronaldo, who once disregarded all to join Real Madrid? He has only garnered a solitary Copa del Rey since his arrival at Madrid, while Manchester United continues to clinch the Premier League title and has now advanced to the Champions League final. Such circumstances are undoubtedly detrimental to his image. Ronaldo's discontent stems from numerous reasons. After celebrating with his teammates, Ye Luo sought out De Gea on the field but was unable to locate him, shaking his head in disappointment. As he glanced towards the stands, he noticed the starry-eyed little Orisa. "I'm sorry, Orisa, I couldn't find out where De Gea went," Ye Luo apologized, having promised her he would retrieve De Gea's jersey. No, I don't want De Gea's jersey anymore. I want yours," Orisa exclaimed, bouncing on her short legs in the stands. Ye Luo was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "Orisa, one must not be indecisive. De Gea would be saddened." Just then, Ye Luo spotted De Gea approaching from the other end, heading back to the players' tunnel. "Hey, David," Ye Luo greeted warmly. "Please take off your jersey." David De Gea, feeling somewhat disheartened, pondered his future. Should he remain at Atletico Madrid or move to Manchester United? When he heard Ye Luo's voice, he assumed Ye Luo wanted to exchange jerseys. He removed his jersey and handed it to Ye Luo. "Orisa, look, this is De Gea's jersey," Ye Luo said, pulling De Gea closer. "David, This is your fan. Goodbye." As Arisa's eyes brimmed with tears, Ye Luo slipped away. "Arisa, would you like me to sign something for you?" De Gea smiled faintly. Athletes typically treat their fans with utmost respect, acknowledging them as the lifeblood of their careers. Malaga did not linger long at the Calderon. After a brief celebration in the away dressing room and tidying up, they boarded the bus. On the bus, the players gradually fell silent. The season had drawn to a close, ushering in the off-season. Thoughts of vacation filled their minds: sunshine, beaches, and the ocean, a complete relaxation. Ye Luo squinted his eyes and activated the system. The main quest of securing Champions League qualification had been accomplished, yielding rewards: fusion points, 15, and an S-class physical badge. Physical badge, S-level effect. Vitality, 20 activated trait. Iron will activated trait. Iron lungs trait. Iron will effect. Significantly reduces the probability of injury. Trait, Iron lungs effect. Increases stamina recovery speed by 300. The Vitality badge has ascended from a level to S level. In addition to the enhancement in Vitality, it astonishingly grants 2 exceedingly useful traits. If this is the case, one wonders what attributes the Speed badge, Air Dominator badge, and others might activate upon reaching S level. Ye Luo smacked his lips, gazing at the refreshed main quest panel before him. 2 choices presented themselves. Choice 1, the Champions Path of Malaga. Assist Malaga in securing at least one championship, Champions League, Copa del Rey, La Liga. Task difficulty, S level. Choice 2, a new challenge. Depart from Malaga, join another team, and achieve victory. Task difficulty, B level. These 2 tasks lay before Ye Luo, who faced a critical decision. For him, this was indeed a matter worthy of contemplation. Given his current fame, if he chose to leave, every prestigious club in the world would welcome him with open arms. However, Ye Luo understood that selecting a team was not merely about fame. It involved assessing whether the environment would allow for his optimal performance. If he could establish a prominent role within the locker room, and whether he could successfully become a core member of the team, among other factors. Remaining in Malaga appeared to be a relatively safe choice. He could play another year in La Liga and another year in the Champions League before departing, which would be a fitting tribute to Malaga for their support during his lowest moments. Yet, the strength of Malaga's squad posed a significant concern. Ye Luo could not be certain that they would secure a championship next season. After all, while he held considerable influence in achieving victory, the ultimate determinant remained the overall strength of the team. Could Malaga win the league title, the Copa del Rey, or even the Champions League? It seemed exceedingly difficult. Thus, the difficulty was rated at S level. After a moment of hesitation, Ye Luo decided to temporarily set aside his choice. As there was still ample time before the new season commenced, there was no need to rush into a decision. Ye Luo opened the side quest panel, where several rewards were ready for collection. Among them, the most significant was the reward for the League Golden Boot task, which granted him 9 fusion points and an A-level speed badge. Speed badge, a level. Effect, speed 10. Complete the fusion of all fusion points. On Ye Luo's attribute panel, the fusion progress of 3 SS level templates had reached 60. His strength was steadily increasing, and this was the fundamental reason for his astonishing performance. He was continually making progress, leaving coaches unable to fully grasp his capabilities. Just when they believed they had seen Ye Luo's limits, his power would elevate once more, bringing forth delightful surprises. Malaga returned home with accolades, basking in the glory of their achievements. The moment the players emerged from the airport, the roadside was teeming with fervent Malaga supporters. Although Malaga has not secured any championships this season, their performance has been sufficiently uplifting for the fans. This marks the club's finest league ranking in several decades. Flowers, applause, and cheers filled the air, as the names of numerous players were fervently chanted by the crowd. Among those most frequently mentioned was, of course, Ye Luo. To the fans of Malaga, Ye Luo appears as their superhero. As long as he is present, Malaga feels invincible. Upon the team's return to their training facility, veteran captain Arnaud announced his retirement in front of all the players. Despite the team's pleas for him to play another season, at least to experience the Champions League stage, Arnaud shook his head, stating, "There is no need. I have played here for 10 years, and this has been my happiest year. Thank you all for your efforts. And thank you, Ye Luo." He turned to Ye Luo and expressed gratitude for the glory he had brought to Malaga. The team was silent, offering only applause to their esteemed captain. Ye Luo embraced Arnaud, who, though not widely recognized, had diligently served the team for a decade. To the fans of Malaga, Arnaud is a legend. A true icon of the club. Arnaud glanced at Ye Luo, opened his mouth to speak, but refrained. He had wanted to inquire whether Ye Luo would remain captain next season. But he understood that with Ye Luo's talent and rising fame, it was only a matter of time before he would be courted by a prestigious club. Malaga could not retain him, and asking such a question now would be tantamount to moral coercion. Thus, he suppressed his curiosity, merely patting Ye Luo on the shoulder before bidding farewell to his teammates. Shortly thereafter, the head coach announced that the team was officially on holiday, granting the players the opportunity to enjoy a delightful break. As everyone exchanged farewells and prepared to depart, Pellegrini suddenly called out, "Ye Luo, please stay back. I wish to speak with you." The players paused, their expressions shifting to a complex mix of emotions as they turned their attention to Ye Luo. They were well aware of the nature of the conversation the coach intended to have. It undoubtedly pertained to Ye Luo's future with the club. This was a pivotal issue for Malaga as they approached the next season, as it would directly influence their transfer strategy during the summer window. Having navigated a whirlwind season, Ye Luo had long since shed his status as an unknown. He was now a globally sought-after star, a coveted target for numerous elite clubs. Malaga, being a smaller outfit, despite having a wealthy owner, was constrained by financial fair play regulations, limiting extravagant spending. Furthermore, given the club's modest stature, it was improbable that a player of Ye Luo's caliber would choose to remain with Malaga long-term, especially when he had no inherent loyalty to the club. Although he was promoted from the youth academy of Malaga, the influence of the academy on Ye Luo's development is virtually negligible. Furthermore, he is not a local. From every conceivable perspective, Ye Luo is unlikely to feel any loyalty towards Malaga due to emotional ties. His departure is inevitable. The only question remains, when will he leave? Will it be this summer or next? Ye Luo, to my knowledge, many prestigious clubs have begun to express interest in you, and I am confident your agent has received numerous offers. I am curious about your thoughts on this matter. Pellegrini, ever straightforward, does not beat around the bush. He is candid. This is not an issue to be shrouded in ambiguity. He genuinely needs to ascertain Ye Luo's intentions, whether he intends to stay or go. Pellegrini must be informed in advance to make necessary preparations. The decision to stay or leave is Ye Luo's prerogative. However, for Malaga, Ye Luo holds immense significance. Thus, before the commencement of the next season, Pellegrini must engage in open communication with Ye Luo. Regardless of the outcome, clarity and honesty must prevail. Ye Luo is acutely aware of his importance to the team, and his decision is pivotal to the club's summer recruitment strategy. Therefore, he comprehends Pellegrini's forthrightness. After a moment's contemplation, he inquires, "Coach, may I know what your plans and objectives are for the upcoming season?" Pellegrini is momentarily taken aback, but soon responds, "This summer, I intend to add 2 to 3 capable midfielders, revamp the defense, and acquire a forward who can be a starter. We will implement some tactical changes next season, establishing a 4-3-3 system in pursuit of a more proactive strategy. Additionally, in terms of season objectives, we aim for a top 4 finish in the league, to challenge in the Champions League, with the minimum goal being to advance from the group stage. Furthermore, if we can progress far in the Copa del Rey, we might even aspire to win the title." Ye Luo nods in agreement. Aiming for a top 4 finish in the league, advancing in the Champions League, and taking a shot at the Copa del Rey title, these are practical aspirations. Given Malaga's standing and capabilities within La Liga, such goals are indeed realistic. However, Ye Luo furrows his brow and then looks up to Pellegrini, stating, "What if I desire the team's objective to be winning the league title?" The league title? Pellegrini is momentarily stunned. He instinctively contemplates dismissing the notion as implausible. Yet, observing Ye Luo's earnest demeanor compels him to inquire. "Our strength is insufficient to compete with Real Madrid and Barcelona. Why? This season, we have achieved a double victory over Real Madrid and triumphed over Barcelona. Excluding the first 13 matches, we have accumulated more points than both Real Madrid and Barcelona. Under these circumstances, why can we not set our sights on winning the league? Coach, we have a saying in our homeland: those who aim high will achieve the middle. Those who aim for the middle will achieve the lower. Those who aim low will achieve nothing. If our goals are set too conservatively, the ultimate outcome may also fall short of expectations," Ye Luo asserts. Pellegrini gazes at Ye Luo. La Liga is a realm dominated by Barcelona and Real Madrid, a territory where these two titanic clubs stand in opposition. For other teams, aspiring to claim the championship is an arduous task. Yet, Ye Luo's determination is no jest. He is genuinely setting his sights on winning the league title. Under Ye Luo's unwavering gaze, Pellegrini bows his head, feeling the weight of age and the loss of youthful vigor. In theory, Malaga certainly has the potential to contend for the championship. If aiming for the league title, I might have to forego the Copa del Rey. And should injuries plague the team, I may also opt for rotations in the Champions League, Pellegrini muses. Malaga cannot boast the same depth of bench strength as Real Madrid or Barcelona, which makes sustaining a three-front battle a formidable challenge. Ye Luo nods in understanding and then declares, "Coach, if I am to remain, I wish for you to promise me one thing." "Pray tell," Pellegrini replies. "Under no circumstances of injury, whether in the Copa del Rey, the Champions League, or the League, do I wish to be rotated." Pellegrini is momentarily taken aback. Ye Luo grins. "I aspire to participate in every match. But your physical condition?" Pellegrini begins. "I assure you, my stamina is impeccable." Indeed, Ye Luo's physical condition is beyond reproach. He is afforded daily opportunities for stamina recovery, and his S-class physique and iron lungs provide him with the endurance necessary for competing on multiple fronts. Pellegrini hesitates, weighing his options. Finally, he steels himself and says, "Very well, I grant you this promise." Ye Luo's lips curve into a smile. "Sir, you shall not regret this decision." He understands that if he made such a request in a new team, the head coach would surely deem him insane. However, at Malaga, Pellegrini is well aware of Ye Luo's exceptional recovery speed, leaving even the club's medical staff astonished. "Next season, we shall strive together." Pellegrini extends his hand. Ye Luo reciprocates, sealing their pact with a handshake. "I will bring Malaga the most glorious season." This chapter concludes with the 93rd segment, marking his commitment amidst a hefty buyout clause. Ding. Would you like to accept the main quest, the championship journey of Malaga? Yes. On his way back to his residence, Ye Luo chooses the main quest, the championship journey of Malaga. To be candid, selecting Malaga was the result of extensive deliberation, particularly due to the high difficulty of this quest, an S-class challenge. Not to mention, simply earning another S-class badge would significantly enhance Ye Luo's abilities. The characteristics of steel and iron would greatly diminish the likelihood of injury, while iron lung would bestow formidable stamina. Both traits are exceedingly practical for Ye Luo. Moreover, maintaining peak stamina throughout an entire match ensures he can unleash his utmost potential for the full 90 minutes, greatly benefiting his performance statistics. Upon entering his abode, Ye Luo receives a call from his agent, Mendes. "Yes, I have decided to stay with Malaga for another season." Upon hearing Ye Luo's decision, Mendes refrained from offering counsel. Ye Luo, still in the bloom of youth, would benefit from remaining in Malaga for another year to further hone his skills, a choice I respect, said Mendes over the phone. "However, I must inform you that several prestigious coaches have expressed a desire to connect with you directly through me, and their interest is quite sincere." Without hesitation, Ye Luo shook his head and replied, "Please decline on my behalf, Jorge. This summer, I am not considering a transfer." Once he committed to a decision, Ye Luo never wavered. With the determination to strive for success in Malaga next season, he resolved to cast aside any distracting thoughts. Leading Malaga to triumph over Real Madrid and Barcelona to clinch the La Liga title, such a prospect was exhilarating. Who among the young does not entertain a few audacious dreams? Since he would remain in Malaga, another matter arose. Mendes conveyed that the club wished to negotiate a new contract or an addendum regarding the release clause, raising it to €2 billion. In other words, they were dissatisfied with the existing €60 million clause. Taken aback, Ye Luo asked, "What do you think?" "I suggest we sign an addendum to increase the release clause and secure a signing bonus," Mendes advised. The €60 million release clause was indeed minimal for someone of Ye Luo's caliber. Elevating the clause would also benefit any potential transfer. Numerous clubs could afford a €60 million fee, but few could muster €2 billion. A higher transfer fee reflects the club's earnestness, and such a figure would shatter existing transfer records, enhancing Ye Luo's stature. The amount of a transfer fee often signifies a player's status, raising the bar. A price tag of €2 billion is not something any mediocre club can easily covet. Moreover, clubs willing to spend such an amount would undoubtedly offer top-tier salaries, which would not detract from Ye Luo's future interests. This arrangement would simplify matters for Ye Luo while ensuring that Malaga would receive adequate compensation upon his departure. Currently, Malaga's general manager, Sans, was regretting his initial belief that 60 million was ample. Who could have anticipated that Ye Luo would surpass the statistical achievements of Messi and Ronaldo? In light of these numbers, 60 million seemed utterly insufficient, and even 1.2 billion could be deemed inadequate. If Barcelona were to announce Messi's availability on the transfer market, the fee would likely exceed 1.2 billion, perhaps reaching 2.4 billion. However, the initiative now lay firmly with Ye Luo. There was no rush. It was Malaga that needed to feel the urgency. Mendes continued the conversation by discussing arrangements for commercial activities during the off-season, which primarily involved signing endorsement contracts with various brands and filming advertisements. The entirety of the timeline was condensed into a week, culminating in an exclusive interview with the Dragon Kingdom national television. This summer, Ye Luo needed to return to his homeland. He was somewhat unfamiliar with such matters, thus entrusted them to Mendes for arrangement. Ye Luo's public image was commendable. Despite his sharp disagreements with the Dragon Kingdom Football Association, his overall persona remained healthy and uplifting. Being a football player, as long as one plays earnestly and possesses decent looks, how poor could one's reputation be domestically? Moreover, Ye Luo's personal life was quite wholesome, with virtually no negative news surfacing. He neither indulged in gambling nor excessive fandom, embodying the quintessential modern youth. Numerous prominent enterprises in the country were eager to sign him for endorsements. However, Mendes was selective about the contracts he accepted. Ye Luo had only just begun his career and needed to progress gradually. Even in terms of endorsements, meticulous choices were essential, favoring firms with a socially responsible image that were less likely to attract controversy. In this regard, Mendes' agency was quite adept, alleviating Ye Luo of any concerns. As the entire Malaga team returned to their city and the La Liga season officially concluded, the media's revelry continued unabated. Following the season's end, the media's focus pivoted primarily to two matters. The first, of course, being Barcelona's acquisition of the La Liga championship, and the second being Ye Luo. With a hat-trick against Atletico Madrid in the final round, Ye Luo not only propelled Malaga past Valencia to secure third place in the league, but also topped the scoring charts with 40 league goals. Before the commencement of this season, no one could have anticipated the emergence of a dark horse who would contend with the likes of Messi and Ronaldo. A newcomer poised to claim the coveted golden boot that was traditionally theirs. A photograph of Ye Luo, arms outstretched in celebration of his third goal, graced the front page. Marca's post-match report highlighted this achievement, featuring a large image of Ye Luo dominating the entire layout, complemented by bold headlines declaring him the king of scorers. The acclaim for Ye Luo's golden boot triumph was universally high, whether from media outlets favoring Real Madrid or Barcelona. After all, he had eclipsed both Messi and Ronaldo in this regard, and any criticism would inevitably downplay the achievements of these football legends. This was Ye Luo's debut season, and without a doubt, he delivered a spectacular performance. 25 matches, 40 goals, averaging an impressive 1.68 goals per match. In contrast, Messi scored 39 goals over 33 appearances, and Ronaldo, also with 39 goals over 34 appearances, highlighting Ye Luo's remarkable goal-scoring rate, an achievement beyond dispute. Congratulations, Ye Luo. Welcome to La Liga. Your future shines brightly ahead. All media outlets were showering Ye Luo with incredulous praise for his astounding accomplishments. In truth, to merely secure a league golden boot, it seemed unnecessary for him to share the spotlight with the league champions, Barcelona, on nearly equal terms. However, if you emerge victorious amidst the competition with luminaries such as Messi and Ronaldo, if you only make your debut in the 14th round of the league, and if your remarkable average goal rate reaches an astounding 168 goals, then you undoubtedly deserve such lavish praise and acclaim. All media within the football realm are acutely aware of what an average of 168 goals signifies. This implies that even if Yellow experiences a slight decline in performance next season, it shall not diminish his stature. He is a genuine superstar, a celestial entity shining as brightly as the sun. Not only in Spain and the Dragon Kingdom, but media from other nations are also reporting on Yellow, the top scorer of the recently concluded La Liga. In England, the esteemed publication, The Guardian, produced an in-depth summary of the La Liga season just a day after its conclusion. A substantial portion of this report was dedicated solely to Yellow, chronicling his emergence into the public eye and his meteoric rise. Undoubtedly, he is a superstar akin to a sunburst, illuminating the entire European football landscape, capturing the attention of all. One can only imagine how many clubs will fervently wave their checks this summer in hopes of acquiring this Dragon Kingdom superstar. Though England may be the stronghold of tabloid journalism, with unscrupulous papers like The Sun plentiful, The Guardian stands apart from such ilk. In matters of football, The Guardian is renowned for its quality and reputation, regarded as one of the most professional football media outlets in the UK. To receive such accolades from The Guardian is a testament to Ye Luo's profound influence. He is currently the most scrutinized star across Europe. 25 matches, 40 goals, truly a feat that borders on the extraordinary. At the Corny training base, Arsenal's manager, Wenger, put down The Guardian's report with a sigh. Such impressive statistics make the prospect of acquiring him seem distant. Yet, Wenger remains undeterred. No money? There are ways to navigate without it. As long as the player is willing to come, everything is negotiable. Sir, his agent has informed us that Ye Luo is not considering a transfer this summer. Sitting opposite Wenger was Arsenal's transfer negotiation expert, Stanley. Is he genuinely uninterested, or is this merely a facade for us? Wenger furrowed his brow and inquired. He had already initiated contact with Ye Luo's camp as soon as the season concluded, even hoping Mendes could facilitate a private meeting between them. It is well known that the professor is fond of nurturing young talent, and Arsenal is an ideal environment for their growth. If he could meet Ye Luo privately, perhaps these advantages might persuade Ye Luo to regard Arsenal with favor. Not only Arsenal, but clubs like Manchester United, Manchester City, and Chelsea have also been rebuffed. With the same rationale, he is not considering a transfer this summer. It appears Ye Luo is indeed intent on spending another season in Malaga. Wenger nodded at this news. As long as he hasn't gone to another elite club, there remains a chance. Moreover, he is capable of resisting the allure of financial temptation from the Giants. It is evident that he is not particularly enamored with wealth. Given this, Arsenal's disadvantage does not appear to be significant. The 30 million buyout clause could be managed with some effort. While Wenger was contemplating this, a staff member knocked and entered. Boss, there's troubling news. Malaga is negotiating a new contract with Ye Luo, aiming to substantially increase the buyout amount, possibly to 12 billion. What? Wenger was taken aback. Is this information reliable? This news hasn't been leaked to the media, but we have private channels to verify it. Wenger paused momentarily, glancing at the large photograph of Ye Luo in The Guardian. Well, it seems this matter no longer concerns us, he remarked, shaking his head. No transfers this summer? 12 billion as a buyout clause. At Carrington Training Ground. Ferguson sighed as well. It seemed his plan to cultivate a core player capable of serving for a decade before retirement had failed. Nevertheless, Manchester United undeniably requires a new, proficient striker to alleviate some of the pressure on Rooney. Perhaps he should inquire with Wenger about the possibility of selling Van Persie, Ferguson mused. For Malaga's fans, the concern over potentially losing Ye Luo began as soon as the La Liga season concluded. The numerous reports from various media outlets regarding major clubs pursuing Ye Luo only heightened their anxiety. However, once Ye Luo made his decision, Malaga acted swiftly. They announced on their official website that Ye Luo had signed a new supplementary agreement with the team, significantly raising his buyout clause. While the specific figure was not disclosed, many clubs were able to ascertain it through private inquiries. Upon the announcement, Malaga's fans felt a sense of relief. Ye Luo also expressed his sentiments on his official social media account. What a dream season it has been. We secured third place in the league. But this is not the end. Next season, let us strive toward even more glorious goals. Go Malaga. This was a clear indication of his intention to remain with the club. After all, receiving a signing fee of 20 million euros from Malaga came at the cost of elevating the buyout clause to 12 billion. Other contractual details remained unchanged. Only the buyout clause was increased. For Malaga, raising the buyout clause to 12 billion certainly required a price to be paid. After all, this amount is quite advantageous for the club. Even if Ye Luo were to depart, they would secure 12 billion in transfer fees. Consequently, upon receiving the funds, Ye Luo's official Twitter, managed by Mendes' agency, posted a message. Almost immediately, the tweet was inundated with excited Malaga fans and somewhat regretful supporters from Longwa. The players of Malaga also took to liking and commenting on this tweet. Isco wrote, "Let us work hard together. Go go, admiration, admiration. Domitius, like, Camacho, fantastic, admiration." Not only Malaga players, but many athletes from La Liga also liked this tweet. Even Messi and Ronaldo have given their endorsements, albeit most likely through the official staff managing their accounts. Nonetheless, the interaction between Ye Luo and these La Liga stars has sparked considerable delight among fans in the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 94. Under what circumstances will he return? Accompanying image, an airplane suspended against a backdrop of blue skies and white clouds. From Ye Luo's Weibo, what? He has returned to the country. Goodness. I didn't even catch a glimpse at the airport. When did he board the plane? This is outrageous. He is faster than he is on the field. Underneath the Weibo post, a flurry of comments flooded the section, akin to a rapid barrage, instantly propelling this post to the second position on trending topics. The first position. Well, that was undoubtedly occupied by something sold by the ever-enterprising Jia Zong, who can market anything. However, it is evident to the discerning eye that the engagement metrics of the top trending post pale in comparison to those of Ye Luo's announcement. Ye Luo's return is indeed a significant event for fans in the Dragon Kingdom. Many supporters are busy calculating precisely when Ye Luo will step onto a flight back home, eager to greet him at the airport. If Ye Luo were to publicly disclose his itinerary, the airport would likely experience overwhelming pressure. Thus, he opted for a strategy of subtlety, having already landed at Shenzhen Airport while fans remain convinced he is still in Spain. Weibo does not provide real-time updates. Ye Luo, clad in a checkered shirt, jeans, and a baseball cap, concealed his face behind a light blue disposable surgical mask. With this attire, he blended in seamlessly with the throng of college students traveling. In the bustling airport hall, no one seemed to notice his discreet return. Hey, Ye Luo is back. Isn't he supposed to land directly in Guangzhou? That should be the case. His home seems to be in Shenzhen. I really want to catch a glimpse for an autograph. Just ahead of Ye Luo, a couple of university students were engaged in conversation. He kept his head down to avoid drawing attention. This time, he intended to keep a low profile during his return, opting for discretion. To evade disturbances, his family had moved, as their former residence had been unearthed by reporters, leading to a constant stream of journalists and content creators. Their ability to live normally had been compromised. As a result, aside from a few relatives, most were unaware of where Ye Luo's family had relocated. During this return trip, Ye Luo planned to rest for a week, spending time with his parents and family, followed by various activities within the country. Firstly, he would partake in media engagements, primarily an exclusive interview with the national television sports channel. Following that, he would engage in commercial activities, signing endorsements and shooting advertisements. Once he completed his commitments in the country, he would return to Spain, preparing for the upcoming preseason training ahead of the new season. For players, the off-season break is seldom prolonged. Before the commencement of the new season, the preseason training holds paramount significance for any team, serving as a pivotal window for building stamina and honing new tactics. At that moment, a commotion arose behind Ye Luo. Make way, make way. The coarse voice caused Ye Luo to furrow his brow. Turning around, he discovered that a celebrity, flanked by assistants and security personnel like a star surrounded by admirers, was striding forward with an air of confidence, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. In front of them, a group of hefty fans, brandishing signs professing their love for Wu Qian, was being forcibly pushed aside by security, their clamorous shouts echoing through the air. It was indeed a pitiable sight. One couldn't help but ponder the irony of these fans. Who were the security guards truly protecting against, if not their own fervent admirers? Ye Luo shook his head slightly and resumed his forward journey. He walked at a leisurely pace, soon overtaken by the throng of bustling security personnel. One could speculate that with just a few more stars, the employment crisis might be alleviated, he mused, observing the layers of security surrounding the celebrity. Just then, he furrowed his brow again as he witnessed two students being roughly shoved aside by several guards, one of whom stumbled and fell to the ground. Ye Luo hastened to assist them, recognizing their youth and vulnerability, and feeling emboldened by his own affluence. "Are you all right?" he inquired. I'm fine. The male student quickly apologized, expressing gratitude. Ye Luo offered a gentle smile, saying, "As long as you're okay." He patted his hands, preparing to take his leave. Yi. The female student seemed to recognize him. "Shoo, don't shout," Ye Luo urgently cautioned. "If you do, we won't be able to leave." Some onlookers had already turned their attention towards her exclamation. The couple, being astute, quickly lowered their voices. "Ye Luo, you are Ye Luo." "Yes, that's me. Could I have your autograph?" "Ye Luo, I adore you." "So do I." Their eyes sparkled with excitement, whispering as if engaged in a clandestine meeting. "Of course. But please keep it discreet." I'd rather not be trapped at the airport for hours, Ye Luo replied, taking a pen, then inquired, by the way, what are your names? As the European leagues concluded, the media in Longwa began to vigilantly await any news about Ye Luo. However, after several days at the airport, they had yet to catch a glimpse of him. Online, speculation about Ye Luo's whereabouts ran rampant. Was he not returning home? No. Some fans had already obtained his autograph. This was exceedingly low-key. Where had Ye Luo truly gone? For the media, the question of Ye Luo's whereabouts had become their greatest enigma. It is noteworthy that Ye Luo had become the most celebrated sports star in the nation, with media outlets eager to interview and photograph him lining up from Dalian to Sanya. In recent days, the query regarding Ye Luo's location had even trended on Weibo. In truth, Ye Luo had merely been at home, seldom venturing out. However, soon enough, the national television station of the Dragon Kingdom, World Football, has released a program preview. The highlight, of course, is the exclusive interview with Ye Luo. The anticipation among fans is palpable, as it is clear that Ye Luo must have returned to the country. Everyone is eagerly awaiting this episode of World Football. Finally, the moment has arrived. Where has Ye Luo been hiding? What questions will be posed to him? The interview with Ye Luo is not live, so he arrived in the capital a few days early, as he is scheduled to participate in several commercial activities shortly thereafter. The interview is to be conducted within the grand premises of the national television station. When Ye Luo arrived, the studio had already been meticulously arranged. As he entered the sports channel's office area, nearly all the staff rose to their feet, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of him. Applause erupted, initiated by an unknown individual, and soon the entire office was filled with thunderous clapping. Well played, Ye Luo. Go, Ye Luo. Incredible. Everyone had only seen him on television, and now they were witnessing the real person. Thumbs were raised in admiration towards Ye Luo. The host, Duan Xian, approached with evident excitement. Hello, Ye Luo. I am Duan Xian. I have always admired your performance on the field, and I believe that football fans across the nation are now your devoted followers. Ye Luo extended his hand with a smile, replying, Hello, I am Ye Luo. You are too kind. The staff behind Duan Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Prior to this encounter, there had been concerns that such a prominent star might exhibit a diva-like demeanor, especially given Ye Luo's previous conflicts with the Football Association, which had earned him a reputation as a troublemaker. However, upon meeting him, everyone felt reassured. He was anything but a troublemaker. Rather, he was a humble and courteous young man. Please, this way, Duan Xian guided Ye Luo into the interview room. Once they were seated, Duan Xian began, without further ado. Shall we commence? Ye Luo nodded in agreement. Before diving into the main discussion, Duan Xian delivered a rather flattering introduction that made even the interviewee feel somewhat embarrassed. Ye Luo, first and foremost, congratulations on leading your team to a historic third place in La Liga, and for outshining Messi and Ronaldo to secure the league's golden boot. Truly a dreamlike achievement. Congratulations. Thank you, Ye Luo responded with a smile. Just before the start of this season, you were also called up to the national U23 team. But then some unfortunate events unfolded. What were your thoughts at that time? Duan Xian inquired. This question clearly resonated with the national fanbase, as the specifics of what transpired were known only to Ye Luo himself. I had little opportunity domestically, and I wasn't getting playing time with the U23 team. So I had already begun seeking opportunities to play abroad, Ye Luo replied calmly. No opportunities, Duan Xian thought to himself with a wry smile. Indeed, there had been no incentives. At that time, a scout from Malaga discovered me and recommended me for a trial there, and after successfully passing the trial, I was granted the chance to play in matches. This is not an easy situation for me, as there were already whispers circulating at that time, indicating that my prospects in the country were utterly ruined. They would not permit me to sign with any domestic club, nor would they allow me to appear on any level of competition within the country. Ye Luo shook his head, a hint of derision playing on his lips. Thus, I have been blacklisted by them. Duan Xian appeared momentarily taken aback, glancing towards another area where individuals of influence were present. Once he saw them nod in agreement, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The national television station is not afraid to offend the Football Association. Their standing is even higher than that of the association itself. Therefore, as long as the higher-ups approve, Ye Luo's words will be broadcasted. Fortunately, they cannot exert control over foreign leagues, particularly La Liga. This is perhaps a silver lining amidst the misfortune, Duan Xian remarked with a tinge of apprehension. What is your goal for the upcoming season? He inquired. Championship. Ye Luo replied succinctly. This answer nearly caught Duan Xian off guard. After a brief silence of 1 or 2 seconds, he asked, somewhat perplexed, what championship are you referring to? The Copa del Rey? If possible. I certainly hope to secure every championship trophy, Ye Luo stated, but I am also aware that, given the current circumstances, our primary objective is the La Liga championship. Yet, winning the La Liga championship is no simple feat, especially with formidable opponents like Real Madrid and Barcelona. If it were easy, what would be the point? Ye Luo smiled broadly. Duan Xian was momentarily speechless. He sensed a distinctly different aura from Ye Luo compared to other footballers from the Dragon Kingdom. He exuded confidence, even to the point of being strikingly bold, with unwavering determination. Perhaps this is the reason for his potential success? He continued to pose several questions, and eventually, the time for the interview drew to a close. Duan Xian set down the question card in his hand. This interview had been remarkably successful. Ye Luo responded with fluidity, devoid of the hesitance often exhibited by domestic players, and there were not excessive fillers like or you know. Logically, the interview should have concluded at this point. But there was one question I felt compelled to ask, a query that I believe resonates with the concerns of many fans. Ye Luo nodded. Please, go ahead. He could likely anticipate the nature of the question, but was not one to shy away from it. Duan Xian's expression grew serious. Under what circumstances would you return to the national team? This chapter concludes with the 95th segment, focusing on Malaga's recruitment actions as summer training commences. Once this question was posed, all eyes in the room turned towards Ye Luo. This, undoubtedly, is the query most fervently pondered by the fans. It is, in fact, rather absurd. Ye Luo is undoubtedly the most talented and individually skilled football player in history. Yet this premier athlete of the Dragon Kingdom is unable to join the national team. Is that not laughable? Ye Luo was prepared for this inquiry regarding the national team. That decision does not rest with me. Duan Xian's eyes brightened with curiosity. So, if the Football Association and the national team were to call upon you, you would return? That, of course, is not possible. Ye Luo doused Duan Xian with a bucket of cold water. My career nearly fell victim to their machinations. Just imagine. If I were unable to establish myself abroad, would I be forced to relinquish my football career? Ye Luo retorted. How can one repay kindness with enmity? I possess a modicum of talent and strength, which has spared me from their clutches. But what of the many less gifted players? For them to take the field, bribes must pave the way. How many gifted players have been buried along this arduous journey? Our nation as football continues to decline. Who bears the responsibility? Is it due to the lack of passion among our Dragon Nation fans? Some even claim it is a matter of bloodline, arguing that we lack speed and physicality. Such notions are utter nonsense. Consider the athletics arena. Historically, only 10 individuals have outpaced Su Shun, all hailing from the Caribbean and of West African descent. Never has a Caucasian outperformed him. Look at weightlifting, high jump, long jump, and so forth. Our results are commendable. Why then? Must we attribute our shortcomings in football to bloodlines? We are all Homo sapiens, of the same species. How significant can the differences be? To shift the blame for football's inadequacies to bloodlines is sheer folly. The root cause lies with the industry's managers. These individuals control the interests within the sector, acting as parasitic leeches that drain the football industry, hindering its progress rather than fostering it. What change can I effect by returning to the national team? As long as these people remain, I shall not return. Duan Xian could not help but smile wryly. He understood Ye Luo's sentiments well. But can it be changed? Is it even possible? It is exceedingly difficult, perhaps impossible. Football is one of the few sports in our country that generates revenue amidst commercialism, and this revenue is not insignificant. The football sector does not require funding from above. In fact, the national team receives several $100 million in sponsorship each year. However, the crux of the issue lies in who appropriates these benefits. It is crucial to recognize that this is no small sum. The sponsorship for the national team and the revenue from the sale of broadcasting rights for the Chinese Super League amounts to billions annually. Clearly, these funds are not at the disposal of the Football Association, which merely serves as a facade. Changing the personnel at the Football Association? Such moves merely exchange one figurehead for another without altering the underlying issues. As long as the profit structure remains unchanged, what difference does it make? Therefore, Ye Luo may very well find himself unable to return to the national team for a considerable time. Duan Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Ye Luo had initially believed that his response to the final question would not be aired. Yet, unexpectedly, the national television network of the Dragon Nation broadcasted his entire interview in its entirety. This episode sparked a significant debate within the Dragon Nation, and criticisms directed at the Football Association reached a new peak. However, the Football Association did not respond. Their customary tactic is to feign ignorance. As long as they maintain this charade convincingly, the public outcry will eventually subside, as it always has. The discussions among fans have undoubtedly generated considerable buzz online, but it remains confined to mere chatter. After a few days of excitement, life will resume as usual, and nothing will truly change. Ye Luo understands this well. He does not harbor expectations that a mere call to action could alter the course of events. If he possessed such power, he would have long since abandoned the pitch. Consequently, during his recent days in Baidu, he refrained from discussing the national team or the Football Association. Instead, he signed 2 endorsement contracts and filmed several advertisements before promptly returning to Spain. In the fortnight following Ye Luo's return to his homeland, the European football scene has been abuzz with the fervent pursuit of Ye Luo by various prestigious clubs. Both Real Madrid and Barcelona, the titans of La Liga, dispatched their executives to Malaga. Journalists stationed outside the training facility in Malaga frequently caught glimpses of prominent figures. Some even captured images of Real Madrid's president, Florentino, dining with Malaga's general manager, Sans. In the media, Barcelona's coach, Guardiola, publicly acknowledged that the club was in discussions with Malaga. He is an exceptional player, and the prospect of his attacking partnership with Messi is exhilarating, Guardiola stated during an interview. This declaration did not sit well with Malaga's coach, Pellegrini. I believe Guardiola lacks respect. Barcelona is indeed a grand club, but Ye Luo is currently our player. The transfer saga surrounding Ye Luo has ignited fierce competition between these 2 powerhouses in La Liga. Media outlets supportive of both clubs have been spinning tales to tantalize their respective fan bases. The AS newspaper reported on the strong rapport between Florentino and Mendes, while Mundo Deportivo boldly suggested that Ye Luo aspires to play alongside Messi. It seems, from the perspective of the media, that Ye Luo has already signed with both illustrious clubs simultaneously. This frenzy is not confined to Spain, it resonates across Europe. The media, unburdened by the need for verification, continues to fan the flames of transfer rumors surrounding Ye Luo. Fans of various clubs are captivated by the prospect. Manchester United supporters hope Ye Luo will lead their team to Champions League glory, especially after their previous season's defeat to Barcelona. Chelsea, Manchester City, and Arsenal fans also derive immense satisfaction from news suggesting Ye Luo's proximity to their clubs. Ye Luo has become the coveted figure in transfer news, and his name alone garners attention, much to the delight of sensationalist media. In the English media, a composite narrative emerges. Ye Luo has been a Manchester United fan since childhood, harbors a keen interest in Manchester City's club plans, admires the history of Liverpool, and holds a peculiar reverence for Wenger. Unfortunately, Malaga remains steadfast in their refusal to sell. Moreover, Mendes is not as busy as the media portrays him to be. He responded uniformly to all clubs hoping to engage with him. This summer, Ye Luo is not contemplating a transfer. However, for the fans of Malaga, a sense of relief only began when Ye Luo returned to the team and appeared at the training facility. Complete tranquility would only arrive once the transfer window closed. In fact, prior to the team's assembly, Malaga had already begun to take action. On the day of the team's gathering, they welcomed 5 new recruits. Among them was defender Sergio Sanchez, who transferred from Sevilla for a fee of €2.8 million, having emerged from the youth academy of Real Madrid. Sanchez has previously played for Racing Santander, Espanyol, and Sevilla. He is versatile, capable of playing as a center-back, right-back, or even in a defensive midfield role, making him a valuable asset in the backline. Additionally, they secured the services of Dutch international center-back Matheson from Hamburg. At 31 years old, Matheson is currently a key figure in the Netherlands national team and is at the pinnacle of his career as a center-back. To acquire him, Malaga paid Hamburg €2.5 million, a testament to Matheson's capabilities, particularly for a defender over 30. If all goes as anticipated, next season's starting center-back duo will likely consist of Demichelis and Matheson. Furthermore, the club invested €6 million to acquire the starting left-back Monreal from Osasuna. With the addition of these 3 players, coupled with Demichelis, the team's defense has undergone a significant transformation. In addition to the 3 defenders, 2 forwards were also signed. First is the seasoned Dutch veteran Ruud van Nistelrooy, who joined on a free transfer from Hamburg. At 36 years of age, his role will not be as a starter, but rather as a supplementary force in the attack. The other forward, Diego Bonanot, an Argentine prodigy acquired for $4.5 million, is touted as the new Maradona and Messi successor. Bonanot is well known in Argentina, having been a teammate of Messi in the 2008 Olympic gold medal-winning team. Though not tall, he possesses remarkable speed and technical skills, justifying his lofty comparisons. Before the training camp commenced, reinforcements had been made in both the forward and defensive lines. Although Malaga's direct transfer expenditures were modest, the costs to secure these talented players were substantial, particularly considering the salary demands of a high-profile veteran like Van Nistelrooy. With additions in both the forward and defensive lines, Malaga has also been active in the midfield. They are currently pursuing Villarreal's midfield linchpin, Cazorla. Following Villarreal's unsuccessful bid for a Champions League spot this season, they are inclined to sell several players at a premium. Thus, the primary obstacle for Malaga in acquiring Cazorla lies in the transfer fee, with negotiations still ongoing. The team has also been linked with several formidable midfield players. This season, Malaga is set to undergo a comprehensive transformation. However, the transfer of players of Santi Cazorla's caliber is unlikely to make significant progress in the near future. After all, there are still over 2 months until the summer transfer window closes. Before that, on July 10, 2011, the team will officially gather for summer training, and 5 new signings will meet the squad today. Chapter 96, Tactical Changes and the Opening of a New Season. Ye Luo, serving as captain, welcomed the 5 newly joined players at the entrance. Everyone was quite cordial. After all, Ye Luo is no ordinary player, but rather one of La Liga's most celebrated stars, a true superstar. Even the most prominent among the new signings, Ruud van Nistelrooy, did not engage in any displays of arrogance or disdain. At 30 years of age, who would indulge in such childish antics? In the locker room, after introducing the 5 players to his teammates, the coaching staff entered. Before the summer training commenced, the first order of business was to conduct physical examinations for the players. "Everyone, I know you have enjoyed a delightful holiday," Pellegrini said, raising the form in his hand, "but I have your weight data from the end of last season. If anyone exceeds their previous weight by more than 3 kilograms, I assure you, you will not commence tactical training until that excess weight is shed." Upon hearing this, the locker room erupted in dismay. Ye Luo glanced sideways at Isco, who was lamenting with his hands on his head, and a hint of sympathy crossed his face. This old friend had clearly put on a few pounds. It was likely he had gained more than 5 kilograms. It seemed that in the coming days, one might witness the sight of him sweating profusely on the treadmill. Ye Luo, however, had no such worries. His exertions in the virtual arena translated into real physical energy. Although his weight had also increased, this was due to his ongoing growth in height and the addition of muscle mass. And it had not risen significantly. His weight compared to the end of the last season would not exceed a 2-kilogram increase. Furthermore, weight was merely a reference point. What truly determined whether players needed to lose weight was their body fat percentage. As for Isco, with the extra flesh around his chin and abdomen, it was evident that his body fat percentage was likely above the acceptable threshold. One could only imagine how arduous this month of conditioning would be for him. A delightful holiday indeed, Ye Luo thought with a tinge of schadenfreude. Oh God, is this the condition of one who has taken a month off? It is positively better than the state before the last season ended. His body fat percentage seems even lower. When Ye Luo's physical examination report was revealed, the coaching staff was astounded. They had never encountered a player returning from a holiday while still in peak condition. Could it be that Ye Luo maintained a highly disciplined diet and training regimen during the off-season? Such a feat would typically necessitate hiring a nutritionist and a personal trainer. Pellegrini was thoroughly pleased with Ye Luo's examination report. Height, 182 centimeters. In just over 9 short months, Ye Luo's stature has increased by 6 centimeters. Weight, 76 kilograms, which is 5 kilograms heavier than when Ye Luo first joined the Malaga youth team. However, his body fat percentage has remarkably decreased to 9. This signifies that the weight Ye Luo has gained consists entirely of muscle. Generally, the acceptable body fat percentage for athletes ranges between 10 and 11. Exceeding this threshold is certainly deemed unsatisfactory, yet it is also not ideal to have an excessively low percentage. A body fat percentage around 10 is considered adequate. Fat is not necessarily detrimental. A certain amount is essential for energy supply and insulation. Numerous athletes with low body fat often succumb to illness post-competition if they neglect proper warming measures. For the average individual, maintaining a body fat percentage below 10 can easily lead to complications. After all, Ye Luo is a football player, not a bodybuilder. He does not need to sculpt his muscles into sharp contours. A body fat percentage of 9 is already quite standard. In addition, other performance indicators are exceptional. There is no need for any physical reserve period. Ye Luo could step onto the pitch without experiencing a decline in condition. However, the situation for the other Malaga players has caused Pellegrini some concern, as their weights have all increased to varying degrees. The initial focus will be on physical recovery training. Allowing the players to restore their physical condition first, Pellegrini instructed. Furthermore, regarding tactics, it is imperative that the players understand that there will be some changes in our strategy this season. How is Cazorla's situation progressing? Pellegrini inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. In Spain, the authority of a head coach is not as expansive as in the Premier League. Matters such as transfers are typically managed by a dedicated department within the club. It should be soon. The offer has already surpassed 20 million, assistant coach Marloska replied. The 4-3-1-2 formation is merely a temporary measure. Pellegrini is aware that the club owner has provided substantial support this season, with several competent midfield players expected to join. Under these circumstances, it is impractical to continue employing the 3 defensive midfielder strategy from the previous season. These capable players may not be inclined to play in such a manner, and Malaga must also seek some variation. Otherwise, maintaining the same tactical framework as last season would undoubtedly lead to being targeted this season. Thus, Malaga will adopt a more proactive tactical approach. In this context, Isco's weaknesses become quite apparent. Isco excels in dribbling and breaking through defenses, yet his organizational capabilities are somewhat lacking. Last season, when Malaga faced opponents with dense defensive setups, it was often Ye Luo who had to retreat to resolve issues. If Cazorla joins and takes charge of the team's offensive organization, it would grant Isco greater freedom. He could even be positioned on either flank to exploit his exceptional dribbling and breakthrough skills, thereby alleviating some of Ye Luo's burden. The team can center its midfield around Cazorla and Isco, with Cazorla orchestrating the play and Isco receiving the ball to break through and draw defenders, thereby creating easier space for Ye Luo. A midfield maestro like Cazorla is crucial to Pellegrini's plans for the upcoming season, and he is poised to be Malaga's most significant acquisition this summer transfer window. Upon hearing that the bid had reached 20 million euros, Pellegrini let out a sigh of relief. Although Cazorla possesses immense talent, the abundance of midfield superstars in Spain cannot be overlooked. Legends like Xavi, Iniesta, and Xabi Alonso aside, players such as David Silva and Mata have a more prominent reputation than Cazorla. Thus, Cazorla represents a relatively affordable option. His fame does not quite match his prowess, making him both economical and practical. After entering Malaga's training facility, Van Nistelrooy observed Ye Luo closely. The medical report on Ye Luo was his first shock, and in the following days, Ye Luo's dedication to training earned Van Nistelrooy's deep respect. While Van Nistelrooy admired Ye Luo's statistics, he harbored some doubts about a young player serving as captain. Typically, players of Ye Luo's age tend to be eccentric, eager to stand out and showcase their individuality, yet Ye Luo remained undistracted by such matters. He approached his responsibilities with seriousness and led by example. His performance during training left Van Nistelrooy thoroughly impressed. This young man possesses genuine skill. Van Nistelrooy fully endorsed Ye Luo as captain. After a day of training, Van Nistelrooy returned to his residence and received a call from his former teammate Scholes. "Paul, I'm training with a guy who could possibly become the greatest player in history," Van Nistelrooy exclaimed. Scholes had called to inquire about Ye Luo, but he was taken aback by Van Nistelrooy's bold assertion. The greatest player in history? Was that not an exaggeration? It was well known that during Ronaldo's time at the club, Van Nistelrooy had not been particularly amicable towards him, and their conflict was one of the reasons he was sold by Ferguson. Yet now, he had such an extravagant opinion of Ye Luo. Really? Scholes asked, intrigued. Did this future greatest player not intend to leave the quaint confines of Malaga? Van Nistelrooy shook his head on the other end of the line. "Paul, you must believe me. He will dominate world football for at least 15 years. 15 years? Scholes responded, incredulous. In 15 years, Ye Luo will be 33. Have you ever seen someone at that age still reigning as a football king? Are you sure you're not drunk? I haven't had a drop. You must trust me. If you trained with him for a day, you would understand. I've never seen an 18-year-old approach training with such seriousness. Van Nistelrooy insisted. Ronaldo was also very dedicated, Scholes countered. No, it's not the same. That guy doesn't even come close to being in his league. Van Nistelrooy retorted, rolling his eyes, while Scholes could only shake his head. He now believes that Van Nistelrooy must have viewed Cristiano Ronaldo through tinted glasses to make such remarks. While he can comprehend the notion of Ronaldo being formidable, to assert that he possesses such extraordinary prowess is simply implausible, Scholes pondered. Van Nistelrooy's comments nearly caused Scholes to lose sight of his primary concerns. The elder intended to meet with Ye Luo privately, Scholes deliberated. He was aware of the tensions between Van Nistelrooy and Ferguson, which is why he sought him as an intermediary. Despite Ye Luo's colossal buyout clause of $1.2 billion and his firm declaration of remaining with the team this summer, Ferguson remained unconvinced. Unable to reach Ye Luo through Mendes, he sought alternative avenues. Upon hearing this, Van Nistelrooy's expression grew slightly cold. Paul, do not entertain such thoughts. Ye Luo is a man of resolute determination. He has already made his stance clear within the team. He will not be departing this summer. Resolute determination? Scholes was taken aback. What ambitions does Malaga possess? A top 4 finish? With their current lineup, they could achieve that without Ye Luo, couldn't they? Certainly. Our aspirations are far grander. After hanging up, Van Nistelrooy's lips curled into a slight smile as he recalled Ye Luo's impassioned speech before training commenced. To topple Real Madrid and Barcelona. To seize the La Liga championship. He had initially thought he was merely coming to retire. Yet, unexpectedly, this ambition stirred a fervor within him. Ultimately, Scholes was unable to connect with Ye Luo through Van Nistelrooy, leaving Ferguson in a state of resignation. He ultimately had to abandon his plans to recruit Ye Luo this season and shifted his focus entirely towards other targets for Manchester United. As the summer training commenced in full swing, Malaga's recruitment actions were incessant. Soon, they announced their most significant acquisition of the summer transfer window. Malaga club invested €22 million to secure the midfield linchpin, Cazorla, from Villarreal. Following this major signing, Malaga quickly unveiled several other acquisitions. Firstly, they reached an agreement with Atletico Madrid to continue the loan of Asenjo for another season. Simultaneously, they spent €7 million to bring in forward Joaquin from Valencia. Moreover, they also finalized the transfer of defensive midfielder and French international Talalan from Ligue 1 Giants Lyon for €11 million. Additionally, they recalled Portuguese forward Aninho and midfielder David Gonzalez from their loans. In comparison to the start of the previous season, Malaga's starting lineup underwent a complete transformation. One could say all 11 starting players were replaced. With new arrivals, some had to depart. The team welcomed 9 new players while bidding farewell to 12 peripheral players. This wave of rejuvenation has revitalized Malaga's squad. In midfield, Cazorla and Talalan, both of considerable value, are certain to be prominent starters. On the defensive line, aside from Demichelis, it is likely that the primary positions will see a complete overhaul. In contrast, the forward line remains relatively stable. At 35, Van Nistelrooy lacks the stamina to play a full match, making it improbable for him to be a regular starter. The Argentine winger, Bonanot, also occupies a position that straddles the line between starter and substitute. The team's attacking front is bolstered by the presence of Ye Luo, ensuring a reliable goal-scoring capacity. However, the midfield remains a point of vulnerability. The arrivals of Cazorla and Talalan have elevated Malaga's midfield to a new level. On July 25th, the team faced their first preseason friendly against the illustrious Serie A side, Inter Milan. They deployed a starting formation of 4-3-3, featuring goalkeeper Asenjo, defenders Sergio Sanchez, Demichelis, Matthiessen, and Monreal, midfielders Talalan, Camacho, and Cazorla, and forwards Ye Luo, Baptista, and Isco. Isco's positioning on the wing marked a notable change. The match concluded with a score of 2-3. As the team scored 2 goals through Ye Luo and Isco but conceded 3, succumbing to Inter Milan's offensive prowess. Fortunately, this match was merely a warm-up, and the team's objective was not victory, but rather to assess the tactical issues at hand. Pellegrini remained unfazed by the result. However, subsequent warm-up matches saw Malaga fail to secure victories, leading to skepticism from the Spanish media regarding Pellegrini's tactical adjustments. Malaga altered their defensive counter-attacking system from the previous season, opting instead for a fluid 4-3-3 to 4-2-3-1 formation, which evidently left the players struggling to adapt. While the offensive capabilities appeared promising, the defense lacked cohesion. Change is never easy, and with the Champions League looming, whether this transformation will benefit the team remains debatable. Local Spanish media harbored doubts about Pellegrini's tactical evolution. In their preseason previews, many outlets speculated that with such significant roster changes and the challenge of balancing Champions League commitments, Malaga would struggle to even secure a top-4 finish. Amidst a chorus of discussion and skepticism, the commencement of the La Liga season drew near. Malaga's inaugural match is set for August 29th, as they embark on the 2011-2012 La Liga campaign, facing Sevilla in an away match. Chapter 97. The death group of the Champions League opening matches are notoriously challenging. After a month or two of vacation, no one can ascertain the opponent's condition, rendering it a true clash of unpredictability. Particularly for Malaga, this match represents a derby, the Andalusian derby. The relationship between Malaga and Sevilla fans is fraught with tension, often leading to conflicts, as they share the same region and frequently cross paths. As the kickoff of La Liga approaches, Malaga is fully engaged in preparations for this inaugural clash. However, for Malaga, there is another matter of considerable significance to focus on before the commencement of the La Liga season: the draw for the UEFA Champions League group stage. On August 27th, at 17:45 local time in Monaco, the draw for the UEFA Champions League group stage, along with the UEFA European Player of the Year and the new European Golden Ball award ceremony, took place at the Grimaldi Forum in Monte Carlo. This coincided perfectly with the conclusion of a training session for the entire Malaga squad. Consequently, once their training concluded, the players returned to the locker room and decided to watch the live draw together. In fact, Malaga boasts a number of players with experience in the Champions League, including Van Nistelrooy, Joaquin, Cazorla, Talalan, and Demichelis, all of whom possess a wealth of experience in the tournament. Prior to the group draw, the 32 participating teams were seeded based on their UEFA coefficient points. As newcomers to European competition, Malaga naturally had no coefficient points, placing them in the fourth pot. Meanwhile, the other three La Liga teams, Real Madrid and Barcelona, were placed in the first pot, with Valencia in the second. According to the principle of avoiding teams from the same league in the group stage, Malaga was likely to face a challenging group. The players had mentally prepared themselves for this reality. As a fourth-pot team, they had no grounds for selection and would inevitably encounter teams from the first and second pots, whose strengths cannot be underestimated. The first pot included heavyweights such as Barcelona, Real Madrid, Manchester United, Chelsea, Bayern Munich, Arsenal, Porto, and Inter Milan, all of which are titans from the top leagues. The second pot also features illustrious clubs like AC Milan and Lyon. From the third pot onward, most teams are from leagues outside the top four, yet it also includes a formidable giant, Manchester City, from the English Premier League. Adding the likes of Borussia Dortmund and Napoli from the fourth pot, this season's Champions League group stage is destined to produce one or two absolute groups of death. Let us not have overly high hopes. If Dortmund and Napoli avoid the group of death, it is highly likely that we will end up in one. Van Nistelrooy remarked while shaking his head. His words caused quite a stir among the Champions League newcomers at Malaga. "I actually hope to face strong opponents," said Jello, smiling. No, we should face strong opponents in the knockout stage instead. For now, let us aim for an easier group. Exactly, at the very least. We must progress beyond the group stage this season, echoed another player. The Champions League differs significantly from league matches. God bless, they murmured as discussions ensued. Just as they began their deliberations, former German star Breitner, as the draw guest representing the host city of the final, Munich's Allianz Arena, commenced the draw. The first team drawn from the first pot was Bayern Munich, placed in Group A. Subsequently, the other teams from the first pot were drawn and allocated to Groups A through H. Following the conclusion of the first pot draw, the draw for the second pot commenced. Breitner, amidst the swirling white balls representing the second-tier teams that could face Bayern Munich, fumbled for a moment before drawing one. Upon unveiling it, the name AC Milan emerged. When the letters AC Milan flashed across the television screen, astonished gasps filled the locker room at the Malaga training base. The players began to sense the ominous aura of the group of death, Bayern Milan, who would be the unfortunate soul from the third tier. With this anticipation, the attention of the players waned for the remaining draws. At last, the second-tier teams were completely drawn, and it was time for the third-tier team to be selected for Group A. Everyone held their breath. as Bretner revealed the name of the team he had drawn. A collective intake of breath echoed through the room. Manchester City, Bayern, Milan, Manchester City. These three formidable teams were grouped together in A. This was indeed an intriguing draw, and the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. As discussions ensued, the third-tier teams were finally all drawn. Now, all eyes were on who would be the unfortunate team from the fourth tier to join Group A. It can't be us, right? Isco chuckled. Surely not. That's an eighth of a chance. How could it be possible? Ye Luo responded with a hint of hope. Isco was left dumbfounded. Just as the host on the television was about to announce the name of the team drawn by Bretner, the temperature in the locker room plummeted. Everyone turned to Ye Luo, who awkwardly smiled. I certainly did not foresee this. Indeed, he had not anticipated it. An eighth, well, more accurately, a seventh chance. Borussia Dortmund had been excluded from the draw, ensuring they could not be placed in the same group as Bayern Munich. 7 options, and Malaga was chosen. What sheer misfortune! A heavy silence fell over the room. After finally qualifying for the Champions League, they found themselves in a group with Bayern, Milan, and Manchester City. The degree of bad luck was almost lottery-worthy. It's not the end of the world. We have triumphed over Real Madrid and Barcelona before. Winning against Bayern shouldn't be too surprising. Ye Luo attempted to uplift his teammates. Nevertheless, this draw was undeniably harsh for Malaga. What kind of grouping is this? UEFA must be joking. This group of death is excessively lethal. Exclamations of disbelief erupted. This is a dire situation. 3 warriors against Lu Bu. The moment the draw results were announced, a wave of discussion ignited across the internet in the Dragon Kingdom. Various media outlets reported, group of death. Bayern, Milan, Manchester City, and Malaga create a supergroup. Ye Luo's first Champions League season faces a supergroup. What are Malaga's chances of survival? The severity of Group A. In no time, these headlines stirred anxiety among fans who had initially felt hopeful about Ye Luo's Champions League journey this season. Yet, there were optimists among them. Let it be the group of death. It's Ye Luo's first Champions League season. Let us focus on gaining experience. One does not harbor high hopes for Malaga's progression in the Champions League, as this prestigious tournament typically favors the elite clubs. Securing 2 victories against their 3 opponents would be commendable. Yet, considering Malaga's past triumphs over giants like Barcelona and Real Madrid, one might wonder about their potential. However, the Champions League presents a different challenge altogether. The recent draw has evoked sympathy for Malaga from the Spanish media. It is widely acknowledged that UEFA has a penchant for orchestrating groups of death, and this time, Malaga must accept their misfortune. UEFA President Michel Platini has always exhibited a certain disdain for clubs like Manchester City and Malaga that have received substantial investments from Middle Eastern conglomerates. Last season, Manchester City found themselves in a similar predicament, also landing in a group of death. This season, both clubs face formidable adversaries in Bayern Munich and the 7-time Champions League victors, AC Milan. The challenge of emerging from such a group is indeed formidable. This perspective was promptly conveyed by Marca on their digital platform. Many media outlets and fans share the sentiment that there is an element of manipulation in the Champions League draw. Year after year, the media amplifies the spectacle of the draw, with some suggesting that the group allocations are preordained rather than random. There are even theories that the drawn balls are tampered with, such as being heated beforehand. In essence, there is a prevailing belief that UEFA does not adhere strictly to principles of fairness and transparency in the draw process, influenced instead by the preferences of its executives. Considerations of media traffic and viewership ratings. In Europe, the football industry encompasses the broadest range of interests, involves the largest sums of money, and features the most complex web of stakeholder interests. It is thus understandable that a club like Malaga, which disrupts the traditional power dynamics through external investment, may not be favored by UEFA's upper echelons. In contrast, the draw for the other 3 La Liga teams was considerably more favorable. Real Madrid's group includes Lyon, Ajax, and Dinamo Zagreb. Valencia has been placed in a group with Chelsea, Bayer Leverkusen, and KRC Genk. Meanwhile, Barcelona finds itself in a group with Marseille, Bate Borisov, and Victoria Plzen. The following day, as Ye Luo rode his bicycle to training, he was met with throngs of reporters outside Malaga's training facility. Before entering, he was inevitably surrounded. Malaga has entered the group of death. What are your thoughts on this? Do you have confidence in advancing from the group? Is Malaga prepared to face such a daunting challenge? The reporters hurled questions at him one after another. With a smile, Ye Luo responded, "We will perform well in every match. He refrained from making any bold declarations about advancing from the group, instead offering a standard media response before pushing aside the numerous recording devices and entering the training facility. Misfortune often comes in pairs. Upon arriving at the training base, Ye Luo received some unsettling news. Due to Atletico Madrid's first-choice goalkeeper, David De Gea, being lured away by Manchester United, they were compelled to urgently recall goalkeeper Asenjo, who had been on loan to Malaga. Initially, Malaga had been negotiating a permanent transfer for Asenjo, but this unexpected turn of events necessitated the team to seek a competent goalkeeper in the transfer market. Asenjo had hoped to remain with Malaga to complete the season, as they had the opportunity to compete in the Champions League, a coveted stage where many players yearn to showcase their talents. The eligibility for participation in the Champions League often serves as a crucial factor for players when selecting their next club. However, the loan agreement included a recall clause, which meant that the tug-of-war between Malaga and Atletico Madrid would likely see Asenjo return after the upcoming match against Sevilla. The Champions League presented a daunting challenge, and with the season yet to commence, their primary goalkeeper might be summoned back by the parent club. The misfortunes encountered by Malaga cast a shadow over their opening match of the La Liga season. As the last day of the month approached, it was noted that they were still slightly short of the 1,000 monthly ticket goal, compounded by the fact that today was double ticket day. With a sense of audacity, they sought votes, having recently returned home where the bustling crowds left only the evenings for writing. Chapter complete. Chapter 98. An unstoppable force. The formidable Malaga. A preview of the first round of the 2011 to 2012 La Liga season, where Sevilla would host Malaga for the season opener. Malaga had made significant investments in their squad, resulting in a substantial overhaul. From the warm-up matches, it was evident that Pellegrini had abandoned last season's effective three-defender counter-attacking strategy in favor of a more proactive pressing and possession style. At Sevilla's first team training complex, the newly appointed head coach Marcelino Garcia, who had just taken office in June, set aside the season preview from AS. His opponent was last season's Malaga, who had achieved an astonishing 11 consecutive victories. However, the Malaga of this season was evidently not the same as the previous one. Their core lineup had undergone considerable transformation, and whether this change would benefit Malaga remained uncertain in Marcelino's eyes. Perhaps Malaga could ascend the La Liga rankings with this new lineup in the future, but the team, currently in a transitional phase, might struggle to harness its full potential. Change invariably accompanies growing pains. Additionally, what bolstered Marcelino's confidence for this match was Ye Luo's form. The preview bias had highlighted concerns regarding Ye Luo's performance, pondering the phenomenon of the rookie wall. Indeed, while Ye Luo's prowess as a newcomer was impressive, who could assert that he was immune to the trials of early career challenges? Before the season commenced, Malaga had played 6 warm-up matches, in which Ye Luo had scored 4 goals. In 6 matches, 4 goals have been scored, which, by all accounts, reflects a commendable scoring efficiency, comparable to that of top-tier forwards. However, when juxtaposed with Ye Luo's astonishing form from the previous season, these figures appear rather lackluster. Thus, one can easily arrive at the conclusion that, following a lengthy off-season, Ye Luo has yet to regain his peak form. Upon a comprehensive review, it is evident that Malaga's roster has undergone significant changes, and their foremost attacking linchpin, Ye Luo, is not performing at his best. Compounding these issues is the unexpected recall of their primary goalkeeper by the parent club ahead of the season's commencement, coupled with the daunting prospect of facing a formidable group in the Champions League. These circumstances lead Marcelino to believe that his adversaries, Malaga, will not be in optimal condition for this encounter. Conversely, Sevilla is in remarkable form, having secured 3 consecutive victories in warm-up matches, including triumphs over Bayern and Inter Milan in a tournament that carries a semblance of formality. Although Sevilla's performance last season was subpar, they possess a rich heritage in La Liga. They are former champions of the UEFA Cup, becoming the second team in La Liga history to clinch a European title, the first being Real Madrid. Despite fluctuations in their recent performances, Sevilla's reputation and legacy affirm their status as one of the elite clubs in La Liga. Additionally, playing on home turf, especially in a derby match within the Andalusian region, significantly enhances Sevilla's prospects of securing a victory in this opening match. With unwavering confidence, Marcelino mused. Ye Luo, Sevilla, at the Pizjuan Stadium. The faces of over 40,000 Sevilla supporters, still aglow with the excitement of the match's commencement, have begun to show signs of tension. Below the exuberant commentary booth, Sevilla's head coach Marcelino abruptly leaped from his seat, his expression transformed. The calm and assured demeanor he exhibited prior to the match has vanished without a trace. The pre-match bravado of wanting to show them a thing or two at home echoed in his mind. Yet, at this moment, it is the Malaga players who are celebrating. The large screen at the Pizjuan Stadium captured a beaming Ye Luo. Ye Luo. Oh, what a beauty. We barely had time to announce the starting lineup before a goal was scored, and it was Ye Luo who found the net. Malaga has taken the lead away from home. The goal came in under 20 seconds. The commentator from Dragon Nation's national television, Duan Xian, exclaimed with fervor. During this period, numerous media outlets from Dragon Nation have been disseminating reports from Spanish sources, inducing a sense of anxiety among fans regarding the team's significant roster changes, the emergence of new talent, and poor preseason form. However, all doubts and apprehensions were obliterated in the wake of such a magnificent goal. Incredible. Amazing. What a clean and decisive strike. Amidst the cheers of Malaga and Dragon Nation supporters, the television screen began to replay the entire sequence of the goal, coinciding with the referee's whistle. Center forward Van Nistelrooy passed the ball back to defensive midfielder Turrelang. Upon receiving the ball, Turrelang played it forward to Joaquin, one of the midfielders. Joaquin executed a diagonal pass to Isco, who was substituting for the left winger in this match. Isco, upon receiving the ball, skillfully maneuvered past a defender and advanced towards the baseline before delivering a precise cutback pass to Cazorla, who was positioned at the left side of the penalty area. Ready to receive. Cazorla, having anticipated the pass, deftly lifted the ball towards the right side of the small box. At that moment, Ye Luo made a swift run into the box, meeting the ball with his right foot for a shot. He aimed for the far post with an effortless, clean strike that found its way into the net. Simultaneously, the scoreboard on the stadium screen changed to reflect the score, 1-0. With the home team in the lead and Sevilla trailing, Ye Luo's form was exceptional. His shot, taken in a half-volley manner, was executed with remarkable composure. This realization struck Marcelino, who acknowledged that all his pre-match assumptions had been incorrect. Ye Luo was far from being in poor form. Barely 20 seconds into the match, Sevilla had conceded a goal, equivalent to starting the game a goal down. Splendid. Ye Luo's reception of Cazorla's pass culminated in a goal. His shot was executed with remarkable calm, a feat that many players would have approached with a hasty strike. Yet, Ye Luo first assessed the trajectory of the ball, then gauged the goalkeeper's position, and executed the shot with precision. The commentator from Cope Radio, Andres, expressed his astonishment. A rookie wall? Can there truly be a barrier in this world that could stop Ye Luo from scoring? Marcelino called over Sevilla's midfield linchpin, Rakitic, for an urgent briefing. Having taken the lead, they needed to push forward and attack while remaining vigilant against counterattacks. Marcelino swiftly conveyed his instructions to Rakitic. With the lead secured, Malaga could resort to their forte of defensive counterattacks. After all, they now had 4 midfielders, including Isco, who could also drop back to bolster the midfield. This put Sevilla at risk of being defeated by Malaga employing their preferred strategy. Nonetheless, Marcelino had devised a game plan for Sevilla to adopt an offensive approach at home. Thus, they were merely adhering to the original strategy. Rakitic is a player of considerable technical prowess, adept in both offense and defense, while also demonstrating a vigorous work rate. When the need arises for an offensive push, he can advance into an attacking role, and when defense is required, he can drop back to protect the backline. Therefore, as the match resumed, Rakitic proactively repositioned himself, intending to enhance the team's attacking efforts. However, to everyone's surprise, after scoring, Malaga did not retreat to play defensively as they had in the previous season. Instead, they engaged in an intense high-pressing strategy to regain possession and continued to exert pressure on Sevilla, launching further attacks. As Malaga pressed forward, Sevilla's players found themselves struggling to defend effectively. Although Ye Luo played as a right winger in this match, he operated more like an inwardly drawn winger, akin to a wide forward. He frequently occupied the area around the penalty box, single-handedly exerting immense pressure on Sevilla's defense, rendering them hesitant to advance. Moreover, with the presence of the king of the small box, Van Nistelrooy, at the center-forward position, Sevilla's players dared not leave him unmarked. On the opposite flank, Isco's role was not that of a conventional winger, but rather that of an attacking midfielder, effectively positioning a player skilled in delivering threatening passes along the side. This combination of distinctly different attacking styles on either side enriched Malaga's offensive tactics. Isco, Cazorla, and Joaquin frequently interchange positions, showcasing their versatility as players capable of operating both on the flanks and through the center, each possessing substantial attacking prowess. Particularly with Ye Luo drawing the attention of Sevilla's defensive resources, the latter found themselves unable to mount any effective counterattacks. Malaga's midfield trio of Talalin, Joaquin, and Isco, alongside the forward line of Isco, Van Nistelrooy, and Ye Luo, played cohesively. Simultaneously, the fullbacks, Sergio Sanchez and Monreal, exhibited commendable abilities in supporting attacks, though not widely recognized. Both are seasoned players who have honed their skills through years in La Liga, delivering consistent performances. The two central defenders, De Michelis and Mathijsen, are key internationals for Argentina and the Netherlands, respectively. Sevilla's sporadic counterattacks were efficiently neutralized by these two central defenders, leading to a passive defensive stance and ineffective counterplay. The match swiftly fell under Malaga's control. Malaga had significantly bolstered their squad this season, and their dominance on the field was evident, prompting Andres to remark with surprise that he could see the shadow of a truly formidable team. The team's cohesion appeared seamless, with their midfield and defensive lines displaying a high level of proficiency, likely aided by Sevilla's insufficient pressure. However, with Ye Luo in the attacking front, he single-handedly occupied at least 3 Sevilla players, making it exceedingly challenging for Sevilla to apply adequate pressure on Malaga's midfield and forward players. Malaga has grown stronger this season, a sentiment echoed by numerous commentators. Sevilla found themselves thoroughly outmatched on the field, with the disparity between the two teams appearing far greater than it truly was. The reason for this situation became evident when the camera focused on Ye Luo. His activity was simply remarkable. His range of movement was extensive, and he seemed to possess boundless stamina. Beside Marcelino, his assistant furrowed his brow and remarked on Ye Luo's ubiquitous presence on the field. Indeed, he was constantly emerging in areas of defensive weakness to receive the ball, charging towards Sevilla's goal with determination. The chapter concludes. Chapter 99. Will Malaga be the spoiler? Everything hinges on Ye Luo, whose exuberance is undeniable. He appears unfazed by the prospect of fatigue in the second half, nor does he fear the possibility of injury from his opponent's fouls. His gaze is solely fixed on the goal, tirelessly sprinting, demanding the ball, and breaking through defenses. In a brief span, Sevilla has already incurred the cost of 2 yellow cards in their attempts to thwart Yellow. Typically, such persistent fouling would instill trepidation in most forwards. For players, injuries are formidable adversaries. To safeguard themselves from harm, many athletes opt to minimize the time the ball spends at their feet, seeking opportunities through evasive runs. No one is entirely fearless of injury, yet Yellow seems entirely unafraid of tackles. He charges forward without hesitation in 50-50 situations, emerging unscathed, while the Sevilla players seem somewhat hesitant. Marcelino cannot help but exclaim that this lad appears as if he has traversed from the 1990s. In former times, footballers revered the spirit of heroism, rolling on the ground for 7.5 revolutions after a foul, their cries almost drowning out the cheers of the crowd. Such displays were deemed disgraceful by some old-school players. Not to mention, some players are fierce as tigers outside the penalty area but transform into fragile beings once inside, collapsing at the slightest touch, a behavior that the older generation of footballers finds utterly cringeworthy. Yet, Yellow stands in stark contrast to contemporary trends, as if his sole focus is the beautiful game. This spirit earns Marcelino's admiration, albeit limited to mere appreciation as he returns to the bench. If Yellow possesses enough stamina for the second half, if he remains uninjured, and if he can complete the season in good health, I would not be surprised if Malaga claims the La Liga title. He remarks, but how is that conceivable? His assistant responds, both are aware that no player exists who can maintain possession for such an extended period while scarcely suffering injuries. Nor is there a player like Yellow, who engages in extensive movement, sprinting, changing direction, and dribbling with abandon while managing to sustain abundant energy in the second half. The pivotal question now lies with Sevilla's ability to withstand the pressure. If they can endure the first half, opportunities will arise when Yellow's stamina reaches its limits in the second half. Marcelino gazes at the pitch. If Sevilla can avoid conceding further goals in the first half, they might still have a fighting chance in the second. Conversely, should Sevilla concede another goal in the first half, their chances of recovering in the second will diminish significantly. Exhausted, utterly fatigued, Rakitic gasps for breath. He has just executed a long-distance sprint, strenuously clearing Yellow's pass out for a corner. This defensive effort has earned him the applause of the entire crowd. Naturally, it has also left his lungs heaving, greedily absorbing the oxygen in the air. The air within his lungs feels as though it is ablaze. Such a long-distance sprint is immensely taxing on one's stamina. Rakitic's fitness, however, is commendable. However, the first half of the match was not yet concluded when he felt as though his lungs were about to explode. The series of sprints had exacted a significant toll on his physical endurance. The root of the issue did not lie in his lack of fitness, but rather in the passive defensive line of Sevilla, which compelled Rakitic, as a midfielder, to engage in supplementary defensive duties. Simultaneously, the threat posed by Ye Luo was so substantial that Sevilla expended an excessive amount of defensive resources to contain him, allowing other Malaga players ample opportunities to receive passes in open space. This facilitated a remarkably fluid and seamless attacking flow for Malaga, while Sevilla, in a desperate bid to safeguard their goal, was forced to engage in vigorous defensive running, predominantly of a passive, anaerobic nature. The Sevilla defense was thoroughly overwhelmed, and the attacking prowess displayed by the visiting Malaga side was unexpectedly formidable, almost pinning Sevilla within their own half. Nearly 30 minutes into the match, it had devolved into a defensive drill for Malaga. The disparity in possession statistics further illustrated this, with Malaga enjoying a commanding 73 possession compared to Sevilla's meager 27. In the commentary booth, Andres remarked on the unfolding events. Just then, the ball once again found its way to Ye Luo's feet. He had shifted to the left flank to receive the ball, with Van Nistelrooy positioning himself for support in front of him, while other players began to gravitate towards him. Concurrently, Sevilla's defenders rushed to close in on Ye Luo, forming a robust line intended to thwart his advance and shot. Otherwise, he might have taken matters into his own hands. Observing the defenders converging on him, Ye Luo promptly released the ball. He deftly flicked it over the heads of the defenders, directing it to Isco on the right flank. This pass necessitated a rapid realignment of Sevilla's players, requiring the entire defensive unit, including both defenders and midfielders, to shift towards Isco's side. This forced movement, orchestrated by Malaga, perpetually placed Sevilla's players in a state of exhausting passivity. Such exertion left Sevilla's players gasping for breath. On the sidelines, Marcelino frowned, now reduced to praying for the swift passage of the first half, hoping for an opportunity to make adjustments during the intermission. The vigorous nature of the opponent's attack was something he had not anticipated prior to the match. One misstep had led to another, tipping the scales of victory decidedly in Malaga's favor. Should they manage to score once more, the contest would likely lose all suspense. The fans at the Pizjuan Stadium were fervently praying to the heavens, yet it was clear that divine favor was not on their side that day. In the 43rd minute of the match, when Ye Luo soared high within the penalty area and emphatically struck the ball into the net, a wave of astonishment rippled through the Pizjuan Stadium. This goal was set up by a cross from Isco, and Ye Luo had seized the opportunity amidst a throng of defenders. He leapt high into the air, showcasing his extraordinary jumping ability. Standing at an impressive height of 182 meters, which is not considered short for a football player, combined with his remarkable leap, even though Sevilla had ample defenders within the penalty area, they were still unable to thwart Yellow's goal. This is, of course, partially attributed to Yellow's prowess in heading the ball. His height, jumping ability, judgment of weaknesses, coupled with the enhancement of his aerial dominance skill, allows him to act as a formidable aerial threat within the box, making scoring a header seem hardly surprising. Furthermore, this success also relates to the passive exhaustion of Sevilla's defense. Prior to this moment, Malaga's lateral movements around Sevilla's penalty area were not merely an exhibition of their passing skills, they were strategically exhausting their opponents, placing Sevilla's players in a constant state of fatigue. The recent cross from Isco, which enabled Yellow to effortlessly secure a header amidst such defensive pressure, was a result of Sevilla's defenders collectively losing focus due to this relentless exertion, allowing Yellow to take off and score with his header. On the sidelines, Pellegrini raised his fist in celebration. This was the most gratifying moment for a coach. His tactical approach had succeeded. Executing this strategy effectively is no easy feat, requiring the midfield and forward players to possess exceptional individual skills to control the game. After making several strategic acquisitions this season, Malaga's midfield and attacking line, even without considering Yellow as their absolute strong point, now boasts a level of individual talent that ranks among the best in La Liga. On this foundation, Yellow's performances flourish even more, as he benefits from greater support from his teammates. Consequently, his individual statistics and the threat he poses to opposing defenses have significantly increased. This season, Yellow is poised to become even more formidable. Moreover, the opponent they faced in this match was no pushover. It was Sevilla, a team with considerable pedigree in La Liga. The fact that Malaga could maintain control against such adversaries speaks volumes about their strength. The team's performance in the first half of the match has filled Pellegrini with confidence for the season ahead. His only concern lies with Yellow's physical condition. The toll on his stamina, along with his continual attempts to penetrate the opponent's defense and draw fouls, leaves Pellegrini on edge with every fall Yellow takes. The crux of this tactical framework is Yellow. Without him, Malaga's possession would not be as effortless, for Sevilla would surely press aggressively in midfield without the constraint Yellow imposes. Unlike the current cautious approach they are compelled to adopt, Pellegrini can hardly bear to contemplate the implications for Malaga should Yellow sustain an injury, as he is undeniably an indispensable asset to the team. On the television screen, Yellow's goal is being replayed repeatedly. Duan Xin cannot help but exclaim. His dribbling, ability to break through, long-range shots, positioning within the penalty area, and headers. He is truly multifaceted. Just look at that header. My goodness, he jumped so high. Duan Xin couldn't help but exclaim. With this header, Ye Luo had already scored 2 goals in the first half of the season's opening match before the halftime whistle. Malaga was also leading Sevilla 2-0 away. Ye Luo continued to showcase his explosive form. At that moment, Duan Xin's commentary partner, guest commentator Su Yang, chuckled, speaking of which. Many Spanish media outlets said before the match that this game would be a test for Ye Luo due to the so-called rookie wall. It seems this wall is not very sturdy after all. Hearing this, Duan Xin also laughed indeed. We might even anticipate Ye Luo scoring again in the second half, completing a hat trick. The Golden Boot this season undoubtedly belongs to Ye Luo. Who else could it be? The two bantered joyfully in the studio. The Malaga players were celebrating wildly, while the Sevilla players appeared utterly dazed. Rakitic was also in a state of disbelief. He had previously regarded Messi as the finest player in the world, but this match was causing him to question his judgment. The terror of the player before him could truly only be appreciated on the pitch. His dribbling was reminiscent of Ronaldo, his touch rivaled that of Maradona. His shots were powerful and precise, and his movement was elusive and ghostly. Crucially, he was not alone. He integrated seamlessly into Malaga's tactical framework. This individual's talent was enviably exceptional, Rakitic thought. With Ye Luo's goal, the first half concluded swiftly. Both teams returned to their respective dressing rooms with a score of 2-0. However, it was evident to all that the match held little suspense. The statistics from the first half showed that Malaga had completely dominated Sevilla, who appeared to be playing like a relegation-threatened team. This performance left many journalists and football experts in the press box astonished. The formidable display by Malaga had many frowning. Could Malaga become the dark horse of this season's La Liga championship? Chapter 100. He is the god of football. Sevilla played like a relegation team against Malaga. During halftime, the broadcast switched back to the studio of Cope Television. The live footage revealed the commentator in front and a panel of esteemed guests discussing the events of the first half. The invited guests were quite prominent, including Real Madrid legend Fernando Hierro, who hails from Malaga, and Spanish football icon Marcos Alonso, who had played and managed several teams, including Sevilla and Malaga. At this moment, Alonso was perplexed by Sevilla's performance. Looking at the halftime statistics, Sevilla had been besieged in their own half by Malaga, failing to register even a single decent shot on goal. This might be something even Barcelona and Real Madrid could not achieve, Alonso lamented. Why? Why has this situation arisen? Malaga has signed several players this season, but can their midfield truly rival that of Real Madrid and Barcelona? The host inquired. Because of Ye Luo, Hierro proclaimed. His threat was so formidable that Sevilla dared not advance their defensive line, which consequently weakened their midfield presence. This inability to establish a numerical advantage in midfield allowed Malaga to dominate the center of the pitch at will. Yellow posed a significant threat. Were I the coach of Sevilla, I too would prioritize defending against him, and Pellegrini evidently exploited this awareness. His recruitment this season has proven remarkably successful. Added the veteran Alonso. Do you think Yellow will clinch the Golden Boot again this season? The host inquired. The two guests exchanged glances. Certainly. As long as he appears in over 30 league matches this season, The golden boot is likely his. Messi and Ronaldo are about to face a formidable challenge from Yellow, perhaps due to the connotations of his name, or perhaps because Yellow plays for the hometown team of Hierro. The latter expressed a favorable opinion of Yellow, smiling slightly as he remarked, "Look at his extraordinary form. He scored twice in the first half. I would wager he will achieve a hat trick in the second half." Neither the host nor Alonso dared to take up Hierro's bet, recognizing it as a losing proposition. Who would presume that Yellow, in such form, would fall silent in the second half? Their predictions proved accurate. Shortly after the second half commenced, in the 53rd minute, Yellow netted another goal. This time, he received the ball on the flank. Sevilla quickly erected a defensive wall before him. The nightmare for Sevilla was embodied in the player from the Dragon Kingdom. They urged their teammates to form the tightest defensive formation around Yellow. Do not let him break through. Allow him to pass. Defend against his advances. Regardless, Yellow remained Malaga's primary threat, and for Sevilla, the ball at Yellow's feet posed a significantly greater danger than it would in the possession of any other Malaga player. Yellow was about to be encircled. He should pass the ball, the commentators remarked. At that moment, Yellow indeed appeared poised to make a pass, but in the next instant, everyone was astounded. With a deft touch of his right foot, he flicked the ball with the outside of his foot, executing a cow-tail maneuver before slicing into the penalty area through a gap in the defense. He then unleashed a powerful shot. Bang! With the force of his strike, the ball soared and crashed against the underside of the crossbar, bouncing into the net. Yellow, a hat trick! The commentators exclaimed. In the midst of numerous defenders, Yellow suddenly broke through, creating space and launching his shot. Decisive, clean. The Sevilla defenders stood in stunned silence. The entire Ramon Sanchez Pizjuan Stadium fell into an eerie quiet. Sevilla's fans gazed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Yellow's breakthrough was astonishingly swift. He did not feel compelled to evade every defender before shooting. Instead, he capitalized on the space he had created and struck without hesitation, catching everyone off guard. Even the majority of onlookers failed to comprehend how he managed to penetrate the defense. All eyes turned towards the grand screen of the stadium. At long last, the complete replay of the goal emerged. It was then that the spectators witnessed Ye Luo executing a breathtaking nutmeg maneuver within an incredibly confined space. His speed and rhythm reached unparalleled heights. Upon cutting into the center, his right foot lashed out at the ball like a whip, delivering a thunderous shot. In that fleeting moment, nearly all commentators were awestruck. What a stunning display! This breakthrough was nothing short of artistry. The slow-motion footage was a feast for the senses. How could one possibly articulate such brilliance? He is truly the deity of football. No one could match his tempo, whether it was dribbling or shooting. It was accomplished at unpredictable moments and rhythms, rendering Sevilla's defense utterly impotent at that instant. What he exhibited on the pitch was the very essence of artistic football. Let us cheer for Ye Luo. Let us celebrate him. Oh, he is nothing less than the sprite of football. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Ye Luo spread his arms and sprinted across the pitch of the Ramon Sanchez Pizjuan Stadium. In the stands, Sevilla's fans fell into silence. They realized that with this goal conceded, Sevilla, now trailing by 3, had all but lost any hope of a comeback. Moreover, Malaga still had that exceptionally formidable player in their ranks. With him present, Sevilla's fighting spirit for a resurgence was extinguished. Within the confines of the Pizjuan, the jubilant cheers of the visiting fans filled the arena. Ye Luo, Ye Luo, Ye Luo. The supporters of Malaga repeatedly chanted their captain's name. He is the king of Malaga. Indeed, even though this was merely Ye Luo's second season with the team, there was no doubt that he is the most remarkable, legendary, and formidable player of Malaga, past, present, and future. Pellegrini clasped his head in disbelief, pondering how many more astonishing feats this player could accomplish. My goodness. He turned to his assistant and remarked. Marlosca was taken aback. For the first time, he felt that coaching was remarkably simple. Just give the ball to Ye Luo, and he would invariably conjure up surprises. On the other side, Sevilla's head coach, Marcelino, was left dumbfounded. He had envisioned his team suffering defeat in various forms, but none of his countless imaginings had ever included such a scene. Faced with multiple defenders, he waltzed through, cutting in and scoring with a powerful shot. Marcelino struggled to find the words to express the shock reverberating within him. At the moment Ye Luo scored, he nearly felt compelled to applaud, to cheer, to pay homage to the deity of football, to worship the football sprite. Yet, fortunately, he ultimately remembered his role as the head coach of Sevilla. On the pitch, the 18-year-old youth, resplendent and spirited, exuded charisma. Even the opposing coach was nearly swayed. Marcelino shook his head. His team was already 3 goals down. However, he had not contemplated any viable countermeasures. Every tactic was rendered futile by one undeniable truth. Sevilla's defense was utterly ineffectual against Yellow. Should they choose to press forward and engage in an offensive onslaught, it was far more likely that Yellow would score even more goals. Ultimately, Marcelino resolved to substitute in an attacking player in a desperate bid to salvage the situation, yet he himself harbored little confidence. Confronted with an adversary like Yellow, whose performance, breakthroughs, and remarkable prowess could utterly obliterate the opponent's morale. Oh God, how is this possible? Scoring goals like this? Are you a deity? Remarkable. Long live Yellow. Yellow's goal left his Malaga teammates momentarily stunned. They had scarcely grasped how he had scored. All they witnessed was him being engulfed by defenders, and then, upon breaking free, unleashing a powerful strike that found the net. Everything transpired so abruptly that there was no time to react. The first to rush to Yellow's side was Isco, his eyes brimming with admiration. He even raised his hands, bending down in a gesture of worship, which momentarily bewildered the spectators. Subsequently, one by one, Malaga's players joined in. Van Nistelrooy, Joaquin, Cazorla, Talalan, de Michelis, these illustrious names in football, these elite stars, collectively mirrored Isco's act of reverence. They laughed heartily as they encircled Yellow, the very soul of the team. Perhaps this was a premeditated celebration among the Malaga players. On the pitch, they honored Yellow in a manner akin to veneration. The commentator from Langwa, Duan Xian, clasped his head in disbelief. Indeed, this celebration had not been rehearsed beforehand. Incredible. Van Nistelrooy is worshipping Yellow. Astounding. I have watched this goal countless times. What a thrill. A true delight. A blessing for those with obsessive tendencies. Fans buzzed about, discussing the moment. Yellow's name once again surged to the forefront of online discourse. Upon the resumption of play, Sevilla, now trailing by 3 goals, sought to mount a comeback. They launched an all-out offensive in a desperate gamble. Their attempts did yield some results, as Sevilla finally registered their first shot on target of the match. However, the reckless nature of their assault left their defense as vulnerable as a widow mourning for a decade. They were easily breached. When Yellow delivered a cross and Van Nistelrooy sent the ball into Sevilla's net, the match had lost all semblance of suspense. Van Nistelrooy, 4-0. Malaga surged ahead with a commanding 4-goal lead away from home. Victory was emphatically secured, thanks to Yellow's assist. Amidst the commentators' exuberant cheers, Sevilla's players were utterly demoralized by this concession. 4-0, the final score at the conclusion of the match. In the opening match of the La Liga season, Malaga achieved a resounding 4-goal victory over Sevilla. The chapter concludes. Chapter 101, a consecutive victory. The Champions League flames ignite. As the final whistle echoed, nearly all Sevilla players visibly exhaled, casting anxious glances towards the source of their nightmares, Yellow. Each time Yellow received the ball, a palpable tension gripped them, as if he could effortlessly send the ball into their net at any moment. Competing against such a player, under such circumstances, was a profound psychological torment. The sound of the final whistle brought a sense of relief to the Sevilla players. Many supported their knees, taking deep breaths. As the conclusion of the match felt like liberation, Marcelino couldn't help but smile wryly upon witnessing this. Prior to the match, he had believed that securing 3 points at home would set a positive tone for the season. It now appeared he had severely underestimated Yellow. Presently, Marcelino faced the psychological turmoil affecting Sevilla's players. He needed to swiftly rekindle their fighting spirit. Otherwise, the repercussions of this match would dampen their performance and morale in the forthcoming rounds. While a single match's 3 points seemed trivial, the significant blow to the team's morale was what truly left Marcelino feeling helpless. The influence of one opposing player had impacted the entire team's spirit, an occurrence he could confidently assert was unprecedented in his coaching career. When he shook hands with Pellegrini, Marcelino remarked with a wry smile, "How did you discover such a prodigy?" Pellegrini winked and replied, "He came to me willingly." Marcelino gazed at Pellegrini with envy, pondering the stroke of luck he had. How was it that he had not encountered such a gem? He was certain that Pellegrini's coaching career would reach new heights thanks to Yellow, perhaps even this season. With their abilities, they might compete with Barcelona and Real Madrid, provided there were no widespread injuries, particularly concerning Yellow. "Good luck to you," Marcelino said. Thank you, Pellegrini responded, though he too bore concerns regarding Yellow's stamina and potential injuries. Strangely, Yellow had shown no signs of injury thus far. Occasionally, after being struck on the calf or ankle, he would return to full strength within a day. Pellegrini attributed this to Yellow's innate resilience. Some individuals are simply built to endure. This is a form of athletic gift bestowed by the heavens. Thus, as long as Yellow remains healthy, Pellegrini's confidence surged. With Yellow in good health, his team would fear no one. In the post-match press conference, Marcelino could not restrain his admiration for Yellow's performance. We faced defeat against a player of historical genius, and honestly, I remain at a loss as to how to entirely thwart him. He may very well be the quintessential talent born solely for the beautiful game. Losing this match is indeed challenging, yet I cannot cast blame upon my players. It is as though we succumbed to a divine force, Marcelino lamented. Particularly noteworthy was his third goal, where amidst the relentless pursuit of numerous defenders, he instinctively discerned a singular path to score, a moment that evoked sheer despair. Marcelino's remarks prompted the attending journalists to nod in agreement. This goal, devoid of ostentation, eloquently illustrated Yellow's menacing prowess before the goal. In the presence of so many, he executed the strike, rendering Sevilla's defense insignificant. I must confess that I underestimated Malaga prior to the match. They might just be the most formidable team in La Liga at present. Yellow is undoubtedly the finest player in the world. A realization that serves as a wake-up call. Sevilla's strength no longer resides within the elite echelon of La Liga, Marcelino concluded before departing the scene. Next, it was Pellegrini's turn. The focal point of discussion remained Yellow. Does this hat trick not speak for itself? The notion of a rookie wall? Such a concept cannot possibly exist for a true genius. He is the world's best player, and no defense can impede his progress. In the season's first hat trick, Yellow utterly dismantled Sevilla. Malaga triumphed over Sevilla with a resounding 4-0 victory, with Yellow shining through 3 goals and an assist. 4-0. Malaga secures a commanding away win to ascend the standings. The following day, every newspaper reported on this remarkable match. That evening, online media propelled the event into the spotlight. Yellow, having outshone Messi and Ronaldo to claim the Golden Boot last season, garnered immense attention. People were eager to witness whether Yellow, who had triumphed over Ronaldo to secure the Golden Boot, could sustain his extraordinary performance this season. As it appears now, Yellow's form seems even more electrifying than the previous season. His hat trick in the season opener left everyone astounded. On social media, discussions flourished regarding Yellow's goals and Malaga's victory. In truth, this surge was also bolstered by Mendes's agency, which established a specialized team around Yellow. In this digital age, there exists a dedicated operations team for online media. Across various social media platforms, Yellow's fan base is skyrocketing. His Twitter followers have now surpassed 30 million. It is foreseeable that Yellow will soon become one of the athletes with the highest follower count on social media, signifying his immense commercial value. Prior to this, major brands like Adidas and Nike expressed interest in signing Yellow, but the offers at that time were insufficient. Hence, Mendes held off on pursuing those opportunities. However, now Audi and Nike are even willing to seek a contract with Yellow at a price comparable to that of Messi and Ronaldo. For Yellow represents a market of over 1 billion people. However, Yellow has not acquiesced, and it is not Mendes who has declined. For Yellow, the prospect of profit is the same regardless. Why should he partner with 2 enterprises that may prove to be quite displeasing in the future? With the conclusion of the opening match between Malaga and Sevilla, the first round of La Liga commenced in full swing. Real Madrid hosted Mallorca and, thanks to Cristiano Ronaldo's brace alongside goals from Di Maria and Benzema, triumphed with a score of 4-1. Meanwhile, Barcelona faced Real Betis away from home, with Messi and new recruit Sanchez each scoring a goal. However, Barcelona could not secure a victory and ended up drawing 2-2 against Real Betis. In other matches, the most significant margin was Levant's emphatic 3-0 victory over Athletic Bilbao. Thus, with this resounding 4-0 away win, Malaga ascended to the top of the standings. Yet, this was merely the outcome of the first round. Apart from Barcelona's unexpected draw with Real Betis, other results were deemed standard, and despite Malaga's 4-goal margin, they only accumulated 3 points. No one considered Malaga to be the frontrunner in this season's La Liga. A week later, the second round of La Liga commenced, with several teams preparing for the Champions League matches scheduled for midweek. Ultimately, both Real Madrid and Barcelona secured 3 points. Malaga returned home to claim a decisive 3-0 victory over the newly promoted Granada, achieving consecutive wins and maintaining their position at the top of the standings after 2 rounds. Check-in. Capture the moment. I declare the conclusion of this season's La Liga. In an instant, fans began taking screenshots to commemorate the occasion. For Malaga supporters, it had been a considerable time since their team occupied the top position in the standings for more than a week. Following this match, the thoughts of all fans who followed Malaga and Yellow shifted away from the league. The Champions League was approaching. Malaga was set to host AC Milan, an event that undoubtedly attracted significant attention. Although Malaga may not be widely recognized, the presence of Yellow in their lineup marked his inaugural participation in the Champions League. Consequently, in the Dragon Country, all fans preparing to stay up late to watch the match had their sights fixed firmly on this encounter. Even with the simultaneous clash between powerhouses Real Madrid and Lyon, the attention in the Dragon Country paled in comparison to Malaga's home battle against AC Milan. At 2:45 a.m. on September 15th, the first round of this season's UEFA Champions League group stage commenced in full swing. The match between Malaga and AC Milan in Group A was undoubtedly the most anticipated event for fans from the Dragon Kingdom, as it marked the Champions League debut of Yellow, who stands a good chance of scoring the first goal for a player from the Dragon Kingdom in this prestigious tournament. AC Milan, as the 7-time Champions League champion, is a dominant force in this arena, boasting a roster filled with illustrious players such as the Swedish striker Ibrahimovic, the Brazilian prodigy Pato, the elegant warrior Nesta, the Ghanaian international Boateng, and the seasoned Dutch midfielder Seedorf, alongside other notable stars like Bonera, Cassano, and Robinho. Indeed, it is a constellation of talent. AC Milan's extensive experience in the Champions League poses a formidable challenge for Malaga, who lack such exposure. However, Malaga has Yellow. What kind of performance will Yellow deliver in this match? We shall await the outcome with bated breath. Yellow versus the stars of AC Milan. Who will prevail? In an instant, all sports media in the Dragon Kingdom shifted their focus to the Champions League. This sentiment was echoed by Spanish media, which also provided extensive coverage of the match. Among them, Marca seemed eager to stir the pot, presenting a comparison between Yellow's league goals from the previous season and those of several AC Milan forwards. Yellow netted 40 league goals last season, while the combined total of AC Milan's Ibrahimovic, Pato, Robinho, and Cassano was 39 goals. Ibrahimovic scored 14, Pato 12, Robinho 6, and Cassano 7. The total goals of the 4 forwards paled in comparison to Yellow's singular achievement. The juxtaposition was striking. Marca's report utilized a strong comparative approach, featuring an image of Yellow in his Malaga number 10 jersey alongside a collection of 40 footballs. On the opposite side, silhouettes of AC Milan's 4 forwards were showcased, each with a varying number of footballs above their heads, each ball representing a goal. The goal tally clearly indicated that Yellow surpassed the combined total of Ibrahimovic, Pato, Robinho, and Cassano. This report from Marca felt like a declaration of war between the two media outlets. Soon, both sides began reporting from different perspectives. Italian media were understandably displeased with the Spanish approach. La Gazzetta dello Sport bluntly stated that the defensive intensity of La Liga is not comparable to that of Serie A, deeming such direct comparisons unfair. They argued that the defensive capabilities in Serie A are beyond the imagination of Spaniards, and that Yellow's goal tally in La Liga would not translate to the same success in Serie A, deeming the goal comparison unprofessional. And what should be compared instead? The number of girlfriends and mistresses? Nevertheless, there was no animosity between the two teams. The media on both sides engaged in a verbal skirmish, which greatly displeased a player from AC Milan, Zlatan Ibrahimovic. He refers to himself as God, a clear indication of his arrogance. This individual, known for his lofty aspirations, has faced considerable setbacks in recent years, particularly following his transfer from Inter Milan to Barcelona. His move has been viewed as a quintessential example of choosing prestige over hard work, especially since after his departure, Inter Milan clinched the treble in the 2009-2010 season. Meanwhile, Ibrahimovic struggled for a starting position at Barcelona, as Pep Guardiola opted to position Lionel Messi centrally, relegating the towering Ibrahimovic to the sidelines. This decision irked Ibrahimovic deeply, creating a rift between him and Guardiola, which ultimately led to his swift transfer to AC Milan. Last season, Ibrahimovic managed to score a commendable 14 goals in the Serie A, a statistic that marks him as a top-tier forward. However, It was disheartening to see this achievement juxtaposed against that of other players like Pato, Cassano, and Robinho, ultimately falling short in comparison. Such a revelation was utterly humiliating for him. The fiery Swedish forward could hardly tolerate the indignity, and Italian journalists were well aware of Ibrahimovic's propensity for outspoken remarks. In light of this, they sought to provoke the Swedish striker, hoping to elicit some valuable insights. Indeed, when confronted by reporters, Ibrahimovic initially scoffed dismissively and raised his chin to declare, 40 goals? Quite impressive. However, that comparison is unwarranted. One cannot equate God with mere mortals. Rest assured, I will make him aware of his place on the pitch. Thus concludes Chapter 102, titled Why Should He Be Considered the Best in the World? Ibrahimovic has audaciously challenged Ye. This spells trouble for him. It is said that this towering figure is arrogant. Surely, Ye and I will teach him a lesson. You scored 81 points, didn't you? Together, Ye and I will net 40 league goals. On the training ground, Malaga players have been discussing the recent clash between the two nations' media. For Malaga, this match holds significant importance as it represents their inaugural Champions League appearance, marking a memorable milestone in their history. Yet, the players remain unfazed. After all, they have triumphed over both Real Madrid and Barcelona. So what is there to fear from AC Milan? Nevertheless, reality soon proved that the Champions League is indeed a different arena from domestic leagues. On the eve of the match, upon their arrival in Malaga, the AC Milan squad began to sense the distinction between the Champions League and league play. In terms of club stature and star power, both Real Madrid and Barcelona overshadow AC Milan. However, neither the Spanish giants exhibited such an imposing presence when playing away against Malaga in the league. From the moment AC Milan's players stepped out of the airport, the magnitude of Champions League attention became evident, particularly for the players of Malaga. Dozens of media outlets meticulously followed every detail: Nesta's fragrance, Ibrahimovic's attire, Pato's nightclub preferences, and so forth. The daily lives of AC Milan stars, encompassing their meals, outfits, and training schedules, were exhaustively reported. After all, they are superstars, and the legion of their admirers makes even the most trivial news pique substantial interest. Is this not astonishing? Such is the essence of the Champions League. It is no wonder this team has claimed the title 7 times. Defeating a team of such stature would indeed imbue me with a sense of accomplishment, wouldn't it? Ye? In stark contrast to the illustrious players of AC Milan, the Malaga players appeared somewhat less distinguished. They frolicked in the locker room, seemingly devoid of any pre-match tension. What was there to be anxious about? Ye Luo's prowess is the undeniable foundation of Malaga. During the pre-match press conference, questions regarding Malaga invariably revolved around Ye Luo. His fame eclipsed even that of the Malaga team itself, rendering him arguably the most prominent star in the club's history and its strongest player. The central issue in the match against Malaga was inevitably how to contend with Ye Luo, a recurring topic at every pre-match press conference. Allegri was certainly no exception to this. In his inaugural season at the helm of AC Milan, Allegri led the team to an impressive 82 points, surpassing second-placed Inter Milan by 6 points and breaking their dominance in the league. In the 2010 to 2011 season, he made the bold decision to phase out Ronaldinho, positioning Boateng as an attacking midfielder, thus crafting a defensively robust AC Milan. However, such solidity did not come at the expense of their offensive capabilities. They finished the season as the second highest scorers in Serie A, trailing only Inter Milan. This season, despite minimal reinforcements, AC Milan, as the reigning champions, boasted numerous star players. Consequently, Allegri was brimming with confidence. Ye Luo is indeed a commendable player, he stated, but our objective in this match is not to prove anything to him. We are here for victory. Ye is a fine young man, yet in comparison to the likes of Ibrahimovic and Nesta, he remains relatively inexperienced. Both Ibrahimovic and Cassano have established their prowess across various leagues, while Ye, despite his strength, requires more opportunities to substantiate his abilities. Allegri spoke candidly, conscious of the need to maintain his team's stature without diminishing the reputation of others. For Allegri, this was of paramount importance. When he initially assumed control of AC Milan, coaching such a prestigious club posed a formidable challenge for him. The team boasted an array of star players, each seemingly more illustrious than he, the head coach. For Allegri, who had previously only managed smaller teams, this was indeed a novel undertaking. Prior to this, Numerous Italian media outlets had expressed skepticism regarding Allegri's capability to lead a titan like AC Milan. However, following his triumph in securing the league championship with AC Milan last season, all doubts dissipated. Within the locker room, Allegri garnered the players' respect, and everything appeared to be on the right trajectory. Both Allegri and AC Milan seemed destined for a promising future. Proof? No. Ye Luo has never felt the need to validate himself to anyone. I fail to comprehend how a player who has netted 40 goals in the league still requires validation, especially from those whose scoring tallies pale in comparison. At the press conference, Pellegrini candidly responded to Allegri's need for proof, stating, "Proof? Do you even deserve it? I believe that those who assert Ye Luo needs to prove himself should first demonstrate their own mathematical prowess." The Spanish and Dragon Kingdom journalists present erupted in laughter, taken aback by Pellegrini's unexpected candor. The Italian journalists in attendance shifted uncomfortably, their mouths agape as they contemplated referencing the formidable Italian defense, arguing that scoring in Serie A is notoriously challenging. Yet, the laughter in the room stifled their voices, creating an atmosphere filled with mirth. As the laughter subsided, an Italian journalist rose and inquired of Pellegrini, "Mr. Pellegrini, what level of player do you believe Ye Luo currently represents? Serie A has not yet reached its nadir." The lingering glow of the Little World Cup still illuminates the gradually declining Italian peninsula. With Inter Milan's remarkable treble victory, Serie A, having suffered from the repercussions of the Calciopoli scandal and the faltering Italian economy, which has diminished its allure for star players, seems to be on the cusp of a resurgence. The once celebrated Little World Cup has not yet completely descended into a state where fans are sparse in the stands. Thus, Italians still possess reason to take pride in their league and football, particularly in their profound understanding of football tactics. Historically, the finest coaches have emerged from this land, with Italy claiming a significant portion of the accolades. This is a terrain where football tactics continually evolve and collide. "The best in the world," Pellegrini proclaimed. His words elicited skeptical smirks from several Italian journalists, who did not share his sentiment. "Is that so, Mr. Pellegrini? Do you genuinely believe that a player who has yet to secure a single championship trophy in his career could be deemed the world's best player? Championships are the ultimate proof," they retorted, challenging Pellegrini's assertion. Pellegrini entered with a countenance that conveyed an unmistakable impatience, as if to say, "You know nothing. There is no need for explanations or validation. By the end of the match, you will understand why he is regarded as the best in the world." Can Malaga triumph over AC Milan? Why not? Pellegrini rose and calmly responded, his words inciting irritation among the Italians present. The notion of Malaga defeating AC Milan struck them as the most ludicrous joke imaginable. How could Malaga's lineup possibly compare to that of AC Milan? A player like Ye Luo may score freely in La Liga, but against the AC Milan defense, the outcome is far from certain. I find myself anticipating the conclusion of the match. This man is insufferable, and I am eager to witness his expression in defeat. Italian journalists buzzed among themselves in their native tongue, their discussions laced with derisive laughter. To them, Malaga was nothing more than an insignificant club. Defeating AC Milan? They hardly deserve such a thought. World's best? Absurd. This provincial team has seen little of the world. It is their first foray into the Champions League, after all. One can empathize. They are but frogs at the bottom of a well. At AC Milan's training ground, the stars of the team were in high spirits, laughing and joking. Malaga? Merely a nouveau riche club. Perhaps they might pull off a surprise in the league, but in the Champions League? Not a chance. A quintessential example is Manchester City, who also participated in the Champions League last season. What was the result? 6 matches, 6 defeats, and a total of 0 points. Even with their lavish roster, the Champions League is an entirely different beast from league play. Although Manchester City may best Manchester United in the league, in the Champions League, they couldn't even secure a victory against Basel. To the AC Milan players, Malaga is simply another version of Manchester City. No, they are even inferior. For Manchester City boasts a more opulent lineup than Malaga. "Hey, Zlatan, someone claims Ye Luo is the best in the world," shouted a player during training. Everyone was well aware of Ibrahimovic's temperament. True to form, upon hearing this, Ibrahimovic could not remain silent. The 35-year-old Ibrahimovic has always exuded confidence. After all, a player standing at 195 centimeters and weighing 95 kilograms, like a towering statue, possesses remarkably refined footwork and dribbling skills, which are indeed a source of pride for him. He is not only physically imposing but also technically gifted, a striker of exceptional talent. With his head held high, he proclaimed, "It is merely the boastful claims of small-town folk. Let this so-called best in the world witness what a Champions League battle truly entails." Laughter erupted. "Excellent. I love your spirit. Give them hell. Go, go." Amidst the jovial atmosphere at the training ground, the AC Milan players continued to revel in their camaraderie. Thus concludes this chapter. Chapter 103. Can Milan withstand the challenge? Yet amidst all this chatter, Robinho, however, believed that everyone underestimated Ye Luo. "I think we should be cautious of this individual. He possesses remarkable talent, evoking a blend of Ronaldinho and Ronaldo in his play." Upon hearing Robinho mention the two illustrious Brazilians, the atmosphere shifted slightly, with the crowd becoming more serious. "Do you think that lad can reach the heights of those two Brazilian legends?" "I'm not sure, but he seems to be on the right path. Given the number of goals he has scored in La Liga," Robinho remarked. "He is but one man. There is no need for excessive worry." Another Brazilian forward, Pato, patted Robinho on the shoulder and chuckled. "Even if that guy is formidable, we are AC Milan, and Malaga is not to be underestimated." Pato reminded them. On the training ground, the prominent figures of AC Milan were engaged in jovial banter. However, another Brazilian, Thiago Silva, did not quite integrate into this atmosphere. Having become a mainstay in AC Milan's defense last season, he, like Ye Luo, was a newcomer to the top 5 leagues. With this season marking his second opportunity to truly showcase his skills at AC Milan, this young Brazilian international was also eager for a confrontation with Ye Luo. Both were fresh talents from the previous season, yet Thiago Silva had already garnered a decent reputation, being a national player who participated in the 2010 World Cup in South Africa. Nevertheless, compared to Ye Luo, he was still overshadowed. The disparity in their market values further illustrated their differing renown. According to the esteemed German transfer market website, Ye Luo's valuation stood at 80 million euros, while Silva's was merely 20 million euros. Although it was widely acknowledged that neither player was likely to transfer at such inflated prices, this comparison nonetheless highlighted their respective standings in the football world. Silva was acutely aware of Ye Luo's formidable abilities. Having watched the game footage prepared by the coaching staff multiple times in preparation for their upcoming match, the more he observed, the more his heart raced. This caliber of player reminded him of the legendary Brazilian predecessors, Ronaldo and Ronaldinho. Yet, at the same time, Silva's competitive spirit soared. His successful experiences at AC Milan last season filled him with confidence. If he could effectively neutralize Ye Luo in this match, his own reputation would undoubtedly grow, and his market value would likely rise accordingly. On match day, the Rose Garden Stadium buzzed with fervent cheers, each wave of applause surpassing the last. However, as the players returned to the locker rooms after warming up, the stadium fell into a temporary hush, with fans preparing for the impending climax. In the modest away team's locker room, AC Milan stars did not feel slighted, for this was the standard treatment afforded to visiting players. This was the norm across all leagues. Not even the wealthiest clubs would offer visiting teams lavish accommodations. During the construction of Arsenal's new stadium, Wenger personally oversaw the design of the visiting team's locker room, ensuring that the visiting players would be as uncomfortable as possible. The away locker room at the Rose Garden Stadium, although modest in its amenities, can be considered somewhat humane. Some teams even resort to subtle tricks in the away locker rooms. For instance, flickering lighting, unpredictable shower temperatures, and windows that offer little to no soundproofing. The challenges of the away environment extend beyond the raucous cheers of the home fans. In the cramped confines of the visiting locker room, the AC Milan players sit closely together, accustomed to the tight quarters. Among them, Pellegrini takes a deep breath. Last season, AC Milan was eliminated in the round of 16 of the Champions League by Tottenham Hotspur. This season, Pellegrini harbors ambitions for the Champions League. As the reigning champions of Serie A, their goal in the Champions League transcends merely advancing from the group stage. As 7-time champions of Europe, they cannot afford to exhibit weakness in this prestigious tournament. Our opponents are formidable, Pellegrini states, with a player like Ye Luo in their attack. Our defense must pay him special attention. However, he adds, this match is not solely about defense. We must unleash our capabilities, suppress our opponents with our offense, and secure an early goal. He turns to Ibrahimovic. Their two center-backs, Demichelis and Mathieson, are competent, but I trust they will struggle to contain you. Right, Zlatan? Naturally. Ibrahimovic puffs out his chest. I will leave them searching for their teeth. Allegri nods in agreement, recognizing this as quintessential Ibrahimovic. He then looks at Nesta and Thiago Silva, the starting center backs for this match. Do not push too far forward. We must promptly cut off Yellow's opportunities to break through. Understood. Nesta responds, his demeanor calm and composed, exuding an elegance that belies the fierce reputation typically associated with defenders. Generally, center backs are expected to possess a more intimidating appearance. Yet Nesta resembles a model more than a traditional defender. Despite his refined exterior, on the pitch, he remains a warrior. Thiago Silva takes a deep breath and assures, just watch, boss. Allegri nods slightly. Entrusting Nesta and Silva to guard Yellow underscores his level of concern. We need not alter our approach. We will continue to play our football, control the game, and overpower them with our offense. In the home locker room, Pellegrini remarks, with Yellow on the field, our attack is Malaga's most formidable weapon. Even when facing AC Milan in an offensive contest, he possesses ample confidence. An attacking battle merely hinges on the ability to seize opportunities, and in this regard, Pellegrini has unwavering faith in Yellow. Their reputation is formidable, yet it is merely superficial. We have no reason to fear them. This match marks the Champions League debut for many among us, which might induce a slight nervousness, but let me assure you, AC Milan, it is of no consequence. We truly have nothing to fear. Pellegrini remarked with a smile. He did not utter these words to bolster morale. He genuinely believes in their validity. AC Milan boasts numerous stars, yet they are somewhat aged. Since Pirlo's departure, their midfield has transformed into a battalion of workhorses. Lacking in creativity, the quartet of Van Bommel, Boateng, Seedorf, and Nasserino forms their midfield, with the aging Seedorf and Van Bommel limited in mobility. While the creativity of Boateng and Nasserino pales in comparison to the likes of Cazorla, Joaquin, and Isco. In the forward line, Malaga features Yellow partnered with Van Nistelrooy, whereas AC Milan typically employs a combination of Ibrahimovic and Pato, or Ibrahimovic and Cassano. Regardless of the pairing, Pellegrini does not believe their attacking potency can rival that of Yellow and Van Nistelrooy. Hence, if AC Milan approaches this match with a mindset of easily defeating Malaga, their defeat is inevitable. As the players emerged from the tunnel, several Malaga players felt a twinge of nervousness at the aura of AC Milan stars. However, when they caught sight of Yellow standing at the forefront of their team, they found solace. In fact, they began to feel a flicker of anticipation. The mere thought of witnessing AC Milan stars being outperformed by Yellow instilled immense excitement. Soon, with the referee leading the way, both teams stepped onto the pitch. Malaga's inaugural Champions League match was about to commence. The players have taken the field. The fervor at the Rose Garden Stadium today is the most electrifying I have ever witnessed. Listen to the resounding cheers from the fans. This is the essence of a Champions League match. In the commentary booth, Andres from Cope Radio was fervently calling into his headset. As both teams took the field, the stadium DJ enthusiastically announced the names of Malaga's players. When Yellow's name was mentioned, the cheers reverberated through the air, shaking the eardrums of everyone present. Yellow, adorned with the captain's armband, entered with an unperturbed demeanor, as if this were merely an ordinary league match rather than his first Champions League encounter. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first round of the group stage of the 2011 to 2012 UEFA Champions League. Malaga hosts AC Milan at home. With the voice of Duan Xian from Longwa National Television resonating from the screen, the Longwa fans eagerly awaiting the match felt invigorated. They caught sight of Ye Luo's close-up on the television screen. The young lad from Longwa maintained a serene expression. Upon witnessing Ye Luo's demeanor, the audience felt a slight easing of their anxious hearts. Go, Ye Luo. You must score. Everyone silently cheered him on in their hearts. This was merely an ordinary UEFA Champions League group match. However, for many fans from Longwa, this game held a special significance. It was certain that the viewers at home were most eager to witness Ye Luo's performance. Indeed, this marked Ye Luo's debut in the Champions League. In his professional league debut, he had dazzled at the Bernabeu with a hat trick. What sort of display would he present in this Champions League debut? We awaited with bated breath. In the studio of Longwa National Television, Duan Xian and Su Yang both felt a tinge of nervousness. They had provided commentary for numerous Champions League matches, yet never had they experienced such exhilaration as they did in this moment. As the players from both teams took to the field, This highly anticipated UEFA Champions League match for Longwa fans was finally set to commence. Let us first examine the starting lineups for the match. For Malaga, there were no significant surprises. They retained the same starting 11 from their previous league match, except for goalkeeper Asenjo, who had been recalled by Atletico Madrid, compelling Malaga to field their second-choice keeper, Ruben. Meanwhile, negotiations for the transfer of Caballero from Elche were still ongoing. Reports from Spain suggested that there was a strong possibility Caballero would join Malaga before the transfer window closed. On the defensive line, De Michelis partnered with Matheson, with Sanchez on the right and Montreal on the left. The midfield trio of Tourlang, Cazorla, and Joaquin remained intact, with Isco positioned on the left and Ye Luo on the right. Leading as the starting center forward was Van Nistelrooy. Baptista sat on the bench, ready to step in. As for AC Milan, their lineup sparkled with talent. Goalkeeper Abbiati stood guard, while the defensive pair of Nesta and Silva commanded the center-back positions, with Zambrata and Abate flanking as fullbacks. In midfield, Seedorf and Boateng anchored the center, with Van Bommel on the left and Nasserino on the right, while the formidable duo of Ibrahimovic and Pato formed the twin forwards. Just as Duan Xian concluded his remarks, his commentary partner Su Yang expressed his concern. The combination of Ibrahimovic and Pato was indeed formidable. I find myself worried about whether Malaga's defense can withstand such pressure. The pairing of Ibrahimovic and Pato was strong, and the trio of Ye Luo, Van Nistelrooy, and Isco was equally impressive, demonstrating remarkable synergy. Indeed, the focal point of this match lay in whether the veteran Nesta could withstand Ye Luo's relentless attacks. Ye Luo would undoubtedly give his all in this contest. The two commentators focused intently on Ye Luo. Given AC Milan's immense reputation and deep-rooted legacy in the Champions League, both felt uncertain about Malaga's chances of triumph. They even believed that regardless of the outcome, as long as Ye Luo scored, it would suffice. This mindset resonated closely with the sentiments of many Longwa fans. While a victory for Malaga would be splendid, however, a loss or a draw would not be entirely unacceptable, as long as Ye Luo manages to score. This would mark a significant breakthrough for a player from the Dragon Nation on the grand stage of the Champions League. Prior to the match, numerous media outlets speculated that Malaga would revert to their counter-attacking strategy from the previous season, especially considering the formidable opponent they faced, AC Milan. Just hearing that name instills fear. Moreover, this was Malaga's inaugural match in the Champions League. In the early stages of the game, it was prudent and sensible to solidify their defense and await opportunities for counterattacks. This notion was shared not only by the analysts and media from Spain, but also resonated with Allegri and the star players of AC Milan. Thus, when Malaga launched a vigorous offensive against AC Milan at the start, both Allegri and the players, along with Italian commentators and football experts, were momentarily taken aback. As Ye Luo's shot was parried out by Abbiati, Allegri was the first to regain composure. The opposition was on the attack. He quickly positioned himself on the sidelines, signaling to the AC Milan players to remain calm and focus on fortifying their defense. The seasoned players of AC Milan did not panic. Instead, they communicated effectively and organized their defense. Malaga executed a tactical corner kick. Ye Luo suddenly dashed out of the penalty area, receiving a pass from Isco. Without pausing the ball, he spun and evaded Van Bommel's challenge, darting along the baseline toward the penalty area. Ye Luo. He broke through. Commentators erupted in exclamations. Be cautious. Focus on defense. The Italian commentator felt a pang of anxiety. Ye Luo, renowned for his skills, glided seamlessly from the baseline into the fray, his aggressive dribbling causing disarray within AC Milan's defense. At a critical moment, Nesta surged forward, launching a desperate tackle to thwart Ye Luo's advance. If Ye Luo continued his drive, it was highly likely that Nesta would dispossess him of the ball. However, Ye Luo appeared to anticipate this, halting abruptly as Nesta lunged. And, once Nesta landed, he deftly controlled the ball with his left foot and swept it toward the goal with his right foot. Abbiati dived to save, but failed to make contact with the ball. At that moment, AC Milan fans in the stands and in front of their televisions felt their hearts drop. Ultimately, it was Silva who saved AC Milan, appearing on the goal line to clear the ball with a powerful kick. The Italians collectively exhaled in relief. Ye Luo. They must remain vigilant against Ye Luo's incursions, the Italian commentator remarked with lingering trepidation. The players of AC Milan approached Silva, patting him on the head, still shaken. Had it not been for Silva's timely anticipation, Ye Luo would have surely found the back of the net. Remarkably, the match had not yet reached the 1-minute mark. Nesta, rising from the ground, cast a wary glance at Ye Luo. The opposing player, within the penalty area, exuded an effortless and carefree demeanor, indicating that this young talent held the renowned defenders of Milan in utter disregard. His relaxed mindset was complemented by his formidable skills. "Stay alert. Do not let him deceive you," Nesta exclaimed, clapping his hands emphatically, followed by a high five with his partner Silva. "Well done. He is indeed formidable," Silva remarked. "Therefore, one must not underestimate the adversary." Nesta glanced at Ye Luo, a flicker of concern beginning to gnaw at him. The AC Milan players appeared overly relaxed, bordering on complacency. If such an attitude persisted, could they withstand the onslaught of the Malaga attack led by Ye Luo? Thus concluded Chapter 104, the historic goal. Ye Luo. Ye Luo has possession again. Caution. The Italian commentator had long since shed any semblance of calm. Upon witnessing Ye Luo regain the ball, anxiety surged within him. Not only the commentator, but also the fans and players of AC Milan were acutely aware of the situation. As Ye Luo seized the ball, the supporters tensed, wishing they could rush to aid their players in restraining the one who had threatened AC Milan's goal multiple times since the match commenced. Indeed, within this brief span, Ye Luo had already taken 3 shots, all of which were on target. One had necessitated a goal line clearance from Silva, while the other 2 were parried by Abbiano. It could be posited that had fortune not favored them, AC Milan's goal would already have been breached. Each time Ye Luo possessed the ball, it sent shivers down the spines of AC Milan's supporters, as if anticipating an imminent, forceful intrusion. Ye Luo's capacity to outshine Messi and Ronaldo by netting 40 league goals in La Liga is truly not without merit. Pellegrini furrowed his brow, acutely aware of Ye Luo's prowess. Having studied footage of him, regrettably, his analysis focused more on Ye Luo's previous season. This season, Ye Luo had evolved, becoming even more formidable. Pellegrini believed he had adequately prepared for Ye Luo. Yet the player's performance on the field illuminated the crux of the match, whether AC Milan's defense could withstand the initial barrage from Malaga. Should they concede a goal now, AC Milan would find themselves in an exceedingly precarious situation. On one hand, they needed to attack to level the score, on the other, relying solely on Nesta and Silva. Their central defenders might not suffice against the trio of Ye Luo, Van Nistelrooy, and Isco. Their defense and midfield, under the threat posed by these 3 players, dared not push forward. In such a predicament, AC Milan could only hope that the striking partnership of Ibrahimovic and Pato would pose some threat to Malaga's defense, thereby alleviating the pressure on their backline. Alas, fortune was not on their side. Up to this moment, the forwards of AC Milan have been deprived of any opportunity to receive the ball. The midfielders of Malaga exhibit formidable control, masterfully orchestrating their dominance in attack through precise passing and intelligent positioning. Cazorla's technical prowess is exquisite. Joaquin brings a wealth of experience. And although Talaylan has crossed the threshold of 30, he remains in his prime, embodying defensive acumen. Coupled with Isco, who frequently drops back to aid in the organization of the team's offensive maneuvers, these 4 players have firmly seized control of the match. In such circumstances, Ye Luo and Van Nistelrooy find themselves poised at the forefront of AC Milan's defense. Ye Luo, in particular, relentlessly seeks opportunities to receive the ball, and the first passing target for Malaga's midfielders is invariably Ye Luo's feet. Crucially, each time Ye Luo gains possession, he instills chaos within AC Milan's defensive line. His dribbles, passes, and shots are incisive and lethal, posing a constant threat of conceding a goal, thereby forcing AC Milan's defense into a state of perpetual tension. This has relegated AC Milan to a position of unrelenting defense. The duration of this predicament remains uncertain. Consequently, Pellegrini opted to withdraw all 4 midfielders, deploying a defensive blockade at the edge of the penalty area. It is indeed astonishing that a prestigious club like AC Milan resorts to such tactics against a seemingly minor opponent like Malaga. However, anyone who has witnessed the unfolding of this match understands that Pellegrini's decision is pragmatic. Without such measures, AC Milan's defense would undoubtedly falter under the pressure. As AC Milan collectively retreated, Ibrahimovic and Pato, the 2 forwards, were left with little more than to harass Malaga's defense. Freed from concerns regarding their own defense, Malaga's attacks grew increasingly audacious. Nesta, a splendid defensive positioning, as Ye Luo's shot ricocheted off him and resulted in a corner kick. Commentators erupted in praise for Nesta's defensive prowess. Yet, Nesta himself did not perceive this defense as particularly admirable. In truth, he was gasping for breath, his once lustrous hair drenched in sweat, and his red and black jersey marred by dirt and grass stains. How can one speak of elegance in such a state? The once graceful warrior now found himself in a rather disheveled predicament. Following this intervention, Nesta promptly directed the defensive line and midfielders to position themselves in anticipation of Malaga's corner kick. The seasoned Italian center-back regarded Ye Luo with eyes full of trepidation and concern. Throughout his illustrious career in Serie A, he has encountered numerous adversaries, yet few have rendered Nesta as disconcerted as this forward. Having faced off against Ronaldo, for reasons inexplicable, he perceives a certain resemblance between Ye Luo and the legendary Brazilian. In the face of Ye Luo, he experiences an uncanny illusion of confronting the peak Ronaldo. Nay, this young man possesses a more extensive arsenal of attacking weapons than Ronaldo ever did, including his aerial prowess. Within the penalty area, Ye Luo grasped the fabric of Nesta's jersey. During corner kick defenses, it is common for players from both teams to engage in mutual tugging, as long as it does not become excessive. The referee often turns a blind eye, pretending not to notice. Nesta held on to Ye Luo's jersey, while Thiago Silva provided support. As for Van Nistelrooy, he entrusted the retreating Seedorf with the task of marking. Both of AC Milan's most formidable central defenders were occupied with Ye Luo. As Isco delivered the ball into the penalty area, Ye Luo seized the moment to tug, causing Nesta to stumble. Seizing this opportunity, he darted towards the near post and leaped high into the air. Nesta was far from graceful. He stumbled due to Ye Luo's pull, but had no time to complain, instead desperately chasing after him. As Ye Luo soared, Nesta attempted to disrupt him from below. Bang! Ye Luo headed the ball towards the goal. Nesta's interference had some effect. This time, Ye Luo's seemingly certain header failed to find the target, striking the crossbar with a resounding thud before bouncing out. As Nesta exhaled in relief, he began to curse inwardly. Where on earth had this monster come from? His array of attacking techniques was simply unprecedented. Breakthroughs, long-range shots, positional play, and formidable headers. The repertoire of a forward seemed to be at his command, executed with remarkable finesse, making it exceedingly challenging for defenders. What perplexed Nesta even more was that this lad was merely 18 years old, yet he executed shirt-pulling, physical confrontations, and borderline tactical fouls with such mastery. What was this? The physique and skills of a 20-year-old Ronaldo? The match experience of a 30-year-old Ronaldo? The mere thought sent shivers down Nesta's spine. This creature was extraordinarily difficult to contend with. The crossbar. Oh, the crossbar denied Ye Luo's goal. AC Milan narrowly escaped yet again. Oh, Ye Luo was less than 10 centimeters away from his first Champions League goal. Who would have imagined that the match would devolve into a one-sided onslaught by Malaga in the early stages? AC Milan found themselves pinned in their own penalty area. Unable to break free, Ibrahimovic shouted furiously at his teammates. But what could he do? AC Milan simply could not mount an attack. Duan Xin shouted in anguish, and the fans from Longwa collectively lamented. So close. The television replay confirmed just how near Ye Luo was to scoring. As he leaped, Nesta made slight contact with him, causing Ye Luo's body to shift ever so slightly in midair. For an ordinary player, merely making contact with the ball at that moment would have been commendable. Yet Ye Luo, through sheer strength in his core, twisted his body and directed his header towards the goal. Unfortunately, the ball ultimately failed to land within the frame. Nesta, nonetheless, was impressive. That moment was crucial. Had Nesta not withstood that impact, the goal would have been inevitable. The fans shook their heads in dismay. It is rare to witness Nesta in such a disheveled state, someone remarked. At that moment, the television camera zoomed in on Nesta. The once elegant warrior seemed devoid of his grace. He was panting, drenched in sweat. Confronted with a formidable opponent like Ye Luo, he had exhausted all his skills. With little regard for elegance, the threat posed by Ye Luo was immense. If AC Milan did not devise a strategy to counter this menace, conceding a goal seemed inevitable. The commentator from Italian Sky Sports, Paolo Maldini, stated, Maldini, undoubtedly a legend of Italian football, was hailed as one of the great left-backs by Huang Jinxiang. He is a prominent figure in Italian football. After retiring, he chose not to pursue coaching but instead became a contracted commentator for Sky Sports, occasionally penning articles and providing match analyses, a lifestyle he found quite agreeable. This was certainly preferable to some retired players who squandered their earnings and declared bankruptcy after their careers ended. AC Milan was in serious trouble. Who could have anticipated such control from Malaga before the match? In truth, the threat from Ye Luo was substantial, but without the midfield players from Malaga maintaining dominance, he would not have had so many opportunities to penetrate the defense. The commentator from Italian Sky Sports remarked. Maldini nodded in agreement, acknowledging this perspective, setting aside Ye Luo's capabilities. If the other Malaga players were not up to par, they could hardly have sustained pressure on AC Milan for such an extended period. Had it not been for Malaga's pressure on AC Milan, Ye Luo would not have easily acquired the ball. Prior to the match, attention was primarily focused on Ye Luo. Yet I must emphasize that the Malaga team has been underestimated. This is the greatest error committed by AC Milan, Maldini asserted. Ye Luo, too, regretfully shook his head. He was so close to heading the ball into the net, but interference from Nesta forced him to strike the ball awkwardly, resulting in a lack of precision and direction. Such a pity. Nevertheless, it was not a grave matter. If this attempt failed, he could try again. AC Milan regained possession, launching an attack that culminated in a long-range shot from Ibrahimovic. Subsequently, Malaga swiftly maneuvered the ball into the attacking zone through midfield passes. AC Milan initially intended to press in the midfield, attempting to advance the battle into Malaga's half. However, their pressing quickly faltered after receiving the ball. Isco dribbled past the halfway line, while Joaquin and Cazorla rapidly approached to provide support, creating multiple passing options. This forced AC Milan to abandon their pressing strategy and retreat to establish a defensive line at the edge of their penalty area. Meanwhile, Ye Luo had arrived on the left flank, and as he made his run, Cazorla's precise pass landed perfectly at his feet. Nesta hesitated to emerge from his position, for he was a central defender. Should he step out, a significant gap would open in the penalty area, with Van Nistelrooy keenly observing the space behind him. Therefore, it was the fullback Zambrotta and the winger Van Bommel who advanced to confront Ye Luo. Ye Luo received the ball, paused momentarily, and then deftly cut inward with remarkable speed. Leaving Zambrotta unable to react in time, Van Bommel rushed to support. Ye Luo, with a deft touch of his right foot, leaned his body forward as if to break toward the byline, causing Van Bommel to shift his weight prematurely. With composure, he flicked the ball inward and unleashed a powerful right-footed strike. The ball skimmed along the ground, hurtling toward the goal. AC Milan's goalkeeper Abbiati seemed fully invigorated by Ye Luo's repeated attempts. Anticipating Ye Luo's shot aimed at the corner, he adjusted his footing, diving to the side, and with a fingertip save, deflected the ball out of bounds. Ye Luo, poised to celebrate a goal, could only hold his head in disappointment upon witnessing the ball being parried away. Abbiati, what a miraculous save. Once again, Abbiati, a splendid stop. He rescued AC Milan from the brink once more. Ye Luo encountered an exceptionally formidable Abbiati today, as his attempts were thwarted time and again. This marked Abbiati's fourth save. Commentators lavished praise upon Abbiati's performance, showering him with accolades. Elated, Abbiati raised his arms in triumph after making the save. On the sidelines, however, Allegri was far from pleased. His team relied on the goalkeeper's extraordinary prowess to stave off conceding a goal. This underscored the extent to which AC Milan was being dominated on the pitch. Under such relentless pressure, conceding seemed inevitable. Milan needed to launch an attack. They had to ignite the flames of battle in Malaga's half, at least threatening their goal to curb their audacity. Yet, the current AC Milan could only defend passively. This predicament left Allegri quite anxious, but he felt powerless to alter the course. The onslaught from Malaga was fierce, and with Ye Luo leading the charge, their spirits soared. Leveraging home advantage to thoroughly suppress AC Milan, Nesta found himself once again matched up against Ye Luo, feeling an unfamiliar urgency within. For a long time, Nesta had held great confidence in his abilities, exuding a calm demeanor. However, now, facing Ye Luo, his confidence seemed to wane, replaced by a flicker of self-doubt. Perhaps I am truly aging, Nesta pondered, gripping Ye Luo's jersey. The penalty area was crowded with players. Malaga had sent several of their men to partake in this corner kick offensive, with Ye Luo being the pivotal player in their strategy. His exceptional leaping ability and prowess in heading make him a pivotal figure in several corner kick strategies devised specifically for Ye Luo. This time, however, Isco raised his left arm, signaling to the Malaga players. They were prepared to target the back post for Mathiesen's header, while others were tasked with providing cover. As Isco approached, he executed the corner kick. Ye Luo sprinted towards the near post, mirroring the trajectory of his previous header that struck the crossbar. This immediately aroused acute vigilance among the AC Milan defenders. Nesta, Thiago, and Boateng all surged towards the near post, only to realize midway that something was amiss. The ball was not aimed at the near post, but rather the back post. Malaga's corner kick strategy was not haphazard. They came well prepared. Ye Luo darted to the near post. Demichelis charged down the center, and Matthijsen lay in wait at the back post. As the ball sailed past the near post and Matthijsen leaped high, it seemed that Malaga's corner kick tactic was on the verge of success. Yet, at that moment, Abbiati launched himself into the air, extending his fist to strike the ball. The two collided midair. Matthijsen failed to make contact, and Abbiati could not clear the ball. The football ricocheted off his wrist and towards the small box. Ye Luo had just turned back from the near post, poised to seize a rebound opportunity, when he noticed the ball hurtling towards him. Standing within the small area, he found the ball veering towards his opposite side, away from the goal. To gain control, he would need to turn, facing away from the net. But by then, it would be too late. Abbiati was advancing. The AC Milan net was devoid of a goalkeeper. This was a golden opportunity. Ye Luo acted decisively, instinctively launching himself into the air, with his body leaning forward. His foot arched, he struck. Ye Luo. The commentator's pupils dilated in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. A bicycle kick. Amidst their gasps, Ye Luo's right foot connected solidly with the airborne ball. Bang! Nesta, rushing into cover, leaped to intercept Ye Luo's shot with his head. Yet, Ye Luo was a step ahead. The ball soared past Nesta's ear, and he turned in horror to witness it crashing into the net. It was a goal. Upon landing, Ye Luo caught sight of the ball spinning within the net. The Rose Garden Stadium erupted. 1-0. Malaga had taken the lead. This marked Malaga's first goal in the Champions League, and Ye Luo's inaugural goal on this prestigious stage. A historic achievement, accomplished. Chapter concluded. Chapter 105. Is this your challenge to Zlatan? Malaga's corner kick. Isco delivered the ball to the back post for Matthijsen. The goalkeeper charged out. Neither side managed to make contact with the ball. It rebounded back into the box, and Ye Luo. A stunning bicycle kick. As Ye Luo soared into the air, the commentary booth, which had previously maintained a semblance of tranquility, erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Almost all the commentators leapt to their feet in that moment, shouting at the top of their lungs, 1-0. Oh, what a stunning goal. A magnificent bicycle kick. Absolutely breathtaking. The best goal of this round of the Champions League has been born. In an instant, the commentators clutched their headsets, exerting every ounce of their energy to convey the thrill of the moment, for the Rose Garden Stadium had completely ignited. The entire venue resembled an active volcano, spewing forth molten lava in a fervent display of enthusiasm. All the Malaga fans sprang from their seats, raising their arms in jubilation, cheering ecstatically. Scarves, hats, and anything that could be waved were brandished in the stands. The stadium felt as though it was experiencing a minor earthquake. Ye Luo, Ye Luo, Ye Luo. The fans collectively chanted his name. Listen, listen. This is the roar of the entire Rose Garden Stadium. The king of the Rose Garden has scored. 1-0. Malaga has taken the lead against AC Milan. In the commentary booth, Andres of Cope Radio exclaimed, "This goal is truly spectacular. A bicycle kick rarely seen." But if you've been watching this match from the beginning, you would sense that Malaga's lead seems utterly justified. From the outset, Malaga has dominated AC Milan, creating numerous opportunities. Had it not been for the brilliant performance of Milan's goalkeeper, Abbiati, they should have been trailing long ago. Before the match, many speculated that Malaga would adopt a more conservative strategy. However, we all underestimated Malaga, underestimated Ye Luo, and underestimated their formidable fighting spirit at home. Even against a team like AC Milan, they took the initiative, suppressing their opponent and scoring. Andres analyzed further. In fact, during the first round of the league, when Malaga convincingly defeated Sevilla away from home, many believed that Malaga's strength this season should not be underestimated. Yet, Ye Luo's brilliance overshadowed the overall progress of the team. And now, observe Malaga's performance in this match. They have completely dominated AC Milan, a feat that could not be achieved solely by Ye Luo, but rather through the collective strength of the team. This match has unveiled Malaga's prowess. Their starting lineup is exceptionally strong, and if they maintain the health of this core group, they have great potential this season. In truth, Ye Luo's goal has sent shockwaves throughout Italy. The commentator from Sky Italia, upon witnessing Ye Luo's ascent, had already anticipated. AC Milan is about to concede a goal. AC Milan ultimately succumbed to the relentless onslaught of Malaga. In the 16th minute of the match, they conceded a goal, a spectacular acrobatic strike. However, prior to this, AC Milan's defense had already been precariously positioned. The player yellow was exceptionally vibrant, generating numerous threats that rendered AC Milan's midfield and defense incapable of pushing back against Malaga's advances and keeping the flames of battle at bay from their goal. AC Milan must respond. From the brief duration of this half, it is evident that this group is indeed a true death group. There is no room for error in this stage of the competition. Should AC Milan falter against Malaga, their hopes of advancing from the group would be severely jeopardized, as every match is crucial, especially against formidable teams like Bayern Munich. The very thought of clashing with Bayern is daunting. Indeed, they are Bayern Munich. No one can deny the immense strength of this Bundesliga powerhouse. Their influence in the German-speaking world is unparalleled, rivaling that of Barcelona and Real Madrid in the Spanish-speaking realm. In Germany and across Eastern Europe, young talents aspire to join Bayern, a club that consistently maintains its competitive edge among the top 5 in Europe. They boast an exceptionally luxurious squad. In comparison, AC Milan currently shows a slight disparity in their lineup against Bayern Munich. Their star players are somewhat advanced in age, and when facing Bayern, there is little confidence in securing a victory. Initially, this group was thought to be a death group, but it appears that Malaga and Manchester City are the true threats. Even if AC Milan falters, they could still secure a second place in the group. Against Malaga and Manchester City, accumulating 12 points from 4 matches seemed feasible. Yet now, Malaga has revealed such formidable strength, placing AC Milan in a precarious position. If they cannot recover in the forthcoming matches, the possibility of elimination from this group looms large. Is it conceivable that the second most successful team in Champions League history could be ousted in the group stage? In Milan, the atmosphere among AC Milan supporters is tense. In several bars where fans gather to watch the game, a heavy silence pervades as they fixate intently on the screen, their expressions grave. Why hasn't Pellegrini devised a strategy to turn the tide? Substitutions. Bring in offensive players. We still have Robinho and Cassano. For heaven's sake, we are Milan. How can we be subdued by a team like Malaga? The urgency among AC Milan fans is palpable. At that moment, the television screen displayed a close-up of Ye Luo, who had just scored. Rising from the ground with arms outstretched, he gazed defiantly at the goal, exuding confidence. This display irked the AC Milan supporters. How could Malaga possess such a remarkable player? It was merely one goal. What is all the fuss about? We are AC Milan. We have 7 Champions League trophies. We shall undoubtedly respond. Let us go. The voices of the Milan fans naturally failed to influence Ye Luo. His earlier attempt at a bicycle kick was purely instinctual, resulting in an unexpectedly splendid outcome. At that very moment, the players from Malaga surged forward, celebrating within the confines of AC Milan's penalty area. Nesta's expression darkened. He had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet still could not prevent Ye Luo's goal. Who could have anticipated that Ye Luo would opt for a bicycle kick and execute it so beautifully? Nesta exchanged glances with Silva, who mirrored his trepidation. Nesta patted the young defender's shoulder and inhaled deeply, stating, "It is merely a goal. It is not a catastrophe. Do not afford him another opportunity." Thiago Silva nodded, suppressing the turmoil within. Moments ago, he had harbored fear towards the opponent, disrupting his composure, a grave misstep for a center-back. It is imperative for defenders to maintain unyielding calm at all times. In fact, the other AC Milan players appeared momentarily dazed. This unfolding scenario was beyond their pre-match expectations. Many among them had considered this journey to Spain a pleasant vacation, where they would face Malaga, secure 3 points, and return home. Who could have imagined that the Champions League newcomers, Malaga, would prove so formidable? No, it would be more accurate to say they were exceptionally tenacious. How many teams in the world could so thoroughly dominate AC Milan? Yet, Malaga achieved this feat, managing to suppress AC Milan for a full 16 minutes before scoring. "Wake up. Does this goal compel you to surrender?" roared the seasoned Seedorf. His voice reverberated through the AC Milan players, causing many to blush with shame. These were stars who had proven themselves on the field, now cowed by the youthful Ye Luo. Instantly, expressions of indignation and embarrassment spread across their faces. The illustrious AC Milan, subjected to such relentless punishment, was a profound disgrace. Ibrahimovic returned from the front line, pressing the ball at the center circle, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. What was this? Being stifled by mere Malaga, with nary a chance to mount an attack? Ibrahimovic had scarcely touched the ball since the match commenced, which left him quite displeased. Conversely, Ye Luo effortlessly received passes from his teammates, transitioning seamlessly from the left flank to the center and then to the right, showcasing his offensive prowess at will. Ibrahimovic believed that had the AC Milan players provided him with similar support, he would have already scored more than once. Lacking the requisite speed, Ibrahimovic was the type of forward who relied heavily on his teammates' assistance. To expect him to single-handedly charge toward the opponent's goal was an unreasonable demand for the towering figure of 195 centimeters. During the counterattack, Ibrahimovic could only serve as a stronghold in the forward line, creating opportunities for his swift teammates. His true prowess is more evident in positional warfare. With his physicality and technical skills, he can embody the role of a battering ram in such scenarios. However, AC Milan currently finds themselves with limited offensive opportunities, and even fewer chances for counterattacks. They are confined to their own half, unable to push forward. Ibrahimovic played for several minutes without even touching the ball. How could he possibly score? He is not an opportunistic striker like Inzaghi. He requires possession. During a defensive corner kick, the towering Ibrahimovic returned to the penalty area to partake in defense, witnessing Ye Luo's goal from close range. He must admit that the goal was indeed exquisite. Yet, it only heightened his competitive spirit. A spark ignited in his eyes. Is this the challenge you present to Zlatan? Chapter 106. Who is the king of pressure? Not only Ibrahimovic, but also his AC Milan teammates were galvanized by Ye Luo's goal. This AC Milan is not the same team that suffered through several disastrous seasons of recruitment due to financial constraints. They still bask in the afterglow of their Champions League dominance, and their squad retains considerable renown. As they began to move more actively, they gradually found some advantages in the midfield and attack. After scoring, Malaga decided to retreat and solidify their defense, allowing AC Milan to gain some offensive opportunities. In the 18th minute of the match, Ibrahimovic seized the ball from the periphery and unleashed a long-range shot. The ball grazed the post and went out of bounds, nearly bringing AC Milan level. Following this attempt, Ibrahimovic's performance grew increasingly vibrant. In the 21st minute, he positioned himself at the edge of the penalty area, using his body to hold off Dimitris while turning to shoot. Had it not been for Matthiesen's block, the ball was clearly destined for the corner. Time and again, Ibrahimovic's shots posed a threat, stirring excitement among AC Milan supporters. Ibrahimovic turned and shot. Blocked again. No matter. This is how we play. This is the strength AC Milan must showcase in the Champions League. Following Ye Luo's goal, Ibrahimovic became notably active, consistently threatening Malaga's goal. And AC Milan began to regain control of the match. Splendid. Ibrahimovic displayed the prowess of a top-tier striker. The dynamics of the match started to shift in favor of AC Milan. Italian commentators rallied their spirits, cheering for AC Milan. In the city of Milan, the fans, initially disheartened by Ye Luo's goal, erupted in cheers. This is Milan. This is Milan. Let us go. Keep playing like this. We were merely taking a brief nap. What sort of team is Malaga to defeat Milan? The supporters of Milan rejoiced with exhilaration. The supporters of Malaga seemed somewhat disheartened. Duan Xian furrowed his brow. Ibrahimovic's performance was notably dynamic. However, his vibrancy was contingent upon AC Milan's command over the overall situation. With AC Milan intensifying their midfield movement and physicality, they gradually seized control over the midfield and attacking zones, which afforded Ibrahimovic multiple opportunities to threaten the goal. Malaga needed to withstand this phase and find a way to regain their rhythm. In truth, under such circumstances, Malaga was not entirely devoid of chances. A single counterattack resulting in an expanded scoreline could render AC Milan entirely passive. Su Yang interjected. Everyone understood this principle. When one side commits to an offensive push, spaces inevitably emerge in defense. Yet, the challenge lay in the limited opportunities for counterattacks when the opposing side maintained possession, compounded by the relentless pressure of their ongoing assaults on the defensive line. Pellegrini frowned, and Marloska suggested, why not allow the players to retreat from the front line and tighten the defense? Pellegrini pondered briefly, then shook his head. No. We cannot afford to appear inferior in spirit. With this in mind, seizing a moment during a stoppage in play, Pellegrini pulled Tollerang aside for a private discussion. We must enhance our pressing in the midfield and attack. Let us not allow them to pass the ball easily. Pellegrini nodded vigorously. Soon, Pellegrini's adjustments bore fruit. The midfield devolved into a near brawl, although stoppages in play began to increase. At least Malaga had temporarily resolved their defensive crises. In the 28th minute of the match, Boateng received a pass from Seedorf. This Ghanaian international, who possessed dual citizenship in Germany and Ghana, had a brother, the younger Boateng, who later became a mainstay in the German national team and Bayern Munich's defense. Prior to choosing to represent Ghana, he had consistently played for Germany's U-Series national teams. To have been a mainstay at various levels in such a football powerhouse as Germany, with its abundant talent pool, underscored Boateng's formidable skills. Upon receiving the ball, he prepared to bulldoze past Pellegrini using his physical strength. Pellegrini was equally unyielding. He delivered a shoulder charge, sending Boateng sprawling to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Foul. AC Milan was awarded a free kick in the attacking zone. Pellegrini grimaced, rubbing his shoulder. On the way back to defend, he lamented to Demichelis. That guy is practically an atypical attacking midfielder. A physically robust player in that position is indeed quite rare. Typically, attacking midfielders are envisioned as skillful, slender players who do not rely heavily on physicality. Yet, Boateng's performance in the attacking midfield role could be likened to that of reinforced concrete. His technique was not flamboyant, but he adeptly utilized his substantial physique. He used to play as a center forward, and many of his skills are reflective of that position, Demichelis remarked. Pellegrini nodded in agreement. This style is indeed quite challenging to contend with. As the two conversed, Boateng rose from the ground. The distance was somewhat considerable, and he glanced at Van Bommel. Typically, if a ball were to be kicked into the penalty area for the players within to contest, Van Bommel would assume primary responsibility. However, at that moment, Ibrahimovic seized the opportunity, cradling the ball in his arms and assertively declaring, "I shall take this." Boateng shrugged towards Van Bommel, who could only shake his head in resignation. This towering figure was true to his character. When he declared his intention to take the kick, it was best not to contest him. AC Milan was awarded a free kick from a distance that was slightly farther than ideal, approximately 28 or 29 meters away. Ibrahimovic positioned himself at the ball, seemingly preparing to unleash a powerful strike. He had a history of scoring from long-range free kicks, and given his current form, it was entirely reasonable to let him take the shot. The commentator from Sky Sports Italy remarked on the situation. Ibrahimovic stood ready, placing the ball precisely, then retreated a few steps. Meanwhile, Malaga's goalkeeper Ruben was nervously organizing his defensive line, undeniably anxious. After several seasons as a backup, he had only seen limited action in the Copa del Rey, and now he found himself starting against a formidable team like AC Milan in the Champions League. This was an immense pressure for Ruben. Once he had organized the wall, the referee blew the whistle. Ibrahimovic surged forward, taking several long strides before striking the ball with the instep of his right foot. The ball soared into the air, arching over the wall before beginning its descent, a beautiful dipping shot. Amid the commentators' gasps, the ball hurtled towards the goal, leaving Ruben helpless as he could only watch it crash into the net. In that instant, the away supporters erupted in jubilation. After nearly half an hour of pent-up frustration, the traveling AC Milan fans leapt to their feet, their cheers erupting in a release of emotion that had been building for 30 minutes. Beautiful. Magnificent. An astounding free kick goal. Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic. They roared. This goal was unstoppable, a spectacular strike that arched over the wall and dipped with an unpredictable trajectory, leaving the goalkeeper utterly defenseless. Zlatan Ibrahimovic had equalized for AC Milan. The balance of the match had now shifted in favor of AC Milan. They truly embodied the essence of a Champions League powerhouse. The Italian commentators raised their arms in exultation. On the screen and the pitch, Ibrahimovic, the architect of the goal, became the focal point of attention. He sprinted towards the corner flag, where a camera awaited him. Upon reaching it, he clenched his fist in a triumphant roar, then turned to face away from the lens, his thumbs pointing proudly at the name on the back of his jersey. "I am Ibrahimovic," he proclaimed defiantly, his eyes fixed on the opposition. Indeed, at this moment, Ye Luo cast his gaze towards the corner flag area, where the players of AC Milan were celebrating. Ibrahimovic wore a triumphant smile, raising his fist in a gesture towards Ye Luo. This fellow certainly lived up to his notorious reputation for arrogance. Isco, standing beside Ye Luo, expressed his displeasure, remarking, It's just one goal. Why the grandstanding? Ye Luo smiled faintly, responding, they have equalized, and naturally, they have reason to celebrate. However, we must not allow their joy to linger for long. Following their equalizer, AC Milan would undoubtedly be buoyed by a surge of morale. And the most effective way to dampen that spirit would be to score again. If Malaga could regain the lead in a short span of time, the momentum that AC Milan had built would be swiftly extinguished like a splash of cold water. Malaga found themselves in a precarious situation. Ibrahimovic's goal had significantly boosted AC Milan's morale, and prior to that, AC Milan had already begun to gain traction. Malaga was facing a daunting challenge. Duan Xian furrowed his brow in concern. The fans from Longwo were equally anxious. With AC Milan having equalized with a spectacular strike, it was evident that Malaga was in deep trouble. The camera then shifted to Pellegrini on the sidelines. The Malaga coach stood with arms crossed, his brow knitted in worry. Pellegrini was indeed anxious. The adjustments he had made were beginning to show results, creating a certain balance in the midfield. Yet, Ibrahimovic's direct free kick had shattered that equilibrium. Not far from Pellegrini, Allegri was animatedly instructing several AC Milan midfielders, urgently conveying his latest tactical arrangements. Attack. Continue to attack. We must not allow them any time to respond. Allegri emphasized. If AC Milan could swiftly take the lead, victory would be virtually assured. Indeed, it is common for a team to experience a decline in morale and a shaky defense following a conceded goal, leading to what is often referred to as a black 3 minutes. Should AC Milan score again in quick succession, they could even anticipate a resounding victory. Consecutive goals after conceding one would have a tremendous impact on morale and mindset. The players of AC Milan, seasoned veterans, were well aware of this. Therefore, as both teams lined up on either side, awaiting the referee's whistle to resume play, the AC Milan players were already poised with eagerness. They aimed to strike while the iron was hot, to score again, take the lead, and establish dominance. The preceding minutes had merely been a fluke. The match was just beginning. Ibrahimovic was invigorated, his eyes fixed on Ye Luo, who was preparing to kick off alongside Van Nistelrooy in the center circle. He noticed that this young man displayed not a hint of panic. A scoff escaped him. What a show-off. Just wait until I score again. Let us see how you maintain that composure. Unbeknownst to Ibrahimovic, Ye Luo was fully aware of the psychological toll this goal had imposed on the team. Consequently, the best remedy to reverse the tide was to score. Before the kickoff, Ye Luo had already gathered his teammates for a brief meeting. Seizing this opportunity to initiate an offensive play, regardless of the outcome, is essential to suppress the momentum of AC Milan. Thus, as the referee's whistle signaled the commencement, Ye Luo promptly returned the ball to Cazorla, who had retreated to the defensive midfield line. Without hesitation, he advanced forward, accompanied by Van Nistelrooy, Isco, Joaquin, and the two fullbacks, Sanchez and Monterrey. In an instant, 6 players surged towards the midfield, exuding formidable energy. However, the AC Milan players also rushed forward, intent on creating pressure in the attacking zone. Neither side yielded ground. Upon receiving the ball, Cazorla remained composed, awaiting his teammates to position themselves. As AC Milan's forward, Pato, charged towards him, Cazorla finally swung his leg and executed a long pass. The football soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc towards AC Milan's penalty area. It landed in the path of Isco, who was sprinting down the right flank. Even before the ball touched the ground, he astutely observed the positions of Ye Luo and Van Nistelrooy. Realizing both were making penetrating runs into the opposing box, Isco, with a keen understanding, did not halt the ball, but deftly flicked it forward. The ball sailed towards the edge of the penalty area. In full stride, Ye Luo extended his foot to control the ball. A magnificent display. The commentators could not help but express their admiration. In the midst of rapid motion, he effortlessly and accurately halted the ball, which arrived at waist height. This control was nothing short of astonishing. The imposing Boateng, anticipating that Ye Luo would sprint forward, positioned himself to obstruct his path, hoping to create a foul situation that the referee might overlook, or perhaps even penalize Ye Luo for a collision. However, Boateng's calculations fell short. He had not anticipated that Ye Luo would choose to skillfully control the ball. Such a feat, especially under defensive pressure, is an extraordinary accomplishment, even in open space. Yet, Ye Luo not only executed the stop flawlessly, but the ball seemed to adhere to his foot, and before it could touch the ground, he deftly flicked it past Boateng with ease. Fortunately, the seasoned Seedorf, upon recognizing the precarious situation, reached out and committed a foul. Ye Luo was promptly enveloped in Seedorf's embrace, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation as he glanced at the referee. Without delay, the referee whistled for the foul and issued a yellow card to Seedorf. The veteran, shaking his head in resignation, patted Ye Luo's shoulder in an expression of apology. Seedorf's physical prowess has undeniably waned since his youth. Had he not fouled, he would have lacked the confidence to thwart Ye Luo's advance into the penalty area. Allowing Ye Luo to penetrate the box would have posed significant trouble. The previous 30 minutes of play had already made AC Milan's defenders acutely aware of Ye Luo's threat. Once he entered the penalty area, even the opportunity for a foul would vanish. Ye Luo, cradling the ball, positioned it at the apex of the penalty arc. As he is the team's primary free kick taker, the opportunity to take a direct shot was undeniably his. At that moment, the fans in the Rose Garden Stadium held their breath, all eyes fixed on Ye Luo, who had assumed his stance. Before him stood a formidable wall comprised of stars: Ibrahimovic, Pato, Seedorf, and Van Bommel. The goalkeeper, Abbiati, was intensely focused on the scene ahead. With a sharp whistle, Ye Luo commenced his run, gradually accelerating. In his final stride, his thigh propelled his calf's motion, and with a swift strike of his foot, he sent the ball soaring into the air, imbued with a fierce spin. It was a magnificent curling shot. The players forming the wall leapt upwards. Ibrahimovic sprang into the air, attempting to head the ball away, but he missed it entirely. A slight sigh of relief escaped him, for his considerable height had proven insufficient to reach this ball. The fact that he could not touch it indicated that it was soaring high above, likely destined to clear the crossbar. As Ibrahimovic descended, he turned his gaze to the goal, his pupils dilating in shock. The ball, spinning with a grand arc, was hurtling towards the intersection of the crossbar and the post. Abbiati had already launched himself into the air, yet even with arms extended an additional 20 centimeters, he could not have touched the ball that was striking the acute angle between the crossbar and post, flying into the net. The stadium erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Abbiati landed in disbelief. Ibrahimovic, eyes wide with astonishment, turned to Ye Luo. Ye Luo opened his arms, calmly spreading his hands, and offered a smile to Ibrahimovic. Just a free kick? Why the fuss and commotion? This smile ignited a flush on Ibrahimovic's face. His previous display now seemed trivial in the wake of Ye Luo's effortless brilliance. Damn it, this kid is the true master of the game, an authentic prodigy. Ibrahimovic clenched his fists, vowing to reclaim his pride. The chapter concludes with the 107th installment, marking the record for the most consecutive dribbles leading to a headed goal. What a trajectory! What a curve! Simply exquisite. This arc was astonishingly exaggerated, resembling a perfect semicircle. How was it even executed? The television replayed Ye Luo's recent goal repeatedly. The arc had sailed over Ibrahimovic's towering head. Considering his height and the leap he had made, such attempts typically soared over the crossbar. Yet, Ye Luo's strike seemed to carve a semicircle in the air, gracefully bypassing the apex of Ibrahimovic before beginning its descent. A beautiful curling shot. Like a rainbow, it precisely pierced the net from an impossible angle. Simply perfect. Given such an angle, such a curve, and such velocity, Abbiati had no chance of making a save. In the commentary booth, the announcers expressed their admiration. The fans of the Dragon Country are fervently praising the ball. What is precision guidance, one might ask? It is simply extraordinary, a remarkable corner. The curvature of this shot is nothing short of astonishing. Ibrahimovic previously scored a long-range thunderbolt with a dipping shot, and immediately, Yellow retaliated with a strikingly aesthetic arc. Incredible. This marks his second goal in the Champions League. A hat-trick. The fans erupted in cheers. The Rose Garden Stadium trembled with excitement. Pellegrini, with clenched fists, raised his arms in triumph and embraced the ecstatic Marloska. I knew it. Damn it. I knew he would respond. Pellegrini exclaimed. Indeed. Some media outlets have suggested that his team is overly reliant on Yellow. However, for Pellegrini, to have a player like Yellow and not rely on him would be the height of folly. With such a potent asset, why not depend on it? The coach's role is to elicit the best from his players, to position the most capable and informed athletes on the field and allow them to create synergy. For Malaga, enabling Yellow to receive the ball more frequently in the attacking third is their chemistry, their pathway to victory. One cannot fault Pellegrini for his exuberance. Setting aside the aesthetic quality of the goal, the timing and significance of this strike are monumental. This is a pivotal goal, stabilizing the morale and spirit of Malaga. Once this goal was scored, all the predicaments faced by Malaga and the fluctuating morale of both teams would be reversed. If Ibrahimovic's goal had offered AC Milan a glimmer of hope for victory, Yellow's goal was akin to a bucket of icy water poured over the heads of all AC Milan players, fans, and coaches. It was chilling. Morale plummeted to freezing point. For Allegri, the only solace was that the first half was nearing its conclusion. Otherwise, given the current shift in morale, AC Milan could hardly guarantee they would not concede again. During the remaining moments of the first half, AC Milan's players appeared somewhat flustered. It seemed they were taken aback, committing frequent errors. Fortunately, before their goal was breached, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Allegri breathed a significant sigh of relief. Although the latter stages of the half were passive, not conceding further was a stroke of fortune. Trailing by 1 goal meant the pressure in the second half would be relatively less intense. Trailing by 2 goals, while no one would dare claim a comeback, was impossible. After all, AC Milan once led by 3 goals in a Champions League final only to be equalized. Yet such occurrences are typically termed miracles. Since miracles are rare, they do not happen frequently. Regular occurrences cannot be labeled as miraculous. They must be deemed the norm. Thus, leveling the score after trailing by 1, or even surpassing the opponent, cannot be classified as a miracle. During halftime, AC Milan will have an opportunity for a renewed adjustment. The sound of the whistle signaling the end of the first half interrupted Malaga's fervent attack, leaving their supporters with a sense of regret. Manuel Pellegrini, in particular, felt a profound disappointment, convinced that had the first half lasted an additional 5 minutes, Malaga would certainly have scored. What a pity. The demeanor of the players as they exited the pitch was telling. The Malaga players appeared unsatisfied, having played with remarkable fluidity in the final moments of the half, their opponents cooperating seamlessly in the exchanges. In stark contrast, the AC Milan players exhibited visible relief, as those final minutes had been sheer torment for them. Both their defense and offense were disjointed, with players struggling in their individual performances, frequently erring in passing and dribbling. With the conclusion of the first half, the AC Milan players collectively exhaled in relief, grateful for the forthcoming 15 minutes to regroup. Inside the visitors' dressing room, the AC Milan players were acutely aware of their lackluster performance and lowered their heads, bracing themselves for their coach's reprimand. However, Massimiliano Allegri refrained from harsh criticism regarding the first half. His tone was calm as he articulated a stark reality. Gentlemen, do you understand how the media and fans will react if we lose this match? They will proclaim that AC Milan has become a stepping stone for a young player making his Champions League debut this season. They will assert that our stars pale in comparison to Ye Luo's brilliance. They will declare, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, just another victim of Ye Luo. Allegri's voice remained steady, merely outlining the potential narrative the media might spin. It was evident that if AC Milan were to succumb to defeat, their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, reduced to being a mere backdrop for Ye Luo's triumph as he excelled against a club of AC Milan's stature in his Champions League debut. What an inspiring tale that would be, though the role of the formidable AC Milan would render them the subject of ridicule. The countenance of the AC Milan players darkened, as Allegri's words struck a nerve. Yet deep down, they recognized the truth in his statements. The media are fickle. Should they falter, every misstep would be magnified, and they would merely serve as a foil for the modest Malaga and the rising star Ye Luo. Now, having already scored twice, Ye Luo was poised to become the focus of Europe, indeed the world. Meanwhile, the AC Milan stars would merely serve as his supporting cast. Damn it, why should we fear them? I refuse to believe that they can dominate us for an entire match with just Ye Luo. As the players rallied in the dressing room, voices rose in fervor, the atmosphere becoming increasingly animated. Allegri's lips curled into a smile, for the fighting spirit of AC Milan had been rekindled, their morale restored. As long as they performed normally on the pitch, what issue could there be in defeating Malaga? Indeed, Ye Luo is formidable, yet he is but one individual. If AC Milan can seize control of the overall tempo and suppress Malaga, what can Ye Luo accomplish, no matter how skilled? Once the second half commenced, the stars of AC Milan, fully engaged, began to showcase their prowess. They moved vigorously, their cooperation seamless, frequently exhibiting flashes of brilliance. Consequently, the pressure on Malaga's defense became unprecedented. When Pato's shot struck the crossbar and rebounded out, Yellow furrowed his brow. He realized that the 15 minutes during halftime had evidently been well utilized by the opposing coach. Pellegrini had fully roused the morale of the AC Milan players. At this juncture, Malaga was at its most perilous, as AC Milan was poised to score at any moment. What could be more effective in quelling AC Milan's momentum than scoring yet another goal? Yellow retreated to midfield, participating in the build-up play. Malaga's players were no novices. They were acutely aware of AC Milan's initial fervor. Thus, upon regaining possession, they refrained from rushing into attack, opting instead to control the ball and waste time. Hoping to dissipate their opponent's early energy, Yellow engaged in a series of passes around the center circle to evade AC Milan's pressing players. When he received the ball, Ibrahimovic, anticipating a continued pass from Yellow, lunged forward, extending his long leg to block what he presumed would be a lateral transfer. However, Yellow's passing motion was a feint, intended solely to elicit a reaction from Ibrahimovic. With a deft flick of his foot, he executed a nutmeg. The towering Ibrahimovic, at 195 centimeters, found himself thoroughly outmaneuvered. Yet, no one had the opportunity to notice Ibrahimovic's embarrassment. Once Yellow completed the dribble, all attention shifted to him. His successive passes near the center circle were not mere happenstance. They were deliberate strategies aimed at luring AC Milan's players out, exposing the spaces in their defense. As Yellow advanced with the ball, his pace was measured. Seedorf retreated while Boateng stood ready to press. Fullbacks Zambrata and Abate began to fall back, while center-backs Nesta and Silva positioned themselves accordingly. Observing Yellow's movement, Pellegrini initially felt a flicker of anxiety, but soon relaxed. Noticing that Yellow was advancing with the ball, but faced with scant support from Malaga's players, he surmised that Yellow would inevitably slow down, awaiting reinforcements. After all, 6 defenders stood before him. Could he possibly bypass them all? If he could, Pellegrini mused, he would gladly consume this ball. Indeed, Yellow had no intention of dribbling past all 6 defenders. He promptly sought out his teammates, intending to penetrate through passing. However, the individual prowess of AC Milan's players is indeed formidable, and the defensive organization of the Italian side is exceptionally robust. At that moment, Yellow found himself unable to establish a passing route with his teammates, indicating that AC Milan's defenders had effectively severed the connection between him and the other Malaga players. Yellow was presented with 2 choices. First, he could decelerate and wait for his teammates to advance, but this would allow AC Milan's defense to reorganize, leaving Malaga with at most a solitary opportunity for a positional attack. Second, he could continue to drive forward, while AC Milan's defense was retreating as a unit. There remained ample space between their goal and the defensive line. Yet, to breach that line would be no small feat. Nearly everyone expected Yellow to opt for the first choice, to control the ball and take his time. The players of AC Milan shared this expectation. Thus, when Yellow indeed slowed down, both Boateng and Seedorf breathed a sigh of relief, having correctly anticipated the outcome, which indicated a successful defense. In the next instant, however, the momentary relaxation of vigilance by Boateng and Seedorf turned into shock as Yellow suddenly accelerated. This shift in tempo allowed him to slip between the 2 defenders in an instant. Seedorf and Boateng could hardly react in time. By the time they converged, Yellow had already darted through the gap between them. Both defenders instinctively turned, falling to the ground, attempting to tackle from behind. Yet, before their legs could intercept him, Yellow deftly nudged the ball away and leaped into the air, evading their tackles. Upon landing, his body propelled forward like a released arrow. Driven by the powerful muscles of his thighs, he surged ahead with incredible speed. Yellow was off. Amidst the commentators' astonished exclamations, the recovering Zambrata braced himself. But Yellow deftly maneuvered past him with a swift change of direction, leaving the unsteady Zambrata in his wake. Yellow! He weaved past 3 defenders. Now, he faced only Nesta and Silva in the central defensive line. In the commentary booth, Andres suddenly stood, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Could it be? He watched intently, eager for Yellow's next display. Seedorf lay on the ground, having thrown himself into a desperate last-ditch effort, but he had failed. And now he could only watch as Yellow charged toward AC Milan's goal. As Yellow deftly sidestepped Zambrata, who stood like a mere post, Seedorf felt a chill run down his spine. Terrifying. This young man is utterly fearsome. The speed with which he changes direction without losing momentum is astonishing. A misstep could easily lead to a loss of balance. Typically, such agility is displayed by smaller players, with Messi being the most notable example. However, Ye Luo, standing over 180 centimeters tall, executing such high-speed maneuvers is a rarity, indeed a one-in-a-million talent. Yet, in the next second, a scene unfolded that left Seedorf utterly astonished. In a swift motion, Ye Luo deftly maneuvered the ball with both feet. It was a breathtaking display. He glided past the attempts of Nesta and Silva to thwart him, as they reached out in vain, grasping only at the air. Nesta turned in horror to see the backup defender abate rushing in. Before he could catch his breath, his expression turned to one of disbelief as Ye Luo abruptly halted the ball, leaping into the air while simultaneously pulling and pivoting. It was a high-speed rendition of Cruyff's turn. This exquisitely graceful maneuver allowed him to evade a bait. At that moment, Ye Luo faced the advancing Abbiati. However, after executing his final move, Ye Luo found himself staggering, on the verge of losing his balance. Within the penalty area, the AC Milan players watched with bated breath, urging him silently to fall. Ye Luo indeed stumbled forward, his gaze fixed on the approaching Abbiati, his body moving in a frenzied blur, almost beyond his control. But damn it, after evading so many, how could he concede now? Gritting his teeth, veins bulging in his neck, he summoned every last ounce of strength to propel himself forward. His body shot ahead like a torpedo skimming just above the water's surface, gliding along the grass. He thrust his head forcefully onto the approaching football. Abbiati was taken aback. Believing he had the situation under control, he anticipated merely gathering the ball. Yet, who could have imagined that at the last moment, Ye Luo would slide along the ground? Using his forehead to nudge the ball, the football slipped through Abbiati's legs. As he turned, the ball had already crossed the goal line. Everyone stood agape, mouths wide open in disbelief. On the sidelines, Allegri looked as though his jaw might drop to the ground, his astonishment palpable, as if he could swallow a football whole. Thus concluded this chapter. Chapter 108, a quadruple delight. Could he be the UEFA Champions League's top scorer again? Ye Luo continued to outmaneuver Abate, who was left behind. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, Andres lamented, believing Ye Luo had squandered the opportunity. What a pity. How many had he evaded? Ibrahimovic, Boateng, Seedorf, Zambrata, Nesta, Silva, and now Abate, 7 in total. If it all came to naught, would it not be a tragedy? In that fleeting moment, Andres had already devised a tribute for Ye Luo's stunning display of skill. If he failed to secure the final goal, this remarkable series of dribbles would merely become fodder for conversation, as ultimately, without altering the scoreline, its impact on the match would be significantly diminished. Yet just then, Andres gasped as he watched Ye Luo, still staggering and unsteady, surge forward, gliding along the grass, preparing for a header. Andres's tone exudes a palpable uncertainty. This is undoubtedly the most extraordinary header he has ever witnessed. In the next moment, Andres clasps his head with both hands, exclaiming, "Oh my God! Oh my God! He has scored in such a remarkable fashion." I must admit, compared to his earlier series of dazzling dribbles, the manner in which he concluded this goal may not have been aesthetically pleasing. However, I am convinced that this image is the most exhilarating of all. Football embodies not merely skill, but also tenacity. The scene of Ye Luo, expending every ounce of his strength to head the ball into the net, will become the focal point of this match. This moment is far more stirring than when he skillfully maneuvered past a succession of players. AC Milan's defense has been utterly dismantled. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. If his earlier dribbles represented a triumph of footballing technique, then the final goal stands as a victory born of an indomitable spirit, fueled by the yearning for success. 3-1. 3-1. Malaga has triumphed. They have secured their victory. Look at the AC Milan players. They have been shattered by Malaga, defeated by Ye Luo. In the commentary booth, all the announcers are exclaiming, their faces displaying a complex mix of incredulity and admiration. The commentators are shouting fervently, their minds replaying that breathtaking moment again and again. The ethereal dribbling of a football genius, culminating in a goal that is so grassroots. It is akin to a crescendo in a symphony suddenly pausing at its climax. That young man, who thrusts himself forward and heads the ball into the net, draws the most perfect fermata to this heart-stirring composition. This awe-inspiring scene lingers in the minds of everyone. Perhaps this is the finest goal in the history of the Champions League. Andres exclaims. He is a seasoned commentator for Cope Radio, having covered numerous grand tournaments, including World Cup finals, Champions League finals, and European Championship finals. His experience is extensive. Yet, at this very moment, Andres must concede that this is the most breathtaking goal he has ever witnessed live. The camera zooms in on Ye Luo, who appears somewhat disheveled, with grass clippings adorning his head and face. However, in this moment, no one would dare to mock him. Ye Luo himself is unfazed by it. He spreads his arms wide and races across the pitch at the Rose Garden Stadium. The fans in the stands revere him, and the entire stadium erupts in cheers. The camera steadfastly captures his silhouette, arms outstretched like a soaring eagle. Under the brilliant stadium lights, the spirited young man's figure glows. In his first Champions League match, a hat-trick. Is this hat-trick a special gift bestowed upon Ye Luo? It is simply explosive. Could this goal secure him the Puskas Award this year? It is highly probable that on the internet in the Dragon Kingdom, fervent discussions among football enthusiasts swiftly propelled this match, this goal, and this moment into trending topics. Even those who have never witnessed a football match could feel an exhilarating surge of competitive spirit upon seeing Ye Luo deftly maneuver past defenders and, while nearly losing his balance, executing a ground-level header to score. This indomitable spirit embodies the essence of competitive sports. In the city of Milan, the fervent supporters of AC Milan have fallen into silence. They watch the unfolding scenes on television, rendered speechless. Within Milan, two elite football clubs vie for supremacy. And while the total number of fans may not differ greatly, AC Milan boasts a slight edge in local support, a fact that they often use to taunt their crosstown rivals. At this moment, the proud AC Milan fans are left in astonishment. In every bar where Milan supporters gather, expressions of disbelief abound. The voice of the commentator from Italian Sky Sports resonates through the air, exclaiming the shock of such a stunning goal. Perhaps all pre-match predictions made by the media were misguided, as were their assessments of Ye Luo, who has proven to be far stronger than any Italian outlet had anticipated. AC Milan now faces a precarious situation in the group stage. Given the prowess displayed by Malaga, AC Milan must fiercely contest their upcoming home match against them, while also confronting Bayern and Manchester City head-on. This group has truly earned its reputation as the group of death, as noted by the Italian commentator. Prior to this, many Italian media outlets had expressed the view that while this group was indeed lethal, it posed a death sentence only for Manchester City and Malaga, with AC Milan still likely to secure a spot in the next round. However, at this very moment, every Italian, every AC Milan supporter realizes that for AC Milan, this is indeed a group of death. Television screens repeatedly showcase Ye Luo's recent performances, in high-definition slow motion captured by high-speed cameras. Every movement of Ye Luo is rendered with crystalline clarity. From evading Ibrahimovic to the final ground-level header, the clarity of these displays leaves fans in awe. Each touch, every rhythmic shift, and each feint and change of direction executed by Ye Luo is perfectly timed, consistently just ahead of the defenders. He dances upon the edge like a performer on a razor's blade, evoking spontaneous applause from the audience. The culmination of his efforts, the goal itself, represents the sublime elevation of prose, lifting the narrative to heights that command universal admiration. The fans of AC Milan have only just fallen silent. They comprehend that against such formidable opponents, the likelihood of victory for AC Milan has diminished significantly. Yet, they find themselves unable to voice any dissent against such an extraordinarily spectacular goal. Silence reigns over Milan this evening. Even Ibrahimovic remains mute. While Boateng pondered whether he could replicate such a goal, he wisely chose to remain silent upon observing Ibrahimovic's expression. The towering figure, with his imposing height and weight, was rumored to have trained in combat sports. Provoking him could lead to dire consequences. Nesta stood in the penalty area, hands on his hips, his expression one of utter resignation. He understood that such a goal was not a common occurrence, but rather a fleeting moment of brilliance from Ye Luo. Yet, it was sufficient to illustrate Ye Luo's form and prowess in this match. With formidable strength and exceptional condition, AC Milan's defeat to Ye Luo was entirely justified. Allegri was taken aback. He opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Typically, it would be normal for a coach to unleash a tirade after conceding a goal. But what could Allegri possibly say now? To hurl insults? At whom? Was the goal the result of a defensive blunder by AC Milan's players? Was it due to improper positioning? Was it a matter of defensive attitude? Or perhaps a lack of numbers in defense? None of these. Faced with such a divine strike, the coach could only smile wryly and accept his misfortune. Allegri forced a smile and shook his head before refocusing on strategy. After all, the game was not yet over. Robinho, Antonio, warm-up. Allegri called to the substitutes. With the team trailing by 2 goals, the focus had to shift to offense. Under these circumstances, the only options available were Robinho and Cassano. Upon hearing Allegri's words, Robinho and Cassano quickly donned their yellow vests to warm up. Soon, the television captured the scene of the 2 former Real Madrid players sprinting towards the warm-up area. AC Milan was poised to make an immediate adjustment, suggesting a desperate gamble on the road. The camera focused on the 2 former stars of Real Madrid. Robinho was a well-known figure. He began his career at Santos in the Brazilian domestic league, where at the age of 20, he made 36 appearances in a single season, scoring 21 goals and clinching the Brazilian league title. It was during this time that he was hailed as the successor to Pelé, earning the moniker the new Pelé in Brazil, and was also dubbed the Prince of Dribbling for his exceptional skills. In 2005, Robinho transferred to Real Madrid, donning the iconic number 10 jersey, and in that season, he made 37 appearances in La Liga, netting 8 goals. However, in the subsequent seasons, Robinho failed to meet the lofty expectations associated with the title of the new Pelé. Although his performance was not particularly poor, it paled in comparison to the illustrious legacy of the previous number 10. Moreover, in 2008, he publicly severed ties with Real Madrid in favor of a move to Chelsea, causing considerable embarrassment for the illustrious club. Ultimately, he joined Manchester City for a staggering €40 million before the close of the summer transfer window, becoming the marquee signing of the season. Robinho had a season of brilliance at Manchester City. However, his subsequent season was marred by a long-term ankle injury. He spent merely 1.5 seasons at Manchester City before being loaned to Santos for half a season. In the summer transfer window of 2010, he moved to AC Milan, where he appeared to regain his form, aiding the club in reclaiming the Serie A title. Yet, when compared to the lofty expectations surrounding his debut, Robinho's career trajectory has undeniably been one of highs and lows. Similarly, Antonio Cassano rose to fame at a young age. At just 17, he was deemed a pillar of Italian football. In 2001, he transferred to Roma for an astronomical fee of €28.5 million, an exorbitant sum at the time, particularly for someone who was only 19. Cassano's years at Roma marked the zenith of his career. However, whether at Real Madrid or Sampdoria, he failed to live up to the expectations that once surrounded him. Ultimately, he did not become the cornerstone of Italian football and, due to his lackadaisical spell at Real Madrid, missed the chance to partake in Italy's glorious 2006 World Cup triumph. His notorious temper and rebellious nature ultimately prevented him from embodying the expectations of his admirers. Last winter, after a sharp dispute with the president of Sampdoria, he departed AC Milan, making 20 appearances and scoring 8 goals in half a season, a commendable performance, indeed. The entrance of these 2 once celebrated prodigies did little to alter AC Milan's subsequent plight. In the ensuing matches, discussions revolved around Ye Luo's goal, drawing comparisons to Maradona's legendary 5-man dribble in the World Cup. On the pitch, AC Milan's players appeared somewhat disoriented, seemingly intimidated by Ye Luo's goal. The presence of Robinho and Cassano did not significantly enhance the attacking prowess of the team. Instead, Malaga seized complete control of the match. In this context, Ye Luo relentlessly pursued further goals. Through his unwavering efforts, he finally succeeded in the 83rd minute, receiving a precise pass from Cazorla just outside the penalty area, seamlessly guiding the ball into the box before executing a right-footed shot into the far corner. The ball found the net, 4-1. Malaga led AC Milan decisively on home ground. At this juncture, commentators could only muster their most extravagant praise for Ye Luo, who had just scored 4 goals in his Champions League debut. This goal utterly extinguished any fighting spirit left in the AC Milan players. Their performance deteriorated in the following minutes, and had the match continued longer, they might have conceded even more goals. As the 3 minutes of stoppage time elapsed, the referee promptly blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. The stars of AC Milan promptly bowed their heads and hurriedly departed from the stadium. The final minutes of the match had been a tremendous ordeal for them. The game concluded. It was over. Ye Luo delivered a remarkable 4-goal performance, propelling Malaga to a resounding 4-1 victory over AC Milan. In another match, Bayern Munich triumphed over Manchester City at home with a score of 3-0, and due to their superior goal tally, Malaga temporarily ascended to the top of Group A. With the commentators exulting, the fans at the Rose Garden Stadium celebrated their triumph. This UEFA Champions League encounter would be one that Malaga's supporters would savor time and again. It marked their debut in the prestigious tournament. At the Bernabeu Stadium, the atmosphere was electric. The highly anticipated clash between Real Madrid and Lyon had also reached its conclusion. The score on the pitch read 3-0. All 3 goals were netted by Cristiano Ronaldo. The opening match of this season's Champions League group stage saw him deliver a hat trick, and the sensation of his goals was simply exhilarating. The camera focused on the match's standout player, who wore a broad smile, brimming with confidence. "What do you think? Am I now at the top of the scoring charts?" Ronaldo laughed as he inquired of the players on the bench. From the bench, Benzema cast a glance at Ronaldo, his expression marked by concern. "What's the matter?" Ronaldo, Ye Luo scored 4 goals in this round of the Champions League. Ye Luo again. The Pichichi trophy has been snatched away. Is he now attempting to claim the Champions League Golden Boot as well? The smile on Ronaldo's face froze. Chapter 109. Bayern's confidence at the Rose Garden Stadium. The moment the match concluded, the camera zoomed in on Ye Luo, who was surrounded by his ecstatic Malaga teammates. He raised his fists in triumph, exulting in their 4-1 conquest of AC Milan, a feat that would undoubtedly bolster Malaga's confidence. This newfound assurance would significantly benefit them in their La Liga campaign as well. Ye Luo was equally elated. It was his first Champions League match, and he had achieved a remarkable 4-goal performance, rendering the experience nothing short of perfect. As Ye Luo reveled in their victory, Nesta approached him to exchange jerseys. Without hesitation, Ye Luo removed his shirt. Nesta, a legendary defender, had garnered immense fame in a country renowned for producing world-class center-backs. His acclaim was certainly well-deserved. Ye Luo, having frequently watched Serie A matches in the past, said in the Italian he had recently learned, "I often watched your matches when I was young." Nesta was taken aback. On one hand, he was surprised that Ye Luo spoke Italian, as it was not a widely spoken language. On the other hand, he was touched by the remark about being a childhood idol. It dawned on him how time had passed. The young boy who once watched him play had now become a formidable opponent on the pitch. Nesta revealed a faint smile tinged with bitterness, gently shaking his head before accepting Ye Luo's jersey and suddenly inquiring, "Would you be interested in playing in Milan, young man?" Ye Luo paused for a moment, then realized that the current Milan had not yet completely fallen from grace. They still remained a prestigious club at the pinnacle of football. However, AC Milan was on the verge of entering a period of decline due to financial difficulties. The club lacked the funds to acquire players, particularly superstars of Ye Luo's caliber. Setting aside the issue of transfer fees, AC Milan would struggle to afford the salaries of top-tier players in the financially constrained times ahead. Although Ye Luo held a favorable view of AC Milan, he was not inclined to abandon his lucrative earnings at the pinnacle of the football world simply to join them. After all, despite being professional athletes, they were not fundamentally different from any other workers. The only distinction lay in the magnitude of their earnings. "I will not be leaving Malaga for the time being," Ye Luo replied politely. He certainly would not be unwise enough to directly inform Nesta that AC Milan was on the brink of financial ruin, with no significant reinforcements expected in the coming seasons, and that high-salaried stars like Ibrahimovic and Silva would likely depart. Nesta sighed, fully aware of AC Milan's precarious financial situation. Without a turnaround, even a club of Milan's stature could not attract superstars in their prime. Ultimately, professional football revolves around financial matters. In Munich, at the Allianz Arena, Bayern Munich shares their stadium with their local rivals, Munich 1860, each holding a 50% stake. Later, Bayern acquired full ownership of the venue. As Germany's foremost footballing institution, Bayern Munich's match against Manchester City garnered considerable attention. Had the opponent been their city rivals, Manchester United, the media might have sensationalized it as an Anglo-German clash. However, despite Manchester City's lavish squad bolstered by financial backing, their performances in the Champions League over the past 2 seasons have been met with ridicule, particularly following their dismal record of losing all group stage matches last season, which drew derision from across England. The label of being a nouveau riche had firmly been affixed to them. To shed this tag, Manchester City needed time to substantiate their strength and establish a legacy. Yet, at this moment, their pedigree in the Champions League paled in comparison to that of Bayern Munich. They suffered a 0-3 defeat on the road, continuing their search for a victory in the Champions League. Meanwhile, the victorious Bayern Munich players refrained from excessive celebration, understanding that this was merely a group stage match in the Champions League. The past few seasons had been somewhat tumultuous for Bayern Munich. Although Van Gaal led the team to reclaim the Bundesliga title in the 2009 to 2010 season, securing the DFB Pokal and reaching the Champions League final, where they were ultimately defeated by Mourinho's Inter Milan, he instilled a renewed hope among Bayern Munich fans for the restoration of their dominance in German football. However, turmoil ensued within Bayern Munich last season, as Van Gaal experienced conflicts with several key players and persistent disagreements with the club's hierarchy. Consequently, he was dismissed midway through the season, leading to the return of the venerable Jupp Heynckes. In truth, Van Gaal had laid the groundwork for a new roster and structure at Bayern Munich, and Heynckes' arrival helped to mend internal relations. In the latter half of the previous season, Bayern Munich enjoyed a string of victories. Although they eventually finished third in the league, it rekindled hope among the fans. In Germany, as long as Bayern Munich avoids internal strife, their acquisition of the Bundesliga title seems almost inevitable. This season, Bayern Munich bolstered their squad with the signing of Germany's national team goalkeeper Manuel Neuer, as well as the acquisition of national team defender Jerome Boateng from Manchester City, and Brazilian fullback Rafinha. Their lineup was further strengthened, featuring Neuer in goal, with a defense comprised of Lahm, Boateng, Dante, Alaba, and Rafinha. The midfield boasted talents such as Kroos and Schweinsteiger, while the forward line showcased the formidable robbery duo of Robben and Rivalry, alongside the versatile Thomas Müller, who can play both as a forward and in midfield. This lineup is nothing short of luxurious and would later serve as the core of Bayern Munich's treble-winning team. With such a squad, securing a victory against Manchester City at home was hardly a challenge. Following the conclusion of the match, Bayern Munich's players returned to the locker room, yet their conversation revolved around another match in their group. To their astonishment, AC Milan had lost to Malaga. Wasn't AC Milan supposed to be their greatest rival in this group? It seemed that Malaga warranted attention as well. AC Milan's defeat by such a wide margin to a team like Malaga was indeed shocking. Amidst their discussions, someone turned on the television in the locker room, which happened to be replaying highlights of the match between Malaga and AC Milan, specifically showcasing the goals scored by Isco. As they witnessed Isco deftly bypassing Ibrahimovic and the towering Boateng, laughter erupted among the Bayern Munich players. However, as Isco continued to navigate past Seedorf and Zambrotta, the atmosphere in the locker room shifted to one of hushed silence, the only sound being the faintest drop of a pin. The players stood in awe, captivated by Isco's remarkable display. After a long pause, one player finally exhaled and incredulously remarked, "Is this guy even human?" This statement opened the floodgates for conversation among the Bayern Munich players. Is this truly who we will face next? How terrifying. Even Maradona was not so formidable. The atmosphere is thick with tension as discussions abound among the crowd. The replay of the goal continues to captivate, showcasing the exceptional skill of Bayern Munich's players, who are undoubtedly aware of the immense difficulty in executing such a feat. "What an incredible player!" exclaimed Toni Kroos. "Indeed, that dribbling, that speed, that rhythm. Oh, I feel compelled to rise and applaud, to doff my hat in admiration," Thomas Müller added, springing to his feet with exaggerated enthusiasm. "There's no need for alarm. I concede that Yellow's performance in this match has been commendable, and that goal was indeed spectacular. However, such goals are not likely to occur frequently. It may very well be the pinnacle of Yellow's career. It is merely unfortunate for AC Milan," Neuer remarked, a sentiment echoed by his fellow Bayern Munich teammates. Quite so. Although AC Milan faced defeat against Malaga, they are still AC Milan. Their loss does not signify much, they mused. From the perspective of Bayern's players, it was evident that AC Milan had been caught off guard. Their overconfidence and underestimation had led to their downfall. Instances like this are prevalent in the realm of football, where mere numerical superiority does not guarantee victory. If that were the case, the essence of the game would be lost, and rankings could simply be determined by player valuations. Upsets are a common occurrence in football, a sport where low-scoring games prevail. Each season, there are examples of lower-tier teams eliminating giants in cup competitions. Thus, AC Milan's defeat does not bear significant weight. What astonished the Bayern players was Yellow's third goal. Yet, despite its brilliance, they felt it was improbable that Yellow could replicate such a moment. Goals of that caliber are reserved for a player's top 5 career highlights, akin to Maradona's legendary solo run past 5 defenders. While such goals are undeniably impressive, they do not guarantee future success. Yellow is unlikely to recreate that spectacle in the next match against Bayern. Consequently, The players swiftly redirected their focus to the upcoming league match against Malaga. As long as Bayern Munich performs at their usual standard at Allianz Arena, securing a victory should pose no issue. It appears our players have underestimated their opponents, remarked Coach Hanks, shaking his head as the players began to leave the locker room. Do you truly believe Ye Luo can maintain such a frenzied performance in the next match? His assistant inquired. Hanks paused momentarily. Theoretically, Ye Luo's display today has been a remarkable outburst. However, to expect a continuation of such form is statistically unlikely. Nevertheless, this young man certainly warrants close attention, he responded. Why not employ an offensive strategy at home to suppress them? Suggested his assistant. Hanks nodded slightly, remaining noncommittal. Chapter 110. Everything revolves around Ye Luo, following the conclusion of this round of the UEFA Champions League. Media outlets across the globe fervently reported on Malaga's home match against AC Milan. The debutants in the Champions League toppled the reigning champions, with the young prodigy delivering an extraordinary performance, netting 4 goals and weaving past 7 defenders to score a stunning goal. Every element of the spectacle was present, sending shockwaves throughout Spain, Italy, Europe, and the world. Major Spanish news outlets prominently featured this match on their front pages, with Ye Luo's colossal image gracing the headlines of every sports newspaper. Malaga triumphs 4-1 over Milan. Ye Luo dazzles with a breathtaking solo goal. 4-1. Malaga's performance astounds the Champions League. For goals, La Liga's golden boot, Ye Luo shines in the Champions League. In a flash, newspapers, television channels, and online platforms were abuzz with discussions about this match. In Italy, the Gazzetta dello Sport lamented, AC Milan has been dismantled by Ye Luo. The stars of Milan became mere supporting characters on this night that belonged to Ye Luo. Some Italian media outlets, particularly those in Turin and Naples, relished in the misfortune of AC Milan, mocking their defeat to Malaga. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation, the adulation for Ye Luo was overwhelmingly one-sided. Media from various countries reported on the match, which was eagerly translated and embellished by Dragon Nation's sports media, inciting great excitement among local fans. What truly thrilled the fans were the accolades from renowned football stars. Diego Maradona, the legendary Argentine who had a lackluster showing with his national team during the 2010 World Cup, praised Ye Luo's performance on his social media, exclaiming, "He dribbled past 7 defenders, wow, incredible." Ronaldo, the famous Brazilian football icon who had just retired this year, also discussed the match during a segment on Spanish sports television. Facing the camera, he remarked, "What else can I say? Ye Luo delivered a world-class performance. Scoring 4 goals against AC Milan, not many can achieve that. His 3rd goal deserves my utmost respect. It was the most spectacular goal I have ever witnessed." Ronaldo's praise was quickly subtitled and shared across various media in Dragon Nation, rapidly becoming a trending topic online. Given Ronaldo's immense popularity, even those unfamiliar with football recognize the name of the remarkable Brazilian, thanks largely to a certain throat lozenge advertisement. Although Ye Luo has secured the La Liga Golden Boot, rendering endorsements from football legends unnecessary, the fans of the Dragon Nation still feel a palpable uncertainty without a superstar akin to Ronaldo to validate their achievements. This match did not only resonate within Spain, Italy, and the Dragon Nation, it sparked discussions across Europe regarding Ye Luo's remarkable performance. In England, the renowned football pundit Gary Lineker expressed on his social media, "My God, is such a goal truly within human capability?" The comments section swiftly became inundated with fans. "Gary, aren't you part of the Messi camp? Have you defected? Welcome to the Ye Luo supporters." In a fleeting moment, media, legends, and fans alike continued to revel in this historic Champions League group match well after its conclusion. However, for Malaga, there was no time to bask in the glory of victory, as they needed to prepare for the upcoming Copa del Rey tournament in just over a month. The schedule ahead was exceedingly demanding. On September 15th, Malaga faced AC Milan at home, and merely 54 hours later, they were set to visit Mallorca on September 17th. Following that, on September 21st, they would host Zaragoza in the 4th round of the league, and on September 24th, they would challenge Athletic Bilbao away in the 5th round. Finally, on September 28th, they would compete against Bayern Munich in the 2nd round of the Champions League group stage. Within a mere 13 days, they were to play 4 matches, averaging just over 3 days per game. Such a grueling schedule undoubtedly posed a significant challenge for Malaga. In the program La Liga preview on Cope Radio, renowned Madrid football commentator and special correspondent for Lorites, opined that this relentless schedule would overwhelm Malaga. Indeed, while Malaga boasts an impressive starting lineup, showcasing remarkable form at the season's outset, I believe their 4-1 triumph over AC Milan will be etched in the annals of their history. Yet, the time for testing has arrived. They fielded their strongest squad against AC Milan at home, but the impending match against Mallorca in the league would necessitate rotations, presenting a dilemma for Malaga's coaching staff regarding their true objectives in the Champions League. Is it worth risking turmoil in league matches, potentially overburdening key players for the sake of the Champions League? Lorites' perspective left the guests present unable to refute him, as they all recognized that Malaga does not possess the depth of teams like Barcelona or Real Madrid. With the season barely underway, they faced the challenge of competing on two fronts, unable to balance the demands on their first team due to the stark disparity between their substitutes and starting lineup. In truth, the European competition poses a formidable challenge for many smaller teams. Although qualifying for the Champions League can significantly improve their financial status for the season, the lack of depth in their squad often leads to their downfall. Numerous instances throughout history attest to similar predicaments. Today, this dilemma confronts Malaga. Should they fully commit to the Champions League or prioritize their league campaign, having valiantly triumphed over AC Milan at home? Securing a promising start in the Champions League group stage, Malaga now faces an imminent league match away just 2 days later. Such a congested schedule proves exceedingly harsh for a club of their stature. Their key players have just endured a physically taxing Champions League match, and now must hasten to compete in a league encounter. This relentless timetable is indeed brutal. If Pellegrini possesses the requisite foresight, he would undoubtedly contemplate extensive rotations. However, does Malaga possess the luxury of such depth? This question, met with a resounding no from nearly all media and fans, looms large. The coach and players of Mallorca, readying themselves for the home clash against Malaga, are eager for the contest. Last season, they allowed Ye Luo to shatter the record for consecutive goals in La Liga when facing Malaga, an achievement forever etched in history. Consequently, Mallorca holds a grudge against both Malaga and Ye Luo. They care little for Malaga's recent exertions in the Champions League or the likelihood of facing a weakened side. Their objective is to seize the moment and exact revenge. In pre-match interviews, Mallorca's players declared that regardless of Malaga's lineup, their aim is to secure victory at home. Pellegrini indeed contemplates the necessity of rotation. However, at the conclusion of last season, he had promised Ye Luo that he would not be rotated under any circumstances. Yet the proximity of this match to the Champions League encounter renders the situation precarious. Alas, Malaga remains a smaller club, and the other 3 clubs participating in the Champions League have been afforded an additional day of rest, with their matches scheduled for September 18th. In any context, disparities in power and status often result in unequal treatment, a commonplace reality in society. Pellegrini expressed his grievances at the pre-match press conference, though few rallied in support of Malaga. Consequently, he approached Ye Luo, hoping he would agree to a rotation for this match. "I have no issues with my fitness, coach," Ye Luo firmly replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, I believe you can rotate others, but as long as I remain on the pitch, I will lead the team to victory," he asserted, pointing to himself. Pellegrini experienced a slight headache. To be frank, he found it hard to believe that anyone could endure a high-intensity match just 2 days apart without any adverse effects. While the players who participated in the Champions League appeared somewhat fatigued and required time to recuperate, Ye Luo seemed remarkably vibrant, showing no signs of weariness. However, Pellegrini was concerned. Losing a match was acceptable, but if Ye Luo were to sustain an injury due to exhaustion, the repercussions for Malaga would extend far beyond a mere 3 points. Pellegrini found himself in a quandary. "Coach, rest assured, I am well aware of my own body. If I feel fatigued, I will proactively request a break," Ye Luo earnestly stated. Unsure of how to convey to Pellegrini that his physical condition and stamina were impeccable, so he resorted to this assurance. Pellegrini pondered for a moment, reluctantly shaking his head. "Ye Luo, I now regret having hastily agreed to your request for no rotation. However, since I have made a promise, I shall uphold it." "But," Pellegrini winked, "I never guaranteed you wouldn't be substituted." Ye Luo was momentarily taken aback by the sly grin on the old man's face. "I will grant you a half, Ye Luo," Pellegrini continued, his smile fading. "I know you are eager to compete, but I truly cannot risk having you play 2 matches within 3 days. It is simply too perilous." At halftime, I will substitute you. Yellow felt a twinge of resignation, ultimately accepting the coach's arrangement, though halftime would indeed provide ample opportunity to score. As matchday approached, an hour before the game, when the starting lineups were announced, the journalists in the press box could hardly believe their eyes. Malaga had rotated all players in the midfield and forward positions, yet Yellow remained untouched. Pellegrini was unafraid of Yellow's potential overexertion leading to injury. This seemed utterly irrational. With so many players rotated, what was the rationale behind not substituting Yellow? The reporters shook their heads in confusion. In the starting lineup, all midfielders and forwards from the previous Champions League match were rotated out, with Malaga adopting a 4-4-2 formation. The four substitute midfielders were primarily defensive-minded players, while the forward line comprised Baptista and Yellow. The center-backs remained unchanged, with Demichelis and Matheson partnering as usual. The two full-backs were substituted for their backups. In goal, Caballero, who had just completed his medical examination and signed with Malaga the day before, was thrust into action. This was Malaga's lineup for the match, poised for a counter-attacking stance. Yellow had played the full match against AC Milan just 2 days prior. Would he still have the stamina for this match? This was a question lingering in the minds of many. On the other hand, Mallorca believed an opportunity had arisen, and with the support of their home crowd, they launched an aggressive offensive from the very start of the match. However, Malaga was well prepared for this, as their lineup was not designed to dominate their opponents away from home. For a modest club like Malaga, the disparity between their starters and substitutes is significant, making it essential to devise two distinct tactical approaches. In fact, they are quite familiar with counter-attacking strategies, having employed this tactic last season, where many of the key players from that campaign have now transitioned to the bench. Utilizing this formation last season, Malaga surged into the top four at the end of the season with a string of victories. The media is undoubtedly aware of this, but considering that last season they heavily relied on the explosive performances of Yellow, it remains uncertain how much impact he can have in this match after enduring a taxing Champions League game prior to this encounter. Thus, Mallorca's aggressive offensive approach is quite reasonable. This is their home ground, and they face a Malaga side that has undergone significant rotation, leaving no grounds for hesitation. Mallorca's fervent attack has prevented the rotated Malaga squad from maintaining the formidable momentum they exhibited in their first 3 matches of the season. Instead, they have retreated into their half, biding their time for counter-attack opportunities. However, as the match reached the 18th minute, Malaga had yet to find any viable counter-attacking chances, and Yellow's performance appeared lackluster, having barely touched the ball thus far, as noted by the commentators. Caballero surged forward, leaping high to claim a cross from Mallorca, glancing at Yellow's position before launching the ball over the halfway line with a powerful throw. As the ball soared through the air, the camera panned to reveal Yellow sprinting forward at high speed. Faced with a defending player, Yellow deftly controlled the ball, maneuvering past the defender with remarkable acceleration, driving straight towards the goal. A clear chance. Yellow is one-on-one. His speed is astonishing. Is this the form of a player who just played a full Champions League match 2 days ago? Goodness, it's as if he has been equipped with rocket engines, gaining speed with every stride. In the commentary booth, the initially composed commentators suddenly raised their voices. Mallorca's offensive positioning left ample space in the back line for Yellow to exploit. Upon witnessing Yellow's pace, the Mallorca players fell into despair, helplessly watching as he accelerated further, leaving them far behind. Yellow, Yellow, Yellow. The commentators repeatedly chanted his name, as if it were a spell, a chant leading to a goal. The Mallorca goalkeeper braced himself for the impending confrontation. He was well aware of Yellow's proficiency in one-on-one situations, whether it be a direct shot or a simple finish past the keeper. He had an almost flawless track record. However, he understood that remaining on the goal line was tantamount to waiting for demise. Rushing out might offer a glimmer of hope. Yet, it proved futile. Yellow hesitated momentarily, waiting for the goalkeeper to shift his weight before deftly nudging the ball with his right foot, creating a slight angle before sweeping it into the net. The goalkeeper had no answer to this. He could only watch helplessly as Yellow sent the ball into his own goal. Goal. Ye Luo. Magnificent. Out of breath. Does he look like someone who is fatigued? Oh my God, he is still sprinting in celebration. The entire stadium falls silent. The Mallorca fans believe their team could exact revenge on home turf. What is the outcome? The opposing team has scored first, and the situation is clear. After Malaga's goal, Mallorca faces even greater challenges as they adopt a defensive counterattack strategy. Ye Luo stretches his arms wide, racing in jubilation, leaving everyone behind. His teammates are all left in their own half. He rushes to the sidelines, rolls up his pants, and points to his muscular thighs. Pellegrini shakes his head with a wry smile. This lad holds a grudge. Others may think Ye Luo is merely flaunting his muscles after scoring. Only Pellegrini understands this as his way of saying, "Coach, I am strong. No need for substitutions." Pellegrini observes Ye Luo surrounded by Malaga players catching up and cannot help but stroke his chin. "Let the medical team conduct a thorough examination of him tomorrow," he remarks. Could it be that this young man possesses an extraordinary capacity for recovery? Pellegrini finds it hard to believe, as the image of Ye Luo sprinting free is indeed striking. He does not appear to be fatigued at all. Such occurrences are rare, yet there exist exceptionally gifted individuals whose recovery surpasses that of others. If that is the case, then Ye Luo's physique is a divine gift. Quick, fit, with rapid recovery, and not easily injured, he is truly a natural athlete. Pellegrini settles comfortably into the coaching seat. With a one-goal lead, Malaga is assured at least 3 points. Pellegrini's confidence is well-founded. Playing away and rotating most of the starting lineup, Malaga executed a lightning-fast counterattack. The entire process was straightforward. Goalkeeper Caballero claimed a high ball, initiating the counterattack with a hand throw. Ye Luo received the ball and pierced through Mallorca's defense with his speed to score. Once that goal was netted, Mallorca lost the courage to press forward with their attack. Just this goal has placed Malaga in a nearly invulnerable position. Ye Luo's counterattacking threat looms large. Should Mallorca continue to advance, they would only be granting him opportunities. In fact, the situation is even simpler than Pellegrini anticipated. After conceding, Mallorca's formation fell into disarray, with both their offensive and defensive organization appearing chaotic. This allowed Malaga to seize the moment, scoring consecutively in the first half. In the 29th minute, Ye Luo, holding the ball at the edge of the penalty area, executed a feigned shot that transformed into a precise pass, delivering a surgical ball through the defense to Baptista. Baptista did not squander Yellow's swift pass. With remarkable composure, he executed a precise shot into the far corner, securing a goal. Malaga surged ahead by 2 goals. Just before the conclusion of the first half, Yellow once again provided an assist. He skillfully maneuvered into the small box, navigating through multiple defenders, and delivered the ball to the far post. Midfielder Juanito charged into the area, striking the ball with his instep and finding the back of the net. 3-0. The visiting Malaga held a commanding lead of 3 goals. As the first half came to an end, Malaga had essentially sealed their victory. In the second half, Yellow was substituted and took a seat on the bench to observe the match. Mallorca failed to penetrate Malaga's defense in the latter half. Ultimately, as the final whistle echoed through the stadium, the camera focused on Yellow on the substitutes bench. The match concluded, leaving one to ponder how Malaga, having rotated most of their key players, managed to triumph over Mallorca with such ease. Yellow's presence on the field was pivotal. Had he been substituted, we might have witnessed a tedious stalemate in the midfield with neither side able to score. A game featuring Yellow is never dull. As commentators spoke, journalists in the press box marveled at Pellegrini's audacity. Limiting Yellow to just 45 minutes was indeed a clever strategy. In that time, his energy expenditure remained minimal while simultaneously ensuring victory. Only Yellow could be relied upon to achieve a goal in that brief span. How could other players guarantee such an outcome in just 45 minutes? Will Pellegrini rotate players again in the next match? It is likely, though perhaps not to such a significant extent. The next match is 4 days hence, allowing ample rest for the players, unlike the brief interval between this match and the previous one. Following this match, numerous media outlets engaged in vigorous discussions regarding Pellegrini's utilization of Yellow. The post-match summary from AS stated, "Indeed, Malaga has triumphed once more, achieving 4 consecutive victories across all competitions since the season's inception, including 3 in the league. Star player Yellow has netted 5 goals in the league and 4 in the Champions League, showcasing an astonishing form. However, what is the cost? The price is that he has played the full duration in 3 matches, taking to the pitch in the league just 2 days after a Champions League encounter, contributing 1 goal and 2 assists to secure victory. After Yellow's substitution, the Malaga side that had become ensnared in a dull contest with their opponents perhaps represented the true essence of Malaga." This article emanated from the mouthpiece of Real Madrid. As It is quite unusual for such an article to be published following a Malaga victory. Typically, this privilege is reserved for Barcelona, with the league having just commenced. And Malaga, currently atop the standings with 3 consecutive wins based on goal difference, facing scrutiny from these media outlets, is a notable development. This sentiment is not exclusive to the Madrid press. In Catalonia, Mundo Deportivo has echoed similar concerns. The notion that Malaga is excessively reliant on Ye Luo is gaining traction, with discussions of Malaga developing a dependency syndrome regarding their star player. Ye Luo is our cornerstone. If we do not rely on him, then whom shall we depend upon? During the pre-match press conference ahead of the 4th round of the league against Zaragoza, Pellegrini regarded the question posed by the AS journalist, Loretes, with an air of incredulity. Pellegrini, having previously endured a tumultuous relationship with this reporter during his tenure as Real Madrid's head coach, was not inclined to be courteous. Doesn't Real Madrid rely on Cristiano Ronaldo? Pellegrini countered. Of course, even without Ronaldo, Real Madrid remains a formidable contender for the La Liga title. Loretes replied with a slight smile. Then perhaps you should advise Mr. Jose to refrain from utilizing Cristiano Ronaldo this season to prove that they are not dependent on the Portuguese superstar. Pellegrini shrugged in response. Loretes's expression faltered. Was this not mere banter? Before he could fully react, Pellegrini continued. To a certain extent, you are indeed correct. We do rely heavily on Ye Luo. However, I believe that to possess a player of Ye Luo's caliber and not to depend on him, merely to demonstrate our independence, would be rather foolish. Pellegrini employed a term that would require censorship in public discourse, underscoring his point. He is one of us. We are a cohesive unit. Our reliance on Ye Luo stems from our faith and trust in him. I must field 11 players, and our objective is to score goals and attain victories. Entrusting the ball to Ye Luo is the key to our success. Pellegrini spoke with an air of pride, resolute in his strategy. Undeterred by media critiques regarding an over-reliance on Ye Luo. To alter the team's tactics based on such remarks would indeed be a lapse in judgment. The notion of being overly dependent on a star player typically arises from an inability to secure victories without them. Such criticism may hold some merit. However, at present, Malaga was riding high with 4 consecutive wins, 3 of which were in the league. Ye Luo was leading the team to triumph and continual progress. In this context, what is wrong with relying on Ye Luo? This chapter concludes with chapter 111. The frenzied Bielsa and the frenzied Bilbao. In the match against Zaragoza, the team's starting lineup delivered an exhilarating 5-0 victory for the home fans. Ye Luo scored a goal in each half, while Isco and Van Nistelrooy also found the net, and substitute Baptista added a 5th goal to the tally. Following this match, Malaga achieved 4 consecutive victories in the league, amassing 12 points. 2 hours later, good news arrived. Real Madrid, in their away match against Sevilla, was held to a 3-3 draw by their opponents. This occurred in the dying moments of the game, with Sevilla equalizing against Madrid. Neutral fans witnessing this contest would find it thoroughly exhilarating. A thrilling exchange of attacks resulting in 6 goals and a dramatic equalizer at the last moment. However, for Real Madrid supporters, the sentiment was far from the same. Following the draw in this match, their points were matched by Barcelona. The current standings in La Liga are as follows. Malaga leads the table with 12 points from 4 consecutive victories. Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid each hold 10 points with 3 wins and 1 draw. Barcelona secures 2nd place based on goal difference, followed by Atletico Madrid in 3rd and Real Madrid in 4th. However, the forthcoming 5th round of the league presents a challenging decision for Malaga, as they are set to face the German giants Bayern Munich in their home ground just 3 days later. Which match holds greater significance for Malaga, the league encounter or the Champions League clash? This requires careful consideration from the coaching staff. Ultimately, Pellegrini decided to field a team that is a blend of half starters and half substitutes against Athletic Bilbao. Having finally entered the Champions League, Pellegrini does not wish to underestimate this prestigious competition. The team's victory over AC Milan in their first Champions League match has demonstrated their capability to rise to the occasion against elite teams. Given this context, why rush to make such a decision? The league has only just commenced, and we are not yet at the final sprint. It is not a matter of either or. Therefore, Pellegrini's choice seems entirely reasonable. His strategy suggests that, between the 2 opponents, a rotation against Athletic Bilbao is likely to yield greater benefits, as even a substitute lineup may not lead to a defeat away against Bilbao. However, Facing an Athletic Bilbao team that thrives at home complicates matters more than Pellegrini anticipated. Athletic Bilbao, a founding member of La Liga, has never been relegated since its inception in 1928, an honor shared only with Real Madrid and Barcelona. Furthermore, the team has exclusively utilized players from the Basque region since its establishment, a rarity on a global scale. Up until 2008, the jerseys of the Basque Lions bore no commercial advertisements, underscoring the team's conservative nature. Yet, this conservatism has allowed Athletic Bilbao to maintain its distinctive style since its founding, embodying the spirit of a bulldog, full of tenacity and indomitable will. The Basques, known for their fierce character, are a mountain-dwelling people residing along the border of Spain and France. This toughness manifests in Athletic Bilbao's relentless pressing and movement. Additionally, with the arrival of the eccentric coach Bielsa, the combination of his approach and the Basque Lions appears serendipitous, infusing the team's playing style with heightened passion. As a coach, Bielsa's accolades, 3 domestic league titles in Argentina and an Olympic gold medal, pale in comparison to the numerous honors held by many of his contemporaries. However, as a football theorist, Bielsa undoubtedly exerts a profoundly significant influence on South American football. Since the 1950s and 60s, when the four-defender formation from Brazil began to shape the global game, no South American has impacted football tactics to such an extent. Bielsa's tactical philosophy can be regarded, in a sense, as a continuation of the all-out attacking and defensive strategy. His moniker, El Loco, stems from the almost frenzied pressing and oppression executed in the attacking third of the pitch. Such aggressive pressing may seem commonplace in the 2020s. Yet when Bielsa first implemented this almost madcap strategy, it was indeed an audacious act. In an era when goalkeepers generally lacked ball distribution skills, suffocating pressure in the opposing half rendered it nearly impossible for the opposition to organize attacks from the ground, forcing them to resort to long clearances. With a greater number of defenders than forwards, the probability of winning aerial duels was decidedly in their favor, making this pressing remarkably effective. Numerous contemporary coaches have drawn inspiration from Bielsa. Guardiola has noted in interviews the substantial influence Bielsa's tactical ideas have had on his own philosophy. Although Bielsa has not amassed a plethora of championship titles, he is undeniably a foundational figure in the realm of football strategy. His almost obsessive commitment to tactics often overshadowed considerations of victory or defeat. His teams perpetually pressed forward, passing, and attacking. From the outset of the match, the home team, Athletic Bilbao, unleashed an overwhelming press. They adopted a 4-2-3-1 formation, with Javi Martinez and Herrera anchoring the midfield, while Spanish international Llorente spearheaded the attack. The presence of these two robust midfielders provided Athletic Bilbao with the confidence to engage in relentless pressing. In the 13th minute, Athletic Bilbao scored. Their frenzied pressing led to a successful interception, creating an opportunity. When Camacho received the ball in his own half, he was swiftly surrounded. After a moment's hesitation, he found himself enveloped by Bilbao players. He had no choice but to shield the ball, attempting to draw a foul to halt the game and catch his breath. However, when Javi Martinez toppled him, winning the ball and passing it to the wide midfielder Cecita, the latter surged forward at pace, delivering a cross without breaking stride. Llorente and de Michelis contested the header, and the ball struck de Michelis' shoulder, ricocheting to the edge of the penalty area. Herrera, making a surging run from the midfield, struck the ball with precision. It soared like an arrow towards the goal. Caballero had no chance to respond to this shot. 1-0. Herrera scores. Andres exclaimed. Athletic Bilbao took the lead. Malaga found themselves trailing away from home. This marked the first time this season that they found themselves trailing. From the outset of the match, Bielsa's team relentlessly applied a suffocating high press on Malaga. Notably, Cazorla and Joaquin were seated on the bench, while the midfield comprised Camacho, Isco, and Juanito, with the forward line featuring Ye Luo, Baptista, and Diego Bonanno. In the midfield, both Camacho and Isco exhibited a certain youthful inexperience, which became a focal point for Athletic Bilbao's pressing strategy, yielding significant results. As Malaga fell behind, it seemed that the most delighted spectators were not the fans of Athletic Bilbao, but rather those of Real Madrid and Barcelona, who finally glimpsed the prospect of Malaga's defeat. Andres, commentating from the booth, made a jest of the situation. Once the match resumed, the intensity escalated. Malaga sought to swiftly equalize, yet Bielsa's side remained resolute. refusing to yield an inch. The Malaga players, fueled by frustration, felt that Javi Martinez's tackle was evidently a foul, but the referee disregarded their protests, leading to the conceded goal. As Athletic Bilbao celebrated their score, Malaga's players encircled the referee, demanding an explanation. Ye Luo, adorned with the captain's armband, questioned the officiating standards. The referee merely explained that Martinez had not extended his arms and that the contact was a reasonable challenge. This justification, however, failed to appease the Malaga players. Consequently, upon the match's restart, the challenges from Malaga grew increasingly aggressive. Athletic Bilbao, unwilling to be outdone, escalated the confrontation, resulting in a more volatile atmosphere on the pitch. In the 20th minute, Malaga's fullback Fernando received a yellow card for a foul on Llorente, further inciting the ire of the Malaga squad, who argued that if Martinez's collision with Camacho was deemed unworthy of a foul, then this infraction certainly did not warrant a yellow card. Shortly thereafter, in the 23rd minute, Ye Luo was unceremoniously pushed to the ground by the pursuing defender Irola near the center circle. Everyone was acutely aware of the threat Ye Luo posed if he were allowed to turn. Thus, Athletic Bilbao's strategy revolved around preventing Ye Luo from receiving the ball, with the next best option being to hinder him in dangerous areas, and failing that, to commit a foul immediately after he gained possession to prevent him from turning. This tactic proved effective, earning Malaga a free kick, albeit one that was distant from the goal and posed minimal threat. Following the whistle, the referee produced a yellow card for Irola, who appeared bewildered and aggrieved, prompting Athletic Bilbao's players to surround the official in protest. Within 3 minutes, both teams received a yellow card, as the referee attempted to restore some equilibrium. However, this method of seeking balance only served to exacerbate tensions, with both teams simmering with frustration, intensifying the match further. The match commenced with an exhilarating fervor, careening towards a chaotic spectacle. Chapter 112, La Liga champion? Why not? Neither side's midfielders showed any intention of slowing the tempo. The pace of the game soared, a relentless back and forth ensued. Fouls, players tumbling, whistles blowing. Interruptions marked the contest. Both teams, in such a frenzied atmosphere, gave their all. The pitch was a tumult of bodies. Ye Luo found himself toppled several times, his jersey smeared with dirt from the turf. Amidst the fierce clashes, the home team, Athletic Bilbao, gradually seized the advantage. In the 38th minute, Malaga's goal was breached once more. This time, it was Llorente who found the net, assisted by the pivotal playmaker of Bilbao, DeMarcos. From the left side, just outside the penalty area, DeMarcos curled the ball towards the goal with his left foot, executing a precise aerial connection. Llorente, in motion, needed no leap. He directed the ball into the net with a powerful header, the angle favoring him. The goalkeeper was left with no recourse. As Llorente's header sailed into Malaga's goal, the cheers reverberated above San Mamés Stadium, as if to lift the very roof of the arena. Athletic Bilbao's season had commenced rather lackluster. They lost their opening home match and followed it with 3 away games without a victory, resulting in 2 draws and 1 defeat. After 4 rounds of the league, they had only garnered a mere 2 points, an undeniably disheartening start for Bilbao. Thus, returning to their home ground, they were determined to fight fiercely, yearning for a much-needed victory. The fans of Athletic Bilbao unleashed their pent-up emotions from several rounds of disappointment. Malaga's formidable rise in the last century had pushed Bilbao down to 7th place, depriving them of a spot in the Europa League, a situation that weighed heavily on the minds of their supporters. Moreover, Malaga's exceptional performance this season, juxtaposed with Bilbao's struggles, further exacerbated the discontent among their fans. Now, with a 2-goal lead over Malaga, Athletic Bilbao had finally vented some of their frustrations. It is often said that a 1-goal lead is precarious, yet with a 2-goal advantage, Bilbao found themselves in a relatively secure position. The fans brimmed with confidence regarding their team's chances of securing victory. They firmly believed in their squad's prowess on home soil. In this stadium, even Barcelona and Real Madrid would find it challenging to prevail. Llorente, oh, what a beauty! This could be the goal that seals the victory for Athletic Bilbao, Andres exclaimed from the commentary booth. Malaga found themselves in dire straits, trailing by 2 goals, and were on the brink of suffering their first defeat of the season. Should Malaga lose this match, they are likely to descend to 4th place. As the competition in this season's La Liga appears exceedingly intense, the dominance of Real Madrid and Barcelona as the premier Spanish teams is well established. Both Malaga and Atletico Madrid have shown remarkable form. Valencia and Real Betis have also achieved 3 victories and 1 defeat, accumulating 9 points, and are not far from the top positions, at least in the early stages of the season. Many La Liga teams are demonstrating commendable performance this season. Malaga faced a formidable challenge at San Mamés Stadium against Athletic Bilbao, contending with a team that played with near-manic fervor under the guidance of their passionate coach, Bielsa. Athletic Bilbao showcased an exhilarating style of football, characterized by relentless pressing, constant pursuit, and forward thrusts. Based on the first half, this season's Athletic Bilbao should not be underestimated. Despite a shaky start, they are steadily regaining their footing under Bielsa's leadership. The fusion of the Basque Lions with Bielsa's football philosophy promises to yield intriguing results. Commentators have been effusive in their praise for Bielsa's influence on Athletic Bilbao, regardless of their own understanding of the game. Former players and esteemed coaches alike extol Bielsa's virtues, prompting the media to follow suit. The tendency to conform and elevate one's status is hardly surprising, much like the fans in the Dragon Kingdom, who might proudly declare allegiance to Barcelona or Real Madrid, only to be labeled as championship fans. Those who profess to support Tottenham certainly do not enjoy the same recognition. It seems the current trend favors backing teams with significant historical prestige that have experienced a downturn in recent years, such as Liverpool. This is the desired aura. On domestic platforms, fans expressed their frustration over Malaga conceding 2 goals. The impact of the Champions League is undeniably profound. It is often said that participating in the Champions League brings a bittersweet experience for smaller clubs. Some teams that managed to break into the top for last season may find themselves battling relegation during the Champions League campaign. A loss in this match could indeed see Malaga slip to 4th place, which is a pity, as one might have hoped they could maintain their lead for a longer duration. Ideally, they would hold on to this position until the season's conclusion. Dreams are beautiful. Yet with Real Madrid and Barcelona in the mix, the opportunities for other La Liga teams appear scant. As fans engaged in discussion, the first half of the match reached its conclusion, with Athletic Bilbao holding a 2-goal advantage as they retreated to the locker room. During halftime, Pellegrini made adjustments, substituting Turolin for winger Bonanot, thereby introducing an experienced player to anchor the midfield while increasing their numbers. This strategic move aimed to alleviate the pressure on young talents Camacho and Isco, who were being closely marked by Athletic Bilbao. Following this substitution, Malaga seemed to be gravitating back towards the 3 defensive midfielder system they employed last season. Juanito, Camacho, and Turolin, 3 midfielders renowned for their defensive prowess, alongside Isco positioned as an attacking midfielder, create a formidable presence in the midfield. When the second half commenced and Turolin stood ready to enter the fray, numerous commentators criticized Pellegrini's substitution. By opting to introduce Turolin, a defensive midfielder, Pellegrini appeared to undermine his side's offensive potential, especially considering Malaga was trailing by 2 goals. In such circumstances, it is customary to bolster the attack by substituting a forward or an attacking midfielder. The decision to replace a winger with a defensive midfielder seemed counterproductive for Malaga's offensive aspirations. While the defensive solidity had been augmented, what of the attacking threat? The removal of an offensive player could indeed weaken the team's forward momentum. Yet, unbeknownst to many, Pellegrini harbored confidence in Malaga's attacking capabilities, bolstered by the presence of Ye Luo. In the first half, Camacho and Isco, both youthful talents, faced concerted pressure and appeared somewhat flustered. The introduction of Turolin aimed to harness the veteran's experience to stabilize the midfield, ensuring that Malaga could withstand the onslaught. Defense is the cornerstone of all endeavors. With a robust defense, Ye Luo would be afforded opportunities to challenge the opponent's goal. Bielsa discerned Pellegrini's tactical adjustments, interpreting them as a signal that Athletic Bilbao's opportunities were also on the rise. The absence of a forward diminished Malaga's attacking threat against Bilbao's defense, prompting Bielsa to instruct his fullbacks to advance their positions and intensify their pressing in the midfield. This audacious gamble by Bielsa did not escape Pellegrini's notice. He inhaled deeply, recognizing that Bielsa's maneuver was a calculated risk, one that hinged on the premise that Bilbao might score a 3rd goal before Malaga found their own. Pellegrini felt compelled to respond, for he had already initiated such changes. Without maintaining midfield intensity and applying pressure in the attacking third, how could they generate scoring opportunities? As both teams adapted, the match's dynamics remained unchanged, perhaps even more intense. However, unlike the first half, the presence of the seasoned Turolin instilled a sense of calm in young players like Camacho and Isco. As their nerves settled, their midfield talents began to flourish. A subtle transformation took hold. Malaga's sequence of passes in midfield gradually increased. Previously, their attempts would seldom exceed 3 passes, often interrupted by fouls or interceptions, which severely disrupted the flow of the match. Yet, as the second half progressed, Malaga began to string together multiple passes even under Bilbao's pressing, with sequences of uninterrupted play becoming more frequent. This shift in momentum caught Bielsa's attention, compelling him to take a more observant stance from the sidelines. He squinted, his brow furrowed. The opposing team had 4 midfielders, no 5. Ye Luo and others dropped back to participate in the build-up play, to evade entanglement. They opted for quick one-touch passes. Although such rapid exchanges can lead to errors, as Malaga began to string together 3, 4, even 5 consecutive passes in midfield, the pressing effectiveness of Athletic Bilbao's players significantly diminished. Consequently, as this scenario unfolded more frequently, Malaga's offensive momentum began to burgeon. In the 58th minute of the match, Ye Luo and Isco exchanged positions, with Isco making a forward run down the left flank, while Ye Luo retreated from the striker position to play as an advanced midfielder. Their brief positional switch created a fleeting opportunity for a pass. Upon receiving a cross from Camacho, Turlin immediately recognized this opening. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Ye Luo's position and instinctively directed the ball into that space. He could not guarantee the accuracy of the pass. It was a gamble. If he were to stop and assess the situation before passing, it would be too late. A moment's hesitation could lead to disaster. As Athletic Bilbao's players charged forward like bulldozers, making evasion nearly impossible, the space was limited, yet Turlin trusted in Ye Luo's explosive speed. Indeed, as he sent the ball soaring into that area, Ye Luo's acceleration outpaced the tightly marking Herrera. He swiftly surged forward, meeting the ball with a deft flick of his left ankle, sending it through Herrera's legs and precisely into the path of Isco, who awaited on the left flank. Isco controlled the ball and executed a diagonal long pass. The ball traversed to the opposite side, landing at the feet of the forward Baptista. After skillfully controlling it with his chest, Baptista unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. The ball was deflected out of bounds by Athletic Bilbao's goalkeeper, Elisos. A corner kick. Following Elisos' save, the television cameras zoomed in on Ye Luo's focused expression before replaying Malaga's recent offensive sequence in its entirety. This marked a successful culmination of their efforts since the second half commenced. Ye Luo's retreat, Isco's lateral movement, their seamless positional interchange, the midfield's one-touch passes, and Ye Luo's deft left-footed flick, all evidenced meticulous planning. Malaga finally orchestrated a cohesive offensive maneuver, during which Athletic Bilbao's pressing failed to intercept the ball. Nor did they find an opportunity for a foul. Perhaps due to fatigue or the efficacy of Malaga's adjustments, Bielsa's team was now gradually losing ground. Andrus remarked, "Indeed, it is evident to any discerning observer that after the chaotic play earlier, Malaga's adjustments in the second half have rendered their game increasingly fluid." This indicated that the tempo favored by Athletic Bilbao had been disrupted. The rhythm of the match had been reclaimed by Malaga, who gradually assumed control of the game. Upon witnessing Baptista's shot being parried away, Pellegrini lamentably clasped his head in his hands, only to subsequently applaud fervently, exclaiming, "Well done. Just like that. Patience. Patience." The head coach, standing at the sidelines, could hardly indulge in lengthy discourses or elaborate tactical blueprints. He was compelled to convey only the essentials. Pellegrini gestured toward his temples, urging his players to maintain composure and patience, advising them not to engage in a battle of wills with their opponents, but rather to focus their attention on orchestrating their passes. It remained uncertain how many players on the pitch were able to heed Pellegrini's exhortations amidst the unfolding scene. Within the penalty area of Athletic Bilbao, Demichelis and the opposing midfielder, Javi Martinez, found themselves entangled while participating in a corner kick attack. Their embrace nearly transforming the match into a wrestling contest. The other players mirrored this chaotic engagement. Athletic Bilbao employed a defensive strategy that combined zonal marking with man-to-man coverage for corner kicks. They had outnumbered Malaga's attacking players within the box, as every member of Athletic Bilbao had returned to fortify their defense. Consequently, each Malaga player involved in the corner kick was closely monitored. The players' entanglement resembled a collective display of jiu-jitsu. The referee, noticing the tumult within the penalty area, whistled to halt the game. laboriously separating the two most conspicuous figures. Domitius and Javi Martinez, who were locked in a close embrace, one with an arm around the neck and the other grappling below the waist, a scene of undeniable intimacy. The referee summoned them forth, issuing verbal warnings against further physical altercations. Both players, evidently unyielding, believed the onus lay with the other, and upon returning to the penalty area, they resumed their entanglement. The referee was accustomed to such scenarios. If he were to strictly enforce a no-contact rule in these circumstances, it was likely that the corner kick would never be executed by the end of the match. Ye Luo was similarly attended to, closely shadowed by another athletic Bilbao midfielder, Herrera, renowned for his grappling skills, who clung tightly to Ye Luo's side, even attempting to grasp his jersey. Ye Luo adeptly maneuvered amidst his teammates and the opposing players, evading their grasp. Amidst this tumult, the penalty area descended into further chaos. The referee, exasperated, blew his whistle once more, signaling Isco to expedite the execution of the corner kick. Isco stood at the corner flag, initially contemplating a tactical play. However, given the disarray within the penalty area, the conditions for such a strategy were non-existent. It would be wiser to deliver the ball centrally, allowing the towering Malaga players to seize a fortuitous opportunity. Isco hesitated, aware that for Malaga, even a single corner kick presented a rare and precious chance. Trailing by 2 goals, they needed to capitalize on every opportunity to stage a comeback, refraining from carelessly squandering any potential scoring chances. Prior to the commencement of the season, Pellegrini had intentionally refrained from imposing any specific objectives upon the team to alleviate pressure. However, privately, Ye Luo has already confided in several key players from various teams. This season, a significant objective for the team is to achieve a breakthrough in the league. What constitutes a breakthrough? Is it merely moving from 3rd place last season to 2nd place this season? Certainly not. The distinction between 3rd and 2nd place, aside from the minuscule difference in league bonuses, holds little significance. Few will remember the nuances of being 2nd or 3rd. Only the league champion signifies a true breakthrough. To seize the championship in La Liga, dominated by Real Madrid and Barcelona, every single point must be treasured. Trailing by 2 goals complicates the team's situation, necessitating that they do not squander opportunities. The recent missed shot by Baptista was indeed regrettable. Now, this corner kick cannot be taken lightly. Isco's gaze fixates on the penalty area. Ye Luo's eyes also dart towards the corner flag, their gazes meeting in the air. Subsequently, they almost simultaneously cast their sights outside the penalty area. An unspoken understanding blossoms within them. Isco retreats, preparing for his run. Inside the box, chaos ensues as players jostle for advantageous positions. Ye Luo weaves through the crowd like a fish, eluding Herrera's grasp. Isco quickly assesses the power and direction of his pass and sends the ball soaring. The football ascends, not towards the small box, but towards the outer edge of the large penalty area. Simultaneously, Ye Luo, stationed at the back post, makes a sudden diagonal run towards the edge of the penalty arc. Isco's pass is perfectly timed, devoid of spin and low in height. With few players at the edge of the penalty area, the ball does not need to soar high to pass through. As the football descends, Ye Luo is already poised to strike. He does not touch the ball. Planting his left foot firmly while his right foot lashes out like a whip, his upper body leaning back, using his left foot as a pivot to maintain balance. All his strength is unleashed upon the approaching football. Ye Luo's right foot connects sharply, striking the ball still suspended in the air. With a resounding thud, the football zooms past Herrera's ear. The sound of the ball slicing through the air erupts in Herrera's ears, drowning out the din of the crowd. Turning his head, Herrera observes the ball spinning perfectly straight, hurtling towards the goal. Along this trajectory, numerous players are positioned. Any touch from them could render Ye Luo's shot futile. Javi Martinez leaps, extending his neck in an attempt to deflect the ball. Yet he is a moment too late. The ball sails over his head just as he jumps. Meanwhile, Domitius beside him recoils in terror. The football narrowly evades his shoulder, just missing him and allowing Ye Luo's shot to remain unobstructed. From the perspective of goalkeeper Alessos, the entangled Domitius and Martinez suddenly separated, and the football slipped through the gap between them. In an instant, the ball transformed from small to large, its speed so rapid that Alessos had no time to exert his full strength. He leapt, extending his arms in an attempt to deflect the ball. He did indeed graze the surface of the ball, yet against such a powerful shot, The minuscule force from his fingertips proved insufficient to alter its trajectory. Thus, the outcome remained unchanged. The ball struck the net with a resounding thud. Yellow. What a world-class goal! Duan Xin exclaimed. Beautiful. Absolutely magnificent. A stunning volley. Incredible. Oh, Yellow. He is truly a specialist in world-class goals. Yellow. Yellow, yellow. Gu wow. Andres shouted, embodying the spirit of a true Spanish commentator. After a triumphant roar, he took a deep breath, ready to showcase his vocal prowess. The cacophony of San Mamés Stadium seemed silenced in that moment. The Basques stood agape, rendered speechless by the unfolding drama. After scoring, Yellow dashed into the goal, scooped up the ball, and hurried back while beckoning his teammates to return for the restart. Only then did San Mamés Stadium seem to awaken from its stupor, sharp boos piercing the air. However, the Malaga players paid no heed, excitedly trailing behind Yellow, exuberantly cheering. They understood all too well the significance of this goal. This strike ignited hope for the two-goal-down Malaga, rekindling their aspirations to equalize and even surpass the score. It revitalized Malaga's morale, offering the players a glimpse of renewed possibility. Amidst the cacophony of jeers, the mentality of the Athletic Bilbao players began to shift. Initially, they felt secure in their lead, having been 2 goals ahead at halftime. Yet now, with Malaga having scored a stunning world-class goal, narrowing the score to 2-1, a disquieting thought crept into their minds. Could we be equalized? This notion loomed like a specter in their consciousness. Although they still held a 1-goal advantage, the psychological shift stirred a wave of anxiety among the leading players. The once comfortable cushion of a 2-goal lead had dwindled to a precarious one. The tremors of this mental disturbance manifested on their faces, revealing their growing impatience. They yearned to score again, to reclaim their earlier dominance. Yet, in reality, they remain ahead, and it is indeed Malaga that should be anxious. The players of Malaga did not celebrate excessively. They needed to seize the moment. The jubilation from the coaching bench and substitutes was fervent, with Pellegrini inadvertently slipping on a water bottle during the festivities, barely managing to prevent a fall by grasping the railing. However, the athletic club fans in the stands were far from courteous. They directed rude gestures towards Pellegrini, fervently jeering. Fools, what are you so proud of? You're still trailing. Eat dirt, you Malaga imbeciles. Go to hell. Pellegrini was escorted back to the coaching bench by security personnel. Yet this minor incident did not dampen his spirits. The significance of that goal was monumental, and there were still over 30 minutes left in the match. Malaga had ample time to equalize, or even take the lead. Bolstered by their newfound morale, Malaga indeed took control of the game after it resumed, launching wave after wave of attacks. The player most frequently captured by the cameras during this period was Athletic Club's goalkeeper, Inaki. He made remarkable saves, guarding the last line of defense for Athletic Club. It was due to his efforts that Malaga's hopes of quickly equalizing were dashed. 10 minutes later, however, Malaga had to slow their offensive tempo. Continuous high-intensity attacks were taxing their stamina, and they required a moment to catch their breath. The fans of Athletic Club in the stands and their head coach, Bielsa, visibly exhaled in relief. Having withstood the onslaught following Malaga's goal, the match now had more room for maneuvering. They still held a 1-goal lead, which would grow more substantial as time elapsed. The less time remaining, the more anxious Malaga would become, presenting opportunities for Athletic Club. The failure to score within a short time frame began to furrow Pellegrini's brow. The prior opportunities had been too favorable, and they had missed that crucial window. The likelihood of returning to that 10-minute offensive surge seemed increasingly slim. The match was progressing in the direction the fans of Athletic Club had hoped for, and the momentum appeared to be shifting slowly. The scales of victory seemed to tilt once more in favor of Athletic Club. Ye Luo could feel the change. His chances of receiving passes in the attacking third had diminished. This indicated that the midfield was starting to lose control. Athletic Club resembled a mighty lion, poised to pounce on Malaga's defense. We must make a change. Seizing a moment during a dead ball, Ye Luo quickly gathered a few teammates for a brief discussion. What should we alter? I will revert to the midfield. Pass to me when I signal. Isco, Bapu, make your runs forward without hesitation. Ye Luo summarized succinctly. Nods of agreement followed, and they swiftly dispersed. As the captain and offensive linchpin, Ye Luo naturally possessed such authority on the field. The coach on the sidelines cannot call a timeout like in a basketball game to meticulously devise strategies. Thus, in numerous scenarios, players must adapt spontaneously to varying match conditions. Ye Luo swiftly adjusted his position, beginning to maneuver along the midfield line, interspersing himself between the defensive midfielder and the midfielders of Athletic Bilbao. The other Malaga players placed their absolute trust in Ye Luo, passing him the ball whenever there was space. Ye Luo's ability to control and shield the ball was exceptional. Attempting to dispossess him was a formidable challenge, often resulting in a foul. Meanwhile, Herrera and Martinez were engaged in a discussion during a dead ball situation. They were undoubtedly contemplating how to thwart Ye Luo's attempts to find a breakthrough in this area. His long-range shooting was formidable. Once he penetrated our defensive midfield line, he could unleash a powerful shot on goal. They needed to be cautious not to let him get past them. Herrera and Martinez encouraged each other, their assessment being quite reasonable. Ye Luo excelled in both dribbling and scoring, and his retreat was clearly aimed at setting up a scoring opportunity. He didn't need to bypass every player. Merely crossing the defensive midfield line would suffice for a long-range strike. Ye Luo posed a significant threat with his long-range shots as the leading scorer for Malaga, making their conclusion to defend against his breakthrough and subsequent shot entirely logical. However, Ye Luo was acutely aware of the opponent's defensive strategy. After receiving the ball, he noticed that Martinez and Herrera maintained their distance, refraining from closing in on him, which he quickly deduced was due to their fear of being bypassed. Ye Luo passed the ball back and then continued to stretch the space horizontally to receive it again. On the field, when Camacho received a cross from Toureleng, he found himself surrounded by Athletic Bilbao players. This high-intensity match posed a significant challenge for the young Camacho. However, upon spotting Ye Luo directly ahead of him, he felt a wave of relief and passed the ball. Ye Luo turned the ball and advanced forward, clearly intent on breaking through. Herrera immediately became alert, swiftly retreating to cover the passing lanes, hesitant to engage too aggressively. Yet, in that very moment of retreat, Ye Luo flicked the ball over. Ye Luo's flick? The commentators were taken aback, surprised that such a prolific scorer possessed such delicate passing finesse. The ball soared over the heads of the Athletic Bilbao defenders, landing in the space between the defensive line and the goalkeeper. Isco and Baptista executed Ye Luo's instructions with unwavering determination. They had repeatedly penetrated the Athletic Bilbao defense without receiving the ball, causing the defenders to become somewhat inattentive. As they surged forward this time, many defenders focused their attention on Ye Luo, who appeared poised to break through, completely unprepared for his precise pass. The ball landed perfectly in front of Isco. Ye Luo's pass was impeccably timed. He didn't need to control it. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, he deftly guided the ball across to the opposite side. Baptista easily slotted it into an open goal. Baptista, 2-2. He equalized for Malaga. Andres exclaimed with excitement. After leveling the score, Baptista slid on his knees in celebration near the corner flag, only to be overwhelmed by exuberant Malaga players. The entire stadium was filled with boos. In the 78th minute of the match, Malaga had leveled the score. From a 2-goal lead to being equalized, the fans of Athletic Bilbao were understandably disheartened. Moreover, there were still several minutes left in the match, plenty of time for another goal. Of course, Athletic Bilbao could also capitalize on this remaining time to launch an attack. However, it was evident that Malaga, having equalized, had gained the upper hand in momentum over Bilbao. The balance of victory now tilted towards Malaga. The television replayed the goal repeatedly, but curiously, the most replayed clip was not Baptista's goal itself, but rather Ye Luo's exquisite pass. With the outside of his right foot, he lifted the ball into the air. At the moment of the pass, Baptista was in an offside position. Thus, the ball was directed to Isco, who was just onside. When Isco received the ball and made his pass, Baptista was no longer offside. This clever pass created the opportunity for the goal. Witnessing this pass, with its imaginative and aesthetic flair, one could have mistaken Ye Luo for attempting to break through and shoot himself, but instead, he delivered a stunning pass, proving that his playmaking skills were as formidable as his scoring ability. Ye Luo once again emerged as the key player for Malaga. Though this equalizing goal was neither his nor an assist, he deserved 70 to 80% of the credit. Andres reflected, a thought surging within him. If Malaga could win this match with a semi-reserve lineup, they would have secured victories in 2 league matches using a rotational squad. Such a performance made him wonder if they could contend for the league title this season. This notion startled Andres, prompting him to suppress it deep within. The celebration among Malaga players on the pitch soon came to an end, for their ambition extended beyond merely securing a draw at San Mamés. In the ensuing match, both sides battled fiercely, players driven by intense determination. Time ticked away, yet the score remained unchanged at 2-2. Athletic Bilbao was also dissatisfied with a home draw, and their coach, Bielsa, would not permit his team to retreat into a defensive shell. Malaga, too, pursued goals to take the lead. The match unfolded into a fierce contest for every inch of ground. The intensity of the game raised the anxiety levels of both sets of fans and neutral spectators alike. Both sides had opportunities, yet failed to capitalize. Frequent fouls and falls interrupted the match, extending the stoppage time significantly, an astonishing 6 minutes. As the clock approached the 95th minute, both sides of the crowd believed that the match would conclude in a stalemate. However, it was Malaga that seized possession. Isco advanced the ball past the halfway line and distributed it to the left flank, where substitute left-back Monterrey awaited. Within the penalty area, Malaga had adopted an all-out offensive strategy with 3 forwards. In the 83rd minute, Vani replaced Juanito, joining Ye Luo and Baptista on the pitch. The determination of Malaga was palpable. After receiving the ball, Monterrey glanced at the penalty area and opted for an immediate cross. The ball soared high, heading straight for the far post. Vani sprinted towards the back post in pursuit. Ye Luo also made a timely diagonal run into the center. At that moment, Herrera and Martinez were preoccupied with Ye Luo's position, quickly positioning themselves to block the central route. Yet, Ye Luo suddenly halted, retreating toward the edge of the penalty area. Simultaneously, Vani extended his foot to hook the ball back. He intended to shoot. As the opportunity was fleeting, Monterrey's pass was slightly overhit, and Vani barely managed to redirect it. The ball flew towards the penalty area, where Ye Luo, having just returned, met it with a powerful swing of his right foot. Bang! The ball angled towards the far corner, striking the inside of the post and ricocheting into the net. At that moment, the clock had just ticked past the 96th minute. Ye Luo, a last-minute strike. Oh my God! In the dying moments of the match, Ye Luo scored, leading Malaga to a stunning turnaround from a 2-goal deficit. Ye Luo had commandeered the game in the second half. In the commentary box, the announcers erupted in euphoria. After scoring, Ye Luo glanced at the ball nestled in the net, confirming the goal's validity, and raced towards the corner flag with outstretched arms, amidst a chorus of boos, executing a perfect slide on his knees. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Such a match was enough to ignite one's passion. The Malaga coaching staff and substitutes were in a frenzy. "We will surely succeed. We will definitely succeed," exclaimed assistant coach Malosca, barely containing his enthusiasm. On the field, the players of Athletic Bilbao stood with their hands on their hips, heads bowed in resignation. They understood they had lost this match. Indeed, that was the reality. When the game resumed, Athletic Bilbao struggled to string together a few passes before the referee blew the final whistle. The match concluded. In the commentary box, Andres shouted, "Ye Luo." Once again, Ye Luo has dominated the game. The television screen zoomed in on Ye Luo. After a brief celebration, he appeared before a backdrop adorned with advertisements, ready to face the press as the man of the match. "Ye Luo, you have achieved 5 consecutive victories in the league, maintaining your position at the top. How long do you believe you can hold on to this lead?" A reporter inquired. Ye Luo regarded the journalist as if he were foolish. I believe we can maintain this until the end of the league," Ye Luo replied. "Malaga is vying for the La Liga championship. Journalists are abuzz with excitement. How sensational is this? The star player of Malaga has declared his intention to contend for the La Liga title." Ye Luo, without hesitation, felt that the time had come to announce his ambitions. Concealing them would only dampen the team's morale. Why not? As he spoke, he brushed past the reporters and made his way towards the players' tunnel. The journalists watched his retreating figure. Ye Luo refrained from uttering any grandiose proclamations about their certain victory. His tone was calm, yet within that tranquility, the reporters sensed a weighty conviction. This man is serious. Is Malaga truly aiming for the La Liga championship? How outrageous. Some murmured, "Just empty talk," others scoffed. Yet, they currently sit at the top of the standings, a point of contention for some. Real Madrid and Barcelona will surely catch up. Will they though? Under the bold headline of Marca, accompanied by a somewhat arrogant photograph of Ye Luo, an image carefully selected to capture the moment between his neutral expression and a burgeoning smile. He appeared to exude a subtle mockery, with confidence in his eyes that could easily be interpreted as arrogance. The headline encapsulates the exchange between Ye Luo and the journalists. In truth, even without any overt display of hubris, his statement alone suffices as audacious. A championship? Malaga appears to be somewhat carried away. Even with their current 5 consecutive victories and securing 15 points to temporarily lead the table, it does not guarantee them the title. The league is akin to a marathon. Can a runner leading after merely the first kilometer claim the championship? According to AS, pinned by the esteemed journalist Rorites. This perspective aligns with that of many in the media. In Spain, numerous fans also believe that Malaga is unlikely to seize the championship. And there are ample reasons for this skepticism. Malaga's squad is rather thin. They are simply enjoying a peak in form, which is destined to decline. A team's performance resembles a wavering line reflecting its intrinsic strength, ebbing and flowing in cycles. This season, Malaga is also competing in the Champions League, and managing dual campaigns often leads to the collapse of smaller teams. In their match against Athletic Bilbao at San Mamés, Malaga fielded a rotated squad with a clear intent to assemble a fully fit starting 11 for their clash in Munich at the Allianz Arena. They are pursuing the league title while simultaneously vying for glory in the Champions League. Such good fortune, does it truly befall Malaga? In an instant, many Spanish media outlets erupted in ridicule. The struggles and defenses of local Malaga media were swiftly overshadowed by the voices of pro-Real Madrid and pro-Barcelona major outlets. In the realm of media, smaller outlets appear as sardines before a great white shark. The disparity in volume is insurmountable. Therefore, when the news from the Spanish media reached the Dragon Kingdom, a chorus of derision echoed through the air. The football media of the Dragon Kingdom, lacking in original reporting, predominantly serve as mere echo chambers for Western outlets. This is an undeniable truth. Such a situation has left the fans of the Dragon Kingdom perplexed. What is happening? Even after a 5-match winning streak, they still find themselves subjected to ridicule? Before the supporters could fully process their bewilderment, a sliver of original content emerged from Matchday microblog. It is widely acknowledged that Ye Luo's character flaws were pivotal in his estrangement from the Football Association. Although he currently thrives abroad, his temperament will ultimately impede his evolution into a more formidable player. The La Liga, dominated by Barcelona and Real Madrid, leaves little room for smaller clubs like Malaga to openly express their championship aspirations without attracting scorn. Ye Luo's actions have evidently placed Malaga in a precarious position. Upon the release of this microblog post, the initial wave of responses came from the army of online trolls, sycophants of Matchday and detractors of Ye Luo, who found solace in the camaraderie of their shared disdain. Well said, they proclaimed, with some even deluding themselves into believing they were the epitome of football wisdom. Winning the championship? It is laughable. This has surely offended the Spanish media. How amusing. Just observe the mockery from the Spanish press. Should there not be a moment of introspection? This post quickly ascended to the top of the comments section. Initially, it was merely a self-congratulatory echo chamber. The microblog ecosystem operates in such a manner that even the most niche communities can find their kindred spirits, reinforcing their views within the confines of their insular world. As long as they remain within this bubble, oblivious to the mainstream, they can convince themselves they are part of the dominant narrative. However, Matchday post was swiftly captured and disseminated across forums. It rapidly gained traction, igniting the ire of numerous fans. This Matchday, is he truly blind to his own absurdity? They exclaimed. The discord between Ye Luo and the Football Association is attributed to his character flaws? What nonsense. If one does not kneel, it must be a character flaw, right? The prevailing sentiment in the popular comments section was one of outrage. Reflect? Nonsense. Reflect? Nonsense. In a matter of moments, as a surge of fans flooded in, Matchday microblog became a trending topic. Soon, a cacophony of curses drowned out all else. Consequently, Matchday chose to curate his responses. For Ye Luo, the comments from the media and fans hold no sway over him. After completing the 5th round of league matches away from home, the team returned to Malaga, enjoyed a day of rest, and then boarded a flight to Munich on the 3rd day. Meanwhile, the Spanish media expressed skepticism regarding Malaga's away journey. Perhaps all we can do now is pray for Malaga, as they face the formidable Bayern Munich. In their preview of this match, AS reported, Hanks's team has regained the aura of a Bundesliga powerhouse this season, winning all 4 of their opening matches and scoring an astonishing 14 goals in those encounters. The offensive prowess of scoring more than 3 goals per match is indeed formidable. While it is true that Ye Luo has netted 9 goals in 5 La Liga matches and 4 in the Champions League group stage, the impending clash against the nearly flawless Bayern Munich raises concerns regarding the performance that Ye Luo and Malaga can deliver. In fact, many Spanish media outlets suggest that although Malaga triumphed over AC Milan at home, there were valid reasons for AC Milan's defeat. The average age of their starting lineup is considerably high, compounded by the challenges of an away match, not to mention a hint of overconfidence. They deserve to lose. However, Bayern presents a different challenge altogether. Playing at home, they have completed a significant overhaul, with a squad predominantly composed of key players from the German national team. The offensive front boasts world-class wingers like Robben and Rivalry, while the central position is fortified by a robust striker like Gomez. Their tactical repertoire is impressively diverse, capable of executing short passes, counterattacks, flanking fast breaks, and even aerial assaults with precision. Such a team is exceedingly difficult to contend with, as their arsenal is exceptionally rich. This squad possesses virtually no weaknesses. The players are all top tier, with formidable defense, physicality, and technical prowess. In this context, it is challenging for a smaller team like Malaga to gain an advantage at Bayern Munich's home ground. Consequently, many media forecasts indicate that Malaga's best outcome at the Allianz Arena would be to secure a draw. Following that, if they manage to achieve a double victory over Manchester City in the 3rd and 4th rounds of the group stage, accumulating 10 points would alleviate the pressure they face in the 5th round, even if they were to lose to Bayern and Milan in the 5th and 6th rounds. As long as the defeats are not by a large margin, Malaga would still have a significant chance of advancing as the second team from their group with 10 points. In the eyes of the Spanish media, if Malaga can navigate this perilous group and emerge fortunate, it represents the most viable pathway to progression. Marca has even offered strategic advice to Malaga, suggesting a return to last season's 3 defensive midfielder system. With the addition of Tula Lang, their defensive capabilities would be notably strengthened. Otherwise, if they persist with a midfield trio comprising Tula Lang, Joaquin, and Cazorla, they risk being overpowered physically by Bayern, who boast players like Schweinsteiger, Kroos, Müller, Javi Martinez, and Gustavo. The physical confrontation prowess of German teams is robust. While Joaquin and Cazorla are technically skilled players, their physical attributes cannot be deemed their strength. Amidst the prevailing skepticism, fans from the Dragon Country remain optimistic. It matters not whether they win or lose. The crucial point is that Ye Luo can score. Indeed, playing Bayern at the Allianz Arena is a daunting task. This season, Bayern's form has been exceptional, and scoring 3 goals at home has become a standard expectation, truly a terrifying offensive capability. Fans are abuzz with discussions. Meanwhile, in Germany, numerous media outlets have undertaken an analysis of Bayern Munich's opponent in this match. Undoubtedly, the player worthy of the most attention on Malaga's side is Ye Luo, who is the unequivocal linchpin of their offense. His goal tally accounts for over half of the team's total, and if Bayern Munich can thwart Ye Luo from scoring, victory will be assured. However, Malaga possesses only 1 Ye Luo, whereas Bayern boasts the talents of Robben, Rivalry, Gomez, Müller, and Kroos. Thus, Bayern, commanding their home ground, need not alter their strategy against their rivals. Simply fielding their strongest lineup will suffice to overpower the opposition. Heinz, seated in his office, set aside the newspaper in his hands. The Bild is a renowned publication in Germany, noted for its professionalism. Yet, this very professionalism imbued the coverage with an air of arrogance, a sentiment that made the astute Heinz somewhat uneasy. This is the ominous feeling before a potential defeat. The journalist's so-called expertise is merely a shade deeper than that of the average fan, their observations often superficial. Indeed, at first glance, Malaga's midfield trio appears inferior to Bayern's. However, a detailed analysis reveals that their passing capabilities are not lacking and may even surpass Bayern's. Moreover, should Isco and Ye Luo retreat to engage in midfield play, Heinz might well conclude that Bayern could struggle to establish dominance in that area. Spanish teams excel in possession and passing, a reality Heinz fully acknowledges. His opponents are formidable, possessing an undeniable point of explosive strength. Driven by this, Malaga can launch relentless attacks. If Bayern approaches the match with the mindset that they can easily defeat Malaga, Heinz harbors no doubt that his team is likely to face defeat. Earlier today, he had to step out for an errand, and there remains another chapter ahead. Chapter 114. What does it mean to embody star quality? On the training grounds of Bayern Munich, as the Champions League match approaches, the players remain in high spirits. Laughter echoing around them. Muller's boisterous laughter occasionally draws an irritated glance from Heinz, who seems lost in thought. Why is that fool laughing so loudly? Once training concludes, I'll have Thomas practice 50 shots around the post. At that moment, Neuer's peculiar laughter rings out. Muller and Neuer, for reasons unknown, are entwined in a playful embrace, with Neuer bending over in mock screams. This is absurd. Let Manuel take his place in goal, Heinz exclaimed. Heinz's assistant, Hermann, shook his head slightly, aware of Heinz's concerns. Do you truly believe Malaga can achieve anything on our home turf? Hermann inquired. Can they not? Heinz closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Can you not sense the air here? Is there an issue? We are not beset by fog or haze. What problem? I do not sense any imminent tension of a great battle approaching here, Heinz remarked. So what? Haven't we always been this way? Hermann gestured with his hands. This is merely a group match in the Champions League, and we need not prepare as if we were facing the final. Speaking of the Champions League final, a moment of silence enveloped both Heinz and Hermann. How many times has Bayern Munich been the runner-up in the Champions League? 5 times. A full 5 times. Indeed. Only Juventus, with their 6 runner-up finishes, surpasses them in all of Europe. Perhaps I am overly anxious, Heinz admitted. Nonetheless, during the tactical meeting the afternoon before the match, Heinz emphasized the team's mentality. We must never underestimate our opponents in this contest. Heinz inscribed a name on the whiteboard. Why? I believe everyone is familiar with this young talent, he inquired, turning to the group. Certainly, the La Liga top scorer and currently leading the Champions League goal tally, as well as the La Liga scoring chart, Thomas Muller exclaimed, raising his hand. He is indeed formidable. If only he could join Bayern Munich. I have heard that players from the Dragon Country excel in board games. I wonder how his bridge skills are. They should be decent. But I believe his table tennis must be exceptional. Not necessarily. That is a stereotype. It may be quite challenging to completely neutralize him. No matter. We simply need to score more goals than they do. Right, Algin? If this guy arrives, he might just steal my starting position, Robin shrugged. It is better to remain cautious, Lahm advised. Heinz listened to the chattering in the locker room, shaking his head in exasperation. Do not underestimate them. Do not underestimate them. Do not underestimate them. He had repeated this countless times, yet it seemed that mere words lacked the power to instill the necessary seriousness in Bayern Munich's players. After all, the reputation of Malaga precedes it. Placing Bayern Munich alongside Malaga, especially at home, how much more emphasis is needed? Showcasing Bayern Munich's offense should suffice to triumph over Malaga. Bayern is indeed formidable. Malaga, too, conducted their final tactical meeting before the battle. In truth, the primary purpose of this tactical meeting was not to devise new strategies. With the match set for the following day, any last-minute efforts would likely lead Malaga to consider an early exit. Tactics had already been set in motion days prior. Strategy is not akin to a soft drink in a refrigerator, where one merely pays and twists off the cap. Words alone, devoid of practical training, amount to mere empty talk. For instance, how does one defeat Ma Long in a table tennis match? By returning every ball he sends over the table with your paddle. How does one win a football match? First and foremost, we must prevent the opponent from scoring, and secondly, we must find a way to penetrate their goal. It may sound deceptively simple, does it not? Yet, therein lies the crux of the matter. Can we truly accomplish this? The tactical arrangements made the night before the match may be eloquent, but they are of little consequence. Thus, this tactical meeting is, in essence, a rallying call. To put it more diplomatically, it serves to unify the players' mindset before the grand contest, enabling them to shed their mental burdens, adopt a proper attitude, and muster the courage to fight valiantly. We are facing a formidable adversary, and I must remind everyone that the Champions League differs significantly from the domestic league. I have expressed this sentiment before in our match against AC Milan, but it bears repeating. We may encounter circumstances beyond our control during this match, such as conceding an early goal. Pellegrini surveyed his players. This is entirely normal. We must be psychologically prepared. However, even if we do concede, it is of no consequence. We shall adhere to our established tactics. We will surely find the net, will we not? Pellegrini chuckled. Unlike Hanks, who worries that his players may underestimate their opponents. Pellegrini's concern lies in his players becoming overly anxious, intimidated by the renown of Bayern Munich. Upon hearing Pellegrini's words, a smile spread across the faces of the Malaga players, and they turned to look at Ye Luo. With Ye Luo in our ranks, there is reassurance. I shall not dwell excessively on tactics. Many have suggested we play a counter-attacking style, which perhaps Bayern Munich also anticipates. Nevertheless, I shall not alter our familiar tactical framework. Ye Luo, you are required to drop back into midfield to aid in controlling the center. Pellegrini stated, I understand that maintaining possession against Bayern Munich may seem audacious, but I do not believe that retreating into a defensive shell is prudent. Bayern's attacking prowess is formidable. Even if we attempt to defend compactly, it may not suffice. Conversely, if we can focus on controlling possession, Ye Luo will have more opportunities to challenge their defense. These opportunities are the key to securing victory at the Allianz Arena. As Pellegrini concluded, Captain Ye Luo rose to speak. I perused the German newspapers today, and the adulation for Bayern Munich was positively nauseating. Hold on a moment, Cazorla interjected, raising his hand. San Diego, please continue, Ye Luo responded. Glancing at Cazorla, that was a German newspaper, was it not? Cazorla stroked his chin. Indeed, I am well aware. However, I am a linguistic prodigy. Perusing a German newspaper poses no challenge for me. Ye Luo smiled slightly. Perhaps I could pursue a career as a translator after my retirement. Laughter erupted in the locker room. To be candid, there was indeed a sense of nervousness among the players as they faced this unfamiliar and formidable opponent. However, following the laughter, much of that tension dissipated. To return to the matter at hand, our opponents may either underestimate us or not. It is an unpredictable situation. Therefore, we must not place our hopes here. Instead, we need to focus on performing to the best of our abilities and executing the style of play we excel at. Ye Luo looked at his teammates. If you are unable to find the passing points, look to my position and pass the ball to me. Isco was deeply impressed. What does it mean to exhibit the demeanor of a superstar? This is the essence of a true star. Pass the ball to me. This sense of responsibility, this commitment. Damn, it is utterly captivating. The others gazed at Ye Luo with admiration. This statement calmed all the players of Malaga. The night before the match was tranquil. The next day, the Malaga players enjoyed breakfast together at the hotel, and after a brief period of rest, they engaged in only light training, opting instead for moderate exercise in the hotel gym to maintain their vitality. After lunch, the players returned to the hotel for a brief siesta. Once they awoke and indulged in a light afternoon tea, they began preparations to board the bus to Allianz Arena. By this time, the vicinity around Malaga's bus was teeming with reporters and fans. Many of the journalists hailed from the Dragon Nation, while the fans, aside from a few Spanish Malaga supporters, were predominantly from the Dragon Nation, consisting of expatriates working, living, and studying in Germany. As the Malaga players made their appearance, the crowd erupted in excitement. Fans enthusiastically called out Ye Luo's name, to which he responded with a smile and a wave. This moment was naturally captured by the fans' cameras. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation fans, who had been anxiously awaiting the match, could not simply wait idly. On various social media platforms, they eagerly scrolled through pre-match news. Upon viewing the footage of Ye Luo and the Malaga players boarding the bus, the fans noted Ye Luo's smile, observing that he appeared entirely unperturbed. Was he steady? As long as he could score, that was all that mattered. Amidst the discussions, the bus gradually made its way into the parking lot of Allianz Arena. By this time, fans had already begun to enter the stadium. UEFA Champions League matches always evoke such fervor. As both teams warmed up, the arena resonated with song. Ye Luo glanced around at the renowned stadium before focusing intently on his warm-up. As the warm-up concluded, when both teams reappeared on the field, only a few minutes remained until the match commenced. With the captain's armband, Ye Luo shook hands with Lahm, exchanged team flags, and called for the coin toss. Ultimately, Bayern Munich secured the choice, granting Malaga the kickoff. As the players took their positions on the field, awaiting the referee's whistle, the voice of the national broadcaster's commentator, Shan Duanshuan, echoed from the television. Dear viewers, the highly anticipated UEFA Champions League group stage match between Bayern Munich and Malaga is about to begin. Both teams are fielding their strongest lineups. In the realm of Bayern Munich, the team adopted a 4-2-3-1 formation, with the illustrious goalkeeper Neuer guarding the net. The central defensive duo comprised Boateng and Dante, while the captain Lahm occupied the left-back position and Rafinha stood firm on the right. In the midfield, the dynamic pairing of Kroos and Schweinsteiger served as the double pivot, with the prolific Thomas Muller positioned as the attacking midfielder, a formidable force in the offensive line. Flanking him were the renowned wingers Robben and Rivalry, forming Bayern's most potent attacking duo, while Gomez led the line as the central striker. Conversely, Malaga, after a series of rotations in the league, reinstated their strongest lineup for this match. Caballero took his place in goal, with the central defensive partnership featuring former Bayern player De Michelis alongside the seasoned Dutch veteran Matthijssen. The left back was Montreal, and the right back was Sergio Sanchez. The midfield trio consisted of Joaquin, Talalan, and Cazorla, while the forwards included the dynamic duo of Ye Luo and Isco. Given the intensity of this encounter, Coach Pellegrini opted for the physically superior and more impactful Baptista. As Duan Xian's words faded, the stadium echoed with the sound of the whistle. Central forward Baptista struck the ball backward, marking the official commencement of the match. This chapter concludes with chapter 115, the shimmering armband. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Allianz Arena in Munich was fervently vibrant. However, this exuberance was not primarily due to the anticipated brilliance of the match or the jeers directed at Bayern Munich's opponents, but rather an air of festivity akin to a celebration at the arena. Do we even need to watch the game? After waking up, it's yet another 3-0 victory. This season, Bayern's players and management were united in purpose, displaying exceptional form as they faced the relatively obscure newcomers Malaga in the Champions League at their home ground. For Bayern fans, attending this match was an opportunity to relish the spectacle of their team triumphantly dismantling their adversaries. Yet, to their astonishment, the unfolding events of the match defied the expectations of nearly every spectator at the Allianz Arena from the outset. Malaga seized the initiative with the opening kickoff, swiftly advancing beyond the halfway line. As Ye Luo and Isco withdrew to the midfield, the intricate interplay among Malaga's 5 midfielders posed significant challenges for Bayern Munich. In an unexpected turn, the match saw Malaga dominate, utilizing a series of short passes to penetrate Bayern's defenses. In the 3rd minute, Ye Luo received the ball at the attacking midfield position, momentarily pausing before deftly flicking it with the outside of his left foot. He swiftly turned, evading Kroos. And as Schweinsteiger approached to intercept, Ye Luo executed a deft touch with his right foot, surging towards the right side of the penalty area. Faced with the formidable Boateng, he skillfully maneuvered to create an angle, unleashing a shot from a tight position. "Watch out," exclaimed Schmitz, the commentator from German sports channel. The lively Allianz Arena erupted with gasps of astonishment. As Neuer lunged to parry the ball, nearly conceding a goal, the stands collectively exhaled in relief. Ye Luo's shot had been thwarted. Neuer had made a crucial save. As the match progressed into its 3rd minute, it was Malaga that initiated the offensive. The commentator from Germany's sports channel, Schmitz, furrowed his brow, recognizing that this Spanish team should not be underestimated. Their midfield control was formidable, particularly with the notable presence of Ye Luo, who retreated to assist in midfield dominance. After identifying Bayern Munich's defensive vulnerabilities, he decisively showcased his individual prowess. Breaking through to take a shot, had Neuer been even slightly negligent, it would have resulted in a goal. Bayern Munich needed to be fully alert. Meanwhile, Andres, the commentator from Spain's Cadena Cope, lamented at the commentary desk. "Ye Luo, magnificent. Oh, what a statement made to Bayern Munich right from the outset." First, he dribbled past Kroos, then maneuvered past Schweinsteiger, and after skillfully evading Boateng, he created an angle for a shot with a low drive from his right foot. Neuer's save rescued Bayern Munich. Well done. If Malaga aims to make an impact in this match, Ye Luo will be their most pivotal player. Wow, Neuer, just barely. Such a pity. Just as the fans were lamenting Ye Luo's shot being thwarted by Neuer, Malaga quickly executed a corner kick. Cazorla did not deliver the ball directly into the penalty area. Instead, he orchestrated a tactical play. Ye Luo came out to receive the ball, feigned a pass to Cazorla, then swiftly dribbled along the byline, turning inwards before executing a back pass to Joaquin near the penalty spot. The veteran Spanish international aimed with his left foot. The ball soared slightly over the bar, sending a chill down the spines of all Bayern Munich players and supporters. Lahm promptly clapped his hands, vociferously urging his teammates, "Stay alert. The coach is right. This team is strong. We must not underestimate them. We cannot afford to underestimate them." Schweinsteiger pointed to his temple, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by Hanks on the sidelines. After Malaga's successive attacks, Hanks felt a knot tightening in his throat. He dreaded the current situation. If Malaga began the match with such fervor, it would be immensely challenging to subdue them. The initial threat posed by Malaga was considerable. However, fortunately for Bayern, they had not conceded a goal. Since that was the case, this round of attacking and defending was not necessarily detrimental for Bayern. At the very least, It had heightened the vigilance of their players, had it not? Returning to his seat, Hanks turned to engage in light-hearted conversation with Herman. Seemingly unfazed by the earlier pressure from Malaga's relentless assaults, he appeared quite at ease. Hanks' composure was justified, as Bayern Munich, having regained possession, demonstrated the shrewdness of a Bundesliga giant. They did not allow themselves to be flustered or rush into an attack after several minutes of pressure from Malaga. Instead, they maintained possession in their own half, drawing Malaga's players forward, and then suddenly launched a long pass from the backline, targeting the space behind Malaga's defense. In the 5th minute of the match, Cruz received the ball in the backfield and initiated a long pass, accurately finding Rivalry on the flank. After Rivalry advanced down the flank and delivered a cross, Gomez, Müller, and Robin awaited in the center. Gomez leaped high at the back post to head the ball, but it sailed just over the bar. This offensive display showcased Bayern's attacking prowess. In response, Malaga was undeterred. With patient passing through the midfield, they crafted their own scoring opportunities. Following 10 minutes of tentative exchanges, both teams began to exert their attacking strength. In the 12th minute, Bayern's midfielder Cruz carried the ball past the halfway line and executed a diagonal switch to find Robin on the wing. Without hesitation, Robin cut inside and unleashed a curling left-footed shot that grazed the post and went out of play. Gasps erupted from the stands, followed by a fervent applause from the Bayern Munich supporters, who chanted Robin's name. Robin, that signature cut-in shot was so close. Bayern's offensive momentum was building. Yes, indeed. This is Allianz Arena, our fortress. Meanwhile, Malaga quickly resumed play with a goal kick, and after some midfield exchanges, the ball found its way to the feet of Ye Luo on the left flank. Just moments after Robin's attempt on the right side, Ye Luo mirrored the action with a cut-in and unleashed a powerful left-footed strike. The ball struck the crossbar with a resounding thud and bounced out. Ye Luo. Oh, the crossbar. It denied his goal. Another cut-in of equal quality. What a pity. In a flurry of attacks, both teams were relentlessly pressing forward, creating significant threats. This match is captivating. On screen, Ye Luo shook his head in disappointment before quickly retreating. Bayern Munich's attacks were swift. All Malaga players needed to keep pace. Since the 10th minute, the match had transformed into a high-octane offensive battle. Both sides intensified their attacking efforts, with forwards perpetually posing threats. In the 13th minute, Rivalry delivered a cross, and Müller, at the penalty spot, attempted a shot that was expertly saved by goalkeeper Caballero. A minute later, Ye Luo broke through the middle and passed to Isco on the wing, who crossed the ball. Ye Luo followed up, overpowering Dante to head it. Neuer, with a firm chest, deflected the ball, which fell to Lahm. Lahm advanced, carrying the ball past the halfway line, and passed it to the advancing Cruz, who took a step forward before unleashing a right-footed shot. It struck Demichelis's leg and ricocheted to the opposite side of the penalty area, where Müller appeared out of nowhere, directing it towards the goal, but it soared just over the bar. Müller. Oh, how splendid. Who would have thought that Malaga could engage in a shootout with Bayern Munich at Allianz Arena? The pace of the game was exhilarating. In just a span of 2 or 3 minutes, both teams had registered formidable shots. This thrilling exchange elevated the atmosphere of the match to its zenith. The emotions of the fans on both sides oscillated with each offensive maneuver, and the demand for the quick-acting heart-saving pills soared. Neutral spectators reveled in the exhilarating spectacle. Both teams displayed relentless attacks, the pace soaring to dizzying heights, as the attacking players showcased their remarkable skills, producing a continuous array of breathtaking moments. The melodies of the Allianz Arena resonated with songs, cheers, and boos. These myriad sounds interwove to compose a thrilling symphony that mirrored the fierce back-and-forth battle on the pitch. In the 29th minute of the match, this symphonic piece reached its zenith. Cazorla, after deftly dribbling laterally at the edge of the penalty area, delivered a precise diagonal pass. Ye Luo surged into the space between the defenders, receiving the ball from outside the box. Ye Luo crossed to the far post. Isco. Amidst the commentators' astonished outcry, Isco made a diagonal run towards the far post, intending to control the ball before shooting, only to be thwarted by Rafinha, who swiftly intervened to clear it. Isco fell to his knees, desperately pressing his hands against the turf. That opportunity had been simply too golden. Alas, Isco, accustomed to midfield play, instinctively opted to control the ball at that moment. Had he been a forward, he would have surely taken the shot immediately, regardless of how. Oh, Isco. What a pity. The chance slipped away, and with a touch followed by a shot, all opportunity vanished. In the commentary booth, the Spanish commentators shook their heads in disappointment, while their German counterparts breathed a sigh of relief. The television replay showcased this offensive maneuver in real time. Cazorla's lateral dribble had drawn Bayern Munich's defensive line to the left, and as he delivered the ball to Ye Luo, the defensive formation seemed to activate like a switch, compacting towards the left side. In that instant, the opposite side of Bayern Munich's defense became vulnerable. Ye Luo paused briefly after receiving the ball, and just as the Bayern players anticipated, he would take it himself. He deftly flicked the ball with his right foot towards the far post. The football traced a perfect arc through the air, evading all defensive forces at the near post and center, accurately finding Isco, who lay in wait, penetrating the penalty area. Unfortunately, that brief pause granted the lightning-fast Rafinha the opportunity to intervene. How regrettable. In the Dragon Kingdom, fans who stayed up late to watch the match wished they could leap through the television to assist Isco in scoring. Just then, a sudden surge of jubilant cheers erupted on the screen. The scene swiftly shifted. A counterattack. Bayern Munich's counterattack. Duan Xin's astonished voice echoed from the television. The live commentator was in a frenzy. A 3-on-2 situation. Bayern Munich launched a coordinated assault. Rafinha's clearance had become the pivotal pass to initiate the counterattack. Landing at Rivalry's feet, Rivalry surged down the flanks, his speed astonishing. Hot on his heels was Ye Luo, who was gaining ground rapidly. Ye Luo was fiercely pursuing, his determination palpable. As Isco lamented in despair, he was suddenly struck by the trajectory of the ball that had just been cleared. With a mighty roar, he shouted for a defensive retreat and sprinted in pursuit. He was undoubtedly the quickest to react on the Malaga side. However, the ball was traveling too swiftly. Even Bolt would be hard-pressed to catch it. Rivalry, meanwhile, had opted to remain forward, awaiting the opportunity, rather than returning to defend. As he controlled the ball, the nearest defender was the center-back Matthijsen, who, wary of the situation, could only condense his position in the middle while the flanks were left entirely open for Rivalry to exploit. Charge forth, Frank. Go, go, go. The Bayern Munich supporters in the seats closest to the pitch waved their fists and chanted their encouragement for Rivalry. With the ball at his feet, the French winger unleashed his speed, his gaze now scanning the center. In the middle, Gomez was pressuring the opposing center-backs, accompanied by the lightning-fast Robin. Conversely, Malaga had only 2 center-backs participating in the defense. It was a prime 3-on-2 opportunity. Rivalry chose not to persist along the flank, as it posed no threat to the goal and would not draw the central defenders out of position, with Demichelis and Matthijsen now occupied by Robin and Gomez. If Rivalry were to simply continue his linear run along the sideline, it would reduce the 2-on-2 chance to a mere opportunity, thus squandering this exceptional 3-on-2 scenario. Rivalry slanted his run into the penalty area, compelling Matthijsen to abandon his defense of Gomez and confront Rivalry instead. With gritted teeth, Ye Luo surged toward Rivalry. A warning echoing from the stands behind the goal as Bayern Munich fans leapt to their feet, pointing urgently at Rivalry's rear. A jolt of alarm coursed through Rivalry. The only one with the speed to catch up was Ye Luo. He refrained from advancing further with the ball, for even Rivalry felt a twinge of doubt about his speed against Ye Luo's relentless chase. Nevertheless, having advanced to this position was already sufficient. With a flick of his ankle, Rivalry sent the ball soaring into the air with a spin. Just then, Ye Luo lunged in with a desperate tackle. The ball brushed against his foot, causing it to spin even more fiercely. The rapidly rotating ball zipped past Matthijsen, curving towards the edge of the penalty area. Demichelis found himself outpaced by Gomez, who, in full stride, leapt toward the ball, executing a header. Thump! Gomez's header struck the ground, bouncing towards the far corner. Caballero could do nothing to stop the goal, merely watching in helpless anticipation as the ball flew into the net. Boom! At the moment the ball collided with the net, the loyal Bayern Munich supporters erupted in unison, raising their arms and leaping in joyous celebration. The entire stand vibrated with their elation. The camera capturing the scene on television trembled with the energy of the moment. Gomez! Gomez! The ball is in. Magnificent. A splendid counterattack, exquisite passing. A beautiful header. 1-0. Bayern Munich takes the lead. The commentator Schmitz from German Sports Channel raised his arms in exultation. In the commentary booth, narrators from various nations and media outlets contributed their unique interpretations to this goal. German international Gomez suddenly sprang from the ground, sprinting towards Rivalry, who was drenched in cold sweat until he saw the ball had indeed been passed. He let out a huge sigh of relief. casting a wary glance at the ground where Yellow lay, pounding the turf, before he opened his arms and ran towards Gomez. Regardless, Bayern Munich had scored. They were leading. This goal allowed the anxious Bayern Munich supporters, who had been on edge for nearly 30 minutes, to finally breathe a sigh of relief. On the sidelines, Coach Hanks leapt from his seat with open arms. In the same frame, Pellegrini lowered his head, shielding his eyes with one hand. Yellow patted the grass. Rising to his feet, the Bayern Munich players, jubilantly calling out, rushed past him towards the corner flag to celebrate. Almost all of the Bayern players paid their respects to Malaga's number 10, who had chased back 80 meters, nearly thwarting Rivalry's opportunity and disrupting Bayern's unexpected counterattack. Yellow spat on the grass, turned, and patted the shoulder of the stunned Matthijsen in the penalty area, then helped the fallen Demichelis to his feet. Subsequently, he walked towards the goal, assisting Caballero, who was seated on the ground, to rise as he entered the goal, cradling the ball. On television, the replay of Bayern Munich's goal momentarily transitioned to Yellow returning with the ball. He clenched his fists, passionately speaking to his teammates. Yellow was encouraging his comrades, still brimming with fighting spirit. Having chased back 80 meters and nearly disrupted Rivalry's pass, he was now the first to rally, standing firm to motivate his teammates. Can you believe he is only 18 this year? The commentators could not help but cheer for Yellow at this moment. Even Schmitz, who cheered for Bayern from his German perspective, found himself praising, "What an exceptional player." Yellow carried the ball to the center circle, placing it on the kickoff spot and clapping his hands vigorously. They all looked up. It was merely one goal conceded, and the match was far from over. Yellow shouted to his teammates. Conceding a goal at Bayern's home ground is a significant blow for any team. This was no less true for the Malaga players. When they saw Yellow's desperate effort, yet still falling short of preventing Bayern's goal, their faces reflected regret and disappointment. In that moment, Bayern Munich's stature transformed into immense pressure, weighing heavily on the hearts of the Malaga players. However, when Yellow's voice reverberated in their ears, all the Malaga players lifted their heads. The pressure seemed to dissipate in that instant. Ye Luo stood tall like a towering tree, providing shelter for all. He was the steadfast support of Malaga, with him present. All burdens were borne on his shoulders. Gripping Isco's shoulders, Ye Luo gazed intently at the dejected Isco, who had just missed a crucial opportunity, leading to a counterattack and a conceded goal. Everyone can miss a chance. Next time, I will pass again. Will you dare to score from that position? Isco was momentarily taken aback by the words. He lifted his gaze to meet Ye Luo's. I will pass again. Will you dare to score? Answer me. Ye Luo shouted. I dare. Isco responded, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Good. Remember, do not hesitate. Ye Luo turned his attention to Bayern Munich's goal. I will pass again. Do you dare to score? The Malaga players felt goosebumps rise on their skin. Such bold declarations ignited their passion. All faces became resolute. How could I be outdone by an 18-year-old captain? Mateus murmured. Wait for my pass, Ye. Cazorla vowed. Run. We must be more proactive. Joaquin urged. I will cut off their counterattack routes. Rest assured. Tourlang declared solemnly. On the sidelines, Pellegrini observed the scene unfolding on the pitch. Though he could not hear Ye Luo's words, he could see the transformation. The players no longer exhibited fear towards Bayern Munich. They were liberated from trepidation and frustration. In that moment, Pellegrini felt a sense of disorientation. This was the true essence of a formidable team. He had initially believed that a club like Malaga, after a significant transfer window, would need time to reforge its identity and culture, elements that, while somewhat intangible, were crucial for a team to evolve into a true powerhouse, a prerequisite for aspiring to greatness. Without these elements, one would be labeled as a nouveau riche, a market disruptor, or merely a stepping stone for elite clubs, and so forth. However, now Malaga began to embody these characteristics. Because we have a genuine leader. Pellegrini turned to his assistant Molosca, then returned to the coach's seat. His demeanor calm and untroubled, seemingly unfazed by the impending match. Are you not concerned about the upcoming game? Molosca inquired. Not at all. Even if we lose this match, I will not worry, for this season will surely yield rewards. Pellegrini asserted. The outcome of a single match pales in significance when compared to the cultivation of a team's character, spirit, and culture. Truly, it is negligible. Losing this match does not signify anything. In football, there are no teams that never suffer defeat. The pursuit of a championship hinges not solely on tactical prowess. At this moment, Pellegrini believed that his proudest achievement as Malaga's coach was not merely the discovery of Ye Luo and establishing him as the core, but rather the moment he adorned his arm with the captain's armband. At this moment, regardless of the extensive personnel changes, the essence of this team remains unchanged. Ye Luo has infused his character into this squad. This is a feat only a true leader can accomplish. In Pellegrini's eyes, the captain's armband on Ye Luo's arm radiates brilliance. The chapter concludes here.